Chen Yuan found himself refreshing his superpower once a week. The first week, he saw that as long as there are life characteristics of the object are hanging on a red number, from hundreds, thousands, to tens of thousands to vary, which has seen the smallest number is a teddy. The number on the head is 0,00001, and then the next second it was run over by a big truck. The next week, he found himself able to hear other people's hearts and minds, and uncontrollable, as long as it is the other person's heart thought, will be a steady stream into his head, resulting in him completely afraid to go to the subway, shopping malls and other public places again. Moreover, he no longer dared to look directly at the usually sullen and non-speaking woman with glasses in the back seat with bangs, one after the other. He refreshed his special abilities such as dream connection and body swap. After a number of weeks, his supernatural abilities suddenly stopped updating, and nothing happened for several days. Just when he thought he was finally returning to a peaceful life, a young girl in a red dress standing under a ginkgo tree tilted her head at him. Chapter 1. I'm a student. Send me. The tall boy in the school uniform in front of him had been standing in front of the seafood glass tank for 10 minutes. If the store wasn't empty right now, the owner he would already be getting impatient. But is this kid really a boron consumer? Don't come out of nowhere with I'm a student. Send me. That won't work. Not even if you were born dead. Die. Die what? Boss, there's a dead lobster. No way. It's all fresh. It was still moving just now. Although he didn't believe it in his heart, the boss still came over after hearing this. Then, a pound bobtail was seen slowly floating upward to the surface of the water. Seeing this, the owner rushed to take out a fishing net to scoop up the lobster. But this one was definitely still moving just now, and he was definitely fresh before. And at the moment, it about did die. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is the oxygenator broken? Ah, this is how to die. Real dog IU. A bolong 288, and usually can be sold before closing time. Now dead is equivalent to a loss of 288 out of thin air. Think of this kind of thing. The boss cannot help but be full of birds of a feather. Boss, what is usually done with dead seafood? Definitely throw it away. We never sell dead shrimp here. The seafood markets here are regulated. The kind of basil shrimp that die can be sold cheaply or made into frozen shrimp. But the kind of porcupine and king crab, when they die, they have to be disposed of. Boss, I'm a student. Dash. Stretching his finger with a scowl to interrupt the boy's spell casting. This boss's expression seems as if the next sentence is going to be Lin Bei sells seafood. Ah, you say you are a student? Then the boys pulled out a $10 bill. Looking at the money, looking at the shrimp, the owner sighed. It's more than $10 for packaging. After saying that, he still took out the foam box and ice packs, and packed the 1-pound porcupine just now. Never mind. I guess this kid really wants to eat, or else he wouldn't keep staring at the lobster in the tank. If you're going to dispose of it, you're going to throw it away anyway, so you might as well give it to him on the cheap. But he can be really lucky. This Poland must have just died. Now intensified, frozen and not dead, in the taste of the complete difference. $10 to buy 288 of the big lobster. Thanks. The boy reached out his hand and took the plastic bag, then looked at the man with a round stomach and a face of stubble, about 35 years old. And after a moment of contemplation, he said, Boss, you're so nice. I wish you a long life of 87 years. Why 87? You're really good at talking. A blessing is like a prophecy, because 87 is a long time. Carrying the refrigerated boron in his hand, Chen Yuan walked out of the seafood store, then saw more and more red numbers. A child with a candy cane ran past himself, the number 21,224 hanging from his head, roughly 58 years. The silver-haired, kindly grandmother who followed him and yelled at him to slow down had the number 2,934, or roughly 8 years. The oncoming couple in love, holding hands and walking towards them. The woman is 24321 and the man is 242. As his eyes were about to meet the boy, Chen Yuan lowered his head and walked past him. He, who was able to see the countdown to someone else's death. The unit of measurement is days. The ability came to him at 6:30 Monday morning. After getting up and going out, he accidentally found some red Arabic numerals floating above his eyes, as if they were etched quite clearly on top of his retinas. At first Chen Yuan thought it was a blur, but after repeatedly rubbing his eyes to confirm, he realized it was true. It's like that cunning triad of people projecting in their own eyes, and you can't get rid of it. Not only people, but also some cats and dogs, reptiles, animals, including plants. As long as there is something with the characteristics of life, there will be a string of numbers hanging on the head, because after realizing that the number was inversely proportional to his age, He also vaguely guessed the meaning behind the number. Confirmation of this, however, came as a result of a heart-stopping accident. A teddy with 0.00001 on his head gets run over by a big truck on one wheel and turned into Teddy Meatloaf the next second. A day is 86,400 seconds, and 0.00001 days is 0.864 seconds. The trouble with this ability is that it doesn't convert and only shows time days. But fortunately, Chen Yuan Elementary School when forced to be sent by his mother to learn bead counting. This thing, although for learning completely useless, the construction of mathematical thinking logic also possesses extremely destructive. But if you need to convert the days into adults, that can be too convenient. Let's just say that an accidental shot fired as a youth hit the Boston Lobster squarely in the brow years later. Of course, this cool ability doesn't work well all the time. For example, at the moment, standing at the intersection of Jinling Road in Shanghai City, the world in Chen Yuan's eyes was extremely disgusting, as if it had been mentally polluted. The skyscrapers that resembled a forest of steel, lined up one after another, seemed to divide the entire Shanghai City's busy social animal students at this busy intersection. According to statistics, more than 2,000 people pass through here every minute. In other words, if you waited more than a minute for a stoplight, distorted numbers would emerge from the heads of more than 2,000 people in a dense backlog. Accompanying the movement of the crowd as spectacularly as dancing blood-red worms. Breathe, breathe, close your eyes and meditate for a while. Chen Yuan wasn't very comfortable with this ability, especially in public, but he felt that if this superpower had stayed with him, he would have been more or less calmer than he was now, or perhaps another word would be more apt, numb. He had discovered this ability yesterday morning, and when it was confirmed that it was a countdown to death, he had tried to help the poor bastards who had died young. But imagine if all of a sudden a person came up to you and said, "Friend, I think you need to get checked out. You don't look very good." 80% of people would think you have ulterior motives, either from a medical checkup organization or selling a product. The remaining 20% is, you're the one who's sick. Chen Yuan had already been annoyingly disliked by 2 people, although he had yet to meet 8 people who felt they had to sell their goods. In fact, he should have figured out a long time ago that if regular medical checkups were conducted, how come those people would not have found out that they were terminally ill? There is definitely a reaction in the early mid stages of the terminal illness, and he is able to hold back from looking at it, and naturally feels full of malice at the words of a stranger like you. Forget about it, let go of the helping plot and respect the fate of others. As long as it wasn't someone who was going to die in a few seconds, Chen Yuan would never make a move. But so far it's just been that poor Teddy who died violently in front of his face, and he's yet to see a lifespan under 0.1. The red light in front of me turned green. Blending in with the crowd is like drowning in a sea of red numbers. After getting on the subway, Chen Yuan put on his Bluetooth headset and rested his eyes in his seat. In the past he would have taken the initiative to give up his seat to the old, weak, sick and disabled. But now for him, life and death have faded, so there is no need for this. And very solidly, he had several times seen Tendon Moncler outlet store with gray hair outlive the young men. Contemporary social animal staple alive tired, die fast, life is short and lean. After 12 stops from the Jinling Road Crossroads subway station, half an hour later, it reached the Sunshine Community Station, and Chen Yuan got off from here as well. Here belongs to the old city, but also different from the shanty town. Although the city building is old, but the roads are clean and tidy. Public facilities are complete. The environment for this price is very super value. Just not much nightlife. Chen Yuan lives 300 meters from the subway entrance of an old building 502. He is not Shanghai City people. Originally in the surrounding county called Huxiang School. After the midterm examination, her mother entrusted a good relationship to find in Shanghai below a district education bureau working cousin uncle. Let him stuff himself into the Shanghai 11, such a provincial key school. But since I got in through connections, I had to walk in. And since apartments near 11th grade start at 2,000 for even a single room, he had to find a small one-room apartment in the Sunshine neighborhood with a 700 rent. Mom and dad are in Cheng's working class and can't afford to chaperone, so he manages to live the life of a fictional hero with no sister and a house and 2 busy parents. Luckily it doesn't look like it's some kind of starting novel, or the parents would have to send it alone. It's now 6:30 in the evening, so hurry home and get dinner on the table. Boron boiled, air conditioning cranked up to 26 degrees, a full sip of a small beer, and then an episode of Song Yuan 2. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan's pace of going up the stairs all quickened, and in less than half a minute, he climbed up to the 5th floor. Just as he pulled out his key with the intention of opening the door, a high school girl who lived across the street and seemed to be renting the house as well, was also inserting her key into the hole. The two, bewildered, turned their heads and stared at each other, and for the first time, on the other side's head, Chen Yuan saw the number closest to that teddy cake. 005. Chapter 2. 005. That's 1 hour and 12 minutes. If this superpower isn't fake, then she was at roughly 8 p.m. It's going to die. No way. It's impossible to die if you're not your own neighbor. Rather, there was absolutely no way that this ability could be fake. The sudden and violent death of Tai, and the lobster that had been moving the last second, all showed that things like destiny were absolutely reliable. His neighbor, too, was indeed going to be at the end of his life and run out of gas in a little over an hour. Clicking the door lock open, the girl hurriedly skimmed her head, opened the door, and entered the room, before Chen Yuan could make any remedies. Frowning, he wondered what the circumstances were that caused his neighbor to die over an hour later. There are two types. For one thing, die at home. 2. Later she'll go out and die out there. There are 1,000 ways to die out there, so let's ignore that one for now. In the home, then there are only so many: death by electrocution, death by ignition explosion, death by fire, sudden death by heart attack. No. Chen Yuan shook his head and denied his overly arbitrary claim again. Death at home can be just as strange. For example, suicide. Clicking. Chen Yuan opened the door to his room, casually placing the bow long in his hand before sitting on the bed with a slightly grave expression. He'd said earlier that it was important to let go of helping episodes and respect the fate of others, but that's based on the fact that it wasn't an accidental death, versus not being on your side. If a girl died across the street from him, would he dare to go out at night? Think about that image, meeting the pale-faced apparition in the hallway, waving his hand in greeting. Hello, Mr. M.O., who lives across the street, but my last name isn't M.O. Oh yes, your resumed last name is Lung M.O. What last name frigid? Please leave me alone. Brainstorming this scene, Chen Yuan felt creepy. Have to tell her to pay attention to the safety of water and electricity. If there is any kind of heart medicine at any time to bring with her, indoor must be regularly ventilated. Not, I am her mother, I say this kind of thing? If the person didn't die, he or she did protect him in an invisible way, but when they met again in the future, she would surely think that she was a weirdo with ulterior motives. After all, her behavior didn't seem like kindness at all, but rather harassment. But so what? I'm a member of the regiment. Although he might be misunderstood and could not please, Chen Yuan chose an answer he thought was right in the midst of ignorance and help. But do good deeds and don't ask questions. After about 10 minutes of hesitation, Chen Yuan figured it out, stood up, opened the door, walked to the opposite 501, and then gently knocked on the door. No one responded. He knocked a few more times, but there was still no answer. Excuse me, there is an express at the door. The courier seems to have misplaced it. Is it yours? Chen Yuan really did have an unopened courier at home, and later if the other party asked suspiciously, he would be able to come up with some excuses for knocking on the door without looking like a demented man. Still, no one answered. Could it be that as a girl living alone she was too scared to open the door? But there's a cat's eye on the door, so it's not like you can't even look at it. Even the sound of footsteps, Chen Yuan did not hear. And time, another 5 minutes passed. No, it's too quiet. It's quiet as if there's no one inside. Are you okay, neighbor? I'm coming in. If you don't respond, I'm going to push the door. After this ultimatum was said, Chen Yuan directly slammed his body against the wooden door. A loud rumbling sound was emitted, and it was impossible for such a commotion to go unanswered inside, and that confirmed his suspicions even more. Clenching his teeth, closing his eyes, and enduring what might be a drop of pain, Chen Yuan toppled up with a barbarian king charge. Bang click, the sound of a door lock being broken. Immediately afterward, he kicked the door open. A dull heat wave, mixed with the pungent odor of charcoal flavor came to his face, covering his mouth and nose. Chen Yuan was rushed to a dizzy spell. What a suicide! Seeing the long-haired girl lying on the bed with drops of sweat all over her forehead and in deep sleep, Chen Yuan didn't think much about it and rushed straight in. Then opened all the windows in the room and incidentally turned on the fan in 3-stage wind-shaking head mode to dissipate the air as much as possible. Then he discovered the source of the poisoning, an iron pot with burning coals. Seeing this, he rushed to serve it. However, the searing heat like a branding iron on the rim of the iron basin burned his hand and he flinched. Forget it, just move out. Shrugging it off, he simply scooped up the lithe young girl on the bed in his arms and rushed out the door. Originally, He intended to put it back in his room, but to slightly avoid suspicion and because the hallway was a bit better ventilated, he put it on the floor. The girl was wearing loose short sleeves and jeans, and her long black hair was down. Her attire looked casual, and she didn't seem to have the intention of dressing up to die. She shouldn't be much of a dresser, though. He had seen her a few times in the corridor himself, and met her on the way home. She was a sophomore like himself, and wore the uniform of the fourth form for a long time, even on weekends. This is the first time I've seen her in her regular clothes. Speaking of which, has she not been to school in a few days? Wake up! Wake up! Xia Seni vaguely heard someone calling out to her, and there was a coolness coming from her cheeks. She opened her eyes in a daze and then saw the familiar school uniform. Those are the uniforms of the high school students from across the street. The 11th grade. With an effort, she raised her eyebrows and recognized that it was the high school student across the hall. He was holding an ice pack to his face, and when he saw he was awake, he withdrew his hand, then held it in the palm of his right hand. Are you okay? Shall I send you to the hospital? Chen Yuan asked worriedly. No. Why don't you go downstairs and get some fresh air then? It's best to get more fresh air after carbon monoxide poisoning. No, thanks. Xia Xinhua still whispered her refusal, but this time it brought with it a polite courtesy. The girl, though still somewhat delirious and with small beads of sweat standing on her forehead, insisted on slowly climbing to her feet and waddling indoors like a swaying scarecrow. After waking her up, Chen Yuan briefly saw that her lifespan had been normal for a brief period of time. But at that time he was so flustered that he didn't have the time to convert and didn't know exactly how many years it was. And now, with a little more consciousness, the red number above her head had gone back to 0.05. Is it so hard to kill yourself that you really have to die today? Without the suffering of others. Chen Yuan had no reason to tell her to think about it and be generous. But don't you die in front of your own face. How innocent am I? It's not easy for me to be able to have a good time today, eating boron, blowing air conditioning, drinking beer, and watching an episode of the latest update of Song Yuan 2. Such a wonderful plan. How can it be disrupted and spoiled by a guy like you who is bent on death? Your room might still be a bit poisonous. Why don't you stay in my room for a while longer? Chen Yuan was making a last-ditch effort to save the day. If the other person did walk through that door, there would really be nothing he could do about it. No, I'll rest in my room. Still wobbling, he walked toward the room with a determined gait. My house is ready. How about a meal? The girl just shook her head, not even interested in opening her mouth to reply this time. There's boron. The moment she stepped into the room, the girl stopped, and although she hadn't turned around yet, Chen Yuan didn't know why, but he could see the struggle from the back. That's not good. That's not polite. Her mouth was so twisted in saying so, but the number on her head suddenly leapt to 1. What kind of metaphysical Bolognese dragon has HP added to it? Chapter 3, Did you burn yourself? The room never had a population density greater than 1 person/18 square meters in a single room. A rare second human. The girl with her hands pressed on her knees, sitting upright at the small tabletop, lowered her head in embarrassment, her feet shaking nervously as if she had stepped on a sewing machine. Previously, although they also ran into each other, but because they were not familiar with each other, they seldom had the opportunity to observe each other positively. And today, after the two of them shared a room, Chen Yuan realized that the other party was really a little beauty. The small here is not that Chen Yuan is pretending to be mature. Den Duolang. She is obviously the same age as himself, but gives a sense of neighboring sister's gentle and lovely feeling. Black hair down to the waist, small face, skin white and clean, flawless, a pair of deep black eyes, like the night sky is deep, looks to the character to react out completely. A glimpse of innocence. Don't they say that the higher your face, the less trouble you'll have? What the hell happened to such a beautiful girl who would commit suicide? Just a moment. Oh, the lobster is still steaming. Holding the ice with one hand, Chen Yuan turned on the gas stove and placed the treated lobster on a plate and placed it on the steam drawer again. Let me help. No, I'm on my own. Chen Yuan hadn't even finished speaking when he turned his head and suddenly realized that this girl had flashed next to him, and had even wrapped his blue fat apron around his waist, rather ably tying up his ponytail with a leather strap, revealing the back of his snow-white, unmarked neck. It's not much, just making a sauce. I will. Still without waiting for herself to finish, the girl skillfully chopped up garlic foam, millet chili, and served it with a fairly seasoned ratio of soy sauce, vinegar, oil, salt, and sugar for freshness. Oh come on, it's still a practice, sir. Chen Yuan then left her alone and returned to the living room where the zoning was not so obvious. That is, the small table board area next to the bed, and took the several plates of leftovers that had not been eaten yesterday. Scrambled eggs with tomato, eggplant with garlic, stir-fried pork with carrots, as well as half a plate of dumplings out of the refrigerator, and warmed them up in turn in the microwave. 5 minutes later, a few bowls of leftovers had been placed on the small tabletop, leaving the center spot right in the middle for Mr. Boston Lobster. Put up an episode of Song Yuan 2 and watch. Taking out his cell phone, Chen Yuan began the most important pre-dinner movie search session. Here's the lobster. Please be careful with the heat. Just then, a large pair of insulated gloves with a polonium on the end was placed in front of his eyes. What also broke into view was an innocent and pretty sideways face, a strand of green silk on her ear, hanging down. The girl picked it up with her slender fingers and hid it behind her ear. Seeing Chen Yuan looking at her, the girl cocked her head in confusion. Is there anything on my face? There's my ideal of a good wife and mother. Nothing. Sit down. I'll get some drinks. Chen Yuan got up and went to the refrigerator to get 2 cans of cold beer and placed them on the table. Is this pineapple beer? No pineapple. Plain beer. The girl was obviously dismayed by Chen Yuan's behavior of calling beer a drink, and the other party's glib manner made her unable to resist asking weakly. We still have to go to class tomorrow. Doesn't it matter if we drink? That's nothing. There's still people shagging in the back during our class night study. Is this kind of thing even there? Classroom teachers don't care. It's the classroom teacher who brings the pot. Ha! The girl hit the question mark in shock. Just kidding. It must be behind the homeroom teacher's back. So the shabu-shabu thing is still true? 11 middle school is not quite the same as imagined. Xia Xinyue felt that 11 middle school is at least a provincial key school, and the school spirit is not so diffuse. Every school has a class that pulls the crotch. The front of the 11th middle school is certainly not so, and our class, said here, Chen Yuan sighed, can only say that the 11th grade students, there is also a gap. Originally into this school, Chen Yuan is not too bad, but after all, Hexiang County and Shanghai City's level of education is vastly different. He came here and found that he could not keep up with the progress at all, and the exams are still thieves, as if you have just passed the novice tutorials. Let you go to defeat the dream tiers, asterisk. Known. He was quickly left behind. Only later did Chen Yuan realize that in fact, so many of the students in the class had already learned the knowledge of the second year of high school when they were in junior high school. Not being too talented in the first place, he was naturally descended upon and sent himself step by step into the bottom 3 classes of the school. And the bottom class had an even worse learning environment and a gap in teachers. And he just went in a vicious circle, dropping from the 400th to the 900th percentile. Of course, Chen Yuan wasn't exactly shrugging it off. There was at least one thing he admitted: his own subjectivity was really poor. So, although Xia Xinyu was sighing with her mouth, her mind was floating with flutter. Eating hot pot in the back row. Fondue wax is convenient and cooking things in a pot is possible. But what about dipping sauces? How can I eat without dipping sauce? The schoolboys in the 4th middle school must not be able to imagine it. After all, you are the top 2 schools in the city. Per capita school monsters. Chen Yuan was puzzled. Their school was so bad as to be surprised, and frowned. 4th formers have such a strong sense of superiority? Not really. Every school has poor students. Of course, I didn't say. Say you. You've got it all worked out. My name is Chen Yuan. Just call me Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan intended to have a witty self-introduction, so he purposely left a no. It doesn't make a difference a slot for the other party to spit. My name is Xia Xinhua. You can just call me Xia Xinhua. As if she was taking care of an imbecile, Xia Xinyue used the template of Chen Yuan's self-introduction rather cooperatively, but it was hard to hide her awkward look. You can spit on what you've been given. Don't act like you're pandering to me or I'll become a 2B. Let's eat then. Starving. Not living me. Thinking that the other party had almost succeeded in committing suicide, so Chen Yuan tried his best to avoid the word death so as not to make her think of something bad. The good thing is that the lifespan is still 1 and not sharply reduced. Only why is she looking straight at herself? Chen Yuan, your hand is just now into my room when scalded, right? Xia Xinyue had actually noticed it a long time ago, but she didn't want to mention anything about that topic just now. It's humiliating when a suicide fails. Little things. Let me see. As soon as Chen Yuan's words fell, Xia Xining grabbed her hand, then stretched out her palm and looked at the light red color on it. Wait a moment. Oh. Xia Xining got up and went to the toilet, and came out after a short while. She squeezed a dollop of toothpaste on her fingertips and evenly smeared it on the location of her burn. and even lowered her head after applying it, and gently blew a few breaths there. The wind that blows out swings the icy touch of toothpaste across one's wounds. It's still amazing. The pain is nifty flying away. Then, Chen Yuan put the ice to the side and gripped his chopsticks. Well, eat, while it's hot. In the middle of the plate, the bolong was steamed red, cut in half from the center. The plump and delicate white shrimp meat is full of shrimp meat hidden in the shell, more than a caddy of large lobster. Shrimp yellow also has a large group, like the crab paste of hairy crabs. The fragrance is rich. At this time, although Xia Xini was very embarrassed, her heart was also filled with anticipation. Although she had seen Boston lobster countless times in the supermarket, its deliciousness could only be imagined, and this was the first time she had the opportunity to eat. Get it while it's hot. Don't fret. Chen Yuan chucked half of the lobster into his opponent's bowl with one chopstick. No, I don't need that much. Xia Xinin hurriedly apologized and waved her hand to refuse, but the result was that a beer was obediently sent in her hand, and then Chen Yuan also helped her to pull the pull ring, and the light white ice mist curled up. Taking the snowflake and gently touching it with the other party, Chen Yuan raised the listening beer, intending to give a good send-off to this newly made friend. The one in front of me. It's not moving on. Chapter 4, A Bottle Pour? Xia Xinyue is not without beer. When relatives used to amuse themselves, but also a small sip, the flavor is not difficult to drink. Just very strange. Maybe it has something to do with drinking beer in the winter. Don't they say summer beer is the best? It's also quite soothing to look at. So without much thought, Xia Xini clinked glasses with the taller boy in front of her, and then gulped down a large sip. Unexpectedly ho-hum. Chen Yuan didn't expect this girl to have such a contrasting side, but when the other party put the beer down, he realized that this guy's face had actually turned red. Good dish. Is she the type to drink to her face? Drunk? Chen Yuan judged from the other party's slightly drunken makeup face. No, it's just a bit bitter. Xia Xinyue shook her head, rather soberly, but it's quite cool. Also, what kind of person gets drunk after one sip of beer? If the reality is really able to meet, that means the other party may be a segment of the very high level of the beaker, deliberately fishing little boys' fish. Boys were caught still think the other party is so cute and innocent. Oh it. After the cheers, Chen Yuan picked up a chopstick of cotton ball shaped, soft, pure white shrimp meat from the bowl lobster shell, dipped it gently into the dipping sauce, and then brought it to his mouth. Cue elastic and smooth shrimp meat, wrapped in a slightly sweet and sour sauce. Bite down and chew each bite. Give a person great satisfaction. Long aftertaste, completely without a trace of fishy flavor. After all, is just a second after death was frozen packed fresh bolong. Cool. After Chen Yuan took a bite, Xia Xinyue also carefully brought a chopstick of shrimp meat into her mouth. Then, happily, she closed her eyes. Sure enough, it was super tasty. I'm glad I ate it once before I died. Or what a shame it would have been. Cheers. Chen Yuan raised his beer. Cheers. Xia Xini was very on board this time, raising her beer and clinking it with herself. Much more natural in her attitude, like she had completely let go of herself as a stranger. Shrimp yolk is good too. It's delicious. The sadness on her face completely disappeared, as if she had abandoned all her burdens. Xia Xini was faithfully enjoying her food, giving this original price of 288 boron an extremely high level of respect. Only what made Chen Yuan feel a little subtly sad was that even though the mood was quite good at the moment and the emotions had been put aside for the time being, the other party's plan of trying to find death a day later had not changed at all. Let him think about it. What could happen to a student who was a walk-in like himself that would make her seek death without hesitation? He could only think of one possibility: family. And talking about her family now only served to make her broken head uneasy. Chen Yuan, do you often cook for yourself alone? Xia Xinin curiously chimed in. Right. It's just dinner though. Breakfast Chinese food is served at school and it's cheap. So you're a good cook. You can understand all the dishes. Is being understandable considered awesome? You're being awkwardly boastful. Chen Yuan also knew how good he was. She should have tasted the flavor, and it was just an average level. And since the other party had said something like, make the dish understandable, it meant that her cooking skills were very good, or at least better than his own. It was actually obvious just now that she was definitely the type to cook a lot. I really don't know which little baby will meet the reincarnated Xia Xinyue 18 years later. It's really cheap. Why don't you give me the key for a moment? I'll prepare a dinner for you tomorrow, and you'll be able to eat it when you come back from school. Don't worry. I'll put the key under the carpet. Xia Xinin suddenly thought of something and proposed. Yeah, I'm eating your cooking in 502, and you're killing yourself in 501. When the police come and find your fingerprints all over my house and ask me what I have to do with you, I say, I can't. I killed myself after cooking me a meal. Do you think that's a good idea? I can't tomorrow. A friend of mine is terribly constipated. I'm going to eat Wallace with him tomorrow. Let's do it the day after tomorrow. Chen Yuan casually refused. Well, hurrah. I didn't expect Xia Xinin to think about it without thinking. Just like that, she directly smiled and nodded her head in agreement. And the number of days, 2, went from 1 to 2. Extended. No, wrong. There's also something the day after tomorrow. How about Friday night? Chen Yuan asked instead. This, after Xia Xini hesitated a little, she finally nodded her head and agreed. It's okay. 3, this guy, he's determined to prepare my last supper. So, did this mean that Xia Xini wouldn't go to her death as long as she didn't get this meal herself? It's like she won't go away without granting a wish for a face code. So, Chen Yuan got an inch and said, but Friday is a club activity day. After school I have to go to play badminton or Saturday. 1. The meal turned out not to be so important. You can't afford to wait 4 days. Can you? Friday, cook for me on Friday. Looking at Xia Xinyue whose eyes were full of tangles, all on the verge of becoming aggrieved, Chen Yuan could only agree to good the offer of that deal just now. 3 days. That's 3 days. Enough time to get to know her. While he or she might not be able to save her heart and get her out of this part of her life, he or she might be able to tickle the other person's procrastination and put this suicide thing on hold for a while. Has it been a couple days since you've been to school? I didn't even run into you near the apartment. In order to keep himself from appearing too deliberate, Chen Yuan purposely added a sentence as he spoke. Well, taking some days off from work. Xia Xini nodded, then continued to take small bites of rice. Then tomorrow, do you want to go to school together? Chen Yuan made an offhand remark, because I think 11th middle school and 4th middle school seem to be on the same line. No, take a few more days off. Xia Xinyue shook her head and refused with a light smile. That's fine. Let's get together sometime in the future. I've got homework to catch up on the subway, and I can ask for advice. The conversation never got off the ground, so the duo simply turned to quiet eating and drinking. Unlike what it looks like, Xia Xinyue is small but has a good appetite, and she ate almost all of yesterday's leftovers and this boron with herself. How much is left? Chen Yuan shook the mouthful of snowflakes he still had left and looked at Xia Xini and asked. Dry? Holding the beer with both hands, lowering her head and aiming in through the eyelets, the red-faced Xia Xini judged. I can't see it with the naked eye. In terms of weight, removing the bottle there should be about 100 milliliters. If you can't drink it, forget it. Chen Yuan felt that this guy was already a bit on top of his game. Better not waste it. Cheers. She took the initiative to clink glasses with Chen Yuan, then muffled the remaining bit in one gulp. Gollum. It was a bite that was still a little too full for her. After barely finishing her drink, she suddenly burped very lightly. Cheeks brushed even more crimson, and the faceless Xia Xini avoided the line of sight, covered her mouth, and muttered in a small voice. I'm sorry. Usually don't drink much. On this level, put aside our Shandong cannot get on the table you all. Of course, Chen Yuan is not from Shandong. He's also not very high. About a 6-bottle amount of bravely default. It was just so hard to look at the girl in front of him, whose eyes were a little shaky and who was gently slapping her face to stay awake. The terminally ill can't be saved. He won't listen to me. Tai without a leash can't be saved. He gets spiked too fast. Not even a suicide could be saved. And her determination to go to her death was stronger than her own determination to save her. Summer Heartland. 2. Suddenly being called by name made Xia Xini not react. Not knowing why, Ghostly answered. It's not military training. There's no need to stand here out of line. You called me that? What is it? It was not wanting to run into Ms. PPO, who had greeted him in the hallway one night when he wanted to go out to buy a beer. Looking at this young girl with misty eyes, but still trying hard to gaze at herself, Chen Yuanjie spat out his words clearly and asked, Actually, I've liked you for a long time. Can you fall in love with me? Chapter 5, You're a good man. Hearing this sudden confession, Xia Xinyue seemed like she instantly sobered up. Her eyes widened, and she hurriedly waved her hand back. This is still not possible. I have no intention of falling in love before college. I'm sorry, were you suicidal before college? Chen Yuan had only wanted to use such words to delay the other party's suicide, and if he really agreed to do so, and waited until the other party was in a better mood and no longer had suicidal thoughts, he would explain then. But it is surprising that this Pushin woman refused so seriously. Laugh it up. you're really good at pretending. Actually, I don't even want to be an elephant with you much. That's fine. Although he was rejected, and the refusal is so dry, the man's face is a little bit too much, but after all, he is not really licking the sheepa boil. Chen Yuan just feels sigh. It's already here. He's done all he wanted to do, all he could do. It's time to let go of the helping plot. Although Chen Yuan gained a redemptive healing when he carried this sister off the bed and saw the other party slowly opening eyes, there was always a limit to what he could do. Although I didn't say much before, but I think you are very good. I haven't seen you do anything bad. Facing the boy in front of her, Xia Xini looked at the other side, said in a rather serious tone, Chen Yuan, you look very tall, and your features are also correct. Although usually there are very few expressions, and it looks like you hate everyone as an equal, but also snatch the child's skateboard, and scare the messy screaming bear child to say that his mom doesn't want him. You're drunk, aren't you? Just 2 phrases in front of it though? Also, not doing bad things is the standard for good people? Wouldn't exaggerate to suggest expanding on that from the 5 senses there. It's too bad luck to fall in love with me. It's better not to. You'll definitely find a better girl. Trying hard to squeeze out a smile, Xia Xini gave her heartfelt blessing. Aha! Chen Yuan nodded his head in response and directly ended the topic before getting up to collect the bowls. Better let me do it. Can't eat someone's food for nothing. Xia Xini rushed to help, took the initiative to put away the plates, stacked them on top of each other and carried them to the sink, ready to turn on the faucet to wash the dishes. This one. Why isn't the water coming out? You drive the one on the right. Looking at Xia Xingyue, who was picking at the air for a while, pouncing again and again, and then turning to herself with a bewildered face, Chen Yuan pointed to the side. Wow, your sink has 2 faucets. Moving to the right with small broken steps, unscrewing the identical faucet on the right. After the water came out, Xia Xinhua revealed a surprised expression. Yes, how refreshing. Chen Yuan was expecting this guy to get drunk and tell himself something sad, but all he saw was the other party showing his true form after drinking. Although even heavy shadows appeared inside her eyes, Xia Xinhua still wobbled and washed all the plates and chopsticks in Chen Yuan's house and placed them on the edge of the stovetop countertop. And then, her hands wiped on the blue fat apron, then took off the apron and hung it towards the wall. Hang that hook on the right. Why does an apron have 2 hooks? Look at it after you hang it up. Oh, it's 2 aprons. Wow. Everything in your house is a pair. You'll see later. Our family even has a pair of Chen Yuan. Blade of shock. Hijack. I'll leave you to it then. I'll go back to rest. And thank you for your hospitality today. Bye. After clearing up the table for Chen Yuan, Xia Xinian gave him a polite greeting and left the place. The high erected ponytail, accompanied by hesitant steps, gently swayed, and with a bang, the whole person hit the wall, and after letting out a miserable scream, Xia Xini painfully rubbed her forehead, and returned to her own single room through the door on the right. She had to cover the door because the lock had been smashed by herself, but that was fine. After all, the 5th floor was the top floor, and no one usually came here except for herself and her, and the delivery boy. The number in red above her head was 3 until she entered the door. Chen Yuan closed the door, standing in front of the mirror, which showed himself. There were no numbers displayed. That's right, he was only able to see the countdown of the lives of people other than himself. When he got this ability, he actually thought about showing it to his parents, but because of some sort of fear, he didn't dare to go through with it, so he ended up just giving them both a rare call to get their bodies checked out this week and get a full physical. His own unusual behavior made the uninvolved dad exclaim, "Drink up, grow up." The mom also said, "Okay, listen to your son. We'll go check it out right now." In other words, do you need this ability yourself? Just be more concerned about the people around you in general, because even if there was, there would be nothing to do about it, as there is now. Why can't she figure it out? Lying on the bed with his hands stuck in the back of his head, looking at the ceiling, Chen Yuan said so on his lips, but in his heart, he was struggling. How not to ding it? There's a gold finger now, and the system doesn't release quests? A relationship simulator would work. So, it's just for me to look at people's lifespans and then go to a fortune-telling booth? But the profession of fortune-telling requires not so much divine arithmetic as eloquence, and no one likes to hear the curse that he is a short-lived man. Just wait, maybe then there will be a ding and a system instruction will appear to teach me things. Chen Yuan previously read a novel, 158 chapters of the system before running out. Even the readers were confused by the whole "good guy, this is the system" text. Closing his eyes, The girl in his head who could get drunk at the sound of Bravehearts kept refusing to run out. There was nothing he could do but take her to sleep. Waking up the next day, Chen Yuan washed up, put on his school uniform, and went out with his backpack. The lock on the opposite door was still broken, but it seemed to be blocked by something, so the door was still shut pretty tight. Chen Yuan only paused for a few seconds before going downstairs. Just in time, I bumped into the white sweatshirt grandpa who was daytreeing downstairs. I'm sorry, I really don't know what that exercise is called when the elderly man is banging his stomach against a tree, but I know the one where you hit your back against a tree. Iron Mountain. Chicken. 3542. The landlord is almost 70 this year, and has 10 years to live. This day tree seems to be really useful. Grandpa, do you know where that girl across the street from me is from? Chen Yuan asked. Xiao Chen Ah. Stopping the day tree, the grandfather turned his head and asked with a smile. What? Fancying someone else? Ah, you boys have quite an eye for a pretty girl. Well, good looking. I can't help it. If you want to get information from Moncler Outlet Online, you have to put up with Moncler Outlet Online flirting with yourself. Chen Yuan is not the kind of person who says, people aren't paying attention to her. Chen Yuan is not the kind of cerebral palsy arrogant. So what if an old man says something? Besides, he didn't feel much aggrieved to be matched with Xia Xinyue. What can I say about that girl? She's okay. Seems to be Jingnan province. Is her father sent over? Their side of the accent is so interesting. Are this kind of cackle? Ha ha ha. Thinking of this Moncler outlet store cannot help but laugh. Her mom and dad are out of town. Ha, yeah, I think an aunt was a teacher over here, and her aunt's own kid got into another school, so she got an extra degree and she went over here. So, Moncler, do you have her aunt's contact information? All this way? Yes. I want to find out about the bride price money over in Jingnan, so I can go back and tell my dad to save up. Chen Yuan was serious. Ha ha ha, okay, I'll give you the phone then. Moncler pure joy people, after hearing that there is also this kind of fun things, immediately took out the cell phone, hanging on the neck of the presbyopia glasses on the belt, slowly flipping the font. Than cockroaches are larger than the address book. Yes, it is this one. Xia Fong. Thank you grandpa, I'll save it. Are you going to call her now? What are you going to tell her? I'm going to school Moncler. Talk to you later haha. After getting the call, Chen Yuan ran in the direction of the subway. Meanwhile, another call could not wait to be dialed. Auntie, the sister of Xia Xinyue's father. If it's her, she must know what's going on at home, and knowing from my aunt's side, it won't poke her again. Maybe, this aunt was able to help Xia Xinyue walk out. After all, it was a relative. It always worked better than herself. In the middle of the reverie, the call came through just in time. Hey, Auntie. Chapter 6, Double Eel Rice. Ha, you made a typo, didn't you? Ghostly, Chen Yuan called out for his aunt, causing the other side to freeze and nearly hang up the phone. No. Hello Auntie, I'm Xia Xinyue's classmate. You went to school with her, so why are you calling me aunt? There is a middle-aged woman's voice, once heard as the kind of glasses-wearing expressionless senior teacher. Obviously ordinary question. Chen Yuan but heard out you cannot answer out you die sense of majesty. But very quickly, that side changed the topic itself. Classmate, why are you the one calling me? What's wrong with Xinyu? Is she okay? The woman was suddenly worried and her tone was urgent. It was able to show that what Xia Xinyi had recently gone through was enough to make her make the decision to commit suicide. She's okay, she just hasn't been to school for a couple of days, and I live right near her. So I looked for a school teacher to ask for your number auntie, to ask how things are going. Since her parents are out of town and she's studying in Shanghai, it's definitely her aunt who is usually contacted by the school if something happens, so there shouldn't be any cracks in lying like this by herself. Fu Xiaomei gave you a call? Why didn't she just ask me if she had something? Forgot she was a teacher at that school. MS. Pei she said. It does seem sensitive, and she's probably afraid to ask too many questions. That side is logically self-explanatory on its own, and doesn't suspect he's lying. Well, I also saw Summerheart today. She was in bad shape and looked soulful. Did you meet her? Then can you talk to her about going to her aunt's house? I'm worried about this kid. She's been an introvert since she was a kid. May I ask? Seemed to have guessed something, but Chen Yuan still couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, did something happen on the side of her old home in Jingnan? After a long time, the other side gave an answer. Last week, her parents were on their way down the mountain when they encountered a landslide. His heart tightened and Chen Yuan closed his eyes. He dared not listen anymore. Cindy is an only child, and there was a funeral to be held over in her hometown, so she had to go back. But this child hung up the phone when she heard the news. I went to look for her a few days ago, wanting to get her to stay at my place and then take her back to Jingnan, but she insisted on refusing, not going anywhere. I had no choice but to give her a vacation at school. If you're able to see her again, be sure to tell her that Auntie is worried about her. The voiceover there was already anxious to the point of breaking, not unlike a seasoned senior teacher. Yes, Auntie, I will. Hanging up the phone, Chen Yuan's face sank. A more desperate story than one might expect. It was a landslide that killed both parents. I can imagine how Xia Xinyue, who heard the news, wished it was a dream. But the wet pillow every night in the dimly lit room she woke up in the morning made her realize it was real. Then the pain swept over her like a tidal wave, and there was no way she could be strong enough to return home, organize her parents' funeral, and take turns toasting her relatives and elders, expressing her determination to be able to go on alone. The only way to relieve your worries is to commit suicide. It's me. I'm dead too. Opening her eyes, Xia Seni saw a tear stained on her eyelashes. Suddenly, the corners of her mouth crinkled as a wave of acid rushed to her nostrils, and pulling her head under the covers, she sobbed again. Last night, she had a dream of her mom and dad in the hospital, and the doctor told her that the two would need to stay in the hospital for a long time, and she was happy to hear it, because it turns out it's not dead, it's still being resuscitated. And it was also because of this thinking in the dream that she remembered again that mom and dad had died because of a mudslide and there was no chance of resuscitation. So the dream is false. In the dream, she recognized the real and the fake. So, too, that pattern was discovered in the dream. The end of the dream is waking up. She was terrified of waking up, but the dawning clarity of consciousness, the light slanting in through the cracks in the curtains, woke her anyway. Open your eyes to this brutal truth. After crying, the red-eyed Xia Xinyue picked up her cell phone. She saw that her aunt had called her a lot, and there were quite a few unread messages on top of QQ, from her classmates, mostly girls who play well with themselves, and only one guy. Wen Bohong, why don't you come to class? Are you sick? Wen Bohong, I made the recent notes. Where do you live? Can I send them to you? This person was a boy in her class, sitting in her back row. Although Xia Xinyu had never been in love, she knew that he liked her. In fact, girls can see this kind of thing, obviously not familiar with the relationship, but often take the initiative to greet on QQ. This kind of subtle weirdness should be the boy's like, but Chen Yuan liked her. She didn't see it at all, until the moment before he confessed. She couldn't see a single thing. After all, every time they had encountered each other in the past, the other party wouldn't even look at themselves more than a normal meeting of the eyes. If you really like it, it shouldn't be like this, right? Thinking about it a little bit, the other party should have said that as a stopgap measure, having found out that she had committed suicide, so she wanted to delay it until she got out of this mess before explaining the reason to herself. So it's pretty narcissistic to reject yourself in a serious way like that yesterday. Thinking of this, the embarrassed Xia Sini heavily slapped her face. Next time, absolutely no more drinking. Nope, no next time. Wait for yourself to die again after making that meal for Chen Yuan. Aside from the gagging and dizziness of waking up, there really isn't much pain this way. After getting out of bed, Xia Xinhua saw the iron basin. The charcoal inside has been extinguished with water. Yesterday the situation should be like this. Chen Yuan smelled the odor, then knocked on the door. He didn't answer himself, so he crashed open the door, opened the window for himself. When he came in he tried to carry the iron basin out, and his hand was burned at that time, and then there was no other way to carry himself out of bed. Now that I think about it, yesterday should have scared the hell out of him. I'm so sorry for him. If a person dies with a soul, let me watch his home for him for 7 days before he is taken away by the black and white irregulars on the 7th day of his life. Xia Xingyue thought of the only way she could do, the only way to repay Chen Yuan. That said, by this time, Chen Yuan should have already gone to school. The time was already 7:30, the point at which one usually arrives at school. Even if Chen Yuan is a good person, he is not so good as to take a leave of absence for himself and keep her from committing suicide. What am I thinking? With that in mind, she walked to the door and pushed it open loosely. Then she saw a box of rice on the floor. Isn't this a beef and eel double portion of rice? Xia Xinin instantly recognized it as the super tasty hot product that was displayed at the counter of the nearby supermarket. Of course, she didn't know if it was any good, because the asking price of 78 made it a luxury she would always have until she became a salaried socialite. But since so many people buy it, it must be delicious. How did this end up on my doorstep? Crouching down, her eyes almost glowing at the meal, Xiaoxini struggled with it for a while before picking it up. Then a note was seen underneath one. Pick up the note and there's a key underneath. It's the ones that didn't sell out yesterday. Half-price sale in the morning. I left my key at the door. You eat half of it and put the rest in the fridge. Also, you can stay at my house during the day until you change the locks, Chano. It's obviously all written in so many words. Why do you abbreviate it to O when you write to the source? Serving this brightly colored, thin and crispy, fatty beef amount is still very large double platter of rice. To put it in a humiliating way, Xiaoxini is about to swallow her saliva. No way. This is what people want to eat. How can I share half? But he said to leave him half of it. Wouldn't that be leftovers? Save it for the evening. But, it's so good to eat. I'm sure he'd like to be eaten by me, too. After some agonizing, Xiaoxini carried the double eel rice into the house. Then opened the landlord's small refrigerator. Ham sausage, eggs, cucumber, and $8 of plum strips. Let's send the rice to school while it's still before the last class of the morning. Chapter 7 The Three Great Illusions of Life. Between 7:30 and 8 o'clock was the time for morning reading. And although Class 18 was a hangman in the school, after all, it was a key provincial high school like 11th middle school, and half of the class was still memorizing English vocabulary. The rest of the pendulum was more than enough, but it didn't affect anyone. Let's just say that the lower end of the 11th grade school spirit is still quite a bit stronger than some of the general education schools. Jen, I'll tell you something very dodgy. A boy sitting in front of him with short hair as fried as a hedgehog and medium height turned his head with a hint of King Chin Wu's smile on his face. I don't know if you have this kind of person around you. As long as he opens his mouth, the topic will become very yellow, even if the words said are normal in semantics. But by the other side of that mouth, the atmosphere will always become very dirty. And as it happens, Zhou Yu is this kind. Seeing Zhou Yu turn his head, Chen Yuan's deskmate, a ponytailed girl with some freckles on her face and a round face also slightly came over, copying the wrong questions on her book while listening with her ears perked up. The good thing is that tablemate He Si Jiao is more receptive to the color yellow and is a Letso person herself. How hung? Covering his mouth, Zhou Yu whispered. When I went to the homeroom teacher's office this morning, I saw a girl I didn't recognize reporting for duty. Anyone want to cut into a class? That's not a hard relationship. How come you're plugged into Class 18? This is not the key. The key is that the girl, said Zhou Yu, raised his eyebrows. Very top looking? Didn't see the face, can't remember. What did you see without the face? You kid, just pretend. Hard. Zhou Yu revealed a disgusted and contemptuous expression. Just at this moment, serious and ancient. Face as square as that my world pinch out of the class teacher. Old Mo walked in. Meanwhile, behind her stood a girl with a backpack wearing the uniform of the 11th grade school. The moment they saw it, almost all the boys in the class looked over in unison. Transfer student? Ah yes. I saw someone in old Ben's office this morning. It's amazing how instantly recognizable she is, even though I don't remember how her face is. Well, Zhou Yu had a subtle look on his face that everything was in the air. Regarding this question, Chen Yuan only felt strange. How could his superpower still be ineffective? Oh, the countdowns overhead. Moving up along the line of sight, the new transfer school looks very recognizable. Her face is very pretty. Her cheeks are a little baby fat. She has short shoulder-length hair with fluffy bangs, but she wears a pair of thick-rimmed glasses that are a little spoiled. She's obviously not fat at all, but it always feels like she's a little bit chubby. Probably had something to do with that top-notch figure that couldn't even be covered by that baggy school uniform. Your kid's English name is Shauna, right? It stands to reason that if a gun appears in the story, it must be allowed to fire. Being able to see the lifespan countdown yourself, and having a new girl transferred to the class, then it would be logical to use it on her. But the drama of life wouldn't be that logical. The number on Shauna's head was 29,183. One could only say that it was the same beautiful woman, but the other party's life scale was 10,000 times longer than Xiaoxini's. In fact, after observing the lifespan of these students in his class, he found that except for a few who into their early 50s, everyone lived quite a long life, of which Zhou Yu is considered outstanding, 85 years old. And this sister is 97 years old plus 17 now. My name is Zhou Fu. I've transferred from 23rd middle school. I hope to get along with everyone. The girl lowered her head and introduced herself in a small voice. Surname Zhou. My own family Zhou Yu perked up, revealing a delighted gaze. Then you'll have a good time kibitzing with people later. If sitting near us, I definitely want to accost this girl if chased to. I do not dare to think. Coward. I dare you to think. Not to mention, at least the kids are well fed. You'll sit. Old Mo's eyes swept around the classroom before stopping his finger at Chen Yuan. You too often talk small talk in class. Zhou Fu, you'll sit in Tang Jian's seat. Why? Teacher. I don't have. Come on. Now change. You're in that newly tucked in seat. Old Mo was not like with the students fox fooling around with people. Said to change, Tang Jian also had to clear out the books in the textbook. A trip to the overall migration to the classroom last row of the location. I thought it was you leaving. Grass. Zhou Yu revealed a regretful expression of losing the nearness of the water. Able to understand. Chen Yuan nodded. His expression calm. Why are you suddenly so understanding? It's true that a son doesn't want to live with his father. You, bleep, bleep. While Zhou Yu was in the midst of the birds and flowers, a pair of lofty peaks quietly approached, and Chen Yuan, who noticed a certain gaze, froze for a moment and turned his head to find that Zhou Fu had abruptly misplaced his sight. Just now, she was looking at me? It's coming. I can kill back. I'm like Mr. Big. Zhou Yu is a human being, as well as the fourth of the three great illusions of life. She's looking at me. Come on, let's have class. Old Mo knew what the boys were raving about, so he went straight to the boring and damn high-pressure math class to lower the fire. But for Chen Yuan, Old Mo's class was his favorite instead. Although Lao Mo is a relatively bad person, it seems to be fierce, but the class is good. Because I know that these pushes in the class is certainly not the kind of attack on the penultimate problem of the top students. So in the classroom, the main thing is to tamp down the foundation, and then after the class individually to those willing to forge ahead to the expansion of the difficult problems. So math class is one of the few courses that Chen Yuan can keep up with. He basically scored 100 in something in math, and on a good day he could get 101. Languages were also not bad, basically around 100%, especially essays, which were steady at 50. With this level in the main subjects, it is reasonable to expect that there will be no problem at all in making a run at a book. It's just that his English is so bad, often just 60 or 70 points, and it's obviously not a subject that pulls points, but it's pulled a lot of points hard, although it is mainly Chen Yuan's own reasons. But Huxiang County No. 2 middle school English teacher that a mouthful of friendly accent, as well as the level of phonetic symbols cannot read the level. She is not responsible for it? The remaining three subjects, physical and chemical biology, is still balanced. Among them, biology is slightly worse, often only pass. Chemistry is okay. 3 subject scores hover around 200 to 220. Chen Yuan's last total score was 504. And with a total of about 1,000 first-year science students in 11th grade and over 400 art students, he was able to rank 900th in science. Haidong Province last college entrance examination science line is drawn at 534. That is to say, he is from the first liner still missing a full 30 points. The point of uprooting yourself from your home country would be lost if you just went to an average second college. When the time comes, folks will ask how it was to study at Summerhaven. Struggle for 3 years, and I want the Upper East Side College of Arts and Sciences. Of course, there's no dissing of any province's arts and sciences colleges here. After all, I'm still 3 points short of even getting into an arts and sciences college. It was a pity that his superpower was this kind of useless thing, or else he would have wanted to open the plugin to reverse the process and get into Thistle Hua Qing. The goal, at this stage, is still to make a run at a book. While Chen Yuan was listening attentively, he see Jiao next to him suddenly poked his arm with a neutral pen. What? Chen Yuan flowed in disbelief. He see Jiao made a shhh gesture, then gently pushed her small folding mirror, signaling him to look. Chen Yuan glanced over sideways, and then he saw a face with reddened cheeks, as well as eyes whose sight kept stealing glances this way. No way. It was more likely that Zhou Yu was a human being than that she was looking at herself. Chapter 8, Chen Yuan. Someone is looking for you. Not quite the same as in the anime manga where transfer students get attention because of their special status. In reality, transfer students are popular for only 2 reasons. One being the novelty. The other one requires a high color value to unlock. There were actually 1 or 2 other girls in the class who looked like Zhou Fu, but she was the only one who called herself a true Shauna. This kind of plumpness beyond age and budding youthfulness is too easy to arouse the desire of able-bodied adolescents, and it is simply the culprit of crippling adolescence, the sin of color. For the natives in the class, this is an opportunity to re-establish their persona, and the things they have done and the people they have lost in the past can all be written off. Moreover, the other party is still this degree of big beauty. The boys in the class are naturally like peacocks opening their screens, intentionally or unintentionally pouting their buttocks. secretly sending out signals of courtship, like leaning against the iron mountain in the aisle of the classroom, like suddenly shouting out, "What are you doing, ouch?" or spinning around with a basketball. Nice. Very interesting courtship mentality. Also, peacocks don't really pout. Zhou, calm down. This sister seems to be very good to get along with. Continuing to crouch on his desk, Zhou looked for Chen Yuan to talk to. Just now her desk called out to her to go to the restroom. She all went together, and was also held by her desk on her hand, like a good sister. I reached bathroom diplomacy with the girls on the first day, so it looks like I shouldn't be bullied. Tell you a secret, haha. Zhou covered his mouth with his hand and whispered in Chen Yuan's ear. She kept stealing glances at me during class. Put. Chen Yuan couldn't hold back his laughter. What are you laughing at? Jealous? Ha? Can't wait for your brother to get better. Ha? Really no. Happy for you. Poor Zhou. Strabismus at such a young age. People are obviously looking at me. Believe it or not, when Zhou Fu comes over later, all I have to do is say hello to her and she'll definitely respond. Any normal person would respond to that, right? It's the shy smile that responds. Really bro? Play so big? Chen Yuan made a worried look and admonished. Why don't you add a QQ first? Cite Ray per space. Sneakily like the business card. Pretend it's a group blessing while it's a holiday. Trick her into replying, and then hide under the quilt and wriggle your body like a maggot. No, this may be my only chance in this life. Those tie-cup boys in the class you see, are all in bottomless male enhancement rivalry? Time does not wait. Wait, are you mocking me? That must be it. Zhou, this pussy Chen Yuan knows best. The mouth-high giants. The action of the Yoder people. Every time said to tease the sister. The result is that even QQ plus do not dare to greet. Neat as the Xuanwu head shrunk into the neck. The main thing is that we all love the crazy fantasy. Okay, you go for it, and I'll say hi to her later too. Of course, at this time Zhou was all about giving encouragement. That's all the fun you need to support your boring school life every day. Coming. Chen Yuan whispered a reminder. Zhou nodded. His expression focused as he waited for the other party to come over, and as he passed, his hands suddenly froze, pressed up, and his eyes involuntarily averted, and as the other man was all but passing by, he turned away slyly, and pretended to write and draw in his notebook. What's wrong with him? Zhou Fu was instead puzzled by the reaction and asked Chen Yuan curiously. It's okay, Batman lied to him about going back to Gotham and not beating him up, and he actually went back. Chen Yuan wanted to whistleblow. He wanted to whistleblow. Zhou Fu pushed up her glasses and looked at the somewhat belabored Chen Yuan, and then looked at the bullied and coy Zhou. Her cheeks suddenly flushed with a hint of redness. Then, she pushed up her glasses and pulled away from the topic. I heard that Chen Yuan. You are also a walk-in, right? Yeah, rented a house outside. Chen Yuan naturally replied. I'd like to rent a house too. It's so nice. Why? Your parents aren't from around here either? No, I live at home. That's why I want to rent a house out here. But don't. Why rent an apartment when you have a home? How nice to eat at home. Cooking and cleaning yourself and laying sheets is simply torture. If it is not a small county wrong collection, who do not want to be a little young master of the clothes to stretch their hands and meals to eat? Staying on your own has one advantage. You can feel free to guide in the room. Export the video to send the platform as an uploader. Also, Zhou Fu nodded with an awkward smile, then took out her cell phone. They're all walk-ins, so if there's any unclear questions, can I ask you? Can. Chen Yuan casually took out his cell phone and asked the other party to scan the code. Then, it was realized that she wanted to add WeChat, not QQ. Maybe it's a habit of use, but besides Zhou's WeChat, he hadn't added the WeChat of anyone else in the class. After all, WeChat is just a transfer platform for finding old things to pop gold coins for Chen Yuan. After adding WeChat, there happened to be a class officer shouting at Zhou Fu, so she trotted over. Pudding, grass. How come you guys talked and added WeChat? Dog thing, even this is robbing? Wrapping his arms around Chen Yuan's neck, Zhou made the anger of being robbed of what he loved by his brother. Just now it was a black and white colored joker. Now it's a red warmed up joker. Just enough to make a pair of king bombs. Calm down. Maybe she's just trying to get to you through me. Can't you see she's not even smiling shyly at me? After being pacified like this, Zhou looked like he had suddenly come back to his senses and raised his head to look at Zhou Fu. And at that moment, it happened to meet with Zhou Fu's gaze. The extremely attractive, slightly chubby teenager, with a scarlet tint to her cheeks, peeked back at herself with the shy, light smile she'd seen in class. Chen Yuan, you're a genius. I can't believe you're doing this. The new transfer student is good at this. With a swinging smile on his face and his eyes glowing as if blinded by lard, Zhou Yu was already hysterical. And there was a whole row of boys with his symptoms. All the while, echoing the stolen glances and light smiles of the transfer student. Well, she likes me. Really young. Who the hell is she looking at? Don't I know sitting in front of her? Looking at Chen Yuan, whose painting style was suddenly refined and a hint of confidence in his subdued manner. He see Jiao could only sigh in her heart. Poor boys, being played by E-cup girls. After a morning of classes and intertwined recesses, the heat was off for the transfer students. To the lunch break, because just after the military training of senior students will soon be a large army of pressure on the cafeteria. The class of students in order to that mouthful of hot, but also tightly run to the cafeteria to grab a seat. Go, eat. Zhou Yu urged. I didn't have time to eat breakfast in the morning. I'm starving. I'm going to eat a pig raw. Chen Yuan closed his book and got up to prepare a dry meal. Yui, her mom, brought food. Why don't I eat with you guys? After a morning of contact, Zhou Fu, in addition to getting along with her tablemate Li Yue, the ones who communicated the most were Chen Yuan and He Sijio at the front table, so she took the initiative to apply for membership. The saying that the nearness of the water is the first thing to go is really true. In the face of this request, before Chen Yuan could answer, Zhou Yu kept poking him in the dark with his hand. Promise you quickly promise dumb you? It was obvious that Zhou Yu wanted this stepmother very much. Don't set it up. We'll just have a normal classmate friendship, although she is quite concerned about me in secret. Okay. Then, let's punch it. Screw it fast. Seeing that Chen Yuan had promised herself, she glanced again at Zhou Yu, who looked unusually petite next to him, and the lenses of her glasses flashed a wise white light. Naturally, stood next to He Sijia. He Sijia? Ha! I'm not eating with Chen Yuan. What's going on? Chen Yuan, someone is looking for you. At that moment, a classmate suddenly shouted toward him at the door. Then a strand of long black hair came into view first, followed by a girl clutching a large lunchbox, carefully poking her eyes in, revealing only half of her tiny face. Chapter 9, The neighbors are bringing me food. What are the top 3 cool moments for high schoolers? No, that would be boys. From the boys count you in. This one won't budge. It's too gold. Dad, this is a filial culture passed down over thousands of years and must be counted as well. Other than that, there was just that one O that came and went from the boys. Chen Yuan, someone is looking for you. Oh. I've brought you food. Go, it's getting cold. Brother Bullfrog. Almost all of the boys who remained in the class were up in arms in this direction. The rest of the girls were a little quieter with their mouths, but they also kept checking out this girl outside the door with their eyes. So pretty, as delicate and perfect as one of those Japanese princesses, with dark and smooth hair, a small face, a quiet and obedient face. There was simply not a single fault to be found in her body. And the only thing worth criticizing might be, she didn't belong to me. Zhou Fu was considered to be good looking, but her plus point is entirely because of the huge moistening. If purely in terms of face value, it is not a level at all. Of course, this girl won in wearing a kimono skirt. If Zhou Fu wore a little cooler, she was also able to have a fight. Sorry about that, you guys go eat. My neighbor brought me food. You muaz, betrayal. The wounds of betrayal never heal. Zhou Yu cried, painfully realizing that his buddy who was single with him had gotten better, and was still treading water. As a brother, it's not that I don't wish you well. You can't starve. Just a little bit of roughage. Who made you eat all the food? Come on, tell me that's the toe you paid for. Just for this moment of vanity and half a month's living expenses. You're so vain. Damn you. Chen Yuan. Sorry, let's go. Chen Yuan shook his fist and apologized to Zhou Yu and the others before going out to find Xia Xinin. This girl is looking for Chen Yuan. Upon seeing Xia Xinyue at the door, Zhou Fu's expression suddenly froze for a frame, revealing a rather surprised expression. Nope. And the sight of the Zhou Yu suddenly reacted. If Chen Yuan at this time to find that sister to eat, does it mean that he can talk to? Concealed ecstasy turned his head and looked at Zhou Fu and He Sijia. Zhou Yu's face gradually showed the embarrassment of wanting to pout a pit to bury himself. No, I'm not familiar with either of them. Chen Yuan came back to bring me I can't believe you brought me food. How did you find this class? It wasn't good to eat in class. So Chen Yuan brought Xia Xinin to the large circular flower bed in front of the school entrance. Sitting on the stone platform of the flower bed that had a rounded trellis roof to shade the sun, the two of them rested their meals on their laps and ate their lunch together. I looked at the school's science ranking list. and there was only one 18th class in the top 100, and then I asked at the door, and sure enough, you were in that class. Isn't this fruity one you're using a little maliciously? You, surprisingly, are in this class? Xia Xinhua changed her words and asked in a serious manner. It sounds like it's even more humiliating. Chen Yuan grasped his chopsticks and folded his hands, begging her not to say anything. The eel rice is just too delicious. I'm really sorry for making you break the bank again. The most embarrassing thing about Xia Xinyu was actually that she had even delayed her suicide in order to have a meal of boron. What a disgraceful eater. Didn't you pack a couple small bowls of food too? Count it as an invitation back. Chen Yuan didn't care and took a big bite of the other several portions of dishes. No, I made this. Hearing this, and then looking at the colorful and fragrant cucumber fried ham sausage, hot spring poached egg, and green pepper fried shredded pork in the lunchbox compartment, Chen Yuan was stunned, with an unbelievable face. Is this the kind of deliciousness you can make at the age of 17? No wonder the compliment used for me was can make a meal understandable. It's like the Monkey King saying that Yaguta's Wolfsbane Windfist is quite powerful. Compliments that go too far against the grain do sound fake. Used your lunchbox. Go back and I'll help you wash it. Oh. Xia Xinyu was still very polite. Such a girl, almost virtuous behavior, should have made Chen Yuan feel flattered. Deer in the headlights. But seeing her that will never waver, has become, too, life expectancy. He again felt that now this kind of sentiment, all superfluous. She wasn't being unconditionally nice and sticking it to herself like a little babysitter. She just wanted to return the favor before she died. The repayment could be that Boston lobster or this box of eel rice. Only not him alone. While Chen Yuan was hurt, the hand holding the chopstick suddenly shook, and a piece of eel landed on top of Xia Xinyue's plaid skirt, probably at the thigh level. My. Chen Yuan immediately apologized at the sight. Good. Xia Xinyue froze for a moment, then picked up this piece of eel and hurriedly placed it in Chen Yuan's bowl, saying weakly, yours. Looking at the eel slices lying in his lunchbox, touching Xia Xinyue's thighs before he did, Chen Yuan didn't react for a while, and after reviewing it in his head, he wanted on the spot to bury himself in the dirt to make a little monument. No, you've misunderstood. I mean, mine. It's short for this wave of my problems. Damn. Should have watched less Live and learned less abstract words. It's amazing how words lose their meaning of expression in this moment. My question. It doesn't matter if I dirty your skirt. Does it matter? Chen Yuan asked. My problem? After reacting, Xia Xinin had the same idea as Chen Yuan, but hers was more extreme and more practiced. She would think of this embarrassing moment in her sleep tonight, so it was better to go back and just kill herself. Mr. Chen Yuan, goodbye. Am I some kind of idiot? How could someone as generous as him nurse food? And it's still something that fell into my lap. He'd surely dislike it. So stupid. Just go back and die. Thinking about this kind of thing, Xia Xinyue held her face red. Seeing this, Chen Yuan made a natural move to clip the piece of eel into his mouth. It's fine. 3 seconds is still edible. Drop it and forget it. At the original price, this piece of eel fillet is worth $3. When converting this into a price, it directly triggered Xia Xinin's holding buff, but it was too embarrassing to let Chen Yuan eat it, so she directly stuck her mouth over and ate the eel from the other party's chopsticks. Indirect wet. No, it's kissing. Although Chen Yuan felt that this kind of behavior is okay, as long as the other party does not have Helicobacter pylori, atypical pneumonia, hand, foot and mouth disease, hepatitis A and other infectious diseases that can be transmitted through saliva. And this girl is close to the body, have a light fragrance, is obviously a very clean person. It's just that Xia Xini looked a little bit mindful of it, and her head turned completely sideways after she finished eating, leaving him only with a finely chewed, almost flushed face. I've been meaning to say for a long time now that this girl is too sensitive-skinned. How she blushes when she doesn't move. A beauty queen who doesn't fit the Chinese baby's physique. Chen Yuan, what are doing? Just then, old M.O., who was carrying a boxed lunch bag in his hand, crossed in front of the two like a giant of armor, his face extremely bad. Chapter 10, Dare to Fall in Love Early? After being yelled at like this, Chen Yuan was still quite calm and just a little confused, while Xia Xinyue was so scared that she wanted to run on the spot. Being caught in early love in the 4th grade is a school-wide criticism. What? Chen Yuan looked at old M.O. in puzzlement. You asked me what? What were you doing? Old M.O. does not eat this set. Some couples in the school were caught also pretending, but as long as they are a little bit of interrogation, they will be able to set out the words. This Chen Yuan. Originally poor grades. Even a book of points are not enough. But also here early love. But also feed the girls. Outrageous. This student isn't very bad. And there's still a chance for him to go up in English. But that doesn't mean he can let his guard down and do whatever he wants. Oh, Mr. Imo is not what you think. Seeing this, Chen Yuan explained. This is Xia Xinyue, my cousin, my sister-in-law's daughter. She came to Shanghai to do a transfer and hasn't enrolled in school yet, so she didn't have class today. She came here to bring me food on the side. As for the feeding just now, do me a favor, forget it. Which school to transfer to? Old Mo stared at Xia Xini and seriously interrogated. Joke, still swindling me here. She could be anyone, but definitely not your cousin. But if her grades are good. Fourth middle school, arriving at familiar territory. Xia Xini replied decisively. Who is the principal of the fourth grade? Zhang Jianjun. Xia Xinin's aura got stronger and stronger as she answered. After hearing this name and confirming the identity of the other party, Old Mo's expression stretched a bit, and he felt some good feelings towards this girl, while at the same time he didn't feel that Chen Yuan was so incorrigible. Early love is unmanageable, but it's always true that the nearer you are, the better you are. In fact, Old Mo is an extreme academic discriminator and has exported the people who study so well can be at fault? The tyrannical argument. To put it in a middle-of-the-road way, in his eyes, students who fail to get into a heavy school are trash and have no need to exist. And Shanghai no. For middle school, is the city's top 2, the province's top 5 prestigious schools. You're a student in the 4th grade, aren't you? Ah, good boy. A student from the 11th grade? Or is it the 18th class? Half illiterate. While that's true, it's a bad influence to serve food that can be eaten sitting opposite each other in the cafeteria. Not like this, 2 people next to each other, as if they are getting it on. Other students see and follow suit. Then the school spirit is not getting messed up? Chen Yuan is a little speechless. Even eat a meal. Give a cousin to throw a bite to be teacher mouth. There is what youth can be said. No wonder all those starting authors like to write about crossing over into a Tokyo high school student and falling in love with a cherry blossom girl. Thought they were dog rare before. Wrong mistake. Sorry, teacher. I'll go back after eating. Chen Yuan made an honest face and said, Aha. Old Mo responded coldly with a stern face, as if he owed him 20 points that he hadn't paid back. Without a good face. 13,332. With such a temperament he could live to be over 70. Old Mo was really lucky. Dad. Just then, a girl holding a fluffy white puppy ran over, and Old Mo's face, suddenly looking like that bun, smiled a loving but really kind of lewd-looking crease. It's a look that's never been seen before. And, this time the numbers above his head jumped. 13,334. No, a line about Dad's life expectancy going up by 2 days? What a thing! Looking at the man who at this moment was estimated to be able to abandon even the title of senior teacher for his daughter, Chen Yuan made a resolution in the future. He would have to find a girlfriend who would call him father. Dad, have you eaten yet? Eat while it's hot. You can't go hungry. Well, Daddy knows the food and won't go hungry. Disgusting old thing to be talking about stacking words. Why did you bring White here? Little White is in a bad mood today. So Mommy and I took him out for a walk. Not in a bad mood. It should be bad health. Looking at the E7 on top of Xiaobai's head, Chen Yuan had already thought of the class teacher's grief when her beloved daughter lost her dog, as well as Old Mo's life expectancy that had been brushed away. Sure, maiden. Did you bring Daodu to school to deliver food to Mr. Mo? After that gentle-looking, sensual, about 40-year-old woman with a temperament completely different from Old Mo the pussy came out, Chen Yuan took the initiative to get up and greet him. Teacher's mistress. Hearing this, Old Mo vaguely began to get a headache. Why do you call me that? Don't think that's going to get you close to me. Your score of 100 and something isn't nearly enough. The teacher's wife smiled and nodded tenderly. Yes, delivering food to him, but he usually doesn't let me into the school, saying it's not good to be seen by the students. What are you telling him that for? Alright, I won't say anything. Shenyang made an apology before whispering to Chen Yuan. If it wasn't for his precious daughter Dauda today, he wouldn't have allowed me to enter the school. Don't talk about such things. Old Mo's Majesty saw that he was going to be made whole by the madam. He glanced at Chen Yuan. Hurry back to the classroom. Okay, teacher. I'll be right there. Chen Yuan immediately nodded his head yes, but his eyes still lingered on the dog in Daudu's arms, and leisurely said, Sure, maiden. My second uncle is a veterinarian. I played at his house for a while before. And this dog seems to be related to. What seems to be wrong? When Maiden inquired like this, because of the talk about her puppy dog, Doudou on the side also widened her eyes nervously. Although I'm not a professional, first of all, I affirm that however, this dog had better go and check it out. Its body doesn't look too good. Of course, this is just my guess. After all, I'm not a professional. Chen Yuan stacked so many buffs. After finishing, he was still disliked by old Imo that pussy. Okay, you go to the classroom. You still know how to show a dog. Big brother, the dog gets really sick and dying? Doudou's tears were scared out of her eyes. No, old Mo, who couldn't bear to see his daughter a little sad, quickly smiled and coaxed. The dog is just a little moody. It'll be fine in a few days. Indeed, in a few days it will be time for a new dog. Class, have you encountered this kind of dog before? Maiden asked gently. Yeah, I forget what it's called, but animals have a good chance of not living past. If they get this, do dogs really die? Is it going to die soon? With a whimper, Mo burst into tears, heartbroken, clutching the wilting puppy in her arms with the stubbornness of a dog she didn't want to hand over to the Grim Reaper. Well, you've been told not to scare him. Teacher Mo, with a suddenly serious tone, Teacher Maiden interrupted old Mo's words, and then warned rather seriously. You only know that you don't want your precious daughter to cry. Have you thought about how sad she should feel in case the dog dies? How many times should she cry? When asked this way, the old Mo's mind immediately floated to his daughter's heartbreaking cries, and his heart was so distressed that his heart tightened a bit, and his life expectancy dropped for several days. Then, he had no choice but to say, then you find time to take the dog to the hospital, preferably within a week or less. This disease cannot be delayed, Chen Yuan said with certainty. Well then, I'm going to the hospital with Doudou now. Taking Mo's hand, Yang immediately made her move. However, before walking away, she suddenly stopped and looked at the tall handsome young man, and with that affectionate tone that was as gentle as ripples in autumn water, she asked, Classmate, what's your name? Why are you remembering his name? He can't even make it to the top 100 on the honor roll. Senior mother, my name is Chen Yuan. If you can't rate old Mo, start with little Mo and Sherfu. Chapter 11, What to do if you're too popular. Chen Yuan student thank you. You're welcome Master Chan. Bowing slightly to Maiden, Chen Yuan watched the lovely mother and son leave the school, and behind him was old Mo, radiating a dark resentment that was so intense. Don't know yet. You're still a little vet. Old Mo said conspiratorially. Just a little bit. Thank you. No compliment. Although old Mo had a bit of a problem with Chen Yuan getting himself into trouble, he thought that he was also saying such things for Doudou's sake. It's just a waste of money, and it's good to put Doudou's mind at ease. Mr. Mo. Surveying old Mo, Chen Yuan had a sentence he didn't know whether to speak or not. The teacher's lifespan float isn't that big, but it's weird. This ability to count down your life does not allow for long-term predictions. The nature of its results is based on physical health. After these few days, Chen Yuan summarized the pattern. 1. The countdown to life changes before a special circumstance occurs. For example, that tie, before the impending car accident, the countdown on its head would change to 0.00001. Exactly when this change started, and how long it gave himself to remedy the situation. He was not sure for the moment. He only knew that it must have reacted. Anyway, it counts as an accidental death. 2. The projections that follow this trend. For example, Xia Sini, because the other party was certain that she would kill herself after cooking for herself. She would die after 2 days without interference from the outside. Chen Yuan the observer to be precise. 3rd, life expectancy at the end of life. This was why so many people in Chen Yuan's class, the most novice could live to be over 50 years old. As a matter of proportion, it's only normal to have individuals who die young, and this should be in the calculation. This ability also has unpredictable unexpected situations. When you look at it this way, the pushiness of the ability does go down a bit, but it's much more playable. Because of his own admonition just now, Xiaobai's lifespan jumped from 7 to 455. Promoting him to a lucky dog with a lifespan of more than 10 years. What is it? Say, old Mo didn't know what this kid was going to tell himself, but the other man's eyes, again, seemed to be concerned. What can I do? You have a heart problem, but why wasn't it detected during the daily physical? It's hard to say, probably to a degree that can't be detected by a regular body check. Of course, one could have guessed wrong, but the point of changing life expectancy because of mood swings is not present in others. Teacher, Your daughter is so well behaved. Chen Yuan made an envious expression and sincerely complimented. Honestly, it's kind of gross to talk to this old man like that. Honestly, it's kind of disgusting to hear this little kid say things like that. But, being an extreme daughter slave, he was secretly pleased. Study hard and bring up your English. After putting down such a sentence, old Mo turned around, carrying the love bento that his wife had brought, and walked in the direction of the office. Teacher, pay attention to expression management. Your mouth is up in Nike. Watch out for dengang fishing. Chen Yuan, cousin, I'll go back first then. Putting the square box away and putting it into a shopping bag, Xia Xinyue said goodbye to Chen Yuan. Ha, good. Chen Yuan froze for a moment, then looked at her in confusion. What did you just call me? I was afraid that the teacher just now heard it, so I called it that way. Xia Xinyue explained with some embarrassment. So, what did you call it? Chen Yuan's expression remained blank. Chen Yuan's figure of speech made Xia Xinying frown, her face bulging slightly, not catering to his bad taste at all. Then I'll go back first, bye. Originally thought that this guy was a 100 obedient neighborhood sister, but apparently Chen Yuan thought wrong. People are not stupid at all. What should be understood also understand. Inside to this kind of frivolous harassment, compared to also do not like. I'm the one who's munching, but that cousin was really kind of cool. There's a kind of Jaffa flower boy / girl romance. Bye. Chen Yuan waved his hand and called out to the other party again when Xia Xinying was about to leave. So what? Should I bring any dishes back today? Just bring a little loofah with the eggs and make soup. Where's the meat? Eat meat every day. I've saved up some of my allowance from last month, so I have more than enough to live on this month. How about buying some ribs? Then you have to pick. Don't get one with a lot of bones. Okay. After instructing Chen Yuan, Xia Xinying turned around and left. It was a long walk before she realized a problem. No, why would he ask me what groceries I'm buying today? Didn't I cook for him the day after tomorrow? Hiss. So can I die today? Well, on the way back, ask him what he really meant, and if today's meal can be considered the last supper. It's so nice to come home and have someone to cook for you. Even though I'm still just a wasteful high school student who consumes society's resources and produces nothing of value, I'm already enjoying the treatment only available to social animals at the level of a Japanese unit chief. Shin Sae. I'm back. No, this is Shin. Grass. Pua underage girl. You really deserve to die. Just then, Zhou Yu, who had been cat somewhere, suddenly ran out and glared at himself with a face of pain and hatred. But I'm also an underage teenage boy. Shut up and tell that to the oranges. See what the cops say. Policeman. Shabby. Bounce. How are you like an old married couple? But also discuss what vegetables to buy. What to cook. Really did not expect. You hide so deep. He see Jiao really opened his eyes. Did not expect his own tablemate to be so cow. So, what are you guys doing? Looking at the three, Chen Yuan was puzzled. Because it's really curious. So I casually bought some bread pads. Right. And came over to tell you. Although Isi Jiao did not have any intentions towards Chen Yuan, but after all, he was at the same table. In order to see this fun, it was still okay to eat a good meal less at noon. Really? Your neighbor is this kind of great beauty. How can you be so nice? How do you have the face to hold it back? Zhou Yu questioned. I've only recently said hello, and then they shacked up together? Would you believe me if I said that shaving bangs and then picking up the girl high school student who overspent on living expenses and wanted to rub my nose in it for a few meals but was too embarrassed to whore herself out, so she cooked for me? Believing you is only a ghost. Zhou Yu put his hand on Chen Yuan's shoulder, revealing a silver gray smile. You don't want to play with tires and be classically discouraged. Tire? It's supposed to be off. How can you talk as wrong as handwriting and typing so wrong? He see Jiao thought that Zhou Yu didn't know the language. In fact, she didn't understand Zhou Yu. Crawl, pushing Zhou Yu's hand away. Chen Yuan was certain that he wouldn't experience that classic vicious bridge of a domestic youth movie. Nowadays, high school students, they're very safety conscious. No fun. Back to class. He see Jiao had thought that the two of them would be hiding in some corner of the school to nibble, but playing such a pure lovey-dovey little game made her feel a little subtly disappointed. Don't you dare start a rumor. We're really just normal neighbors. Chen Yuan was still a bit worried about these people talking nonsense in class. If he let old Mo know about his being neighbors with a beautiful high school girl, with this guy's twisted personality, he might even go to his parents and tell them off. If it is a general parents dare early love I break your legs like that is not bad. But Lao Chen is the kind of drink. Grow up of the middle-aged man. Maybe two people suddenly ran to the side to see their future daughter-in-law. But if the tickets are booked late, my daughter-in-law probably won't make it until they come over. However, neither of these two made any guarantees that they would be able to keep their mouths shut, so he turned his attention to the other one, hoping that the transfer student wouldn't think of something as dastardly as using the secrets of his fellow classmates as a topic of conversation to quickly integrate into the group. But what's sad is that she seems to feel nothing and doesn't care. No, hadn't he been sneaking glances at his buddies earlier with a shy smile? How can you be so cold? What if I'm too popular? Chapter 12, he's quite the veterinarian. Tiny? Shifu was very surprised to hear the vet say the term. On the side, little Daodu's pupils were even more seismic, and he looked up at his mom who was holding his hand. I don't know what fine is, but it sounds so fine, so small, and the dog has thrown up a couple times lately, so it must be because he can't eat his food, so it's so fine and small. Yes, very obvious symptoms. The doctor nodded and comforted with a light smile, although Xiaobai's situation is a bit more serious, but it's fine when it's discovered. It's a protracted battle that will have to be fought over a long period of time, and as long as you follow the doctor's instructions, there's a good chance of a cure. No, I should say that the tiny ones in my hands, as long as they didn't die immediately, they were basically all cured. This way the master mother some fear, touched the head of the small beans, coaxed in a fine voice, it's alright Dodo, we treated well, and we will definitely save the small white. Make sure to save Kahaku. Hands resting on Kahaku, Daoda's eyes hardened, and White, who was sprawled out on the stage, whimpered with a breathless crane of his neck. Please, is there any chance of Kahaku healing himself if he wasn't sent here? Maiden asked in disbelief. Yes, but it's low. The vet was blunt. And how many days will White die? Is White going to die, Mom? Daodu was like the classic Joey Yuck, listening to others to capture a few keywords, and then the mood was instantly taken over by fear. And the little pearls were swirling inside his eyes again. It's okay, what Mom is saying is what will happen to Xiaobai if Brother Chen Yuan doesn't tell us. With this kind of fine, it's usually 5 or 6 days. If the dog suffers from myocarditis due to the fine virus, it may suffer from sudden acute death. Purring little White's doggy head with his hand, the veterinarian estimated. If we send it 2 days later, it might really be too late. Phew. Fortunately I didn't listen to that husband of mine. Putting her hand on her chest, Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Little Mr. Chen really is a good veterinarian. Was it Brother Chen Yuan who saved little White? Daodu asked joyfully. Yes, if it weren't for Brother Chen Yuan, Daodu would never see Xiaobai again. Then can we let Xiaobai recognize Brother Chen Yuan as his elder brother? This depends on whether Brother Chen Yuan himself is willing or not. Mr. M.O., the list of special needs students is due before school ends today. Zhang Bin, the grade team leader, walked next to old M.O. and urged, special assistant students. The invention of a certain vice principal in charge of teaching and research in the 11th grade, sewed the mechanism of many famous schools, and then implemented it into the 11th grade, raising the first book rate of the 11th grade by a full 4 percentage points. And that principal thus took over the class of the retired old principal and was promoted to the principal. The special assistant students in the 11th grade are not the same as the standard of special hardship students, which refers to certain students inside the class whose academic performance is in the middle of the class but fluctuates a lot, or has a high potential to be able to sprint to the heavy school, and treats them specially. After being placed on this list, the classroom teacher and the subject teachers will do some more help. The number of special assistant students is different for each class. After all, the first class's one book rate is 100%, and the 211 online ratio is also 95%. So the special assistant students in the first class are mainly the kind of extremely biased academic monsters. The current 19th best student in the year is a special aid student. The last exam, he scored full marks in math, 288 in science and chemistry, 114 in language and 83 in English. The main hit is the heart of the math teacher, the pride of the science teacher, the language teacher's pure roadrunner, and the English teacher's dare to be angry. Like this steady 985 rushing artichoke University Hua Qing, is the special assistant student of class 1, and the situation is different. The special assistant of class 18, naturally, has different conditions. The list of special aids for class 18 is 5. From now on, these people will be focused on, and if some of them follow up with great progress and their grades stabilize, they will be able to take the hat off and the special assistantship will go to the next person. If this was a pure and simple wayward that couldn't be helped, this special assistant would have been cancelled as well. Now, If that's the case, Old Mo's list of special needs students lists 4. One of them is the only girl in the top 100 in her class, Tang Siwon. Her last score was 611, which was ranked 88 in the school. Her grades have always been stable in the class, and it is reasonable to say that she should have been transferred to a subtop class like Class 2. But because she played the transfer test more generally and didn't achieve that score, she stayed in Class 18 and called it a king. She's balanced across the board and doesn't have much potential for improvement. But in this poor class, the old MO needs to keep that spark alive. 18 classes must produce at least 985. That's his pokey strategy. No problem. The second, Zhang Chao, is the class president. A little serious bias. Physics and math pulled back. Although I do not know why he wants to study science. But since there is still room for remediation, the outlook for him is to rush into the top 200, 580 points or more. And that, which only required him to improve by 30 points, wasn't too hard. No problem with this candidate. Han Fei, Secretary Han's niece. Zhao Yiming, Mr. Zhou's nephew. No problem. Then there's only one left. And this one, that's the one old MO is extraordinarily torn about. Tang Siwon, the Ganoderma growing inside the dung. Zhang Chao, fungus born next to a Ganoderma lucidum. What's left is the dung itself. It's so hard. How do you find a quality pile of manure inside a pile of manure? Old MO, who had always been a killjoy, was now in a tangle. Take your pick in the midstreamers. He Si Jiao, turd. Cho Yu, maggot in the dung. Chen Yuan. It's not quite right to compare him to a turd, because a turd that possesses the characteristics of being tasteless and disposable makes people hurt their feelings. People, by nature, don't want to eat dung. Besides, there are too many midstream students like Chen Yuan who are off track and don't possess any special characteristics at all. So what's the point of picking him? Figure he's in love early? Figure he's slick? Just as he was wrestling with it, a phone call came in. It's his wife, Cha Suk-kwan. I'm at work. What's up? Old MO asked. White's got fine. I'm taking him to the vet for the next few days, so you'll be eating at mom's these days. Tiny? Old MO frowned. Still sick? And you're telling me, one more day late and it's hopeless. This, Daddy, Dad. Let Xiaobai recognize brother Chen Yuan as his brother. As his daughter's innocent voice came from the side, Old Mo's frown tightened. Daddy knows. Daodu will listen well to mommy. Teacher MO, as if forcibly pulling Old Mo's face over. Clearly on the phone, Che Shujun also displayed a positively oppressive aura. You have to say thank you to Chen Yuan. Oh, he's my school. Don't disrespect people just because he's your student. Okay, got it. Old Mo hung up the phone unhappily, with rather mixed feelings, staring at Chen Yuan. This pile of tasteless, discarded chicken ribs. He took a pen and casually dropped it on the list of special assistant students. Team leader Zhang. I'll hand in the materials. Chapter 13, I've been cooking all afternoon. Stressful days are spent in an uneventful way. These days, Chen Yuan had only saved a dog and a half with his ability to see the life expectancy countdown. It was strange. Those starting point urban novels he read, in which the protagonist would have a lucrative income after using the golden finger. One ring after another, either to make money, or to expand his relationships, as well as the eternal theme of internet novels, collecting girls. As for myself, I bought a special Boiron and shared half of it with someone else. Saved the classroom teacher's beloved daughter's dog, but didn't even get a "you're not bad thank you." Old mofo. As for the sister, today, it's her last supper, I guess. After coming home from school on Friday, Chen Yuan stood downstairs in his old apartment for a while, not quite daring to go upstairs. Xia Sini was mindlessly bewildered. But what about yourself? Honestly, he even had a wicked thought now. Not while it's hot. Of course. Said that all of them were sent to Ninguta while they were still hot. Rather, why should one take on this psychological burden when her death could not be avoided on one's own? Life is indeed enjoying her Xia Sinu a few days of blessings. A penny of bride price did not spend let a person to do a few meals. She also put herself in addition to pants other than the clothes are cleaned. It even says that even things like socks are hand-washed. After witnessing the scene where socks need to be secured with clips when drying or they will be blown away by the wind, Chen Yuan's worldview that socks that are washed and dried will be as angular and sharp as salted fish is completely turned upside down. Even deskmate He Sijio said, "How do I feel that you recently stretched shake, Chen Tu, more? Is it your mother to take care of you?" Obviously, he wanted a girlfriend who called him dad, but he ended up with a young mother. Just as he was standing downstairs with mixed feelings about his punishment, a WeChat message came through. Xia Xingyu, why don't you go upstairs? Because the exchange of the past few days a little too much. So he added the other party's WeChat. Chen Yuan slowly raised his head. When a young girl with a single ponytail standing by the kitchen balcony was staring at himself curiously. Or your own balcony. If the story had unfolded with himself passing by the balcony, being hit on the broadside of the brain by Xia Xinyi's clothesline pole, and being filled with anger and ready to claim compensation, and then seeing that stirring, delicate young girl, perhaps the tone of this story wouldn't even be so depressing. Raising his hand slightly in greeting to Xia Xinin, Chen Yuan walked into the apartment. When she went up to the 5th floor, Xia Xinin had already pushed open the door and stood in the doorway. Just made it. You're back on time. Yeah. Xia Xinyi's greeting had started the conversation. Just say something about anything inside the company, school, and the topic could continue. But with that he locked out the follow-up chat. Although she said it with a smile, Xia Xinin clearly saw that Chen Yuan was a bit distracted. He couldn't have guessed that he was going to kill himself after making him dinner today. Could he? Make it that obvious? Or is it simply too perfunctory? It was also true that after he had rescued himself from the closed gas chamber that day, he hadn't asked a single question on the subject of suicide, and he hadn't explained himself from the beginning to the end of the day, as if the incident had never happened at all. The real problem remains, and attempting to brush it off with the neglect of not wanting to touch the wound is certainly not going to bring it off. He should have found something already. I bought alcohol today, but it's not beer. Just 2 bottles of very low-proof fruit wine. Come and have some? Holding a bottle of Rio in each hand on either side of her face, Summer Heart attempted to liven up the atmosphere a bit. Okay, sip a can. Chen Yuan still answered simply and then sat down at the table. The dishes on the table include salt and pepper prawns, sweet and sour pork chops, scrambled eggs with tomato, hot and sour shredded potatoes, and a bowl of chicken with pork belly, which is still golden in color after skimming off the floating oil, and looks especially nourishing to the stomach and is filled with the aroma of medicinal herbs. Although the portions of the dishes were all small, they were perfectly adequate for 2 people. And it's all very hard dish. My WeChat transfer to you. Why don't you accept it? Chen Yuan transferred $300 for her to buy food, but the other party never collected it, and still ended up making the table satisfactorily good. This guy, supposedly, gifted all of her last ripples to himself. I said long ago, this meal is on me. Don't be polite. Xia Xinin said rather more seriously. Eating you so many meals for nothing. Can't let you break the bank this time. Boron, eel and fatty beef double platter rice. 3 kilograms of black pork center cutlet. Chen Yuan had satisfied all these expensive foods that he had been craving for in this 1 week. He's not exactly a rich kid, and it would be stingy to make him pay for his last meal. Xia Xinyu still has 165.6 yuan left in this month's living expenses, thinking that she is already dying. So she even withdrew the money from grabbing red envelopes inside QQ. Originally, the first 4 dishes after the selection of the remaining 100 out of the head, quite spare, but the last half of the chicken and a small half catty pork belly directly to her dry pour. It's okay. It's okay. It would be a waste to die yourself and have that money never come into the market. Transferring some of the remaining money to someone else before dying, she thought, but that would leave a shadow on the other person for the rest of their lives. Wouldn't it? Thanks a lot then, huh? Since the other party insisted on not accepting it, Chen Yuan didn't persuade him much, so he just lowered his head and picked up his chopsticks to clip the food. He doesn't seem to be in a very good mood today, though there was a constant smile and a gentle tone. But through the understanding of the past few days, Xia Xinin knows that Chen Yuan's norm should be a man who puts on a misanthropic face, has a high laugh point, and speaks with a hint of ventriloquism in his tone, mixed with a few rambling poor mouths. It's not that this polite and courteous, kind and friendly attitude doesn't work, it's just that it's a little weird to rest on his laurels, while stealing glances at him like this. Xia Xinyue on the side weakly opened a can of champagne-flavored Rio and placed it next to him, then continued to secretly observe. Thanks. Chen Yuan said thank you again and then continued to eat his food and drink his cocktail with a stuffy head. Although it was a bit offensive to say so, Xia Xinyi really felt that this boy whose expression seemed to be one of equal loathing for everyone should not be able to say thank you 3 times a year under normal circumstances. And those few short minutes. Twice? How's the flavor of the dish? Sideways, Xia Xinyi asked curiously. Yummy, yummy. Chen Yuan nodded, then picked up a spine-opening pepper salt-keeled shrimp and put it in his mouth, then asked her in return, puzzled, why don't you eat it? Well, eat? Forcing out a smile, Xia Xining opened her can of white peach elderflower-flavored Rio and took the initiative to clink glasses with Chen Yuan, each taking a sip, and then the two of them synchronized and lowered their heads to eat. Chen Yuan also personally gave Xia Xining a bowl of pork belly chicken soup, and she also chucked the best piece of the chops into the other's bowl. Two people, so calm and harmonious to share such a sumptuous dinner, until Xia Xining suddenly stood up, slapped her hands on the small wooden table, and said in a serious and angry manner, "No! I've been cooking these dishes for the whole afternoon, and that's the only reaction you have?" Lifting his head sluggishly like an otter, Chen Yuan revealed a clear gaze. Ha! Chapter 14, Oblivion is the only way to die. What? I've been cooking these dishes all afternoon, and when I was simmering the soup for fear that your little clay pot wouldn't hold the overflow, I stood staring at it for an hour, not even daring to move. You know? Why don't you move a stool? Is that the point? Xia Xinyue's face was red with anger by Chen Yuan, and for a while, she unexpectedly did not know how to continue. No, I said I kill people for nothing. You asked me if my eyes are dry? Yummy. Love it. Appreciate it. Is that a problem? Looking at such Xia Xinyue, Chen Yuan somehow tensed up. Even if the other party jumped up, he might not be able to knock his own head, but he had an inexplicable fear that he would be hammered out of his brain by this young girl. Moreover, the original 007 on the other person's head suddenly became 011. That is, the lifespan went from 1.5 hours to 1 kanshi. This extra hour isn't going to take me away too, is it? No. You want to be buried with them? You sit down. Xia Xining was like a kindergarten teacher as she earnestly ordered Chen Yuan. Step. Chen Yuan didn't dare to move around and sat upright on the stool. Then, Xia Xini brought her hand in front of her and pinched it like a child playing with Play-Doh. But it wasn't a random pinch. She was disciplined. The businesslike smile that squeezed out of the corners of his mouth was suppressed. Eyes that were intentionally open out of politeness were also set to their usual lethargy. Lastly, there is the proper sitting position, adjusted so that the shoulders are not the same height on either side, with one elbow resting on the table. In the uninhibited state of an early morning Moncler outlet store morning drink, it always feels that it is still not natural enough, eyes are not perfunctory enough, and the sense of misanthropy is not strong enough. Xia Xinyu studied it. You let me think. After resting his chin with his crossed hands and meditating a little, Chen Yuan sighed and looked at the other party with a scanty expression. Right. Although they hadn't known each other for long originally, after the familiar Chen Yuan returned, Xia Xining's brows gradually relaxed. The time on your head has returned to 007. No. So you're worried about me before you die? You're comfortable with my face? Is it good? At this time, Xia Xinhua asked again. Not bad. All to the extent that you can go out and make money. Chen Yuan nodded and commented. That's right. It was this kind of intentionally misleading statement that Chen Yuan really meant at this time. It would have been better if you had done this earlier. I thought you didn't have an appetite for this meal and couldn't eat it. Scaring me. After seeing Chen Yuan's true reaction, Xia Xining was not worried that her efforts would be wasted. Originally, it was to express gratitude to Chen Yuan who had brought himself to set foot in the field of high-end cuisine before he died. If this last meal was uninteresting, then even if one died, one would not be able to rest assured of Chen Yuan. Even if he becomes a stern ghost, he will secretly cook a table of 3 meals and a soup for Chen Yuan and see the other party's expression of true recognition. In this way, one's life is complete. There is no debt to anyone who has been good to them. No, there's the ant. But over there, it's out of body. Someone has to be hurt. And it's easier for a person to forgive themselves psychologically if that person is closer. You should have also seen that I was in a somewhat bad mood regarding his previous behavior. Chen Yuan explained. Xia Xining nodded in understanding and said rather directly, becoming so polite, and liking to say thank you to people, and even smiling gently. The way you express your bad mood is also too extreme. But I don't want to talk to you anymore. Chen Yuan is offended and makes a JPG of a foreign child pursing his lips. You said. Sorry about that. Xia Xining hurriedly apologized and gave Chen Yuan ribs. Only after being coaxed like this did Chen Yuan open his mouth and say, actually, I feel like nothing I do lately is going well. School-wise, it's one of the manifestations of a bad day. And it's true that I was inexplicably caught mimeographing words in the office today by my English teacher. But that's not really the main reason for my troubles. So what's bothering you? Poor relationships. It's not really a big deal. The newly turned girl in the back row of herself, who was still aiming at herself at the beginning, had become a pure passerby in the past 2 days. Although Chen Yuan was not a pleasing personality, for those who didn't like him, if he had given his face yesterday, he wouldn't give it again today. But after all, it was directed towards him, as if he seemed to have done something underhanded, and was completely out of favor in her heart. Inexplicable. This is not the most important? Aha. Chen Yuan nodded and raised the Rio, and Xia Xinyue on the opposite side also held the Rio with both hands and clinked a cup with herself. After the two of them had a shallow drink, Chen Yuan narrated, "It's a thing like this. Didn't I tell the master's wife the other day that the dog might be sick? In fact, I know in my heart that he is definitely sick, but I don't know whether the dog in the end by the teacher's wife to the hospital. This is also embarrassed to ask the old mo this dead arrogant, otherwise again to be criticized. So now this dog's son belongs to his Schrodinger's dog, in a dead or not dead superposition state. Troubled by such things?" Xia Xinin knew that Chen Yuan was caring, but she hadn't expected this much. You can't judge a book by its cover. What? Discriminating against dogs? Ha! Dog life expensive warning. I didn't mean that. I'm just saying that this is already benevolent. Even if that puppy of the homeroom teacher's daughter dies, you can't be blamed. Xia Xinyu enlightened. Odd is definitely not odd, but if it really dies, said here. Chen Yuan lamented. I was almost able to save it. Just do your best. Don't you have peace of mind? Halfway through her sentence, Xia Xinhua paused. No, is he pointing at me? Just a dog. Chen Yuan was so bitter to the point of showing that extreme abnormal tender expression because he hadn't saved it, and he saved himself from poisonous gas that day, and tonight he saw death next door to him. Her life may not be more precious than that puppy, because the puppy still has the little master who loves it the most, and he himself has lost his favorite person. But in Chen Yuan's heart, Xia Xinyue is to dare to ensure that she is at least more important than Xiaomo's dog. Is it hard for him to guess that I'm going to die and that this is a severed head meal? It can't be. If this can be guessed, it's too godly. Then, think of it this way. Xia Xini suddenly revealed a bright smile. How do you think? Since there is no bad news, consider it good news. The spirit of Q? No, didn't you already say the homeroom teacher was arrogant? That means he probably made the teacher's wife actually go to the vet and also revived the dog as well. It's just that in the majesty of the teacher, didn't want to say thank you? Optimism, yes? Aha. Half the glass is empty. Half the glass is full. It's just a matter of looking at the problem. Summerheart decided. She couldn't be so selfish as to die next door to Chen Yuan. She's going to leave this world for a change. Then, Chen Yuan was still able to imagine two things in the face of his sudden disappearance. 1. Pessimistically, she's dead. 2. Optimistically, she moved away. The reason why she is no longer in contact with her is probably because her parents found out about her early love affair with a neighbor boy and she was banned from further contact. Or maybe a little more optimistic. A little more 2 on top of 2. Xia Xinyue was moved to herself, but she had made a plan for herself that she couldn't fall in love within the university. So she planned to wait until she got into the university before contacting the boy who had once shacked up with her for a few days under one roof. When it really comes to that, Chen Yuan also forgot about Xia Xinyue as a person. The guilt, the angst, the regret, too, will fade. He himself was like a ghost, disappearing completely. Chen Yuan, I'm going back home tomorrow and transferring to the school over at my old home. Hooking a strand of hair on the side of her face behind her ear and squeezing out an embarrassed smile, she said abruptly, the bus leaves at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. It's a bit rushed, so I won't be able to say goodbye. 2. The time changed again, this time to 5 hours. That is, in the dead of night, she would leave quietly and die quietly. And having just PU'd herself, she hoped she would understand it that way. Looking on the bright side, your last rescue wasn't pointless. Summerheart is in an unknown superimposed state. Not only are they not dead, but they are optimistically starting to live whole. As long as he doesn't think about it in detail. It does seem a bit rushed. Chen Yuan raised his head and looked at the young girl whose face could no longer hide more things on her mind and could not make more disguises, and took the initiative to propose. Tonight, do you have any intention of doing something with me? Chapter 15. I don't think this counts as a date. Does it? Love the Summerheart quote. Ha! The otter like lightning lifted her head and looked blankly at Chen Yuan. Xia Xinyue's eyes became even clearer and stupider. It's a scene I've definitely seen before. Tomorrow's a vacation and I'm fine today. So a little late night is fine. Since you said it's too late to say goodbye tomorrow, let's say a proper goodbye tonight. Chen Yuan proposed seriously. That, squeezing out a forced smile, but I can't stay up late when I have to catch the bus in the morning. Is there a possibility that what I just said was inconvenient for myself? Putting his hand on Xia Xinin's shoulder, Chen Yuan said in a serious tone. You're still young. Get over it. It seems, really seems, like Zhang Jianjun's, the principal of the 4th grade school, tone when he was painting the pie for the new teachers. But, what are we going to do tonight? It was fine for Xia Xinin to leave a little later. After all, the suicide thing was not urgent, and the requirements for the environment of the venue were not harsh. But had she known that there were other farewell ceremonies tonight, she would have to more or less leave the money for 2 cups of milk tea. Now that's a death to the poor. I don't know. No experience of saying goodbye to a girl. Chen Yuan shook his head, his tone frank. So play a few games with you? Xia Xini put her cell phone across the screen and volunteered a suggestion. What are you playing? Chen Yuan asked. The king. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Known. Peace. Asterisk 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 chicken. Then the egg. Shabby games. No. Then I really don't know what to play. Xia Xinyue now has no way out, before accompanying the aunt's children to play the game, is to use these models. Small children quite eat the set, but apparently Chen Yuan's mind to exceed the cousin too much. Ordinary cell phone games cannot satisfy. Why don't we go out for a couple of milkshakes then? Xia Xinyue thought of the fact that she still had chanting flowers to use, and although it was a very irresponsible behavior to die with debt, this bit of money she owed shouldn't affect the financial chain of those big bosses. Wouldn't that be like dating? Surprisingly, it was Chen Yuan who suddenly squirmed, which made Xia Xinin a little taut, and laughed dryly. It's just a milk tea. It shouldn't be so bad, right? Then you're kinda a sea king. What sea king ah? If the plan for later is like this, then it is also my first time to drink milk tea with boys. After being said like this, Xia Xini was more serious all of a sudden. Following the clam just now, Lu showed the second characteristic of the 5 evils of the internet, hurry. I thought you were the kind of girl who buys people milk tea whenever she's returning a favor. Not at all. I'm so poor. How can I buy people milk tea every time? Moreover, if drinking milk tea together was like a date, then what did it look like for herself to cook for Chen Yuan at home for the past few days and wait for him to come back to eat with her? It's not even different from a husband and wife. It's kinda weird how he's prone to overthinking points. So that kind of activity that looks like a date but isn't actually, you're okay with it? Chen Yuan asked curiously. Squeezing out an unnatural smile, Xia Xini said accommodatingly, all according to you. While her expression wasn't as abstract as sweating soybeans, if caricatured, the artist could indeed have added a drop of sweat to the side of Xia Xini's forehead at this point. In that case, lend me another 2 hours. Gazing at Xia Xini, Chen Yuan's tone was suddenly proper and unlike him, but it was not surprising. This should be another side of Chen Yuan's reality. Well, okay, according to you. The number on Xia Xinin's head changed from 0, 2, 2, 0, 3. The two of us doing this kind of thing at night. It shouldn't be too out of order, should it? It's fine, as long as no one finds out. So I'm sitting up? Well, come on up. Underneath the old apartment building, after glancing around, Xia Xinyue carefully sat on the back seat of the shared electric car, advertising space for rent, sitting waiting for the bidding of the corporate planning department of Qingdang Harrow, and then grasped the corner of Chen Yuan's coat with her hand. Summerhaven catches non-motorized vehicles such as shared bikes very severely, and is penalized for not wearing helmets, for not going in specialized lanes, and for taking people with them. Fines are one aspect. Some will also be caught by the traffic police to send a circle of friends to collect all the likes. I Chen Yuan because riding a shared bicycle with a height of 162, weight 94 pounds, long hair melon face big eyes 17-year-old girl, deeply aware of their own mistakes, now need to send a circle of friends to accumulate 30, as a warning, to ensure that they will not commit the crime in the future. Thinking about this image, especially with the picture of Xia Xinyue sitting on a bicycle with her arm around her waist, Chen Yuan felt social death. The corners of his mouth are awkwardly unable to resist rising. Ahem. Pay attention to expression management. Where are we going? Xia Xinyu asked curiously. A place with a nice view and fewer people. I go there often. Often? You don't understand the heart of a teenage boy. Of course, Chen Yuan wouldn't say that. That's one of those places that if it's discovered, it's all circled for a fee. It's amazing that there are places like this in the city. Come with me. After scanning the code, Chen Yuan screwed the electric car, and the moment the wheel turned, Xia Xinyue also changed from grasping the corner of Chen Yuan's coat to naturally holding her hands gently on the sides of his waist and abdomen. Black hair, with the night breeze slightly flick, clean side face, but also by the incandescent street lamp, illuminated more clearly. The Sunshine community was already far away from the center of the city, and Chen Yuan was driving in the direction of the center's business district in the opposite direction, along with the houses becoming less dense. The scenery, along the way, is becoming more and more open. 10 minutes or so later, he had ridden his bike to a suburban dam. It's a bit out of the way here. Xia Xinhua's tone became cautious, and unconsciously, the strength of the grip on Chen Yuan's waist increased a little more. It was okay. Turns out it wasn't me who was afraid. I thought she thought the remoteness was because she thought her buddies would be scheming and doing some kind of confession. If the confession doesn't work out, he'll play dirty while he's at it. Wow. There's someone else's shared bike inside the grass on the side of the road. There are no more return points here, but it's fine. I looked at the charge and it's more than enough to run back later. Is it already here? Well, here it is. As he spoke, Chen Yuan had already ridden his car to a sloping area by the river. Well, this is it. After pulling over to the side of the road, Xia Xini got out of the car. A refreshingly cool breeze, mixed with moist vapor, blew into her face, lifting her bangs and revealing a face that didn't affect her face at all even if her forehead was bared. Along a section of the asphalt road along the river, there is a sloping area where a low lighthouse with a bright light also stands below the streetlight and on the riverbank. Two fan-shaped sources of light that just happen to intertwine and light up this part of the riverbank. For this kind of excellent dating location, Chen Yuan tone can hardly hide complacency. Here at night generally will not be people to. At best, there will be the occasional fishing man. But because of the strict control, catch new energy fishing rod catching, the environment is quite secluded. Is an excellent blowing the river wind a good place to go? By the way, there are soft sand beaches along the river. Before Chen Yuan could finish his introduction, he realized that Xia Xinin had already taken off her shoes, stuffed them with her socks, and walked towards the river. The light from the lighthouse and the streetlight can only illuminate a limited area, and the two fanlights do not intersect at the edges, so there is a dead spot. Can't see anyone. Also, the numbers on the head are invisible. Don't! Chen Yuan was shocked into a cold sweat and prepared to move forward, but just as he took a step, a young girl appeared under the light of the lighthouse. The girl lifted the hem of her light green skirt with both hands and stepped on the soft sand with her bare feet. The refreshing river wind brushed her long hair up, and under the white moonlight, she looked at herself with an unadulterated look in her eyes, displaying a naive smile. Chapter 16, Opening the Book of Summer Heartland. It's just like being at the beach, and the sand. Barefoot stepped on the sand. A wave hit over. While Xia Xini's feet throughout did not pass, cool feeling suddenly swept the whole body. The end of summer in the south. There are still remnants of the tail end of the heat. The night air is still a little dull, so the coolness of this moment, comparable to the warmth of the winter sun. Are people difficult not to go to praise indeed fortunate? Xia Xinin had a good time, although the tiny sand and gravel some hit the hem of the skirt, dirtying today's new skirt. But as a child stepping on mud puddles as a child, who would still love to be clean while playing? Chen Yuan, come over and play. Xia Xinin happily wanted to invite Chen Yuan, but she realized that the other party was raising his cell phone to himself. You're taking pictures? It's a sneak peek. Is it straightforward to say things like sneak peek? You want to see it? Xia Xinin walked to Chen Yuan's side, lowered her head, and saw herself inside her cell phone, a picture of herself grabbing the hem of her skirt and playing in the water. Suddenly I realized that the moon is also bright and beautiful today. The moonlight shone on himself, and a small silhouette appeared. It's beautiful. Chen Yuan nodded, recognizing the other party's assessment. Did not use beauty face? Did not use PS? Did not add filters, just so casually a face. Surprisingly with the wallpaper, God had put poverty on her, though the compensating beauty was sufficiently overdone. Closed a door but made a big 7x2. For M flat floor to ceiling window right? For Chen Yuan's unintentional export of these words, Xia Xinin did not answer, but only slightly shrugged her shoulders and smiled before turning around to continue walking towards the river. The oncoming wind parted her sleek hair to the sides. Chen Yuan didn't take off his shoes and followed. After walking across the soft sandy beach, the two reached two large rocks on the riverbank. Then, sat down on the rocks. It's going to wet your ass, isn't it? Don't say something so destructive. The wet river water on the greenstone will get through the cotton and linen and get wet on top of your skin, right? Xia Xinin didn't pick up Chen Yuan's stubble this time. Her legs crossed, revealing her two bare calves as she slapped on the water's surface, in a rather active mood. How did you find this place? It's fantastic too, right? Xia Xinyu asked curiously. I used to ride through here on my bike and thought it would be comfortable at night. so when I had something to do, I ran out here to blow off some steam. So this secret base, this is the first time you've brought anyone here? The girl's eyes flashed with a hint of thirst. He understood that the other man's reason for asking wasn't jealousy. She couldn't afford to be jealous. She just hoped that what she got today was more valuable than the thing itself. The treasure that he himself had shared with her was, so far, hers alone. It's the first time, but don't tell anyone, haha. Chen Yuan lowered his voice. Tell someone else. Summerheart said with a puzzled sideways glance. Why not? I'm definitely going to bring her next time I'm fooling around with a friend. She'll be upset if she knows it's not her first time. These words, the Xiaoseni pleased expression gradually dry no. The corners of the mouth pursed. A subtle face. Then you are not also lying to me? It's really not. It's definitely your first time. I swear. Wouldn't you say the same if your future girlfriend asked the same thing? I shouldn't have to swear. Trickster man. After placing her fingers under her eyes, spitting out her tongue and making a face, Xiaoseni turned her head in contempt. This girl, it's a lot worse than expected to cheat. It's also true that, after all, the fourth grade school bully with a good brain and low emotional intelligence generally doesn't exist. Those schoolboys who look at wooden straight men are not really low in emotional intelligence, but in most cases they don't want to care. But it should also be rare to find girls who are willing to come here with me at night to blow off steam. After all, it's really not much fun. Get too hung up on meaning in life will be boring. Xia Xinhua's casual words were laced with simple philosophical thoughts, so there is only one immediate reason for her wanting to kill herself, and that is that her parents and family are gone and she can't afford the loneliness and sadness. If it hadn't happened, she would have been more optimistic and upbeat than anyone else. That's why she's ashamed. Just when the two of them were blowing the wind in this quiet manner and looking at the bright moon on the river, a phone call came. Xia Xining took a look and frowned slightly, but still picked up. Hello? What's wrong? With such a rusty tone and the look on his face just now, is it a nuisance? Or is it not annoying? Just uncomfortable for the other person's lack of a sense of proportion in their actions. Heartfelt student. You haven't come to school for the past few days. Is something wrong? When she heard the words out of what? Xia Xinyue's face sank some more. But she still politely replied, I'm transferring back to my hometown in Jingnan. Transferring to another school? So suddenly? Aha. That's a shame. The class is worried about you. So before you go, will you get together with the class? Your classmate Zhang Zhanhan will come, and a few others. No, I'm leaving tomorrow. Thanks for asking. So, then, who is it? Chen Yuan suddenly interjected. It's a classmate. Xia Xining froze for a moment, then turned her head and cooperatively answered Chen Yuan. Oh, you guys talk then. I'm going to go get my movie tickets. Well, after hearing a boy's voice, and hearing words like movie tickets, the other side obviously stiffened for a moment. Then, only then did it abruptly make a cheerful smile. Then contact often in the future. Heart language student. Good. After saying that, Xiaoseni hung up the phone and muted the phone on the stone. Then, bracing his hands on the stone, he raised his head and greedily felt the river breeze, but Chen Yuan could tell that she wanted to casually skim over the footage of what had just happened. Turns out being pestered by a boy you don't like is so downright. As Chen Yuan spoke, he wondered if he had ever done anything so underhanded. All of a sudden, the mind began to go back to various images for a review of life. Luckily, one is all on the receiving end of harassment. Don't know how to say, because it's not very familiar, so this phone call. Pick up quite embarrassing. Xia Xining shook her head and did not show her disgust. The kind she resents are the ones that suddenly add themselves to QQ saying they like her without ever saying a word. Since this kind of thing happened a lot in the first year of high school, she simply stopped adding people other than her own class afterward. However, Xia Xinyue looked towards Chen Yuan and explained rather more seriously, I'm not being condescending or anything. If he had just started being friends with me instead of being such a complete stranger inside the school but chatting so much on QQ, I wouldn't have thought so. Sociopathic but stuffy. Is a lot like a deceased friend of mine. Chen Yuan's face surfaced in his mind. Zhou Yu's face. But Zhou Yu was different from him. Sociopathic, stuffy, and pornographic. Well, different meaning a little more flaws. In fact, Chen Yuan you just. Looking at Chen Yuan's upright, beautiful, and unperturbed face, Xia Xinyue just wanted to say something, but stopped when the words reached her mouth. Actually, Chen Yuan, your kind of character is good. While it feels natural, it doesn't inexplicably cross boundaries and do things that embarrass the other person. Let's just say that he gives off a sense of confidence and ease from the inside out. Never had I felt a hint of ingratiation towards myself from this boy. Of course, there would have been no need to ingratiate myself. It's not necessary for those boys to treat themselves like that. Whether they are classmates, friends, or lovers, the gesture should be equal. What's half the point? Do you break the seal, dog, too? I wanted to compliment you, but I was afraid you'd become complacent. So I decided to reserve my opinion and motivate you to improve. It was rare for Xiaosini to be poor. One can only say that one is still naive. And just because she cooked a few meals for herself, she was preconceived and substituted as a virtuous wife and mother type of sister next door. But apparently, that's too superficial. Summer Heartland is only sort of turning the title page herself if she's the book. Row, giving a lazy reply. Chen Yuan continued to blow up quietly with her. The atmosphere was very harmonious, and even without talking, it was relaxing and refreshing. Until, that is, a red dress appeared below the range of the lighthouse's yellow light and came into the duo's field of vision. A long-haired woman in a red halter dress had stood in the river. Chapter 17, The Falling Woman. So, that would be a person, right? It should be. So what was she doing standing in the river? Not like touching fish. Seeing this scene, the duo was obviously stunned and their reactions were delayed. It probably took about 10 seconds or so for each to freeze before they finally reacted. This man was going to die. If not for Chen Yuan and Xia Xinin having each other's company, or else these two who saw the woman standing in the water wearing a red halter alone would have been scared out of their minds. Don't turn around and it's a bloody mouth. Do you? But it shouldn't be. 001. In 14 minutes, the woman will be dead. Since it has a lifespan, it shouldn't be a dumpling with a female ghost. Nonsense. Surely this wouldn't unfold in such an everyday realistic worldview. Wait, calm down. Since he saw that someone was seeking death, Chen Yuan, who was a member of the Communist Youth League, could not possibly sit idly by and hurriedly shouted, 0,005. Then the next moment, the other person's lifespan was suddenly halved. Just when Chen Yuan was surprised, the woman didn't know if she was startled by herself. Her feet slipped on the riverbed that was padded with stones. Her body fell sideways in a flash, slipped into the river, and then began to desperately flail and struggle. It's not helping. Without even thinking about it, Chen Yuan took off his top, threw it casually on the rock, and was just about to go into the water. Then, suddenly, a wave of resistance was felt. He realized that Xiaosini was holding himself tightly from behind. Just call the police. Don't go save yourself. But Chen Yuan did not expect Xiaosinin to be so excited. The drowning man will yank you. And you're not a professional. It's too dangerous to go down there at this time. Don't go. It's better not to go. Xiaosinin grabbed Chen Yuan's hand again and said seriously and excitedly, if something happens, your parents will be sad. She's right. It's true that you're not a professional yourself, but with only 7 minutes left for this woman to die, it was definitely too late to call the police. Besides, she's looking for death. You, on the other hand, have bright expectations of life. Xiaosini added another sentence, but after she finished speaking, the light in her eyes also darkened. But seeing death is always. No one said anything about seeing death. Loosening Chen Yuan's hand, Xiaosini, who was already without a blank heart, slowly turned around and walked towards the river with a determined step. 0,002. You get back here. Stretching out his hand, Chen Yuan yanked the beplaying Xiaosini back with one hand. You're still saving lives. Just don't make a mess. Tell you what, I'll see if I can find a branch and rope or something here. You go down to the highway and stop a car to shake someone. Well, don't take any chances on impulse then. Xiaosini glanced at him and then at the woman in red who was all but sinking into the water. So she nodded and ran towards the slope, shaking the man with all her might. Chen Yuan, on the other hand, searched beside the lighthouse, hoping to find something readily available like a rope and bamboo pole. She was right. She wasn't a professional. Saving lives was risky, and her parents would be devastated if something happened to her. She's looking for death, and she still has expectations of life. It is self-evident whose life is more important. And what's even more up is that he can't see his lifespan. He can use his superpowers to save as many people as he can, but he can't control his own destiny. It's a big gamble. No bets. In your own case, you get nothing by winning, and lose everything. 0,003. Between looking, the digital countdown on the other's head was nearing 0, and that number was the last thing Chen Yuan saw. After this, she fell into the water. That means she's unconscious, but not dead, not far from death. Though, 4 minutes, someone's in the water. Please do me a favor and save Xia Xining managed to call a small car, but after the other party heard her words, she immediately kicked the gas and nervously fled. There were fewer cars on this road to begin with, so next time you'll be able to stop. As she paced nervously, she glanced back and realized that Chen Yuan was missing from the shore. Nuisance. Really? After realizing that she had been cheated, Xia Xining had a lot of non-dirty but angry words to curse, but her brain had only one instruction for her body at this time, driving her to sell her energy and run towards the river, searching for Chen Yuan's silhouette. Then she saw a topless boy racking his armpits from behind and dragging a woman as soft as jelly toward the shore. Xining, call the police! Chen Yuan shouted at her. Although Xia Xining had words to scold Chen Yuan, she had a clear sense of priorities and hurriedly dialed the 110 number. He, in turn, dragged the older sister, who was pale and had pretty features and was about 30 years old, to shore. 0,005. Life expectancy has gone back up a bit, supposedly because no more water is choking my throat. Gotta spit out the water first. Looking at this side of the garter has slipped, skirt tightly attached to the skin, outlined the plump curves, and because the clothes wet and hidden big sister, Chen Yuan cannot wait to avoid suspicion. After all, no one next to the video recording, and then sent on the internet to put those save a person can be, but too little attention to privacy. The male hands and feet are not clean * fishing out. The first step is to remove any foreign objects from the mouth. Using his fingers to pry open the woman's mouth, Chen Yuan snapped it all the way to the knot of the throat, removing some of the watercress sediment inside the mouth. Then, blow mouth to mouth. Once, twice, 3 times. Police? Here's someone drowned. The address is. Xia Xining froze slightly when she saw Chen Yuan doing artificial respiration on the woman, and then hurriedly and anxiously continued. Haijing District. Jingjiang side of a water tower here. Can locate it, right? Then I'll wait for you at the roadside. She had her division of labor, and Chen Yuan had Chen Yuan's. She had nothing but faith in him, so without asking anything, she ran to the side of the road and waited until the police car came. It's only 5 minutes from the police station, and it's an outer city area, so there won't be any traffic jams, and the police car and ambulance should be here soon. They're coming, and the woman will be saved. In just a few days, Chen Yuan had already saved 2 women who were seeking death. But could he, really, save them? At least on your own side. I'm so sick of it. Being dead must be hard on him. Suddenly, with her hands covering her face, Xia Xining was filled with self-loathing inside, obviously not wanting to cause trouble for anyone. He turned out to be one of those most troublesome people. It's an error. The decision to make friends with Chen Yuan after being saved by him was a complete mistake. If I had known, I shouldn't have craved for that half of the boron, although it was indeed delicious and would like to have it again. Did you call the police? Because of her daze, she didn't realize that the police car with the ambulance was already pulling up to her with its siren blaring. Follow me. Wiping away the tears from her eyes, Xia Xining took a police officer and a co-police officer and ran towards the riverbank. The ambulance also came down with a doctor and a couple of nurses with a stretcher, followed by police officers with flashlights, and ran with great gusto toward the drowning man. Then they saw a woman with half of her suspenders down, disheveled, her thighs bare to the buttocks, her hands hooked around the boy's neck, her eyes transfixed as she clung to him, her mouth gibbering something. The boy, on the other hand, awkwardly squeezed out a smile, raised his hands to make a French military salute, and looked at Xia Xining with an innocent face. Chapter 18, Return of Lifespan. After I rescued her, she started cursing about some scumbag who knocked up her best friend or something. And then this. It's none of my business, ha. Chen Yuan was afraid that this female blackmail, and quickly explained to the police comrades. It's fine. I can see that you have nothing to do with her. The police officer took out his book to record while letting the doctors and nurses in the ambulance move the woman towards the car, not casting any doubt on Chen Yuan's words. How can you tell? Chen Yuan puzzled. Smiling faintly, the cop glanced his eyes to the side. The main man is here, isn't he? Following the police officer's gaze, Chen Yuan turned his head around and found Xia Xining pursing her lips breathlessly, her eyes full of contempt for the woman who was sticking to her like a wombat. And after being cued like that, she turned her head to the side, shame as a compliment to displeasure. This. How much does she hate roast chicken? Don't separate. This little brother is so handsome and saved me. Don't separate me from my little brother. The woman was still pestering. Both nurses couldn't drag her. Chen Yuan could only make a blocking gesture and push her to the side. Finally, the woman was pressed onto a stretcher and put into an ambulance. Looking at the several red marks on his chest, he indeed did not expect that this guy could be so aggressive after waking up. If the police don't come, she's probably going to spit at herself. How scary, you say? Okay, let's go to the hospital first and stop ruining people's relationships. In a tone that wasn't exactly comforting, the police officer herded the woman into the car. Then he looked at Chen Yuan and asked, "Young man, do you have your ID card with you? Is an ID number okay?" "Yes, you can report it." Asterisk 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 Chen Yuan. Ear East Chen. The original of the original god plus a 3-point water. Chen Yuan said. The source of water. Right. Yes. Okay. After taking note of it, the policeman nodded, and then sizing up the boy who was very tall and had a fairly sturdy body, with not a lot of meat and not too much, and who seemed to be a good candidate to become a policeman, asked, "Not bad, still in high school, right?" "Yes." "Which school?" 11th grade 2nd year class 18. No. Comrade policeman, what are you asking for this? There's no need for the school to know about this matter. Chen Yuan quickly waved his hand. Your kid's mouth said don't. But the identity reported is not ambiguous at all. Don't stay out too late with the girls. Go home early. Okay, right away. Closing the book, the policeman barked an admonition and left, and Chen Yuan slowly stood up, wringing out his still draining pants as much as possible and lifting his bangs, which were wet and covering his eyes, upwards, because of his looks and figure was already good, and now after the bare upper body, he looked even more spiritual and energetic, like a professional swimmer, giving people a feeling of health and upward mobility. But Xia Xini didn't intentionally stare, but rather said rather unpleasantly, I was clearly promised not to go down to the river without authorization, but still went to save people. I would love to promise you, but she is slowly sinking. Even the little bubbles are not spitting. I feel that she cannot hold on for too long. Chen Yuan was listening to the words of Xia Xini. After all, he also thought of his parents. Being an only child and a mama's boy, mama's precious little boy. My mom would go crazy if anything happened to me. Let's just say that it was also because she wasn't even spitting bubbles anymore, so that he wouldn't be pulled when he saved himself later. That he went into the water. Even if you saved her, can you guarantee that she won't commit suicide again? After substituting herself, Xia Xinin felt unworthy for Chen Yuan. Well, it's guaranteed. 19,354. Not only do you not kill yourself, you live to be over 80. Why? She won't kill herself again if she knows how hard it is to kill herself. Chen Yuan said with certainty. It's a little hard to swallow, but maybe it's a different way of choosing yourself. She felt as if dying again wasn't so painful, but since Chen Yuan thought so, she didn't refute it. There won't be any more suicides. Will there? It wasn't you who said that she wouldn't. Halfway through her sentence, Xia Xini slowly raised her head and realized that she was asking herself after she found that Chen Yuan was staring at herself seriously. Obviously he didn't even mention it voluntarily before. No. Xia Xinyu shook her head. You're not lying to me, are you? Weren't you lying to me just now too? Biting her lips lightly, Xia Xini, who was unable to answer positively, turned her face to the side, not daring to look at Chen Yuan again. I've always wanted to ask you what's wrong, but didn't dare to ask for fear of touching your sadness. Chen Yuan also looked to the other side and said frankly, after the contact in these 2 days, I found that you are still able to coax happiness. No, it's not coaxing. It's just that when you encounter happy things, you're still happy. So, just can't remember, right? Yeah. Just don't let me remember that they're not there anymore. Just let me forget about it. Just let my attention be diverted elsewhere. But how can such things be forgotten forever? Every night, when one sleeps alone, surely one cries forcefully wiped away the tears from her eyes. But I didn't realize that the more tears she wiped away, the more they grew. Her face was already too weepy to show. So she just turned her back and walked barefoot towards the road. Hastily putting on his clothes, Chen Yuan took her cell phone, picked up her shoes again, and quickly followed, like a favorite puppy dying and wanting to go and cry about it. But mom and dad were playing cards and didn't have time to pay attention to them. Xia Xinyue just walked and cried in aggravation. And in the end, it directly turned into a whimpering bawling cry. Her feet were rubbed red on the asphalt road with tiny stones, and she still continued on her way without caring about anything or knowing what the purpose was. Don't follow me. Xia Xini sensed that someone was following behind her, so she cried as she wailed. Chen Yuan, on the other hand, stopped in his tracks. Without realizing it, the number on the other person's head changed. Not 0, 1, not 1, not 2, it's a very long number, so it's just good to let it out. So what you've been doing for the past few days, is it necessary? Well, there is. Without these few days together, he would have been just like the boy who talked to him on the phone, not to mention going inside, and getting kicked out as a small advertiser before he could even ring the doorbell. No, you really didn't follow it. Crying, Xia Xinyue turned back to her head and realized that after Qin Yuan really listened to herself, she cried even more pitifully, and her crying voice was hoarse, not really arrogant at all. It is indeed a good habit to have something to say without being awkward. Wait, oh. Chen Yuan swept the car and pushed it next to Xia Xinin's, lowering the bracket with his foot. Should I help you put them on, or should I help myself? Chen Yuan would hold up the sneakers stuffed with small pure white socks and asked. I don't wear. Wiping tears and shaking her head, Xia Xini shook her head and choked and stammered. What shoes do I wear? I don't want shoes. I want to fly. Fly to the sky. Become a star. People have no brains when it comes to pretending. And when people cry, the language system is briefly broken. Apparently, she's now the same as a child standing barefoot on a concrete road in the middle of summer bawling her eyes out. Putting on shoes doesn't affect turning into an ape, does it? Chen Yuan slightly bent down, half squatted on one knee, and was about to take out the socks when Xia Xinin hurriedly took the socks away from her shoes, and choked with glistening tears. It's the stars. The socks. I want to wear them myself. After I wear the socks, I'll fly to the sky, and become a star too. Sandwiched between those two stars. Chapter 19. What did you call me before? The two stars in the sky are looking at you too, and they want you to be happy and joyful. Xia Xinin's feet were size 35, so Chen Yuan was able to hold her shoes with one hand and helped her put them on, then tied the two bow laces rather skillfully. How did you know? While rubbing the tears in her eyes with the back of her hand, Xia Xini asked in a rather confused manner. Chen Yuan replied, I found out after a phone call with my aunt. Aunt? You called my aunt? The other party said Aunt. Xia Xinyue still did not react. Normal people should not say your aunt? However, Chen Yuan's speech has always had the habit of swallowing words. Even writing will be because of the complicated strokes to write the source as O. Can also understand it. The day after you burned charcoal indoors, I asked the Moncler outlet store daily exercise guy downstairs for your aunt's phone number, and then inquired about the situation, and she also told me what happened in your old house. After saying that, Chen Yuan continued to add in a matter-of-fact manner, she didn't know that I was your neighbor, and I called as your classmate. Then she will definitely have to ask in the future. Thinking of that stern person of her aunt, Xia Xini asked weakly, what should I do then? She is very serious as a person. This. Chen Yuan held his forehead with his hand and kind of wanted to hide. After all, the other party's powerful aura of a senior teacher, how could he or she stand up to it? If you're not afraid, I'll tell her about it. Otherwise, if it turns out that you're lying to her and it's not actually my classmate, she might think too much. Xia Xinyu timidly said. So what do you tell her? A good friend of my neighbor's who saved my life. Never. Chen Yuan hurriedly urged. Don't say anything about your suicide. It will make the adults worry. Then I will say. Xia Xinin's tears happened to dry up, and her huffing stopped, looking at Chen Yuan and saying in a tentative tone, I will say. Auntie, this is Chen Yuan. You can call him Chen Yuan. Then she better not be a language teacher. What bull ***** literature. So staring into Chen Yuan's eyes and capturing the other party with her sight, Xia Xini asked with some uneasiness, are you scared of her? What's there to be afraid of? Even though she's a senior teacher and students with less than 600 points are as low as ants in her eyes. But she doesn't teach me. I'm not afraid. I mean, are you afraid that I'll introduce you to her? Chen Yuan, who hadn't understood a moment ago, was suddenly fixed by the other party after repeating himself like this for the second time, and fell into a struggle with nowhere to put his sight. Chen, do you want the neighbors? Yeah, well, then you can send it to me. That's progressing ridiculously fast, too. Good. After throwing down such a word, Chen Yuan turned around and directly wrote on the shared battery card that was not sponsored with a title for the time being. What do you mean by good? Xia Xinin poked Chen Yuan's dampened back with her finger and muttered in a small voice. Good. Just good. Chen Yuan gave the other party an explanation that didn't count as an explanation, and then twisted the electric car. Then when the time comes, I'll tell my aunt that I'm not moving to her side of the house, or here in this apartment. Then, my neighbor's name is Chen Yuan, the one who called you earlier. Good. Only one word again. You're so high and mighty. Xia Xinyu leisurely spat. All she knew was that she was pretending to be a master at not talking, but if she looked at herself head-on, she'd know why she was popping in one word at a time. This was because at this moment, a rare panic appeared on Chen Yuan's face. He, a big and tall man of over 5 feet 8 inches, would actually be intimidated by a girl who was a little over 5 feet 6 inches, and the reason for being shocked turned out to be, well, I'm suing the parents. Xia Xinyu, whose parents are dead, has only an aunt left. She introduces herself to her only relative and says that she will not move away, but will live here, asking her to rest assured because Mr. Chen Yuan, who is across the street, is a warm-hearted and good person. Chen Yuan was perhaps a little more cerebral, and he had even brainstormed about the scenes to come. Auntie, he's not some poor boy. I didn't say he was poor, but he's just an undergrad, not even a grad student. The undergraduate degree is not even a heavy one. It's just a double non. Of course, this should be less likely to happen, because Chen Yuan is already motivated to get into Jidai Huacheng, challenge the imperial capital's famous schools with a Haidong account. Chapter 1, Don't be deceived. Chapter 2, Hitting a suburban county. Chapter 3, Hitting a suburban county. Chapter 4, Chen Yuanji, how can you be so depraved? Chapter 5, Hitting a suburban county. Right. Xia Xinyu suddenly thought of something and spoke. Do you still remember what you called me when you came up from the river? Wait. I'll go up 2 chapters. Turn 2 chapters? I mean the memories. Did that turn up? To be honest, Chen Yuan flipped too. After all, the memory of that scene was too profound. He's talking about heart language, calling the police. But there's a reason for that. It's well known that he's a person who likes to omit his words. Plus it was more urgent at that time. He had to talk long and short. Think about it. If it was Xia Xinhua, call the police, wouldn't it be a bigger waste of time than Xinhua? Call the police? You don't want to underestimate this 0-1s for top track and field athletes. 0-0-1s can even affect the victory or defeat of a race. So it's very normal to be called Heartland. Not that it means anything in particular, and it's not a nickname. My friends who are close to me call me Heartfelt, so why don't you call me Heartfelt too? Compared to Chen Yuan, who fought with the air and then almost got anxious, Xia Xinin's bluntness didn't even fit the small, introverted and beautiful face she should have. To have something to say is the way of endurance of Xia Xinyu. So what do I call you? Just what your best friend would normally call you? You mean Zhou? Ha? It's logical that he should call me Dad. Sometimes he'll call me Dad twice. Right now he's in his rebellious stage, so he's all just calling me by my name. Chen Yuan. Boy's obsession with seniority disputes was something that a girl like Xia Xinin would never understand. But she understood Chen Yuan, so she asked, then will you feel more comfortable if I still call you Chen Yuan? Old Chen. Mr. Chen. Pick one inside Chen Yuan, then Chen Yuan. In order to prevent that kind of strange name calling from becoming an everyday occurrence, Xia Xinyu decided in a hurry. It doesn't really help that a 3-word name called the last 2 words is intimate. And with 2 words, it's not too rusty to just call out the name. As for the single-word designation of source, always felt it was still too early. Shoo! Suddenly, Chen Yuan, who was riding his bike, reminded himself not to make a sound, causing Xia Xinyu to freeze. Then the motorized vehicle approached the grass under the landscape tree at the side of the road that slowed to a stop. Just as she was puzzled and went to stretch her head to look, Chen Yuan suddenly raised his hand and swiftly swung it down towards the bottom. Yikes! Xia Xin clearly sitting well. The result of Chen Yuan's sudden lifting of the hand, all of a sudden knocked on her head. Snapped. She shivered on the spot and held her head. Protested, no? What are you doing? Sorry for the misadventure. Turning his head from the left and apologizing lightly, Chen Yuan extended his hand that was clenched into a false fist. What is it? Xia Xinyu looked at the other party's palm in disbelief, and after hearing the loud sound of something vibrating its wings, she immediately panicked and asked nervously, what have you caught? It can't be a bug, right? Su. Chen Yuan opened his palm. A pale green fluorescent grain, like a peacock light, slowly rose up, and then hovered with its wings just at the intersection of the 2 lines of sight. This star. For you. Chapter 20, Superpowers. Refreshed? Moving forward doesn't mean completely discarding the past, but to be brave. Summer Heartland had to develop a mindset that the past was a prologue. Life before that is all preamble. After walking to the door, Xia Xinin stopped and looked at Chen Yuan, whose hair and body were still wet, and reminded, you hurry up and take a shower. Don't catch a cold. Aha. Chen Yuan looked at Xia Xinin, wanting to speak, although his life is in no danger. His psychological condition, however, is still a cause for concern. If you have something to do, just send me a WeChat. It's okay to find me, but don't push the door directly. Knock on the door first. Ha. Xia Xining laughed awkwardly. It's about time you had this door lock fixed, or it's never very secure. Although this ugly room, thieves have to tearfully throw down 200 when they come in, but after all, there is a 17-year-old innocent girl inside. There is no guarantee that the other side of the moral bottom line is as high as it should be. Unlike yourself, who, really, can't, and can still fencing to deal with it. I'll go back then. Aha. Chen Yuan nodded his head, and the two of them returned to their respective rooms with their backs turned. And just as Chen Yuan's door was unlocked, her voice came from behind again. Why don't you go ask your homeroom teacher tomorrow? Ha? Chen Yuan turned his head back and met Xia Xining's eyes. Aren't you worried about whether that puppy is alive or dead? Since that's the case, let's just ask. Only if you ask will you not be worried, and you won't be depressed in your heart. Xia Xining explained. Do you still think I'm making a depressed face because of that dog? Oh, also yes. She didn't know she could see the lifespan of life forms. Without this ability, though, one would not be able to see the terminal illness in the dog, or even the source of the trouble. Of course, the other person's kindness still needs to be responded to. Okay, I'll go ask on Monday. That old emo guy is arrogant but not too bad. He won't treat me like a human being just because I didn't make it into the top 100 of the honorable list. Chen Yuan nodded his head. And, well, you say. Chen Yuan, who had familiarized himself with the book Emotional Intelligence, knew that, in general, what appeared to be mentioned in passing after and was what the other party really wanted to say, but wanted to say. You don't have to worry about it. Attentively gazing at Chen Yuan's calm pupils, Xia Xinyue's eyes did not dodge in any way. On the contrary, she also took the initiative to meet with the other party's gaze, locking it in deadlock. It's very imposing. Since her lifespan had returned to normal, Chen Yuan had indeed stopped worrying. The earlier countdown was like a death wish for him, and it was causing him to panic. Why would she tell herself that? Because she's worried that she'll feel like she's still trying to kill herself and that will affect her mood. It is indeed strong enough to bring tears to your eyes. In contrast, that 30-year-old woman is just a best friend by her boyfriend knocked up. This kind of trivial alarm will make people think that she is shabby small thing, but even thought of suicide, after being saved by a strange man, but also like an octopus sucked in each other to demand the temperature. The maturity of the heart and mind. It can be said to be a world of difference. But it wasn't a good thing that summer heartland was like this. That simple aphorism says it all. The more you know, the more you'll suffer. Of course, one is just a neighbor, and asking people to approach them like octopi for a hug now is really crossing the line. Got it. Aha, good night. After finishing this sentence, the burden in Xia Xinyue's heart was finally relieved by a large portion. When she got home, she moved the table against the door, then took a good shower, blow-dried her hair, and changed into loose short sleeves and shorts before finally laying down on the bed with her tired body. She knew that it was the nights that were the most torturous. Daytime had actually been okay, especially today, when with Chen Yuan, attention was unconsciously diverted, and the image of mom and dad dying in a mudslide wouldn't be crammed into his head. Sleeping upright and closing her eyes, Summer Heart tried to let sleepiness overcome the memories in her mind, but after the silence around them and the darkness of the room, the scenes, and the sounds, still came unbidden to mind. Tonight's movie, though, was different. This star, for you. The pale green glowing fire in his hand rose. The star he had gifted himself with slowly flew away and hid itself in the thicket, and following that shimmering light, she saw stars dotting the earth. All the same, tears still slid down his cheeks, but this time it was different. She didn't want to cry out. She knew that she was not empty in her heart now, and that being as lonely as a tidal wave would never overwhelm her again. Lying on her side and clutching at the covers, no longer keeping her head completely under them, she looked out through the gap in the curtains at the faint glow of the streetlights. She knew that she couldn't be afraid to wake up anymore. Although Xia Xinyue couldn't see the stars in the night sky, it was still as if they were there, murmuring in a small voice with a faint crying tone in her tone. Mom and Dad, you don't have to worry about me. I'm alone, and I can go on. 11th middle school although the weekend holiday. But that is only to cope with the Education Bureau the second semester of the second year of high school before you cannot take up the weekend to make up classes rules. Learning is not at all cannot fall. Those who live in the school still have to study in the school. And a walk-in like Chen Yuan is watching online classes at home. How can I say this? Although the 11th grade is a provincial experiment, It also holds a place inside the second tier of prestigious schools in the city. But how the student cap works depends more on self-awareness. So, for the past 2 days he's mostly been homeschooling, writing titles, and brushing up on some fandango. Why don't you go out and play? Of course it's because I don't want to waste time studying, not because of anything like playing the big tail, wolf the other day, eating a good meal and straining my living expenses. However, since he knew that the other party would no longer commit suicide, Chen Yuan did not take the initiative to look for Xia Xinyue after his heart was put down. And Xia Xinyue, too, only chatted with him a few times on WeChat. She said she had spoken to her aunt and would go to class on Monday. Grandpa had finished the funeral on the old side of the family, but she still had to make a trip back, though she hadn't figured out exactly when that would be. Herself, some things, while certainly able to come out later, can still be unbearable when faced head-on. Likewise, about whether or not to tell her aunt her name, Xia Xini discussed it with herself. If it wasn't about him saving her life, then it still wouldn't be said at the moment. Of course, Summer Heart promised, whenever my aunt comes, I'll introduce your name to her. Actually, I didn't want to know my aunt much, and these 2 days, the thing that makes Chen Yuan the most musty, is that lock of Xia Xinin, when in the end to change. He stares every time he comes downstairs. It's even become a compulsion. The good thing was that Summer Heartland had finally gotten the lock on the door fixed by someone on a weekend afternoon. In other words, tomorrow morning, Xia Xinyue would be normal like herself. As a residential school walker, catching the bus and subway to go to school, can you really walk out? This question had been on Chen Yuan's mind. In the spirit of a good man simply being a good man to the end, he intended to verify it. It's 6:30, Monday, morning. Previously, when she was able to encounter Xia Xinin on the stairs, it was always at this time in the morning. Her life was very regular. Unlike Chen Yuan, who sometimes rushed off this early only when she wanted to go to class to make up for her homework. Click. After putting on his clothes and carrying his school bag, and hearing this crisp thud outside the door, Chen Yuan made a natural push to open the door. At that moment, he happened to bump into Xia Xini coming out and carefully unlocking the door of his room with the key. And more. What about Countdown to Life? Chen Yuan suddenly realized that the lifespan countdown on Xia Xinin's head was gone. Nothing. Disbelieving, he rubbed his eyes and went to stare earnestly, although in a vague way. A long, light green bar that looked like an HP value was seen on the other person's head. It quickly disappeared again, with a very clear line of sight. Clear is comfortable, but in comfort, there is a little discomfort. No, although I've said before that this superpower is just a songstress. It's useless except for mental pollution. But you can't just confiscate it for me, can you? Wouldn't this be no different than a normal person? Chen Yuan, good morning. After locking the door, the girl high school student with a good student's single ponytail, wearing a fourth form uniform, white and pretty, smiled and greeted herself. Well, good morning. I shouldn't have spent the money all at once that day. I was so hungry. Wait a minute. Xia Xinua's voice? But didn't she not say anything? Chapter 21, Xia Xini's heartfelt words. What did you just say? Chen Yuan wasn't quite sure, so he asked tentatively. Just saying hello. Good morning, Xia Xinhua said in disbelief. So hungry, did he eat at home this morning? That's right, it was Xia Xini's voice. One couldn't have heard it wrong. So this would be what was on her mind and then heard by herself? So say, one's ability to count down one's life is updated to hear the hearts of others. However, last night he was still able to see other people's life expectancy. At the latest at 11 p.m. There was a small flying mosquito inside the window, and its life expectancy was 4. Chen Yuan remembered very clearly, and at the moment, not even Xia Xini, a big living person, could see the lifespan. Summarize the laws. One's own superpowers appeared on Monday morning, or to be precise, were confirmed to exist after seeing a life form on Monday morning. On this Monday morning, Chen Yuan woke up and updated to another ability. Logically then, the real point in time is 2400 hours on Sunday night, when Chen Yuan is still asleep. My superpowers are refreshed weekly. Going to breakfast together no? Chen Yuan knows very well what it means that Xia Xini is still alive after that meal that day. The person is alive, but the money is gone. She is estimated to be at home for the past 2 days under the noodles barely survive. Little poor A. And with this child's level of resilience, she would never ask her aunt for money. She hasn't been back to her side of the family yet. And it's obviously not appropriate for a daughter to open her mouth and ask for money instead of going to her filial piety. Said within what a little bit. In addition to rent a month living expenses of just 1,500 soft Chen Yuan, and can even hate your uncle, question your uncle, understand your uncle, become your uncle. I want to eat it too, but I don't have money. Xia Shu. Ah no. Xia Xinyue. You treated me to such a big meal that day. It's really embarrassing not to return the favor. Breakfast always has to be on me these days, right? Honestly speaking, this kind of Chinese style of humane politeness Chen Yuan really cannot hold. It's like grabbing the check for something like this, and having him do it would just be embarrassing. If you really want to pay the bill, you can sneak out and pay it in the bathroom. Why do you have to do that? It is because of the see everything too clearly. So when people do not treat sincerely, Chen Yuan will always be secretly ashamed of their own certain buried depths of hypocrisy. So this superpower of listening to your heart is evil. Is human nature something that can be tested? Humanity can't be tested by stepping on a horse. Did he see that I'm broke? And so stiff with treats. Take care of my ego. So humiliating. But I'm really hungry. After hearing these heartfelt voices, Chen Yuan secretly glanced at Xia Xinin, who was so tangled that her eyebrows were wrinkled into a wave sign. It's fun to have a say and test humanity. That. Xia Xini gripped one of the shoulder straps of the duffel bag with her hand, somewhat hesitant, but still opened her mouth, embarrassed. Then I'm really sorry to make you spend money again. What will we eat later? The mouth said embarrassed. The heart is thinking hard language today. To eat what? To master the whole contrast is not it. However, since it was to give the other party an amenable breakfast, naturally, it was necessary to use one's own best breakfast place. Chen Yuanxin said, no need to be polite. Take you to eat one you'll absolutely love. Then don't make it too expensive. Just eat whatever you want. It's too costly to break the bank like that before. And we're only students. We don't have much money. Xia Xinin hurriedly urged. That's natural. Often the unassuming stores at the end of the street are able to make truly delicious food. And those big, opulent hotels. Speaking of this, Chen Yuan shook his head. What about the opulent Grand Hotel? Xia Xinyu asked curiously. I've never had one. You ask me? I didn't realize that this street corner actually can eat authentic Jingnan rice noodles. Good cha. As a person from Jingnan, Xia Xinin gave an extremely high evaluation when she ate her hometown's breakfast, and it was also in a place like Haidong, where Lao Ganma was called hot sauce and garlic was considered mildly spicy, and she ate spicy food until her cheeks fluttered red. But just as she was happily chawing the rice noodles, she realized that Chen Yuan was propping up his forehead with his hand, his brow furrowed with a complex expression as if he was being read a tightrope spell by his master. The son of it is so slow to eat. I'll be late for work. I want to take a after eating. Find a toilet and take a. The owner's hands are shaking today. Aren't they? Why is there so much salt? I'll have to say something in a weird way. Just eat salt. Why do you put noodles in it? So annoying. So early in the morning so many people have to wipe the table until when? Mom and Dad. When this store closed. I want to pee as soon as I leave the house. Where can I pee? Don't read it. I don't want to hear any of your heartfelt comments. Thinking back to the Jinling Road intersection, facing millions and millions of red distorted numbers, Chen Yuan should have predicted how he was going to suffer in public after the ability to listen to voices came out. And I don't know why, but there's a heavy percentage of in the heartbeat. You like to fill your body with, don't you? Bugger off. Hurry up and get through this week and get your next ability updated. Since they're all abilities that can't be turned on their own, feel free to give me perspective. Even if you have to see old mosquito body every day, it's still better than having your head buzzing like this. Just as Chen Yuan frowned, he suddenly felt his temples on both sides being pressed by someone else's fingers. Lifting her head and opening her eyes, shivering powder so much that her lips were wet and her face was bubbling red, Xia Xini massaged her temples with both hands. Did you stay up all night last night? It feels like you're in pretty bad spirits. Xia Xinyue probably knew why Chen Yuan had suddenly asked himself what he had said in the morning. People who stay up all night in poor spirits are a little more lax in their concentration in addition to having headaches and bleary eyes, so I guess it's a hallucination. 2 hands, gently massaging at Chen Yuan's temples. It's amazing. The noise is nifty flying away. Nope. I'm familiar with that phrase. Why do you keep looking at me? It's not because I have red oil on my mouth, is it? After being stared at by Chen Yuan for a while, panic clearly appeared on Xia Xinyue's face. And the reason behind it is something that makes you want to laugh. Red oil. That does have. Who eat Jingnan rice noodles mouth cannot have oil. You put their little fresh meat to eat meat. But the moist layer of deep red was surprisingly hotter on her soft lips. Hunan girls are so saved. And more importantly, there is no MT. Shudo there. I did learn a little late last night. It can't be helped. The more you roam the ocean of knowledge, the better you get. Chen Yuan nodded and explained seriously. Well, Xia Xinyu revealed a subtle expression. What? You don't believe me? No, I believe it. I don't believe it. Chen Yuan, human nature is so ugly. Even a guy like Xia Xinyu, who had saying what you have to say as his way of enduring, was so heartfelt, desperate for a world of lies. Speaking of studying, if it's homework, we can be together. Xia Xinyu took the initiative and said, after all, we are both on loan, so we can help each other with subjects we don't understand. Teaching him how to study will make him lose face. Boys have high self-esteem, so he'll accept it if you say so. Yeah, you're a real high roller. There are 4 high school bully tutoring. Sprinting 985-211 that is naturally no problem. Although he still didn't know what level Xia Xinyu was at. Since she was in the 4th middle school, she wasn't an ordinary schoolteacher. Even if he just followed her around, he would be able to obtain one-on-one tutoring by himself. This is definitely good. While this does seem a bit faceless, face is not as important as prospects. Chen Yuan has no great ambition. Just want to take a JIU watching or something, out of the good to serve the people. In a time when opportunities are becoming fewer and fewer, promotions are becoming more difficult, and the economy isn't as good as it used to be, it's more stable to serve the people. In response to this ambition, Xia Xinyu smiled and nodded. Well, you can definitely do it. Come on, what's true to your heart? A solid wound never heals, and I'm done getting hurt worse. What's on your mind? Be honest. Looking at Xia Xinyu, who slightly tilted her head and pursed her lips with a light smile. If it wasn't for the surrounding uncles and aunts messing around with their hearts still drilling inside their heads, Chen Yuan would have thought that the supernatural ability to listen to voices was gone. So, at this time of the day Xia Xinyu didn't speak in her heart? Chen Yuan lowered his head, shivered the powder, and downplayed. That surely must be taken. This Xia Xinyu, she trusts me more than my mom. Chapter 22, Don't let your mom know. You don't have much to live on this month, I don't suppose? After shivering the powder, Xia Xinyu stared at Chen Yuan's eyes and asked seriously. Although she couldn't hear Chen Yuan's heart, she also possessed a superpower. Use sincere eyes to get the other person to tell the truth. How about this one? It is now October 23rd. Chen Yuan's monthly living expenses are 1,500. Living expenses are sent around the 1st. If he spends according to the daily average of 50, he still has at least 300 more. In fact, Chen Yuan spent less money in the first 20 days and did not use 1,000. But after seeing the countdown of life on Xia Xinyin's head, the gears of fate began to turn. The PayPal balance, too, began to spin. Now he even has only 167 in his hand, which may not be possible even if he just has a normal breakfast, eats in the cafeteria at school, and comes back below. Let's just say that as a last resort, he could only use that one trick old thing, pop some gold coins. Actually, there's less than 100 left? Xia Xinyu guessed nervously. You can't say that. Talking about living expenses is a bit of a sensitive subject. I can only say that the range is between 120,000. Chen Yuan replied vaguely. After pondering for a moment, Xia Xinyin pursued. Is that in the range of 200 to 20,000? Accompanied by Chen Yuan's long silence, Xia Xinyin also guessed that Chen Yuan's current living expenses were less than 200. Because what? Of course, is yourself. That boron could be interpreted as Chen Yuan's reward for himself, counting it as an occasional little ho-hum. But then the eel rice, the black pork chop, it was pure coaxing with good food not to die. I'll be going back home in a few days, and my mom and dad left an inheritance that will be able to support me. But recently, I know, Chen Yuan interrupted her and said in a very understanding manner, on the old home side, it's better to stay out of contact lately and wait until you're completely ready. It's hard to be strong, and now is the time to construct confidence. If she's not ready to face it for a while, don't push her. So these days, it's okay, I'll ask my parents for money. Don't you worry, haha. No. Hastily waving her hand, Xia Xinyu earnestly stopped it, as if there was a hint of begging in her eyes. That's kinda weird. What happened to asking mom and dad for money yourself? If Chen Yuan's mother learns that his son's living expenses are not enough because he has to treat the neighbor girls to dinner, and not just one meal, but many days in a row, his mom would have a problem with me. This kid is overthinking it, isn't he? You're jumping to conclusions without knowing Mother Chen. My mom is a very nice person, as long as she doesn't think I'm having an early love affair, but helping others, she won't get mad, and so on. Why is she only worried about my mom having a problem with her? You don't treat me like a human being? That's right. Comrade Janya can't even open a bottle of Dream Blue in the liquor cabinet at home. What can he do? You, don't tell mom that you don't have any living expenses. Xia Xinyue was afraid that Chen Yuan would not listen and muttered again in a low voice. Can't I just say I overdid it? It's even worse to lie and be known. Xia Xinyu was very insistent. And the words are clear. It's fine for Chen Yuan to overspend for other reasons, but not if it's for treating a neighbor to dinner and hiding it from his parents. It seems she still cares about what she thinks in other people's minds. Of course, the way to be able to live without living expenses is up to me. Xia Xining drew a sudden seriousness. Breaking her fingers, she seriously dished out. Vitamins, proteins, fats, carbohydrates. 167 is able to fulfill even these? Chen Yuan was stunned. Of course, there are lower-rated methods of fulfillment. After roughly doing the math, Xia Xinhua said with creativity, discounted eggs, 20 yuan for 30, which will serve as a protein staple. For staple food, have rice and buy some noodles. You can change the pattern to make some egg fried rice, scallion oil noodles, egg noodles, cold noodles and other variations. For vegetables eat lettuce leaves. Why specific for lettuce leaves? Cheap and tasty. Okay. Meat, the most costly meat. Xia Xini asked, surveying the tall Chen Yuan. You don't need to grow your body anymore, do you? To hold tech with hard-living synthetic meat? That's too unhealthy. Xia Xining shook her head, like a diet doctor, and said rather wisely, chicken fried steak. One serving only costs about $10, which can satisfy a meal of meat dishes. Discounted pancetta from the supermarket after 8:45 p.m. Only $8 a pound. Make dry-fried pancetta. Frozen chicken claws. Make lemon boneless phoenix claws. $15 can solve a meal. Saturday has more time. I'll give us a carp stew. Is this enough money? Chen Yuan asked nervously. What date do you get paid your living expenses? Next Monday. No problem then. Summerheart replied rather decisively, then clasped her hands together in a false grip, as if she had grabbed something, and smiled brightly. On weekend nights, there are even 2 cones. 106 might not open a cyber cafe in a chart bar, but 106 can even set up a table here in Xiaxinyu. Such a perfect woman. Which brat is going to be cheap years from now? What? Not satisfied with the dishes? Xia Xining asked in disbelief as she saw that Chen Yuan was a bit stunned. You have school here. Is it too late to prepare breakfast for dinner every day? This don't have to worry. Difficult days, have to stick to it. In the face of short-term setbacks, Xia Xini said rather cheerfully, wait until next week when your living expenses are sent and I go back to my hometown. By that time, it won't be necessary to be so strapped for cash. However, there is a little bit of embarrassment. Why are you embarrassed? I only fixed you breakfast and dinner. But for lunch, Xia Xinhua said rather apologetically, I only gave you a budget of $8 per meal, totaling $40, not counting the cost of drinks. That's it. Ha! It's okay. There's 2 dishes and 1 soup in the school's $8 set meal. 2, and I'll pick up the drinks at school. Your school still picks up drinks? Well, I'll bring my own cup and get Choyu to pick it up. You don't pronounce it correctly. That should be called hijack, right? Xia Xinyue leisurely spat out. Drinking, gradually discovering Xia Xini's humor cells. What about you at noon? This you don't have to worry about. At noon I'm eating with my aunt. The teacher's cafeteria in the 4th middle school, each faculty member can bring a child. Talking about this, Xia Xini said with slight embarrassment, I'm that child. Eat with your aunt tomorrow. It doesn't cost anything. Although my aunt often tried to give herself money for living expenses, and she wouldn't be so strapped for cash if she just asked for it. After all, she had her own life, with her aunt and her cousins. As an orphan, there was so much to trouble her with in the future. So, those who try to avoid trouble as much as they can, overcome it themselves. Kinship that needs to be sustained by succor will always create a rift. It was because of her love for her aunt, and even more so because she didn't want her to get into an impatient fight with her aunt one night because she was a drag. The only person who could be troubled now was Chen Yuan. If he's in a relationship with someone who will be impatient to argue one day because of his presence, out of self-respect, she doesn't even want to be that much trouble. That's pretty good. White whoring for a cafeteria spot, not using it for nothing. Chen Yuan replied naturally, not feeling that the other party was ashamed of rubbing shoulders with his aunt anywhere, and after listening to her heart, he had only one thought. Why is this kid so preoccupied? Trouble or no trouble whatsoever. If the gears of fate don't turn down, how could I? Chen Yuan, Have a 17-year-old high school junior chef down there for myself? That's still a penny less. Putting his shoulder bag back on his back, Chen Yuan casually said in a wave as he walked with Xia Xining towards the bus stop. Is there an expense somewhere? To the school, but it's a dozen stops. Being reminded of Xia Xining suddenly reacted. Frozen place, frowned, expression whirls up crying, that the only snack without bones lemon chicken claws gone? Do not then this week is not a little hope? How about, you go find Zhou Yu to rob a little bit again? Chapter 23, on the bus, with a classmate. After getting on the bus, Xia Xining and Chen Yuan chose a pair of window seats in the back row. Xia Xining took out her English book after she sat down and memorized it silently without making a sound just by moving her mouth. Chen Yuan, on the other hand, got into the car and plugged his headphones into his cell phone, closing his eyes and listening to the song. What are you listening to? Xia Xinyu asked curiously. Although the people on the bus is not as much as the subway, but a space of dozens of people, at the same time issued a heartfelt voice of the people basically are not less than 2 people. A lot of people can even use 7 mouths, with the 10-cent cloud meeting inside their own brain like gibberish non-stop. Only by wearing headphones and putting the song as loud as possible could he be slightly more at ease, listening to English songs and memorizing words. Chen Yuan didn't even open his eyes and replied indifferently. Oh, looking sideways at Chen Yuan and straining to hear the subtle sounds spilling out from inside the headphones. Xia Xinyue didn't hear any English lyrics. "'Cause I got a crush on you, who you?" Nope. Still has English lyrics. He looks so tired. It should be because he stayed up late last night. And the reason for staying up late last night should not have anything to do with studying. No. This is too arbitrary. It should be said that there is not much relationship. If I could have his report card, I'd know how to make up some lessons for him specifically. By the way, last time I heard that homeroom teachers say that his English was so poor that he needed a boost. With something like English, the talent for the language is important, but that's for people who want more advancement and breakthroughs. As for the language environment, such as the speaking conditions as good as those of the students in Shanghai City, Chen Yuan, who was already a high school student, had no way to realize it. Chen Yuan, like himself, as outsiders, they both came from a not-so-good middle school. Of course, the not-so-good here didn't mean test-taking, but quality. Although Xia Xinyue's English score can be stabilized at about 130, but in fact she did not experience remedial classes in junior high school. Elementary school read the ordinary public. Kindergarten is even less bilingual teaching. She was able to achieve this score. All rely on one thing, small-town doers' efforts. Precisely because Xia Xining is a small-town problem maker, she has a strong and powerful program to give Chen Yuan a score boost. When Chen Yuan was resting his eyes with his eyes closed and listening to the song well, Xia Xining suddenly took his cell phone over, causing him to freeze and open his eyes in confusion. Xia Xining didn't say anything and first unlocked the phone screen to Chen Yuan's face, then continued to operate on the phone. Not long after, Chen Yuan's ears came inside the spitting clear, moderate speed, read with spelling and interpretation of the high school English word audio. No, what are you doing? You can't memorize words for English songs, so just memorize the exam vocabulary directly. Xia Xining put Chen Yuan's cell phone back into his pocket and explained without the slightest bit of guilt. Who listens to English words early in the morning? Chen Yuan inwardly resisted, because this knowledge poured into the brain felt bad. The guards at the eardrums had reported to themselves, report brain. The visitor is not good. Whether to expel? Forget it. It was recommended by an acquaintance. Let them in. In fact, Chen Yuan himself understands that any further improvement of 10 points in the language is not as big an improvement as passing the English test. As for the scores of the college entrance examination, they can't be divided into subjects. 1 point is 1 point, and there is no high or low. The reason he himself is so resistant to English is precisely because he is not very good at it. This is where we come to the bad habits that are common among poor students, the tendency to hold on to the subjects they are good at and study them hard, satisfied with those 3 or 2 points of improvement. In reality, it's a cop-out. Just came to the 11 walk in the time. Chen Yuan found that as long as it is Shanghai local account, can be admitted to the 11 in the English are particularly powerful. There are some spoken with the English people like, standard and smooth. In the past high and low is an interpreter. Chen Yuan's family conditions are not bad, an ordinary county working class family, and he also attended a number of remedial classes in his junior year, including English. But it is different from the Shanghai household students here who incorporate English into their daily lives almost. Couldn't beat it at all. Over time, the weakness of the English language has been allowed to go unchecked. and it has become distasteful for it. But that's obviously an excuse. On the sidelines was Xiaoxinyu, who would only be in worse condition than herself. But she will do the questions and incorporate them in her life. The chances of a choleric son are small, but there will always be such a typical one. Xiaoxinyu, who was on the side, was still memorizing the words, quite focused. In teenage school dramas and novels, when the hero and heroine sit next to each other on the bus, they are both leaning against each other with one headset to listen to music. One can only say that even after obtaining superpowers, Chen Yuan's life is still realistic. Jiangning Road is approaching. Those getting off, please prepare for the next stop, Xuefu Road. After the bus broadcast, Xiaoxinyu put her books away inside her bag. And that's when the bus arrived at the station. Not many people got off the bus, and another small wave went on. Within this small wave, there was a large wave. Hiss, isn't that Chuf? Chen Yuan saw that girl wearing the uniform of 11th form at a glance. And the other party also saw herself and Xiaoxinyu because she was going towards the center. It's that girl again. The two even went to school together. The young girl's somewhat low voice made Chen Yuan feel a little embarrassed. Some things can't be helped. Can only say. Everyone has a specific magnetic field. Zhou Yu is the mobile yellow fertilizer. Will be with those flies and dogs. The protagonist does not regularly DD. Want to say the flies and dogs, mutual attraction. And Chen Yuan. It's a shame, but it's just the girls love to play with themselves trait. I'll get off when I get to Xuefu Road. Xiaoxinyu said to Chen Yuan. Well, I'm only 3 stops away too. Haijing district has 7 high schools, of which the headliner, and the headliner of the entire Shanghai city, is Shanghai No. 4 High School, followed by No. 11 High School, a second-rate powerhouse among the provincial key schools, and then the end of the provincial key schools, No. 17 High School, No. 63 High School among the municipal key schools, No. 19 High School, No. 43 High School among the general public high schools, No. 46 High School, as well as the private high school, Haihui High School, the Xuefu Road and the 2 stops to the back of the extension of the road, dotted with Chongming Elementary School, for junior high school, for middle school, 11 middle school. These good schools, is the cultural pulse of the Haijing district is located. Of course, the 11th grade was shamelessly stiffed by Han Manhwa, the secretary of the 10th secondary school. In short, with the majority of students down at these stops, and the majority of 4-eyed honors students, the probability of running into students from the class is naturally high. Just as Xiaoxinyu was about to get off the bus, she realized that there was another student from her class on the bus. So after greeting Chen Yuan, she stood together with that girl and waited for the next stop by grabbing the halter in front of the back door of the bus. The 2 men were saying something that was too quiet to be heard, but the heartbeat, with the headphones off, is heard loud and clear. Xiaoxinyu didn't come to school these days. How come she has an extra boyfriend from 11th grade? Well, I've met a girl with a big mouth. She won't say anything in class later, will she? It's so funny. I've never seen her be able to talk and laugh with a boy before. I'll tell them all about it later. Forget it, there's no way to stop it. That's it. Xiaoxinyu even threw herself a somewhat honest and mournful look after saying this in her mind. This guy, he's got a good heart. Schoolhouse Road is here. Please be ready if you are getting off the bus. Next stop, the back door of the bus, was slowly opened. Before getting out of the car, Xiaoxinyu, who was alongside her classmate, waved her hand towards herself with another smile. Chen Yuan froze for a moment, then responded with a slight wave of his hand as well. Yelp, this Xiaoxinyu is swearing sovereignty, right? So bold. You noisy woman. Why do you talk so much? The good thing was that those 2 went down quickly, and the empty seat on his side was taken by a boy from the 11th grade. And the moment he sat down, Chen Yuan suddenly felt Zhou Fu's glancing eyes, which were withdrawn in just an instant. This won't work. Chen Yuan, who is very sensitive to the word good or bad, feels offended. After all, that advertisement line is well said, whether a man is handsome or not is important. Whether he is good or bad is even more important. This Chuf, it's so weird. Even when you hear the heart, there's an uncanny weirdness to it. Just like that, after sitting for a few stops, Chen Yuan got off the bus. Zhou Fu, on the other hand, as if she had intentionally staggered herself, took a detour to get off through the back door of the extended bus, and then parted ways with him just like that. Not thinking much about it, Chen Yuan entered the school gate. Aha! Suddenly, a mournful scream from a woman's high school drew his attention over, and following the line of sight, Chen Yuan saw a fist-sized rat on the ground. squeaking dash to the left and right, and on its head, there was a red strip of blood, and it is disappearing fast. Go you! And looking at the bloodstained rat, Chen Yuan realized that the superpowers that were scrubbed away didn't disappear. Chapter 24, School is full of love brains. That is to say, one superpower is not refreshed into another one and then the previous one is gone. Instead, it was weakened to a level that was acceptable and just right for you. Previously, Chen Yuan was indiscriminately peeping into other people's lifespans. And now, this ability basically didn't affect normal life anymore. And there wouldn't be any strange dirty things inside the line of sight. Only lifeforms whose lifespan is about to expire become red bars in their own eyes. Then the light green blood bar that appeared when he was staring at Xia Xini earlier was not a case of misreading with blurred eyes. Thinking this way, Chen Yuan intended to verify it. So he found a random classmates back at the school entrance and stared hard and earnestly. Then, a blood bar almost as long as Xia Xinyue's head did appear on the opponent's head. Then his lifespan should also be similar to Xia Xinyu, whereas earlier it was necessary to estimate with beadwork. Now it's all about equal proportions to a fixed standard length. There was a lot worse in terms of precision, and I don't know if it was an illusion or not, but after Chen Yuan looked at the lifespan on the other's head, he was briefly swept away by a wave of fatigue, as if he had hypoglycemia, and was a bit giddy, but he was soon fine. So, isn't it a wild guess? The cost of watching someone else's lifespan is the consumption of a certain amount of stamina. Normally, if one doesn't hold on to the idea of watching someone else's lifespan, the blood bar is hidden. As well, when a life form is about to die out, the other person's red bar countdown will actively present itself in one's eyes. Good thing. I don't know why I've held back on my superpowers for the last week, but it's so comforting to be this mindful of the scale of proportions. A significantly weaker version of superpowers is better compared to listening to other people's voices indiscriminately and putting up with and giggles for no reason on your own now. Okay, so wait. Get through the week first. Wow, I ran into him again. He comes in late every day. Let's call her to join us for dinner today. But calling her alone will make people gossip. Why don't we call her to the same table? Handsome schoolmate. Must be 5'8" right? I want to touch his big muscles. There are so many pretty girls in 11th grade. Which one is mine? Unlike busy beatniks, high school students don't have a high percentage of going on inside their heads. But that should have something to do with the fact that schools are pretty good at finding restrooms. And most of what goes on inside the heads of these teenage boys and girls has to do with puberty and hormones. It's so normal. It's the best age. After all, BACDE. Of course, not every student is a love brain. This is not a not yet early study is starting to do reading comprehension. On the English answer to the not right multiple choice questions where the E? Also, that voice is so familiar. Turning his head, Chen Yuan saw Zhou Yu walking down the corridor, his eyes wandering like a thief, observing something. It wasn't until he saw Zhou Fu, who was also going to be in the class, that he realized this pussy wasn't learning English. It's ing student science. Hey, what are you kid looking at? Chen Yuan suddenly opened his mouth and raised his volume. The originally weak-minded Zhou Yu was scared by this. Just like stealing something and encountering the police, his body stiffened. However, after seeing Chen Yuan, he immediately revealed an expression of hey, you, pointed at Chen Yuan, and uttered a string of birdsong that would surely be blocked when typed out. It's pretty cool to go to school, right? To be able to be neighbors with a beautiful girl. The boys' dormitory is full of stinky socks flying low all day long. Zhou Yu elbowed Chen Yuan and whispered, you kid, eating your neighbor's cooking again? I couldn't help it. I said I wanted takeout and she said I was growing up and had to make it for me. No, pure and simple personality. Come on, be honest. I'm not calling the police. What are you doing dangling your finger over your cell phone without calling the police? Quickly ambush you, and then coerce the neighbor girl like this. Waiting for you will be the punishment of the law. Slightly, they're so close. Suddenly, Chen Yuan seemed to hear Zhou Fu's voice. There was no problem with the timbre, but the tone was very strange. Like the kind of tone that was slightly drunk and at the same time happy and couldn't help but laugh. However, after he looked over, he found that Zhou Fu had abruptly withdrawn her sight again. Was she looking at herself just now? No, right. Wasn't she ignoring herself because she was playing nice with that girl Xia Xinyue? Probably. Talking about someone else. Compared to Zhou Yu, this kind of full of yellow fertilizer. Stay in this world will only eat the rice expensive lechery. Zhou Fu, this kind of what things are held in the heart. And even the words in the heart to put aside their riddling people's guy. More people do not know what to do. More troublesome. There's no way around it. Just endure the week. At 7:45, when morning study began, the class teacher, Lao Mo, walked in with a book and corrected homework on the podium, while the other students read English for English reading and memorized language for language memorization. As for Chen Yuan, with the encouragement of Xia Xinin and Lao Mo together, he also decided to tackle English. Read it out loud. English is all about memorizing words and building up your vocabulary first. Grammar, fixed collocations, and so on. You'll slowly get it after you brush up on the questions. In short, one day at a time. Besides, by reading loud enough, you'll be able to drown out what's on everyone else's mind. After all, the energy to learn is bigger than the herd. This kid, he needs to learn English. Just then, Chen Yuan suddenly heard a voice from his mind, but he didn't look up to see who it was. The voice is recognizable. It's Old Mo's. Old Mo has the habit of making a blind few rounds of the hall when others are seriously memorizing words. The upper left corner of Chen Yuan's line of sight, the man wearing curry-colored suit pants is quietly entering. No wonder this heart sounds close. The original has come to his side. Who was he talking about though? Was it Zhou? Zhou, this pussy total score is worse than his own. And English is just a little bit stronger than his own. It is normal for Old Mo to mutter about him in his heart. English grades have been pulled up, and the grades in all subjects have been raised a little bit, and if it really works out that way, this is a reasonable offer for a special assistant student slot. Special student? Isn't this the same mysterious mechanism that is rumored to exist, but has never been confirmed, whereby schools give favors to connected people? Rumor has it that as a special assistant student hand-picked by the class teacher, he or she will be paid special attention by the teachers of various subjects, and called to the office every now and then, as a seat blowjob. Ah no, do the problem child, ruthlessly eccentric. Can it be that this Zhou family is very well connected? SSSH, was I too rough on him before? Chen Yuan already had the potential to improve. It's not that MS. Shujun wanted me to thank him, so she gave this place. It's not that. After the Old Mo walked past himself, Chen Yuan's expression also froze for a frame. Stunned turned his head, gazing at that seemingly magnificent, is really a batch of arrogance. With the nymphet female brat-like man, he was surprised to find out dying in the disease to sit up in shock. The relationship household is actually my own. So that day, after he himself pointed out the dog's problem, the senior mistress took Xiao Mo to the hospital to see a doctor, and treated him in time to save the little white dog's life. And that gentle senior mistress who, in contrast to Old Mo, set the other side off like a big dull black bear, even made a point of urging that Old Mo should thank himself. Thus, the gears of Chen Yuan's destiny began to turn. Of course, one couldn't go around saying things like he had a relationship with Shermaiden and Xiao Mo. Don't panic, Mo. I know, you pick me because I'm heavily biased and motivated. Let's just say that those who get it. Mr. Mo, someone is calling you. Just then, a short-haired girl in a school uniform shouted towards the classroom from the doorway. When Old Mo heard this, he walked over and stayed in the doorway for a moment. About half a short minute later, he suddenly walked into the classroom with a scowl on his face and had his eyes on himself, staring straight over. Chen Yuan, come out. No, I'm not related to the Old Mo's family? Why suddenly this serious face? What the hell did this brat Chen Yuan do? How dare he lure the police to the school? Chapter 25, the police are coming to school. Why would the police be looking for me? Could it be that Summer Heartland sent it? Don't with me. She's just under 17 and she. Wait, pause the wailing. Should not be that. Why was Old Mo called out? What did Chen Yuan do? It's so strange. Your expression is so serious. You're not going to be criticized, are you? Is it possible that this kid forced other girls to cook things by other parents? No? So the police to find Chen Yuan thing? Everyone in the class can spit out some ivory. Except for Zhou. This kid is really not looking forward to a little bit of good for himself. Hey, what's up? When he was about to walk out of the classroom, Class President Zhang Chao called out to himself in a small voice and asked curiously. After all, the class teacher's face was now covered in black lines, a level of anger that was rarely seen. Unless Chen Yuan had done something that violated school discipline, it wouldn't be like this. Not sure. Chen Yuan made a confused shake of his head and headed for the door. Since the homeroom teacher wasn't in the classroom, the students below were all talking to each other and muttering in whispers. You didn't run into anything out there just now when you came into class late? I did come across something, but this can't be related to Chen Yuan, right? If that's the case, then it's too big a mess. Don't send it, Riddler. Just say something. Just now, I saw two cops and a pretty female. Asterisk 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 making so much noise? It shouldn't be so bad. Isn't Chen Yuan looking quite upright? While everyone was talking, Zhou Fu curiously asked Li Yuyu, Chen Yuan, is he very philandering? What makes you think that? Li Yuyu was a bit puzzled by Zhou Fu's brain circuits, but after thinking about the girl who came a few days ago, she was also confused. But wasn't there a girl who brought him food a few days ago? If it's really a woman who found her way to school today, one can only say that he is enlightened? Enlightened? That means he didn't like girls before? Zhou Fu cared to follow up. It's too weird not to like girls, although he did used to not get close to girls, always playing with that bunch of guys, pushing and shoving, and Aruba, slapping each other's buttocks and stuff. But that's okay, after all, that's the way the class style of our 18th class has always been. Is our class so good? Ah, what did you say? No. Old Mo is now panicking. For him, the school to come to the police is a bad thing, because 11 middle school earlier a few times to come to the police, after his own hands to solve, either the boys' fight, or girls' abortion. But he never thought that Chen Yuan would go and do something like that. But that cousin he was talking about the other day can't be? You. After seeing Chen Yuan, the old Mo wanted to urge something, but wanted to say something, then turned his head and made a serious statement. What did you do? Say it properly to the police. Although it was dark that day, Chen Yuan still recognized the stocky policeman at once and took the initiative to greet him. Oh, comrade, you're a student, but you've done great things. Without waiting for Chen Yuan to finish, the police officer pressed his hand on his sturdy shoulder on the spot and patted it with a smile. And seeing this scene, the old Mo's face changed, and quickly panicked. Comrade police, listen to me. This kid, although his English is poor, even the shadow of the top 100 honor roll cannot be touched, but he is a decent person for the time being. He may make a little mistake. Ha! The policeman froze for a moment, wondering what this had to do with being in the top 100 of the honor roll, and then turned his head and said appreciatively after calling for the long-skirted, high-heeled woman who had been waiting in the corridor with the banner to come over. What a great job your student did. At a young age, he saved a drowning man's life. Hearing this, old Mo was completely dumbfounded. There's one thing to be said for the officer who's also a screw-up. Just say what you have to say. What's the big deal about doing a good job? Don't you know that Liu Bei was scared off his chopsticks by Cao Cao's words? By the way, what about that girl? Didn't she go to the same school as you? The policeman asked again, puzzled. That girl? Old Mo followed the line of sight to Chen Yuan. Ah, Chen Yuan said slightly sheepishly. She's from the 4th middle school. Not the same school as me. As soon as the words left his mouth, old Mo's mental activity began. 4th grade? That means it's that cousin? So he was with the girl who saved him at the river. Why would two people save a man by a river? Was it an evening walk together? Early love? It's early love. Mo, you're playing with your own student's brains, aren't you? Detective Mosshead. Thank you, little brother. If it wasn't for you, I would have drowned by now. As she spoke, the tall and well-proportioned urban beauty in her early 30s first gave the hot-blooded teenager banner to the dumbfounded old Mo, and then enthusiastically wrapped her arms around Chen Yuan's arm. Hey you. Chen Yuan was anxious. This bare arm sticking to his body behavior if let others see. His reputation is not finished? By then the whole school will know that you have a beautiful neighbor and saved a rich white big sister. Chen Yuan, pay attention to expression management. This kind of positive teenager deserves to be honored. So I've called the TV station over as well. So let's take a picture together. The woman put on the decent smile that she revealed during the photo shoot and guided Chen Yuan to look at the camera together. No. When did the press arrive? Don't shoot. I just learn English in the 11 center manner. How do you reporters shoot indiscriminately? Class teacher also take a photo together. This kind of good deed should be vigorously publicized. The policeman smiled and invited old Mo. Old Mo was just about to walk over to take a picture, then suddenly settled down with complex, rather hesitant eyes. No, I'm not supposed to take the picture of the student who saved the day. We'll have to get Minister Ho to handle the party's propaganda. It's not good either. Although Minister Ho is young and talented and the old secretary is about to retire. But now after all the secretary is still the biggest, and the secretary retired before there is another evaluation of the title. He can slap a special teacher's title. Their qualifications enough, is almost luck. Comrade policeman, I'll ask the clerk to come over. You wait a moment. Oh, that's okay. Looking at the old Mo's fading back, although he was walking in the narrow corridor at this time, but Chen Yuan seemed to see the road under his feet. Go wide. While old Mo was working hard for the sake of turning the gears of his own destiny, Chen Yuan looked to the woman who was close to him on the side and said in some confusion, "So what, sister?" To be called Miss Sister-Law. After the woman corrected herself, she introduced herself with a Thai face. "My name is Yuan Yu. That's not what I'm asking." Chen Yuan knew that if a gun appeared inside a novel, then the gun would definitely strike. Similarly, a novel where a person's name appears alone, unless the author has a cerebral palsy and forgets to fill in the holes, that character is sure to appear again later. To break her flag, "Hold it, little brother. Let me introduce myself then. My name is Yuan Yu. Achoo." After pretending to sneeze the third of his name into a short burst of sound, Chen Yuan abruptly changed the topic. "Say, suicide this matter, if it becomes a news report, is not too good for you to influence, right?" "Of course it's good." In response, the woman called Yuan Yu. Something said rather cheerfully, "After the report, it will let everyone know what kind of nasty things that scummy guy has done, and then they all go to the net. Positive energy. Positive energy." The policeman raised his hands in quick succession and corrected himself gravely. "And if all of Shanghai City knew that this handsome young man had saved her, those sisters would be jealous of me. I have to look good in the picture, so I can look good with this guy. Let's just say that people crave attention. At the same time, all of them have the mentality of showing off, wanting to die alone. Xia Xin Yue, even half as capricious and shrewish as this woman, she wouldn't be pitiable. Unfortunately, she didn't want to be starstruck. She just wanted to be the lonely star. What are you doing? Yuan Yu. Something the woman revealed a puzzled look. "No, I mean them." Chen Yuan raised his head and looked towards the row of heads lying on the 8 windows in a row, who were neatly casting their eyes towards themselves, with the big sister beside them who knew no shame when she was close to herself. Chapter 26, Chinese Youth Campus. Teenagers don't know the goodness of young girls, and mistakenly regard mature women as treasures, although there is now a common view that it is exactly the opposite. But apparently, boys of this age have a false underestimation of young girls of the same age, and the woman standing with Chen Yuan in their eyes, that is the shapely, spirited and sexy woman. "Chen Yuan Yu He Mua, you really deserve to die." Zhou Yu completely cried. "The wounds of betrayal never heal. You have too many wounds that don't heal, don't you?" He Jiao spat. But listening to them, this woman who lost her love wanted to commit suicide by throwing herself into the river, and Chen Yuan jumped into the river and saved him. There's really no need to be black then. Chen Yuan is quite righteous. This woman is so pretty. Chen Yuan must have seen the face beforehand. This is lucky. Maybe I can talk to a big sister as a girlfriend. This is a hero saving a woman's life. When beloved classmates praise themselves with their mouths, some ugly thoughts grow inside, even if it is the same person who praises verbally and who is shady in the heart. All inside. Class. After old Mo came, he directly blasted these people into the classroom, then immediately squeezed out a smile and introduced the old leader beside him, who was about 60 years old, with gray hair but looked exceptionally spirited. "Grandly. This is our school's secretary Han. Han Shaughnessy, the old school secretary, is retiring. He was the one who had been building up the 11th and 4th middle schools as the twin stars of the Haijing district, raising the school's popularity by no small amount. Although the principal of the 4th middle school, Zhang Jianjun, has always resented this behavior, and privately had a no. Who wants to double pride with you in the 11th middle school? But because one year, the 11th middle school unprecedentedly produced a Shanghai scholar, the gears of the 11th middle school's destiny began to turn. After that, 11th middle school became a high school on par with 4th middle school, and shared the literary atmosphere of Academy Road with Chongming Elementary School, 4th junior high school, and 4th middle school, the 3 truly top-ranked schools. Together with the current principal He Hongtao sowed some of the mechanism of the famous school. Original special assistant students. The school promotion rate ruthlessly raised a grade. 11th grade is therefore also considered to be a steady step into the world of famous schools. Han secretary now basically are not much management of school affairs. Wait until after his retirement. Teaching method strong and powerful principal He Hongtao is expected to principal and secretary. One hand. After all, this is also the trend in the future. Secretary Han took the initiative to stand to the side. "Then I'll stand here." No. Secretary Han should stand in the center. Seeing that the principal was going to stand next to him, old Mo quickly smiled and said, "The little hero who saved the day is the main character, so I'll just stand next to him." Secretary Han gave a haha smile, looking rather kind and benevolent, just when the order of standing are almost to reach a consensus. Chen Yuan suddenly covered his mouth and muttered in a low voice to old Mo. It's not good for me to take pictures with her next to each other. What is Mr. Chen Yuan talking about? Secretary Han asked curiously. Old Mo looked at Chen Yuan, seemed to read something from inside the other party's eyes, was reminded, and hurriedly explained. Secretary Han, this kid is worried that he is standing with Ms. Yuan to take pictures of the bad influence. Otherwise, it is better for Secretary Han to stand in the middle. Making a reluctant look. For the sake of correcting the school spirit, Secretary Han could only agree. In that case, then I can only stand in the center with a thick skin. Ha ha. Just like that, the old secretary stood in the center, and Chen Yuan and the woman called Yuan Yu. Something stood on the left and right respectively, completing such a group photo. Honestly, how could Chen Yuan at this age understand the human condition? He just heard from his heart that the old secretary cared more about things like the seat position. Heard that Yuan Yu lady wanted to take the opportunity to stick with herself in the group photo. Heard the desire of a head of the family who was a daughter controller to rise in his career. And that was all. And after the photo was taken, the old secretary interpreted his earlier small talk with old Mo as this understanding high school student giving him respect and being quite appreciative of himself. He remembered his name in his heart. Just like his master's wife, Chen Yuan. The boy's name is Chen Yuan, right? He had to say that after seeing the real society and listening to the voices of various classes, he realized how clean Xia Xinhua's heart was. Chen Yuan, hungry, rice. After the photo shoot, can we have an interview? The female reporter asked enthusiastically. Although news like a high school student saving a woman from falling into the water has no breaking point and has lost its timeliness, local stations and local paper media nowadays fulfill their news targets by just finding all kinds of suitable news to fill their pages. This kind of positive social news, where the main character is still a high school student, is properly enough. As soon as possible then please, try not to delay the first class. Old Mo glanced at his watch and nodded. Then Ms. Yuan, Mr. Chen Yuan, well, and Secretary Han, please come over here for a little interview. With that, Chen Yuan was taken aside by the police with the reporter, and Lao Mo returned to his class. Teacher, did something happen? Why is Chen Yuan talking to the police? And I saw the banner. The students in the class were talking non-stop. They were talking a lot. Some of them had guessed what was going on. But because there are always some people who like to talk nonsense, such as Zhou Yu, who said something like, the banner seems to say women's treasure. So he coughed and solemnly explained, the matter is like this. Chen Yuan saved a drowning lady last Friday night. And the other party, in order to express their gratitude, had the police come along to recognize Chen Yuan's bravery. Immediately after the actual hammer, the class let out a "oh" sound, like a tidal wave, ebb and flow. Although Chen Yuan himself is not present, for the boys, this is a better compliment than "you're good," because it is interspersed with some brave deeds that cannot be easily replicated. Indeed, Chen Yuan is 185 tall and robust looking, quite secure. It's 183, he's 183, Zhou Yu hastened to correct. Although the success of his brother is sincerely gripped by the heart, but still had to praise this guy after all. He went to the rescue. This time, counting on you to be great. Are you being arrogant? The secondary otaku at the table was disgusted. Not at all. Vomit. Right. Say something. Although Chen Yuan was not present, but if it was an announcement of this kind of thing, old Mo did not need him to be present. Directly looking towards that expressionless girl Tang Siwen, who had short lady's hair, bangs as straight as if she had been measured by a ruler. He opened his mouth. There is a mathematics Olympiad competition. The preliminary rounds are this Sunday. There are 2 places in our class, and in the last exam, Tang Siwen's maths was 139, and she was the only one who exceeded 130. After these words, old Mo made a pause. Tang Siwen looked at old Mo and nodded seriously. And so it was that the 2 men, you not asking, I not answering, one through a look, the other with a nod of the head, struck a deal. The domineering classroom teacher and her trippy, elite female students. 1 spot left. Old Mo scanned the circle, and then automatically ignored that although a face of enthusiasm, efforts to raise their hands, but science scores just a little stronger than Chen Yuan's class president, decided to say, 120 does have a few, but most of them are the penultimate question of the big question of the third question did not do it out of the OU competition well, by the tomorrow's accompanying test scores to decide. Although the old Mo can arbitrarily not use these 2 places, after all, they're lovely students to participate in the competition to sit on the bus. A go to spend $4. It is always an unnecessary waste of money. But this side of Haidong province, the Olympiad Provincial Awards, regardless of 1 or 2 or 3, can enjoy the college entrance examination plus 10 points of treatment. Give the pups a chance. This time cannot be like the last time by the teacher's own preferences. Not right, because Chin Yuan has the potential to improve before selecting him as a special assistant student, which has something to do with the back door. After announcing things, the class continued to read in the morning, until before the first class began. The old MO left the class. And after the beautiful English who did not have the same skirt every day walked in wearing a little bee, Chen Yuan entered the classroom. I heard that a little hero in our class saved a drowning man, so let's learn a word along the way today. Drown. Drowning. As soon as the English teacher, little hero, made this move, the class let out a friendly harumph and applauded enthusiastically. Chen Yuan, who had been molested by the English teacher, was a little embarrassed to return to his seat. You like the whole awkward thing, don't you? Shirley Lau. English teacher's name is Shirley. Old MO didn't say anything just now, did he? Chen Yuan asked his tablemate as he sat down. He Jiao thought for a moment and replied, say you saved someone and they came to the school to thank you. No, I mean, is there any talk of a classroom test or anything serious? Doesn't he always announce something during morning study hall? And I'm afraid I'll miss it. That's true. He said there are 2 spots in the class for the preliminary round of the Olympiad this Sunday. One for Tang C1 and one based on the results of the accompanying quiz tomorrow. So, honestly, in the past, this kind of competition didn't have much to do with himself. After all, he was only 100 and something, occasionally 101, in math. But the Olympiad Provincial Prize is able to get extra points in the college entrance examination. This thing is hard currency. It's more important for yourself to get past the preliminary rounds. However, it should be most important to get a spot in the Olympiad. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan's sight gradually glanced at the girl who was half a classroom away from him, but whose heart was listening. Even though the quota has been set, we have to take the first place in tomorrow's accompanying quiz. Chapter 27, Gym Class. With the abs guy. What? You're not trying to enter an OU competition, are you? Seeing Chen Yuan's serious face, he Jiao revealed a questioning expression. Could this be the dome of the battle that is the clan disciples can only participate in the top event? Thousands of clans in the Chinese mainland, hundreds of thousands of people tend to rush. Shanghai 11 clans can get intermediate secret treasure, but only a few dozens of people, and Chen Yuan is only 11 clans of the side of the outer disciples. How dare you boast? What's wrong with wanting to participate? Chen Yuan looked towards He Jiao, facing the impending writing face taunt. Can you if you want to? You have to be top 2 in the accompanying test tomorrow to go to the preliminary round. After saying that He Jiao turned back and didn't talk about the topic anymore. No, if you want to mock, why don't you mock hard? It's like it's a pretentious face-punching episode, and people stop cursing after a couple of lines. It's so hard to lay this on the line. Inch X challenge like, and she talks really hurtfully. With your own strength, it is indeed difficult to get a place in the preliminary exam. But for now, in theory, if Tang Siwen could score a few points, he could pretty much score a few points. And with this math stuff, one's foundation is fine. Steady 100 plus, occasionally 101. And when the topics are easy, they can be around 120. So those difficult topics only need a solution. So what do I say if I make the preliminary exam? Chen Yuan really refused to give up this opportunity to pretend to hit his face. Then you buy me a drink. He Jiao didn't look up. No, can't you lower your quality? What about the 3 insults? 3 taunts, 3 sneers, plus 1 thinly veiled look in the eyes? Do you think I can get a place in the preliminary examination for the Olympiad? Chen Yuan poked Zhou Yu's arm and asked in a low voice. Put. Zhou Yu laughed, leaning his body back and said, that's an OU competition, not an OU knowledge competition. Then what do you say when I get the qualification for the preliminary examination? As Sherry Lu turned around to slate on the blackboard, Chen Yuan continued to pursue the question. Then I'll eat it straight. This sympathizer said fiercely. Come to some real. You will not eat anyway. After thinking about it, Chen Yuan took the initiative to provoke and said, when you hold up your ID card, real name authentication to shoot a video, just say that you recognize that the source brother is strong. Before it is their own dog's eyes. The source brother is sorry. Asterisk 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 playing so big? Is engaging in this kind of punishment not living in the next life? But this pusher thinks he's going to get the top 2 on the exam? You can't cheat at math. You can't cheat at math. Okay, let's do it. This pussy is making a fool of himself, so don't blame your dad for being ruthless. What if you lose? Pretending to be reserved, Jo-yu calmly asked. I'll get my ID for the video and say whatever you want me to say. You kid, just come on. Specified content? Then I've got it all figured out. Chen Yuan real name authentication. I play billiards. Play the League of Legends. Drinking are not as good as brother you. Before it is my dog's eyes look down on people. Brother you, I'm wrong. Only the boys know how powerful this punishment is. After reaching a consensus, Jo-yu raised his fist, while Chen Yuan also clenched his fist, and the two of them gently touched each other to reach a contract. Ah, so sweet. Just as Chen Yuan was still laughing in his heart over the fact that Jo-yu was about to ruin the rest of his life by his own hands, a sudden groundhog-like scream came from behind him. It was Chuf's voice, but the tone had changed again. This won't. After Chen Yuan thought of something, he was a little scared and clenched his fist again, and gave Jo-yu's back such a gentle blow. Ah, so sweet. Has the switch. There are switches on Cho-yu. There is a kind of scalp numbness, a sudden surge. The network to see this kind of are okay, but in reality, is really scary, especially locked people may still be their own. Putting his hand on Jo-yu's shoulder, the groundhog behind him would continue to dash, and when he let go, he would suddenly disappear. As a veteran electrician, I can tell if there's power or not by touching it. Whether there are any corrupt women, Chen Yuan will know once he touches them. What for? Jo-yu did not know what Chen Yuan was up to and turned his head in confusion. Jo-yu angry. Doesn't someone in your dorm room snore like thunder? Borrow something. After finding Jo-yu to borrow earplugs and putting them on, Chen Yuan was in a much more comfortable mood. But the inner words were more than a little scornful of the looking woman in the back. Don't be a maniac here. As much as he wanted to just say that, but after all, it is a classmate, and only in the heart of the brain, did not do things that affect social order and morality, their own unreasonable temper, the so-called gentleman on the trace regardless of the heart. On the heart of the world is not perfect. Emotionally, Chen Yuan was trying to shoot this rotten girl behind him to death, but returning to his senses, he told himself he wouldn't be rattled next week when his superpowers were refreshed. But in retrospect, all of Jo Fu's strange behavior was understandable. The reason why she would look at herself and Jo-yu would have a seizure was because she was a corrupt woman. And the reason why her attitude changed after seeing Xiaoseni was because she was a corrupt woman. Although nowadays, what tomodrama, novels, TV dramas, want to get out of the circle more or less dipped in a little corruption. Even the most mediocre plot, dipped in the corruption of this buff will have a lot of audience. But, don't with me. Hey, second period in the afternoon. Physical education. None of the subjects not included in the GCSEs have any raison d'etre for teaching to the test. That's why there's no sports in the so-called gym class. In a provincial experiment like the 11th grade, Mr. Zhao, a wistful, therefore spleen-ridden, inch-haired, burly man, had the students run around the playground twice before announcing a free-for-all. Although it was already fall, the October weather in the south was still a little hot, and the girls in the class either went back to their classrooms or sat on the edge of the shady flower beds and chatted. Sip. See? Hey. A girl rested her hands falsely under her own breasts and made an exaggerated expression. That's outrageous. This is high school, isn't it? Didn't you see a lot of the boys staring at her when we were running just now? Pretty proud of her. You were at the table with her. Did you ask her what cup? The four girls were sitting together gossiping and chatting. And since Li Yu was the tablemate of the subject of the gossip, the remaining three looked at her in unison. How to ask this? Li Yu awkwardly squeezed out a smile. This question is also too private. I've only known her for a few days. Also, it feels like she'll have a better relationship with the boys. Indeed. Didn't you see the way she looked at Jo-yu and Chen Yuan? Chen Yuan is still able to understand. Looks tall and handsome. Jo-yu can only say it is okay, but shorter. Looks like a weak chicken. She's pretty extreme in her preferences. I'm not sure. It's okay. Maybe just a little introverted. Li Yu didn't really want to offend anyone and explained for her. You guys are so close that you don't even tell the truth to us anymore? A tall, sharp-faced girl with slender eyes already had a sour taste in her tone. I greeted her the other day, but she didn't even pay attention. Probably didn't hear it. No more talk. Let's go to the restroom. Okay, I'll go. Unlike the girls who hide in various places because they are afraid of the sun and sweat, the boys basically play basketball, badminton, ping pong and other popular ball games during the free time and sweat like crazy. Cho-yu, after his teammates passed the ball to Jo-yu, he quickly changed phases. A crotch to catch the turn. deftly carried the ball, past a 183 tall power forward, and easily sent the ball to the basket. 3v3 at halftime, and he finished with a 5-4 shutout. Then, Sarah's weakness to Chen Yuan thumbs down. You can't even dare to confront me. Can't afford to play? You little piece of trash. Although Chen Yuan was passed over, the ball was sent into the basket with his eyes, and the team was eliminated by a shutout. He still had a hard mouth and was just not convinced. Crawl, crawl, crawl. Joe Yu waved his hand and continued to taunt. There's only 5 minutes left. It shouldn't be our turn. Break it up. Well, we're going to buy drinks. Are you going, Chen Yuan? No, I'll put the water on. Dismissed with 2 teammates, Chen Yuan also did not play. Went to the first floor of the public toilet dozens of steps away from the basketball court. The first cool put a water, and then washed their hands in the public area sink. The weather is not considered very hot, but playing basketball sweats too quickly, so Chen Yuan incidentally washed his face and wrapped his white school shirt around it to wipe the water. It's Chen Yuan's abs. He has abs. It's a sweaty Chen Yuan, still smelling like a boy's unique odor. If only the top was completely off. If you say that again, I'll stab you in the ear. Chen Yuan really couldn't tense up, not knowing how this guy Zhou Fu had followed him, and still blaspheming himself so much in his heart. Filthy women are no better than a single one of Xiaosani's. Knowing that this guy was stealing glances at himself, Chen Yuan then directly turned around and arrested him on the spot with his line of sight. Zhou Fu didn't react. Plus at this time, her mind was full of colorful things. Chen Yuan stared at this, and on the spot, she made her face red. There was nothing she could do. Even if she was arrested by the sight, she could only turn her head stiffly and head inside the ladies' restroom. And at the same time, voices from inside the women's restroom approached. That chick only likes to play with boys anyway, so just ignore her. We're going to get jealous when you're so close to her. I'm not that close to her. Chapter 28, Buy Me a Coke? The embarrassment that appeared on Zhou Fu's face just now when he was caught by Chen Yuan stealing glances at his large muscular muscles was not even a tenth of what it was at this moment. The cheeks, red from shame, were gradually replaced by a sense of inaction. The next moment, Li Yuyu came out of the restroom side by side with 3 of her classmates. Similarly, the moment they bumped into Zhou Fu, their original smiles suddenly froze, and their eyesight similarly began to dodge. Especially Li Yuyu, who had just said I'm not that close to her, was so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole and fill herself in. Episodes like this that show up on TV are so hateful you can't even pick your feet and jump over them. And in reality, not to mention, in fact, everyone knows it's human nature to backstab and attack. And everyone has the potential to be someone's talking point, such as these 4 sisters who look as zippy as Zaristas and have 11 permutations. Those who can't count to 11 go to Old Mo's to get a big mouthful. And just like the chatty amas at the entrance of that village, they don't dare to leave for too long to go to the bathroom, for fear that if they're not there, they'll become the target of a drive-by. Therein lies the appeal of whispering about people behind their backs. There's the thrill of testing the waters on the edge, but at the same time possessing the security of being hidden in the shadows. It's just that after this window is broken, if the conflict doesn't erupt on the spot, you'll have to play dumb when you get along in the future. Of course, this is all an afterthought. What to do at this moment? This is going to be fun. Chuf isn't going to get mad, is he? Within the 4, the tall girl with the thin eyes wasn't quite like the others. She surprisingly had a let's-go man mentality, because she wasn't the one who just came up with the idea to answer. Standing on the dry bank, she wanted to see the joke. It's too humiliating to be seen by Chen Yuan in this scene. Why don't you just run away? No, what do you mean? Zhou Fu, can you blame me for this? Thinking of rushing to get out of the battlefield, Chen Yuan shook his hand in the sink and after draining it, he, who was in the middle of the 2 sets of forces, quietly slipped away, leaving Zhou Fu behind. He faced the 4 men straight on. Going straight into the restroom at this time of year would be a collision course with them, and the moment of proximity would be most awkward, but it would be a shame to turn around and walk away. It's like being bullied and having to run away. Already her neck was burning at the thought, and the tips of her ears were as hot and itchy as if they had little thorns in them. Not buying drinks? Just then, Chen Yuan turned his head in disbelief and struck up a conversation with her. Oh, well, come on, as if falling in a well. No one in all directions, are about to give up in despair, and suddenly someone from the outside to reach out a hand like, hearing Chen Yuan's voice, she did not hesitate to grab him. Get out of here. She just shouldn't have heard it, right? The girl who had suggested that Li Yuyu isolate Zhou Fu asked nervously. That look, it's obvious you heard it, the girl with the upturned eyes said. I told you not to talk about it. All the time. She's got this. Li Yuyu was truly speechless. Although she hadn't denigrated Zhou Fu with a single word behind her back, she had now become the biggest villain. You're not friends with her. You said so yourself. What are you afraid of? Yeah, you see how long she's only been here and she's already hooked up with Chen Yuan? She definitely doesn't care about relationships with girls. Don't worry. Their consolation wasn't really consolation. Rather it was like a continuation of the backstabbing, and the malice was a bit deeper than before. As if after defining Zhou Fu as that kind of frivolous girl, their backstabbing behavior wasn't so excessive, and even had some more condescending nobility. But Li Yuyu knew that these people were just talking out of their asses, and that she, who was at the same table as Zhou Fu, was the one who was having the hardest time. It's okay, change tables, tell old Mo. Tang Jian mutters in class every day. It affects my studies. You change places with him, we'll sit together. The tall woman with the upturned eyes did come up with a constructive plan, allowing Li Yuyu to be comforted. Then, rather more seriously, she said, then you have to talk to Mr. Mo, make sure to switch Tang Jian's position with mine. It's so annoying. Not only did I offend Zhou Fu, but I also made the few good-looking guys in my class think I'm that kind of green tea. Li Yuyu is quite the tea, huh? As he walked side by side with Zhou Fu on the runway, Chen Yuan took the initiative in order to ease the embarrassment. I didn't realize she was so teared up to say such things behind her back. Zhou Fu bit her lip, her tone somewhat aggravated. In fact, before Chen Yuan opened his mouth, he was just embarrassed, and when he said that, he made himself look especially pitiful. Those women are pretty loudmouthed and average girls in class, so you don't have to take it to heart. It's definitely not your problem. Chen Yuan said and suddenly realized that it was really quite cool to curse people behind their backs. No wonder they like to talk. This feeling of casually saying that it doesn't cost anything and having people chime in is about as magical as internet sword peddling. Really? Zhou Fu turned her head and looked at Chen Yuan, asking with concern, is it really not my problem? Actually, it's still really a chauffeured question. Through the heartfelt voices of those few females, Chen Yuan heard some additional information. They were all jealous of Zhou Fu's face, and even more hostile to that pair of looming peaks. In fact, if she didn't have big boobs and simply had a nice face, she'd be quite popular, after all. A nice face is always at the top of the contempt chain within any group, so the reason she was under attack shifted to that body that was too precocious for high school students. The main thing, of course, is character. Zhou Fu was too introverted and lacks the courage to boldly expand her relationships in a new environment, trying to let time take her and gradually integrate her into the group. And this gives an aura of high-flying pretentiousness and a growing misunderstanding. In reality, it's just stuffy rotters. What's your problem? Unconcerned, Chen Yuan casually said. Besides, when things go wrong, you should blame her more and forgive yourself. Which person is disgusted and still introspective? The modern recipe for longevity: non-sticky pans, low quality, and a foul mouth. Well, righto. Choff doesn't feel like she has a problem either. She had had good friends since elementary school, and since she was able to be friends with others, that meant she must be okay as a person. It's just that because she grew up so fast, she was often ostracized by certain boring girls who said nasty things like that behind her back. I didn't realize that transferring to a different school was still unavoidable. My boobs, why are they so big? Chen Yuan, you, betrayal. Betrayal wounds never heal. As he passed the stadium, Choyu saw the duo walking side by side on the track, and his mind exploded on the spot. You can't beat me at soccer, so you've got a trick up your sleeve, don't you? He's jealous. After seeing Zhou Yu's reaction, Zhou Fu's cheeks were suddenly flushed with a blush. Her gloomy emotions were swept away, and she was even slightly shy. What the hell? What's that called, being jealous? He's just jealous that I'm close to you. Wait, who the are you talking about being jealous of? Don't be disgusting, rotten girl. Do that again and I'll really have to shoot you. However, the intimate behavior of the two of them walking with Zhou Fu was more or less ambiguous in the eyes of her people. 11th grade schools are not so exaggerated as to prohibit the opposite sex from walking side by side, but they are very strict in catching early love for the sake of that figure of the promotion rate. After all, school leaders, in the spirit of suspicion, naturally look askance at such behavior. The two of them walking together like this brightly and openly is the same as young boys and girls in the old society who do not speak behind their backs. It is not in accordance with weekly etiquette. Of course, Chen Yuan had always been unafraid, because he thinks the ones catching early love are. Besides, to walk the walk is your own way of endurance. What can I get for buying drinks with a girl? Nope, is kinda something. Xia Xin Yue in order to save a few dollars. Not even dare to eat outside for breakfast. He is like a young master to buy drinks in the kiosk. How did he buy down Ah? Is it okay if you drink this? During his hesitation, Zhou Fu had already taken two 330 milliliters thin cans of Coke from the supermarket, and then handed both bottles to himself. Is it so I can drive it for you? Chen Yuan didn't understand why it was two listens, so he thought it was because she wanted her help to open it. Zhou Fu shook her head. I don't drink Coke law. Then why two cans? In response, Zhou Fu nervously alternately pinched her thumbs, staggered her eyes, and sheepishly whispered, so what? You can give a can of shoyu. No, both cans are mine. Chapter 29, Friendship Fees. The 330 milliliters is exquisite, but the same 330 milliliters in a fine can is 50 cents more expensive than the coarse can at $3. That's $6 slightly more. And you can already buy the 2L plus family dinner version, or just buy the normal 500 milliliters, which isn't a good choice either way. Thinking that the wasted $3 could have been used to eat a cone with Xia Xinin, Chen Yuan was distressed by Zhou Fu's extravagance. He hadn't had this sense of saving money in the past, but after all, he just recently made a neighbor, wasn't alone anymore, and had to learn to keep a roof over his head. That night, the teenager gained growth. Then you can treat your classmates to a drink, Zhou Fu suggested in a small voice. Alright, please drink. Chen Yuan handed this listening drink directly to Zhou Fu. Zhou Fu froze in place in dismay. I bought Chen Yuan 2 drinks, and he bought one of them for himself, so he still owes him a favor, and he'll have to buy him again next time. Don't even think about it. The pig's brain is going to burn the whole thing. Why don't you just transfer $3 to me and pay back the favor? Little twerp. Pop. Chen Yuan saw Zhou Fu standing there stupidly, so he directly opened the pull ring for her. After the cold white air that leisurely emerged and floated to her eyes, Zhou Fu then reacted, then said in a tangled voice, but I don't drink Coke. What kind of person doesn't drink Coke? Chen Yuan immediately questioned back. People like that exist in this world? Does that mean you're one of those big ladies who has a piano in the house? Who isn't even allowed to eat barbecue? And who never drinks carbonated beverages? But who is a big lady such a big pair of breasts? Sorry, I also stereotyped. Where is the person who doesn't drink Coke? Surely you can't drink You're going to gain weight again if you take this bite, right? It would be fine if it was sugar-free. But I'm going back to class. When he was about to hear the wait, Chen Yuan hastily interrupted the other party's heart and proposed to leave. After all, the ladies' weight thing was so private that even eavesdropping on him was creepy. That's good. I can't drink. I've already gained weight. If I keep it up, I'll be ugly. Hiss. So it's not weight? It's just a cup. It makes me so nervous. I'll go up first. Then, along with the ringing of the class bell, Chen Yuan was ready to return to his class. The reason why he unnaturally went back to the classroom with her was not that he was afraid of any rumors. Rather, it was because Zhou Fu was in the middle of the he only likes to play with boys public opinion vortex. Well, I'm going to the restroom. You go up. Zhou Fu, who was holding the listening bottle of Coke, nodded. He understood Chen Yuan, only to go back alone, and then see those girls, especially Li Yaoyu, at the same table, think about it and feel a headache. There's no way a girl can continue to be at the same table for much longer after going through something like this. And that's the real deal, the wounds of betrayal never heal. According to Li Yuyu's character, after such an embarrassing experience, she would go to the teacher to change her seat. And the probability was that she would sit with that friend of hers, and Tang Jian would re-sit back. Such an arrangement was naturally fine. Tang Jian was indeed a bit of a nag, and small talk went on in class, but he shouldn't have any bad intentions. Although it was only the one who walked away after a conflict that escaped according to reason. In Zhou Fu's eyes, this was considered a kind of abandonment, or rather, dislike. Zhou Fu's heart had quite a lot to say, and eavesdropping further would be disturbing. So Chen Yuan nodded his head slightly in greeting before turning around and casually tossing the can of Coke, which he had gulped down in a few mouthfuls, into the trash can. As for Zhou Fu, after watching the other party walk away, he went up the stairs from the other direction, which was the middle staircase of the long school building. If it was in the manga, the male lead wouldn't have so easily left the aggrieved female lead behind so easily at this time. So that can only mean one thing, she's not the heroine. I'm certainly not the heroine. What does a delayed novel need a heroine? The hand holding the Coke was slightly hard, and Zhou Fu, who was afraid of continuing to grow fat but still drank the Coke, had a white light flooding through her thick lenses. After walking to the classroom, Li Yuyue was already sitting in her seat. Without much hesitation or looking at the girls who were saying behind her back that she only liked to play with boys, she calmly sat back in her seat. The two just didn't say a word, while not shifting an inch of their eyes toward each other, and when they needed to turn their heads, they just each turned in the opposite direction, and both talked and laughed with others as if they were deliberately acting indifferent. This is the war between her and Li Yu, and the end of the Cold War was marked by the dissolution of the table relationship between classes in the third period of the afternoon. Li Yu went to find that obtuse girl Huang Ying who was at the same table as Tang Jian, and dragged the other out once, but didn't come back for a long time. When he came back, the expression on his face was still a little upset. It looked like it was because the class teacher didn't agree to the change of position. After the last class of the afternoon is over, there is a big recess, a recess only for sophomores and juniors who need to study late, and the resident students go to the cafeteria for dinner at this time, and then come back to study late, as well as to study late. As for the day students like Chen Yuan and Zhou Fu, they only had to attend an hour of evening study at school, and then they were officially dismissed at 6:30 p.m. But Tuesdays are different from Fridays in that it's a club day after school, so you can leave a little earlier and be home by 5:50. As usual, Zhou Yu and Si Jiao, the resident students, went out as soon as they got out of class and went to the cafeteria to grab a meal. There were only 5 walk-ins in the class, and the remaining 3 had gone to the supermarket to buy something to pad their stomachs, so now only Chen Yuan, Zhou Fu were left in the classroom, as well as Li Yu, who was supposed to go to cha meal, but was moping in her seat. Huang Ying is so cheap. She said she promised me to go to the teacher to change places, but she didn't say anything after she went to the office, causing me to be told off by the teacher. Then Mr. Mo saw right away that I was having trouble with Zhou Fu and told me to get over it and be friendly to my new classmates. Obviously I didn't say anything. I just didn't want to be shamed by those people, and in the end the bad guys were all me. Choff was looking at me differently now. It's the kind of people who like to stir up trouble that you should hate. What's wrong with me? Besides, we weren't that close in the first place, either. Or forget about it. Li Yo is right too. She's just afraid of being isolated. That's why she's like that. Aren't you going to eat? Suddenly, Zhou Fu squeezed out a smile as she spoke. Li Yu froze for a moment and lifted her head, her eyes moving to the left. Planning to go home to eat? Why? Do you have anything to eat there? Chen Yuan turned his head and came face to face with Zhou Fu. Oh, it's called Chen Yuan ah. Almost made the stupid mistake of agreeing, and that would have been embarrassing. Well, there is. After Chen Yuan picked up the words, Zhou Fu's tangled heart instantly opened up, and she hurriedly took out a long loaf of bread from her small leather school bag and handed it to him. In fact, after opening her mouth just now to find Li Yue to make conversation, she regretted it. Taking the initiative to break the ice is more or less a bit awkward, and there is a suspicion of currying favor. However, Chen Yuan's pickup allowed her to withdraw this voice, so she felt doubly relieved. Take Si Jiao's seat. I'll break half of the bread for you for fear of dropping crumbs, Chen Yuan said. Yeah. Hearing this, Chuff gladly got up and then took another carton of milk from her school bag. Her mom forces her to drink milk every day, saying it's healthy, and she's sick of it, because her cups are already big. Before she changed schools, she gave her milk to her classmates, but now that she's new to 11th grade, she doesn't know her classmates very well, so she has to drink it herself every day. Just right. Give it to Chen Yuan. He didn't seem to be polite at all anyway. Good and bad Here you go. I've got Coke. Okay. Although he was considered to have become a cheeky person, Chen Yuan still accepted the milk, then folded the bread in the center and gave the half with the plastic bag to Zhou Fu, and the two of them sat down to eat dinner together. Slamming her book heavily together, Li Yu got up from her seat and walked out of the classroom with quick steps. Now, there are only 2 people left in the class. Zhou Fu, who was still taking small bites of bread, turned her head and was just about to strike up a conversation with Chen Yuan when she realized that the other party casually took a few bites, wiped out the bread, and then drank up the milk. Luckily, boys call it swagger when they're like this, and Chen Yuan didn't stop because of her desire to speak, but continued to take the pen and write the English title. Wrong here. Pick C. Zhou Fu, who was holding the bread, used her other hand to nod at Chen Yuan's title. Hiss. Schoolmaster? Chen Yuan was surprised. I'm just okay with English, I guess, Zhou Fu said modestly. How many points? Chen Yuan asked. 130 or so. Not too far off. How did you get exiled to class 18 with such good grades? This achievement, it has the full potential to become an inner disciple, second class. Third class, ah. There's no room in second and third class. And I'm extremely bad at science. How much? Chen Yuan thought of a mutually beneficial method. He taught her science and she taught herself English. 220. Your mom. 220 is extremely bad? You're going to kill all the students in class 18 at once, aren't you? Chen Yuan withdrew a suggestion to help each other. She should have gone to the homeroom teacher to change her seat and then it didn't work out? Zhou Fu suddenly whispered to open the topic. By the looks of it, Chen Yuan asked, what do you think? I'm actually pretty close to Li Youyu. I don't know why she said that. It's probably because those girls are stirring up trouble. So it's okay not to change places. Aha. Chen Yuan felt that it was all okay. After all, it was someone else's business. Did you pick up my words just now to remind me of something? Zhou Fu felt that Chen Yuan had obviously had an idea when he suddenly turned back. So she asked curiously. Ha? You didn't ask me just now? Chen Yuan made a surprise. No. I give you bread from my heart. Nor that. Choff completely collapsed herself, as if it was kind of weird how it was said. You're right to compromise, but I still think it's better not to, since the other party had already sensed that he was interfering just now. Chen Yuan did not hide it. In fact, after hearing the mental activities of the two people whose postures were completely unequal, he felt bad for Zhou Fu. When you make friends, you should be true to your heart. Chen Yuan, is the milk good? Just as Chen Yuan finished his sentence like a great philosopher, a riddler, and was pretending to be high and mighty, Zhou Fu, who had been reticent for quite a while, suddenly asked, what, a fee? Zhou Fu shook her head, then looked at Chen Yuan, the boy who often made himself blush and could be called a template for a delayed male lead, and asked tentatively, so you want to drink it every day? Chapter 30, I'll wait for you at the station. What are you? Chen Yuan was subtly embarrassed and didn't understand what this kind of statement about underwriting meant. Kindergarten to eat girls' small cookies. Student age to take classmates' breakfast milk. After graduation to live in his girlfriend's big house. Do not want to struggle when auntie's small potatoes want a car. Tickets. Do I want to live such a life? The floral language of wire balls is stoicism and opulence. I don't like to drink milk. My mom forces me to drink milk every day. So, can you help me drink it? Zhou Fu continued to ask tentatively. Is this your friend Fee? It's not that. Zhou Fu shook her head and looked at the empty seat behind her. Then said, Li Youyu was also embarrassed after I heard that sentence. She probably talked to teacher Mo about changing her seat but was rejected. So, to avoid embarrassment, you want to switch places with He Si Jiao? Chen Yuan asked. Of course. This depends on whether He Si Jiao is willing or not. Staring at Chen Yuan with some embarrassment, Zhou Fu's tone lowered a degree. Also, are you willing? I'm okay with all of it. Just look at He Si Jiao. Whoever the tablemates changed to was of little difference to Chen Yuan, except for a couple of people he didn't like very much. Mentally, though, he preferred to be at the same table as the boys. But old Mo, the pussy, really knows his stuff. He basically sits in mixed-sex seats and deliberately arranges for the kind of people who don't breed the germ of early love to be at the same table. He knew very well that if he let two boys with the right brainwaves be at the same table, it would be the end of the line. These two would then act like black holes, sucking each other's score storms into the void. The main event is a common step back. Also, these two brothers don't complain about each other and don't feel that anyone is holding anyone back. Chuanzi took me online all night. He could harm me? Add to that the fact that he was a special needs student, and old Mo probably didn't want to drag down his still hopeful grades by putting himself at the same table as his favorite boy to hang out with. Nope. That's a bit of a weird pussy comment. Then why don't you go ask He Si Jiao later? Zhou Fu asked. Isn't that like I want to sit with you? Ha? Zhou Fu froze at Chen Yuan's ambiguous words. I mean, I'm afraid this loudmouth is going to go around spreading rumors that I told her to get lost in order to be at the same table as you. Is He Si Jiao this kind of person? Zhou Fu looked incredulous. Yeah, she can deal in swords. What did you guys just say about me? How did I hear my name? Just as the two of them were chatting, He Si Jiao walked in alone from outside the classroom, carrying a small transparent pink water cup in her hand. Oh, you're here, Sister Jiao? Chauffeured, worthy of Chen Yuan. What a quick change of face. Cut. He Si Jiao blankly glanced at Chen Yuan, then showed a normal expression to Zhou Fu. It's fine. You just sit here and eat. I just finished eating to kill my appetite. Standing is fine. Thanks. Zhou Fu nodded and continued to bury her head in the bread, and reminded Chen Yuan with her eyes, while you're at it, talk about it. Honestly, Chen Yuan really doesn't care. Whoever sits next to him is fine. Anyway, It's not like he's in love with himself. But if you do this favor for Chuff, you'll have imported milk to drink every day. The protein and calcium aspects are made up for. Sister Jiao. Chen Yuan finally made a decision, endured the humiliation, and said in a begging tone, Zhou Fu had some embarrassing things happen with Li Yuyu. This is not convenient to talk about. That, so she wants to switch places with you. Why? He Si Jiao asked a direct soul question. Didn't I just say why? Although she was trying to switch places, I have a feeling it was you who got off cheap. How come I'm the cheap one? So why should I promise you? He Si Jiao continued to ask, her eyes insistent. Seeing that the two were chatting a bit more seriously, Zhou Fu weakly opened her mouth to explain. Seijio, this is mainly because the homeroom teacher didn't agree to. That's not what she meant. Raising his hand, he interrupted Zhou Fu's words. Then looking at the woman in front of him, Chen Yuan fell into hesitation. What he Si Jiao wants to ask is not the reason. But, so, the cost? Choff said she was willing to pay a friend fee if you switched places. It's not a friend fee. Choff protested in a small voice. You don't say it first. Chen Yuan made a condition. In the future, pack your milk for a week. Forget it, I don't like milk. He Si Jiao took out a book of wrong questions, as well as a few papers. Write me last week's wrong questions. Then I promise. You play it that way, don't you? No, I can't. Okay, that's it. There was no way around it. So Chen Yuan had to agree. Think about it. Can't you improve yourself by copying her mistakes? Be a man. Have the spirit of Q. Let me copy. After all, it is Zhou Fu's own thing. So she took the initiative to request. But before she could finish her words, she was rejected by He Si Jiao. This is like you're doing something for me. It's better to come towards Chen Yuan. It doesn't matter if I invite him to hold a grudge, right? Sister Jiao is right. The corners of Chen Yuan's mouth drew up slightly, trying to restrain his urge to shoot her dead. Ho Si Jiao, did you know that banning guns saved you? So when are you guys going to talk to old Mo? He Si Jiao looked at the pair. I'll be. Tomorrow morning. Before Zhou Fu could finish her sentence, He Si Jiao suggested in a less than approving manner. If you're like this when you just transferred to a new school, will it make the teacher think you're pretentious? Besides, it's not good to spread the word. It'll make your classmates think you're not nice. He Si Jiao's two sentences just happened to poke Zhou Fu's pain point. He had only been here for a few days, and he had made such a mess, which would definitely leave a bad impression on those students who were not yet familiar with him. With such an unfavorable start, how are the next 2 years going to turn things around? Or I'd say Chen Yuan talks to me a lot in class. Or I'd say He Si Jiao talks to me a lot in class. While Zhou Fu was tangled in thought, the two spoke in unison, and after saying that, make a synchronized husky pointing face and then make a sardonic smile. Hey, you, forget it, I'll go. I shouldn't be hung for looking for old Mo for the next 2 days. Having chatted to this point, Chen Yuan could only be a good person to the end. Why do you think you won't be hung by Mr. Mo? Zhou Fu blended in quickly, drawing a bit of a resemblance to Chen Yuan and the others already, though the swearing was still very stiff. Because he's still saving little hero today and letting old Mo out of the limelight. Oh yeah, there's this other thing. Old Mo the man is pure white-eyed wolf. Hurry up and use up this privilege before your favoritism towards me goes to zero after the next poor test. With that, Chen Yuan decided to do this favor. And with his promise, Zhou Fu was much more at ease. Before the evening study bell rang, the class students came back one after another. Zhou Fu also sat back to his seat, and next to Li Yuyue is still the kind of subtle atmosphere. Until the end of the evening study, the day students dismissed. Zhou Fu because with Chen Yuan can take a bus, so the two of them out of the classroom together. Zhou Fu will switch places with me. Chen Yuan will talk to Lao Mo tomorrow. Before the late night study, the second night study, He Si Jiao turned her head and said to Li Yuyue, good. Hearing this, Li Yuyu breathed a sigh of relief, her brows finally stretching, but after thinking of something, she mustily asked, then Chen Yuan, what did he tell you? He squirmed and asked if he could switch places and offered to copy my mistakes. Boys, what else could it be? I always feel like He Si Jiao is going to badmouth me behind my back. As he headed to the bus stop with Zhou Fu, Chen Yuan couldn't help but feel hidden worry in his heart. Will she tell Li Yuyu truthfully? I've instructed her to try not to mention that there was a conflict, so she shouldn't. At most, she'll just denigrate me behind my back, using the kind of reason that can make her own mood happy. Chen Yuan was not the least bit skeptical and made a subjective judgment. Having been her deskmate for so long, I'm still very clear about what kind of person she is. Pure and simple cattle and horses. Then you've been at the same table with her for so long. You should be sad to part with her, right? Jofu asked apologetically after pushing herself. Vomit, 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 vomit. Chen Yuan then answered her question with a performance. Ah ha ha. Jofu didn't ask any more questions. When the bus came, the two of them got on the bus together. Jofu took a bus card and walked onto the bus first after swiping it, while Chen Yuan took out his cell phone and swiped the ticket with the Alipay QR code. But just as he was about to put his phone away in his pocket, the WeChat message popped up in a box. Summer Heartland, what bus did you get on? I'll meet you at the station. Chapter 31, Misunderstanding him. What's wrong? There weren't many walk-in students, and the bus wasn't full, so Jofu sat in her seat as soon as she got on the bus. So she couldn't understand why Chen Yuan was standing in the center pulling on the hoop. According to reason, he is so upright a person, but also be honored as a rescue small hero, but also in the first year because of the possession of an iron will and become a member of the Communist Youth League, and moreover, he and Jofu was originally a simple friendship of classmates, even if they sit together, cannot say something, but, why am I a little scared? Which stop did you get off at? Chen Yuan asked. Jiangning Road. This morning when he even got on the car at Jiangning Road, Chen Yuan should have seen it, although at that time, he was slightly unable to accept it because he was heterosexual, but now he has already looked away. In his own mind, he can't help himself. Will Schoolhouse Road be closer then? Chen Yuan asked again. About the same. After thinking about it, Jofu said, Jiangning Road is closer when I come, and it's about the same when I go back, but Shuefu Road doesn't have to cross the street. So it's usually more convenient to be on Shuefu Road. Okay. After hearing the other party speak like this, Chen Yuan was slightly more at ease. Since she was able to get off at the 4th middle school, she would have stood at the doorway well in advance of the station announcement. And when Xia Xinin got on the bus, the most she would see would be Jofu waving her hand and saying hello to herself, not the two of them sitting together. Of course in advance. I'm not afraid of anything. I acted properly. There is no lust in my heart. So naturally my heart is not guilty. Moreover, myself and Xia Xinin are just neighbors, rice hitchhikers, a short period of fate community relationship, but not a couple. Why talk about betrayal? Wounds never heal. I'll sit inside then. It'll be easier for you later. Aha. Jofu moved her body and turned her legs towards the aisle, so Chen Yuan walked in through the gap left open. As he turned to sit down, however, the book bag suddenly felt an elastic resistance. Ouch. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Don't sue me for harassment. The cameras are watching. Chen Yuan sat constrainedly in place and placed his school bag on his lap, then looked at the young girl next door who had a subtly difficult expression and seemed to still be thinking back to the bloating pain she had just experienced, with some guilt. So, no matter how big or small, all have their troubles. Children worry that adults don't understand them, and adults worry that there is no one to complain to. No, what size did you think I was referring to? Xia Xingyuan, which bus did you get on? I'll wait for you at the station. Looking at the message anew, Chen Yuan sent it after a brief hesitation. Chen Yuan, 737. Just got on. I'll send it to you when I get there soon. This is the same as the investigation of drunk driving. The face of the traffic police you show the more nervous. The traffic police will stop you blowing. So this time just frankly one hand on the steering wheel, the expression of the widowed drive on the line. Moreover, what did Chen Yuan, who hadn't been drinking alcohol in the first place, have to be afraid of? Not afraid at all. Afraid of all. Aren't you? Almost at Schoolhouse Road? The bus traveled for a while, already almost to the entrance of the 4th middle school. Chen Yuan saw that the other party had no intention of getting up, and finally could not help but ask tentatively, why don't you get up yet? You don't listen to the get off the bus, please get ready announcement at all. I'll get off at Jiangning Road. Jofu replied. It seems to be about the same. I'm a little more familiar with that road. I'll buy some buns at Jiangning Road and bring them back. It's honest. That's really honest. But, seeing the bus speed slowly down, almost to the 4th middle school, that mighty Bull Beer front door, Chen Yuan do not know why. A sudden weakness up. No reason. If only, I could hear my own heart. I'll go to old Mo in the morning and ask her to change your place. Jofu had been playing with her cell phone with her head down. Chen Yuan's sudden opening of his mouth, and on a topic that had already ended, made her a bit surprised, but she still took it seriously. Good. Do I need to do anything then? No. Just stay in the classroom. Or the class will think you're the one who's having princess problems and has to switch places with someone. And what will the class think of you? They all know me as a person. So I guess they think he Si Jiao is too rowdy and affects my studies. Sorry, I was thinking the same thing. In fact, all the way Chen Yuan was quite quiet. His character was like that, but even if the other party sought to chat with himself, Zhou Fu would not feel pressured. The other party's misanthropic expression and the tone of the widowed would make it feel easy, and the conversation would come naturally. It was just a little strange why she had suddenly opened the subject, just when the two of them were chatting normally. The students of the 4th middle school who got on the bus from Shuefu Road gradually occupied the few empty seats left on the bus, and Xia Xinyue also got on the bus with her classmates from this stop, and at a glance, she saw those two 11th middle school uniforms, talking and laughing. The more ghosts there are, the more cavalier they are. So Chen Yuan is going to do the opposite and talk freely with Zhou Fu. In this way, it appears that they have a normal relationship, a gentleman's relationship. Here, making a sudden sight of Xia Xini, Chen Yuan raised his hand and greeted Xia Xini, and after following the line of sight to see Xia Xini, Zhou Fu was dumbfounded on the spot. Wait, you're going home with your little girlfriend, why did you call me to sit with you? Wasn't it you who shouted? Oh yeah, I'm the one who yelled. So what's this going to be? It's okay. It knows to reflect. No, you go natural. We hadn't had anything out of the ordinary in the first place, and the only thing that might have been a little bit ambiguous was simply the fact that I drank your milk this afternoon. Xia Xinyue hadn't waited for the other party to raise her hand before she saw Chen Yuan chatting with the girl at the neighboring table and making the other party laugh, so she acted fairly calm and wasn't surprised when he greeted her. The classmates beside her, on the other hand, wore somewhat tense expressions, as if they foresaw a war about to break out. Why are you still going home with other girls? And a girl as big as this? Xia Xinin didn't teach her boyfriend very well. I'm getting off at the next stop. Let your friend come and sit. Zhou Fu got up and was just about to leave, but quickly put her book bag on the seat again to take her place, then looked at the quiet and pretty ponytailed girl, wanted to ask for an invitation, but couldn't. If I were a boy, I wouldn't have so many problems. Crawl. I wouldn't even take a cab home with you if you were a guy. I'll sit over there then. After greeting her classmates, Xia Xinyue walked next to Chen Yuan. You sit. I'll stand here. Zhou Fu barely managed to squeeze out a smile, but because of her personality, before the smile could come out, it was swallowed up by the embarrassment she couldn't hide. Thank you. Xia Xinyue smiled and nodded at Zhou Fu. Decent and generous. There was no hostility or targeting in the sight of the two men. Also, it was Chen Yuan who had overestimated himself. It's not like he's a meat and potatoes guy. Going to the supermarket later to buy some groceries? Chen Yuan took the initiative to ask. Xia Xinin nodded, but her eyes glanced toward Zhou Fu, who had her back to them, looking at the short-haired glasses girl, a little mesmerized. This girl has a great body, cute face, too. The eyeglass lenses are a little thick. If you weren't nearsighted, you'd look a little prettier. Only after hearing Xia Xinin's heartfelt words did Chen Yuan put his heart down. What kind of secret comparisons are there between girls? Water and fire. And isn't this a genuine compliment? I don't know if it's really genuine, but it's what she says in her mind. Jiangning Road is approaching. Passengers getting off the train, please prepare for the next stop. After arriving at the station, Zhou Fu didn't even say hello because he was a wimp and just got off the station. As for Xia Xinin, she didn't observe her anymore if at all. And after looking at Chen Yuan, she didn't say anything, so she turned her head, took out her English book, and her mouth silently memorized the words. Does this look at me mean anything? As Chen Yuan was confused, he clearly saw that Xia Xinin's movements of silent reading suddenly stopped for a frame. I was wrong about Chen Yuan. Misunderstand me? It's a bit too good of a character to be introspective. But where exactly did she misunderstand herself? He gets along with anyone, no matter who they are. Chapter 32, Women are harder than math. Dumbfounded, Chen Yuan looked at Xia Xinin, who was a bit lost. The ability to listen to your heart is a staple of being straightforward and real and brutal. But how Xia Xinue's heartfelt words were a bit obscure. And that ha word was used in a very refined way. He gets along pretty well no matter who he's with. You're pretty good with girls. It was quite a conversation just now. Your head. Straight talk is not your endurance. What's wrong? Seeing Chen Yuan reveal a somewhat puzzled expression, Xia Xinin also asked in puzzlement. Tell you something very funny. Chen Yuan no longer wrote his wonderment on his face and spoke normally. Yeah, go ahead. Didn't we save a woman that day? Today she came to the school with the police to give me a banner, and also called the reporter over to take pictures. After all, this matter also has a certain relationship with Xia Xinin, so Chen Yuan felt that he had to have a chat. She originally thought that you were also from this school, and after coming here and not seeing it, she also asked me to thank you, the lady who called Yuan Yu. Something didn't actually thank Xia Xinin, but Chen Yuan felt that Xia Xinin had to take 3/9 of the credit this time. Not so much for the causal reason that she wouldn't have met this suicidal woman if she hadn't taken her out, but she had, at that moment, tugged at herself. Summer's heartfelt please save too. With this woman's level of madness, if she went to save herself when she was sober, she really might be dragged into the bottom of the river by this water ghost and get herself involved. The police are here? Xia Xinyu was a little surprised. Yeah, Lao Mo suddenly shouted at me at the door of the classroom with a stern face, thinking that I had done something illegal and disorderly, and all but almost cursed me in front of the police, and when he heard that I was the one who had saved the day, he was dumbfounded on the spot. Ha ha, I feel like the images are coming back to me. I was flustered even then when he questioned me, although in her heart, she had some slight words for Chen Yuan, but this didn't affect Xia Xinin's attitude towards him, so she was still able to chat naturally with the other party. Yeah, that's the kind of person old Mo is. He doesn't even apologize when he's hit in the face. He's a dead duck. What happened then? That woman must have said something like she wanted to buy you dinner, right? When it came to that person, Xia Xinhua didn't hide her prejudice at all. That's not true. She was asked to leave after the press took her picture. What a flamboyant person. Something like suicide, hating to let the whole world know about it. Indeed a little. Chen Yuan took the initiative to change the topic. What about you? Didn't you tell your classmate that you're transferring to another school? And he didn't wonder when he saw you again? Xia Xinhua pursed her lips, and after thinking about it, she said, it seems like he didn't tell anyone about the fact that I'm transferring to another school. He wasn't particularly surprised to see me come. Xia Xinhua was clear that this had something to do with Chen Yuan's help on the side when he called that day. When Bohan knew that there was such a presence as Chen Yuan, so he knew what to do. But there was something else that she hadn't talked to Chen Yuan about. The girl she had met on the bus in the morning had really started hounding herself when she got to school, as she thought she would. And during the lunch break, several of the girls who had been playing nice with this one had surrounded themselves like it was a fireside night talk, gossiping about him, and pursuing the question of whether or not his not coming to school these days had anything to do with him. If she hadn't been helped by Chen Yuan, she would have died. So Xia Xini didn't deny this. Then the girls, who liked to brainstorm, started chatting about him in front of themselves, with their eyebrows raised. The girl who had just come up with him was one of them, and insisted on meeting him in person, so he couldn't refuse. However, she talked to herself after seeing Chen Yuan and other girls can also have a laugh. No, is to make other girls laugh. Xia Xinyu felt more or less disgraced. Xin Yue, I'm getting off. Bye. The girl arrived at the station and cheekily waved her hand towards Xia Xinyu. Okay, see you tomorrow. Xia Xini smiled and waved back. The girl was actually quite embarrassed because she was expecting pure love, but then she saw a third woman and the atmosphere kind of froze at that moment. Luckily, she was able to get out of her delicate position at the station. However, just as she was walking towards the open car door, ready to get out of the car, she suddenly heard the boy next to Xia Xini whispering something to her. That girl just happened to be in the car, vaguely hearing, after the boys had taken the initiative to explain to Xia Xini after she had left. It was as if the girl had been forced to stuff a candy into her mouth, or a caramelized marshmallow so sweet that her taste buds had nowhere to hide from it. It turns out he's afraid, too. I can't see that Heartland has such a strict upbringing. So, he was just forcing himself? I'm really impressed by these two. After helping Xia Xinin to make up for her face and seeing that girl get off the bus, Chen Yuan was sort of relieved. How hard can you be with a woman? Xia Xinin froze, not knowing why Chen Yuan suddenly jumped the topic that far ahead. I don't know her very well, and she's also a day student or a new transfer, so I didn't refuse. Chen Yuan explained. It just so happens that she can still take a seat for you. Chen Yuan's explanation was understood by Xia Xinin, and after understanding it deeply in the context of the scene she had just witnessed, she immediately felt a sense of embarrassment at being seen through. Chen Yuan just took the initiative to explain in a small voice, but also let her own classmates hear, so that her small vanity, there is indeed fulfillment. So, got it. After all, Xia Xinyue was unable to penetrate the other party's heart. She did not know whether Chen Yuan's explanation just now was because he wanted to coax himself that he was only the first good with himself, or whether he was highly intelligent enough to see that he was slightly losing face in front of his classmates, or whether he purely just wanted to talk about this person. But Chen Yuan's words were undoubtedly a rebuttal to what he had previously thought in his own mind. He doesn't just hang out with any girl and make people laugh. He purely just likes to say things that make people laugh. And he, himself, should be someone a little special in comparison in his mind. Safe, smooth landing. Only after hearing Xia Xining think this way did Chen Yuan let out a sigh of relief. If I had known, I wouldn't have pretended to be natural to get rid of the suspicion and look for Zhou Fu to talk and laugh. Or else I wouldn't have been misunderstood by this guy Xia Xining as a central air conditioner. Put on the misanthropic face that hates everyone equally according to her comments about herself and just be yourself. Nope. What am I doing? Chen Yuan suddenly realized that he was actually engaging in some kind of relationship brain war. He hasn't been this charming to women before. Let's just say that this listening to the heart superpower is so damn harmful that it counts instead. He must have been scared today, sitting next to a girl, just as Chen Yuan was internally introspecting that he couldn't be a charming female male. He suddenly heard Xia Sinyi's voice, spoken clearly, word for word. At this point, she was looking at her cell phone. Also, the phone was slightly sideways to itself. Heartfelt words are not always exactly what's in the heart. When a person reads, they are subconsciously reading the words out in their mind. So she's chatting. No, it's not. He's on his way with his classmates. Isn't that normal? Also, subconsciously read it in your mind as you type. Don't hide it. You must be on fire when you see a woman sitting next to your boyfriend, right? I told you, it's not a boyfriend. Oh, I know, it's not a boyfriend yet. After reading this message from the other party with a slower and slower pace, the heartfelt voice from Xia Xining's side came to an abrupt end. At this point, the bus turned right, with the side glass facing the waning sun, which was falling in the west, spilling its afterglow into the car. As it happened, it penetrated into Chen Yuan's eyes. His left hand shades the sun, and when he naturally turned his head to avoid the backlight, he saw the clear-cut Xia Sinyi, with her hair color dyed into light curry by daylight. She looked at the cell phone screen, the original seriousness of her, the corners of her mouth shallowly hooked up a touch of arc. Xia Xining did not notice any sight, naturally raised her head. When the moment the sight intersected with Chen Yuan, she suddenly realized that it seemed to be captured somewhere. How? Glancing down at the cell phone that hadn't yet turned off the screen, Xia Sinyi hurriedly grabbed the phone and pressed it to her chest, and her body stiffened up straight, so perverse that she herself felt it was so strange. Although the strong calm in Chen Yuan 4 eyes, but the eyes are unconsciously repeatedly wandering. I didn't say that. It's none of my business. Chapter 33, Going to the supermarket with the neighborhood lady. Did he see it? I didn't see it, but I heard it in a nutshell. The look on my face just now. It's weird, isn't it? Weird not so much. Weird is too much of a word to describe an awesome-looking guy like you. What would he think? I'd say you're being a little shy at points. Aren't you? Students are fond of messing around, saying XX is your wife, your husband XX come. For this kind of words, most people will not be too serious, unless really said in. The sun is pretty harsh. Can't sleep well? I'll pull the curtain. Chen Yuan calmly pulled the curtains closed before continuing to make an appearance of closing his eyes. On the side of Xia Xining carefully observed up Chen Yuan, who closed his eyes, trying to see some cracks from the other party's expression, digging out whether he had seen his own chat records or not. Then, saw Chen Yuan originally cloudy expression, do not know whether it is aware of their own eyes, suddenly made a frown look, side to the window side. He's pretending to be asleep. It's hard to be confused and not understand. Can't you give yourself a break? Well, this. How to do it. Is it necessary to make such a cute heartfelt statement? Forget it. That's it. Since it's something that doesn't exist, I don't have to refute it. Indeed, in the past, when Chen Yuan was told that XX was your wife, he was never in a hurry. On the contrary, it is still able to calmly return a sentence, UXX is not your mother? Much like virtual moms on the internet, it would be normal to have a virtual wife and a virtual boyfriend on campus. It seems that Xia Xinhua wants to open up. Let's go with the flow. Just now the heart of Chen Yuan to listen to the understanding. That sentence let nature take its course, but let his spit, here abruptly stopped. The fierce tiger in his heart also sniffed the rose delicately. What kind of relationship is it? Need to go with the flow? Doesn't that girl, in your eyes, seem to be anything special? After the matter just now was turned over in his mind as it should be, Xia Sinyi suddenly struck up a conversation. That girl, after all, was really something. Or talk. Well, That's a bit too offensive to say. Chen Yuan was slightly torn. I don't tell anyone. Facing Xia Xinin's interested gaze, Chen Yuan said frankly, well, you should have seen it too. That's generally obvious, I guess. She's a rotten girl. Her figure is quite. Xia Xinhua typed out the question mark, then asked rhetorically, rotten girl? What do you mean? Don't you know what a rotten girl is? No, read that kind of delayed beauty novel, girls. I mean, how do you know she is a rotten girl? There are also some corrupt girls in Xia Xinyue's class, but they're all the kind of yi gong gong good corrupt girls who only read a little bit of anime novels and will stand for some CP, not so much as to really affect their orientation. But that sort of thing was normal. Girls were more or less the same, and while she wasn't, she knew to respect her people's preferences. She corrupts badly, and she even gets a little. Put it this way, when I was collecting homework today, I accidentally saw her writing about Tang Jian's homoeroticism with Zhou Yu, and it really scared me. As he said this on his lips, Chen Yuan suddenly felt a pang of heartache. How I wish that the person she brainstormed was really Tang Jian. If it was from the perspective of the lazy people, Chen Yuan would probably be happier than anyone else, and would also think that this guy, Zhou Fu, was really a talent. Your turn? Zhou Fu, you really a born IU. That is a bit too serious. Xia Xinin was greatly shocked, although she didn't understand. If a corrupt girl is at this level, then she should be full of this kind of stuff and not interested in boys. Is there such a thing? It's not clear, but I'm not talking about the rotten girl one. Xia Xinyu didn't get the answer she wanted and didn't stop. What's that? Chen Yuan had an innocent look on his face. The body. Haven't you been paying attention to her body? It's very good. Xia Xinyu reminded. I didn't know that then. Didn't care for it at all. Shaking his head, Chen Yuan was just like a Saint mode turned on. What Nayako? Big cow. What the heck? Not interested at all. Okay. As for Chen Yuan's expression as if nothing had happened, Xia Xinyue pursed her lips and glanced at the boy with her afterglow with a subtle judgment. Chen Yuan is quite nice though, but it's real hard to get a word of truth out of him. However, people like this who hold their end so high, when they get along with each other for a long time in the future, their original form will be revealed, and their persona will always be exposed. When that time comes, I'll bring up these funny old stories again, and he'll definitely be embarrassed and beg me not to say anything. He. No, are you the devil? And he. Propping his face with his hand and quietly gazing at the quiet and wonderful high ponytailed girl beside him, Chen Yuan realized that even if he heard the heart, he did not have to hook up with others like he had to face them. What there was nothing more than the constant need to beware of a battle of minds with the neighbor lady. The penultimate stop on the 737 was the Sunnyside neighborhood stop, and by this time there were only a few old people left on the bus. After getting out of the car with Xia Xinin, they went ahead and purchased 30 eggs on sale for $20. As planned, which would be the mainstay of protein. The family should have enough rice for 10 days or so the money for rice was saved. Then, there was the expensive noodles, large bags of 2.5 kilograms egg noodles for $13.9, which will be the staple food source. Originally, Chen Yuan had 167 today, minus 6 yuan for the round-trip fare for 2 people, 8 yuan for his lunch, and 153 yuan left over for groceries, which is now 120 words left. It's 119. After correcting it, Xia Xinhua explained seriously, if every calculation automatically erases zeros like this, then when checking out, one is going to be shocked by the zeros that are added up. Indeed, every time I think that I only bought a few dollars or $10, it shouldn't be so bad that I need more than 100 at the checkout. Chen Yuan was in awe of Xia Xinin's meticulous observation of life. Also living alone as a walk-on, he didn't have much to offer in terms of life. Lettuce leaves, $2.08. Chen Yuan waited and asked Xia Xinin for her opinion. Yes, Xia Xinin nodded, then looked at the green onions and fell into a serious tangle. Scallion oil noodles don't need many green onions, but without them, the flavor is much worse. The apartment's refrigerator is too poorly preserved, and if you buy too many of them, you'll be. What a watery little girl, still wearing her school uniform. Are these two kids in love? We're not even in the same school yet. It's so cute. You're learning to live at a young age. Suddenly, Chen Yuan heard a heartfelt voice in his aunt's laughing tone. Turning her head, she saw her aunt. The cashier's aunt looked at her with a loving face, as well as every now and then looking at herself as well, her eyes full of funny, really funny. I'll send a couple of scallions your way. Auntie pulled out 3 scallions straight away. put them in a plastic bag of lettuce leaves and retyped the ticket. Is it really okay? It's a small thing. Thank you. Xia Xinyue gratefully accepted the lettuce and green onions in a bag with both hands, and then looked at Chen Yuan rather happily. Look, it's free, yeah. Don't talk about a few onions. If I were a meat seller and you begged me with that look, I'd just half slap a pig. The economy of beauty. The 5 flowers are on sale so early today. They're also $8 a pound. So let's weigh 1.5 pounds. After getting this last meat dish out of the way, the shopping for the day was over. $20 for eggs, $13, $90 for noodles, $2, $40 for lettuce leaves, $12, $80 for discounted pancetta, for a total of $49, $10, and 30 cents for a small plastic bag, or $49, $40. You can draw a prize for a full $50. Would you like to take something else? When paying, the cashier asked with a smile. Asked Xia Xinhua. She searched up the cash register, but after glancing at something inspirationally ultra-thin, she hastily returned her eyes to their rightful place. Or, just forget about it. You can only win paper towels in your own raffle anyway. Take one of these. Chen Yuan picked up a $1 pack of spicy small fish and placed it at the cash register. As a native of Jingnan, Xia Xinyu seemed to like spicy food quite a bit. Unlike Chen Yuan, a seaside teenager with Haidong province domicile, 5 spice counts as mildly spicy. Spicy counts as spicy, and spicy counts as are you trying to kill me spicy? Why don't you do the raffle? I draw the 4th prize tissue paper every time. I have bad luck. It's not a bad hand. It's that 95% of the prize pool is tissue paper. You better do it then. I haven't even drawn the remaining 5%. Aha. Chen Yuan handed the small ticket to the little red-vested girl who drew the prize, and then casually pulled out the ball into the glass case. It doesn't matter if it's a 4th prize anyway. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly heard a voice. He's digging down. He's got a chance to touch the 3rd prize. Is that the rafflecopter's voice? That means they're holding down all the good prizes? The 3rd prize is the cheese stick. It's good to be able to draw the 3rd prize. Xia Xining saw Chen Yuan showing a serious expression, and couldn't help but look forward to it as well. Looking at the prizes placed on the stage, a bag of ribs was especially coveted, but it's best to draw the 2nd prize. 4 prizes, tissues. 3rd prize, the Advent cheese stick. 2nd prize, a pound of ribs. 1st prize, large cuddly bear. The 3 prizes are okay, and the expiration date products are cheaper. Each box has 3 second prizes and 1 first prize, and that's the key. Moreover, the owner specially put a little oil on a prize, so that customers will subconsciously feel dirty and move their hands when they touch it, thus missing it. You know, this bear has been doing this even longer than a lot of interns. But what is this boy doing looking at me? Under the nervous sight of the little girl of the raffle clerk, Chen Yuan used his hand to swim the dragon in the glass case for half a minute before taking out a ball and placing it in front of the raffle clerk. Then he also wiped his hands on the tablecloth of the raffle. First prize, cuddly bear. Opening the raffle ball and pulling out the raffle ticket inside, the raffle winner announced in a shaky tone. It's not unusual for this boy to win the lottery, but what was he looking at me for? It was as if they had been pierced inside. Seen through. Chen Yuan's face was expressionless as he picked up the cute bear and placed it in the arms of Xia Xinin, who was a bit surprised and frozen. Then carried the dishes and turned around with his body and named deep in his heart. There's a little bit of coolness in it. I really didn't think that even something like a raffle had a door though. Let's just say that it's too easy to underestimate superpowered people. But using one's superpowers in this place just to get a laugh out of a heartbeat is a bit of an underestimation of superpowers. 2. Never mind. A laugh will do. I didn't realize the first prize was such a good draw. Chen Yuan turned his head and smiled as he struck up a conversation with Xia Xini when he realized that the other party's bear had, at some point, turned into a bag of ribs. And Xia Xinyu, who was carrying the ribs, was quite happy as she threw herself an admiring expression of "You're awesome." Only, Chen Yuan felt a little trance. A prize, not a bear? Xia Xinyue glanced back at the hat-wearing pink cute bear that few girls didn't love, then looked at Chen Yuan, shook her head, raised her eyebrows, and smiled. It's a bit of a pity. I don't like dolls, Chapter 34, Poor Neighbors? Don't like dolls, do you? Wearing a hat pink cute bear, and obediently sat back there, a face of old staff Yu, as if to say, master this or not dismissed. Master is the Sunshine Supermarket civil servants. Unfortunately, Chen Yuan could not hear the heart of the inanimate object. He could hear people. When he tucked the cute bear in Xia Xinin's arms, although he had no intention of eavesdropping, the young girl's thoughts were not only written on her face. So cute and fluffy. It must be very comfortable to hold and sleep at night. Well, let's go then. No girl will not like cute dolls. This sentence is an excuse. If Chen Yuan pursued the question, it will only make the other party more embarrassed. Besides, one should be thankful for the renunciation made by Xiaosini. But the doll can only be held by me alone and the ribs can be eaten by two. If I were alone, I could have saved the ribs. However, will Chen Yuan feel unhappy that his gift to me was rejected? No unhappiness. There is only emotion. A poor neighbor is a poor man. You've got a good hand though. That bear never seems to get smoked. Wait for the next time. You might even be able to draw it all at once. Xia Xining, who had lost the bear, comforted Chen Yuan instead. This reminds him of a video he recently saw in Shake X. A son gave flowers to his mother, and then that mother scolded the son and forced him to return the flowers. An even extreme video to bring the rhythm. Wanting to let the netizen scold her son who does not understand the hard work of his parents to spend money indiscriminately. Of course, the example wasn't meant to suggest that Summer Heartland was like his little mom. Not so wickedly funny. Rather, Xiaosini would be worried that her refusal of her gift would make Chen Yuan feel that one true heart had been let down by another. I've always been lucky. I wasn't interested in drawing before. Next time, it will be taken. Chen Yuan calmly said. Good. It shall be taken. Summer Heart nodded, revealing the true smile of release. She was happy that she wasn't chilling. Chen Yuan, however, was not that happy. Teenagers are ultimately trapped in their lives by the unattainable things of youth. Xiaosini hadn't received a doll bear before, and knowing what she knew, she didn't care. But that was more because of the person who hadn't given her a doll bear. Sophomore Summer Heartland received the doll bear, but she returned it for a pound of ribs because she felt that sharing the ribs with her neighbors was more important. Some years later, she was sure she would be able to receive a doll bear, or even say a doll zoo, an elephant, lion, tiger, leopard, wolf, dog, cat or mouse whenever she wanted it, and someone would send it to her. She herself would be able to buy a doll bear as big as her person with her paycheck at that time. With a little effort, you can also find doll bears that look exactly like they did when you were 17. But none of the same doll bears. As a child she didn't get a teddy bear. She wasn't upset because she got other gifts too. Her childhood was more than just teddy bears. The only moment she'll remember in her life about doll bear is at age 17 when she traded doll bear for ribs. Didn't dislike doll bear or like ribs more. She just couldn't get doll bear at that point. That time gaining one thing requires losing another. Lose one thing to gain another. Wait for me. Suddenly, Chen Yuan shoved the heavy shopping bag into Xia Xining's hands. Because it was too heavy, her body was pressed downward for a bit before she reacted. Carrying two shopping bags with groceries in both hands and looking at Chen Yuan's faraway back with a rather confused look. What's up with this? Chen Yuan left very suddenly, or decisively, but did not explain why, so it was very nerve-wracking for Xia Xining. He wouldn't want to go and buy that doll bear back because he could see that I kind of liked it too. Would he? Am I acting so obvious? Or is he saying it's because I switched to a doll bear and it made him feel a bit humiliated? Xia Xinyu was worried that Chen Yuan would do this. But if he's going back because of something else that doesn't have anything to do with doll bears, standing in place, looking at him from afar, Xia Xinyu at this moment, as if waiting for a time bus, for the future station that is just in front of her eyes, is also full of anticipation and uneasiness. Brother, can you sell me your small ticket? Finding a tall middle-aged man with a big belly, Chen Yuan took the initiative to ask, you want to draw a raffle? The tall middle-aged man looked at the small ticket in his hand with some confusion. Aha, give it to you directly. No need for money. The man didn't think much about it, gave the small ticket to Chen Yuan and said with a smile, see, you want to draw that bear to give to your girlfriend, right? Honestly, it's hard. This bear is probably an internal employee of this supermarket. I've never seen anyone draw it. I want to try. Good luck then. Thanks. After the older brother gave himself the small ticket, he carried the groceries to the car. Chen Yuan, on the other hand, took the small ticket and walked straight to the lucky draw table. Raffle. Oh, please, because the one prize was drawn but the prize was not taken. The raffle winner made up another one to go in front of the customer, and covered it with a cloth to redisturb it. So there is indeed a prize in there that merchants can play for. However, the raffler was able to guarantee this time that one prize would not be drawn by this boy. For once, there was no greasing the ball. Instead, this prize was tucked into the corner of the raffle box. As is humanly customary, one would churn through the raffle box and take a random ball, but the ball in the corner won't move. It will stay fixed. Moreover, Because of the habits of the human hand and the height of the raffle box, the corner closest to the customer is the most uncomfortable position for the hand to reach in. After repeated observations, she also saw that none of the customers would touch. Don't touch that. No way. In front of the raffle clerk, Chen Yuan pressed himself against the wall of the glass box, pulled out the ball in the far corner, and placed it in front of her. Congratulations, it's a prize. Before she could say anything, Chen Yuan carried the cute bear away without looking back, leaving only the raffle winner in the wind. The old Sunshine supermarket employee was surprisingly jerked off at my hands twice. No, cute bear senpai. Chen Yuan didn't know what to give Xia Xinin that she would be happiest with. For himself, the 17-year-old's most desired gift was a 145 square meter 4-bedroom apartment in the second ring of Summerhaven. Therefore, there was no way for him to push himself and use his superpower to fulfill Xia Xinyue's greatest wish. All he can do is that Summer Heartland gets the doll bear when she wants to receive it at the age of 17. Poor neighbors? Poor neighbors. Pepsi. The dish in her hand was snatched away. And then after a large bear sat abruptly in her arms, Xia Xini was stunned in place. She had just seen Chen Yuan go to the raffle stand before she brought this bear over and watched as the bear was held in her arms. Even if she saw the whole thing, it still caught her a little off guard. I looked for a big brother to buy the small ticket, but he didn't ask for money and sent it to me directly. Chen Yuan explained. And then, you won the lottery again? Xia Xinyu asked incredulously. I just saw him secretly greasing the newly added prize ball. So, you smoked it. Reacting Xia Xinin. His admiration for Chen Yuan has overflowed. He is really cunning, smart, very detailed. Chen Yuan is too fine. Fine. What are you babbling about? What a treat. What a blessing. Lowering her eyebrows and looking at the cute pink bear wearing a hat, Xia Xini, for once, revealed an undisguised heartfelt smile. For the feeling of exceeding expectations and being pleasantly surprised. She said it was so nice. Come on, go home. After smiling faintly as well, Chen Yuan turned around, carrying 2 bags of vegetables, and walked to the front. In the afterglow of the setting sun, the haze in the sky was dissolved into a pool, and the dim light shone obliquely on the two of them, and the tall Chen Yuan's shadow was stretched long. The young girl, who was a head shorter than him, slowly followed, lowered her head, and slowly hugged the pink bear tightly in her arms. Chapter 35, Xia Xinyue cried. After arriving at the apartment, the two returned to their respective homes. A caddy of ribs, as well as the bag of vegetables, were brought to Chen Yuan's side. Since he has a small tabletop in his room, it's easier to eat on his side of the room. Xia Xini's home, on the other hand, was comparatively more empty. A bed, a nightstand, a desk, and that's it. So, this cuddly bear serves as an important soft furnishing for the home and instantly makes her room much fuller. Is it on the desk, or the bed? After Xia Xinyue thought about it, she finally placed the big bear doll on the desk, sideways to the desk lamp. This way, in the future, when she was doing her homework, she would be able to see this pink doll with a black nose when she looked up. Good boy. Patting her hand lightly on the doll bear's hat, Xia Xini was as loving as if it were her own pet, her eyes squinting with laughter. Splat! Suddenly, the hat slipped off the bear's head and fell on the table. Looking at the jerry-built splash of white on top of the pink cute doll bear's head, Xia Xinyue lost her eyes as if her 3 views had been shattered. Bald. Baldness? Xia Xinin hastily recovered the hat on the top of the cute bear's head, and the doll's face value was thus upgraded by a large grade. But, please, give me eyes that haven't seen a bald cuddly bear before. I can't. The image in my head is completely lingering. Under the tangle, Xia Xini opened the drawer, took out the needle and thread box, and fixedly sewed the hat on with a thread of similar color. And then, rearranged. I haven't seen it, I haven't seen it, I haven't seen it. Xia Xinin covered her eyes with both hands and repeatedly recited these words in her mind, hypnotizing herself. Sure enough, it's cute. Looking at the big doll again, Xia Xini revealed a happy smile. In fact, the appearance of the cute bear's bald head has been completely thought-steel and printed in one's mind, and it simply can't be waved away. However, even if it was really a bald bear, Xia Xini didn't love it any less. In fact, when Chen Yuan gave the bear to herself without even thinking about it after drawing the first prize, she was eager to accept it. That complimentary gesture that was so natural it couldn't have been more natural let her know that the distance between the two had slipped away. She didn't hesitate when she traded the doll for that pound of ribs, but after she did it, it seemed like her heart really emptied some. An emptiness that is hard to describe. When she was a little girl, she saw a neighbor girl with a particularly nice dress, and her mother noticed her envy and then said she would buy her one too. At the time, she actually wanted that dress, but she knew it was expensive and she knew her mom would buy it for her even if it was expensive. So, in the end, she told her mom that she had seen the hairpin on the neighbor girl's head and wanted one. Later, she got that hairbrush. She was a little happy because the hairbrush was nice too, but while happy, she also felt a sense of loss because she wanted the dress more. For so many years, she had also grown up inside love, but understanding her parents' difficulties and being very understanding, she would deliberately lower her expectations and show her delight at being loved. Today, the same is done. She turned to Chen Yuan naturally, and retreated to her second best when it came to choosing. The difference is, I didn't get the dress myself that year. Today, got the dolls themselves. How cute you are, cuddling the cute bear on the table in her arms. Xia Xini happily rolled up on the bed. Who can imagine that a girl who is usually so quiet in school that she rarely initiates conversation when she is home alone? It's amazing how crazy you can get. After returning home, Chen Yuan put down his school bag and prepared today's dinner. Xia Xinin said to go back to put something and come over later to take charge of the dishes. So Chen Yuan is now mainly just taking care of the dishes. For this meal, I'm going to have a braised short rib, eggs scrambled with a leftover ham hock from the fridge, and lettuce leaves. What Chen Yuan has to do now is to blanch the ribs. Not bad for a second prize, but it's all middle rows. The quality of the ribs that were raffled off. Not the meaty leg ribs, but the evenly sliced 1-pound medium ribs, which should have cost about 3 dozen even if you paid for this one. So, $167 of living expenses is just a theory to be able to eat well. Not to ask mom and dad for a little. Find friends to borrow a little. Zhou you rob a little. Can only expect this kind of heavenly horizontal platoon, but it's no accident. Superpowers are for wool gathering. Starting point urban male lead, dude. It's a shame you're using this superpower. Quit the group. Put half a pot of cold water. Throw the ribs in. Put onion and ginger. Sprinkle cooking wine. Wait for the pot to boil white foam. The ribs out. Wash with water. Blanching process is officially complete. The next step is to fry the ribs in oil until both sides are golden. Put the star anise, cinnamon, sesame leaves, soy sauce, consumed oil, salt. Of course, this is all what Chen Yuan thinks of the process, but Xia Xinin said that the practical step must be handed over to her. Although it is a great blessing in life to have a little cook to cook for you, this complete dismissal of your year-long learning to cook. Knock knock. A knock sounded on the door and Chen Yuan went forward to open it. You didn't start it, did you? As soon as she saw herself, Xia Xini asked directly, as if she was afraid that she would ruin that 1 pound of extremely high-quality middle row. Yo, the chef's here. You're amazing. Well, Chen Yuan heard his own heart. That's a first. The law that superpowers couldn't be used on oneself was perfectly broken by the yin and yang that Chen Yuan hated to overflow. Chen Yuan said, I blanched. Well, I'll take the next one. When Xia Xinin walked in, she smoothly tied her apron skillfully on her body, then put the oil on and fried the ribs. Boil a pot of boiling water for me, please. Xia Xinin shouted to Chen Yuan without lifting her head. After catching a full pot with tap water, Chen Yuan, at the location of the outlet, boiled a pot of boiling water, a wonderful tool that would be used next for braised ribs. Let's cook the rice on. Just a small box for 2 people. And after you've poured the rice, the water level goes to the second joint of your middle finger. As a chef with a monthly salary of 8,000, Xia Xinin skillfully blended Chen Yuan, a side dish apprentice with a monthly salary of 15,000. It's done. Then what? After pressing the rice cooker on, Chen Yuan asked, your work is over. Go rest. Xia Xinin smiled cheekily towards him. Or, learn English for half an hour? Are you my mom? Don't you need me to do anything else? Other girls also had to do their homework and go to class tomorrow. Even as a little cook, Chen Yuan did not want to burden her so heavily. No, because it's a single burner and doesn't do any simultaneous processes. As soon as I get the ribs simmering, I'll come over and study English with you. After frying the ribs until they were almost perfectly golden on both sides, Xia Xinin, like a wizard, grabbed a handful of ingredients, no more, no less, and seamlessly poured the hot water into the pot the moment the kettle dinged and boiled. Then, began to look for something similar to yellow icing sugar. Did not even ask himself a mouth. Directly from a Chen Yuan did not even remember the corner of the cabinet will be the remaining few icing sugar found. Thunk 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 thunk. Cover the lid turned around to clean lettuce leaves. What happened in these few minutes caused Chen Yuan's view of cooking to collapse in an instant. No. Is it interspersed with ***** oil on the way to cooking? It's the oil that splatters when it meets water. Anise, cinnamon and allspice. Not cinnamon, where is it? Paste first, turn off the fire. Etc. Sessions that not everyone has to go through? Old mo sorry. I not only can't learn from the fourth form, even cooking is second to others. Just as Chen Yuan was sitting in front of the small table board and preparing to open his English textbook, he suddenly heard a shout from the kitchen. What? Xia Xinhua was the kind of girl who would be quiet even when committing suicide. Making such a scream was obviously not normal, so Chen Yuan rushed over. Then, he saw Xia Xini standing in front of the cutting board covering her face, whimpering as she cried. The crying wasn't very sad, as it wasn't choked up, but it was audibly heartbreaking. Oh, no, why is the heart crying too? I don't know what people think. What do I need this power for? Come on a little roll, super son. Looking Xia Xinin up and down, Chen Yuan asked. Scalded? Xia Xinyu shook her head. See a cockroach? Keep shaking your head. Electrocuted? Still shaking my head. Inside the kitchen, able to encounter the physical and psychological conditions that may occur are ruled out, and the heart is still whimpering and crying. As if guessing something, Chen Yuan drew out a few paper towels, walked over to Xia Xini, gently grasped her wrists, and wiped her tears for her. Is it because you think of something? Cry it out. It must have been touchy-feely, thinking of my mom when she was cooking, and the sudden sadness came over me. But what do you mean by Yelp. As Chen Yuan wiped his tears, Xia Xini, whose eyes were brimming with tears, raised her hand, pointed at the cutting board, and finally spoke. The eggs are bad. Chen Yuan revealed of a puzzled look. That's it? He didn't really understand what there was to cry about. Just throw away the eggs when they're broken. No matter how poor my Chen family is, I'm not going to cry because of a broken egg, am I? Because the first three were good, and after the fourth one was punched in, the badass egg fluid flowed in right in front of me, and I just watched. After describing this desperate scene of sadness for the hearer and tears for the listener, Xia Xini turned around, squatted on the ground, covered her face, and broke the defense of whimpering and crying. Chapter 36, Xia Xinin wants luck. Being bullied by a bad guy. Hitting the bad guy's balls. If it was something else, Chen Yuan could be so comforting. But alas, badass it. Can't fight it. If he had encountered such a thing as beating 4 eggs, only to have the 4th egg break and ruin the whole bowl of eggs, Chen Yuan estimated that he would probably even drop the bowl. So it was normal that Xia Xinyu would cry. 4 eggs at 70 cents a piece is $3. And that's even as much as a breakfast meal for 2 people. The Chen family, which was already not rich, was even worse off because of these 4 eggs. Wait, I'll do it. Xia Xinin was being bullied by the bad eggs. So naturally, Chen Yuan would not stand by and watch. Come, eat a what? Like a dashing brother drawing circles on the ground, Xia Xini turned back and looked at Chen Yuan with teary eyes. We can't punish the eggs for having a problem, but we can find the source. Xia Xini weakly asked. Are you going to find out about the hen? Listen to what your mouth is saying. That? Chen Yuan did not answer. The box of eggs out of the refrigerator, placed on the side of the bowl filled with bad eggs, to take a picture, and then clicked on the cell phone Meituan, Sunshine Supermarket customer service. This allegory is very obvious photo, sent to the other side. If you don't return the money to me in 10 minutes, I will detonate Summerhaven. If the relevant authorities don't intervene to deal with it, I will show the way for the TriStar Taijun. Sunshine Supermarket, what's up pro? Mr. Chen, the eggs I bought today, there are bad ones in them. You can look at them, and there is a printed logo on the eggshell. Sunshine Supermarket, good pro. Caused you an unpleasant shopping, is really sorry. This will give you a refund. Good. Money can be refunded. Chen Yuan joyfully conveyed such good news to Xia Xinin. Xia Xini froze when she heard this, then got up in a hurry, tears wiped with the back of her hand, and came to herself, staring at the phone together. A strand of hair next to her bangs gently fell from the edge of the phone and slipped past Chen Yuan's fingers. Chen Yuan's line of sight was only slightly sideways, and he saw the soft face, just a stone's throw away from himself. Even her breath, her skin could be clearly felt, close by. She, however, didn't realize at all the emotions that were being stirred up by Sunshine Supermarket's customer service, and his own emotions were unfairly stirred by her. Of course, the main reason was that he was too high up, and the itty-bitty Xia Xini, completely in his line of sight, was like an omniscient god's perspective. Oh yeah, my superpower. Isn't it omniscient God's perspective? Sunshine Supermarket, so, may I ask, how many eggs are broken? Hiss. Ah this. Seeing this, Chen Yuan was also provoked by the Sunshine Supermarket customer service. Ah this. Xia Xining similarly, like Chen Yuan, exuded a difficult expression. We only broke one egg. By definition, it is only one egg that is compensated, right? The reasoning is this. But reasoning aside, but the key Chen Yuan is not the kind of unreasonable person. Cannot throw Why should people pay for 4 eggs when they broke one? Then why don't we say 2 and have them cover half of our losses? Xia Xinyu asked solicitously. If you break one egg, will you break another one into it? Chen Yuan so finished. Xia Xining's face brushed red, embarrassed to look at him. You just think I am very stupid, right? How dare this? According to old Mo's logic, it would be considered rude for an 11th grade student to meet a 4th grade student without kneeling. Alright, say the egg thing. After Xia Xining thought about it, she asked, why don't you just be honest? Be honest, but there's more to it. Mr. Chen, the 4th egg was broken, and then those 3 eggs didn't work either. After sending this, there was a moment of silence from customer service on the other side. Then, it started showing the other party is typing. The other party is typing, and finally gave a reply after about a minute. Sunshine Supermarket, well, that compensates you for 4 eggs. 2.8 yuan, please send me your WeChat. Good lord. Look, Chen Yuan showed his cell phone to Xia Xining. This loss, will she be the one to bear it? However, Xia Xining showed some hesitation. After she finished like this, Chen Yuan also had this worry. The silence just now, and the long edits and deletions, do make it easy to make some associations, and in case she did take it on, how innocent is she? In the end, Chen Yuan decided to maintain his sense of morality. Mr. Chen, and this loss, is it your responsibility? Sunshine Supermarket, of course not. It's our boss. He. You're hip to your mom. You're not the one who paid for it. Why are you so obsessed with it? Chen Yuan almost made a husky pointing gesture at the cell phone screen. Then let's break some more eggs. After the source of the bad eggs was chased, Xia Seni calmed down and dumped the bowl of eggs from earlier and beat 4 eggs in a fresh one. Although her expression reverted back to her previous quiet beauty, Chen Yuan, who could hear the voice of the heart, was after all an all-knowing god. Are you still in a bad mood? Xia Seni said with a smile after a moment of silence. You see it Xia Seni hit her heart so deeply that she couldn't be seen just by looking at her expression. But he could hear it. It's hard to put this on anyone's mind, even if someone else still refunds the money. Chen Yuan said. I'm a bit too unlucky it seems. Lightly biting her lips, Xia Xinyue's tone was suddenly somewhat downcast. Speaking of bad luck, she was the unluckiest person in the world if you counted the death of both her parents as luck. But she can't be allowed to make that association. Bad eggs are in there. They can happen to anyone. How come you're the one who's unlucky? And who would happen to be the 4th one to be a bad egg? Summerheart asked rhetorically. Chen Yuan was told to stop, and after a moment's pause, he spoke. But we drew one prize twice today. But that's what you won in the lottery. If it was me. Xia Xinhua gently turned her face to the side and whispered. It must be 2 packs of tissues. That has nothing to do with bad luck either. The probability of drawing a tissue is at 95%. And the probability of drawing a tissue both times is 90-25. That means that drawing 2 packs of paper towels is only normal and statistically significant. But you're playing with me like this, aren't you? Good. Holding his hands on Xia Xining's shoulders, Chen Yuan did not say a word as he pushed her towards the living room. Xia Xinyue did not understand what happened. But the red roasted ribs will take a long time. Do not have to watch all the time, so she did not resist. Not right. It should be called no opposition. Sit down. Xia Xining didn't know what was wrong with Chen Yuan, but the other party was very serious, so she didn't dare to say anything, and just watched as Chen Yuan tore off 10 pieces of paper, and then took a red pen, and wrote unlucky on the paper. Lucky, out of 10, 1 is lucky. If you draw 1, it means you are lucky. Hearing this, Xia Xinyue quickly waved her hand to refuse. In case I draw unlucky, then isn't it like being cursed by unlucky? Adding bad luck to myself. You also have the possibility of drawing lucky, but that's only a 10% probability. It's too hard. Xia Seni continued to shake her head. Can you consider a 90-25% probability event as your misfortune, and now a 10% chance of being lucky, and not recognize it? Is 90 25% the probability of winning the paper towel twice? You calculate so fast. You're quite talented in math. Xia Xinyu admired. Counting is just a useless endeavor. But do you really want to draw? Xia Xinyu was a bit hesitant. Looking at these paper balls placed in front of her, she didn't quite want to let this kind of thing decide whether she was lucky or not. But why can't you be the 10%? Luck was written on the paper. Luck exists here. If I win the lottery, does it show that I am not unfortunate? And I can be lucky. Chen Yuan couldn't help himself from refusing and had already used his hands to stir inside the paper ball. Which lucky was, she had long since lost track of. So cheating to get lucky was out of the question. But at the first glance of her eyes when Chen Yuan stopped, she took in one of them. Reaching out, she selected the one that seemed to say pick me and volunteered a ball of paper that appeared in the very center of her vision. Math can be used for gambling. Magic can also be used for gambling. But none of this is as convenient as listening to the heart. When he obtained this ability, Chen Yuan was clear that this power, if used for gambling, could allow him to buy a country with the money he earned. So, he had long ago promised the god who gave him his superpower, Yu Zhen, will not use this ability for gambling. This time, though, he not only used it, he was the banker. Looking at Xia Xinyu, who seemed to have put her future on the line and was carefully stretching out the paper ball, Chen Yuan also had something he wanted to win. Mr. Banker's bet is simple. A smile. The crumpled ball of paper unfolded and 2 words in red appeared. A line of tears slipped silently down her cheeks. Squeezing the paper back into a ball and holding it cherishingly in her hand, Xia Xinyi closed her eyes and reverently leaned her forehead against it, breaking into a smile and saying, well, it's a winner in the lottery. Chapter 37, Challenging Xia Xinin. After finishing her meal and putting the bowls away with Chen Yuan, Xia Xinin went back to her room. It's 8:30 p.m. 3 hours before bedtime. During the evening study session, Chen Yuan had already finished his homework. If it was one of those students with a little less self-discipline, they would probably have let themselves go by this time and planned to play a few games. But Chen Yuan is different. A gentleman is prudent. He was able even when he was alone. Xia Xinhua, we'll do our homework together when I'm done with my bath. Ohio. I was going to do my homework. I wasn't even going to play. Why are you acting like you're supervising kids? Exiting the Zhong Yuan diagram that he had just updated, Chen Yuan took a change of clothes, went to the restroom, and took a hot shower. Today there was a gym class, and he also played basketball, so it took a bit longer to wash. And only after he came out to blow dry his hair did he see that Xia Xinyi had sent 2 more messages. Still 5 minutes ago. 8:44. Xia Xinyu, why don't you do your homework on my side today? 8:53. Xia Xinhua, of course, it's still up to you. I can go over there as well. Because the person was not around to hear the voice of the heart, Chen Yuan, who had already been habitually using the superpower of listening to the voice of the heart, was somewhat at a loss as to what to do. Women are harder than math. Math can't be copied. Women can't that even copy. Allow me to nudge you first. With a small tabletop on your own side, you definitely have to eat on this side. For studying, she had a small desk on her side, with a small desk board, and on her side was also a desk. The landlady's, 1.5 meters long and a little more spacious. Oh, understood. The conditions on his side were slightly tougher, and Xin Bao resented it. Chen Yuan, I'll go over to your side then. Who let us not have a proper desk here? Summer Heart, okay, come over here. Chen Yuan, oh Kuan. After blow drying his hair, Chen Yuan picked up his English book with English 5-3, and when he was about to go out, he turned back and took a set of practice questions with a test paper, Gnosis Real Questions. Seems like that's what they use in the 4th grade. After Chen Yuan picked it up, he took the key and went out. Chen Yuan, I'm at the door. In the case that the other party returned the message promptly, Chen Yuan was not too fond of knocking on the door, because he always felt that the knocking thud was a bit uncomfortable. Zilla. The door was opened and a small face appeared in front of Chen Yuan. The long, dark hair, once again, finally flowed down like a waterfall, all the way up to her waist. The school uniform on his body. Also because after taking a bath, he changed into a white cartoon short sleeve, and casual shorts that exceeded his thighs and reached above his knees. Although it wasn't like a set of pajamas that went together, but it was quite a homey harmony. I washed my hair and haven't blown it yet, so why don't you come in and sit down first? With a cheeky smile to herself, Xia Xinyi turned around and headed for her room. Just by the towel-wiped hair. Hair is still visible to the naked eye, standing some small water beads. The skin also seems to be moisturized by the water generally. There is a kind of cool temperament. If not Xia Xinin, she has been hanging a smile on herself. Chen Yuan will really feel that this girl is not good to get along with. But that falls into the category of being biased. Xia Xinin's eyes were quite friendly when she met herself before she knew herself. One can only say that this woman was originally simple and innocent, and never hung high in the sky, like a distant star, out of reach. Sit on the bed. As Chen Yuan entered his room, unsure of how to arrange himself, Xia Xinin spoke without a care in the world. In this way, after entering the young girl's boudoir that had a young girl's fragrance and inexplicably felt a little brighter than next door, Chen Yuan also sat on the bed with her pink sheets. It feels like this learning environment is a bit of a distraction. That cuddly bear that was placed on her desk, where Summerheart had been blow-drying her hair, there sat a bear, quietly turned sideways to her. A girlish habit indeed. For Chen Yuan, all dolls should have its utility: a fart cushion to sit on, a bath towel to wipe his hands, a pillow to sleep on, a soccer ball for Leon Chen Yuan to burst into flames. Chen Yuan, I'm done blowing, come over here. After Xia Xinin finished blowing out her hair, she received the hair dryer into the drawer. Then, moving the stool under her butt, she shrank to the left corner, leaving Chen Yuan with a position of over 70 centimeters. After Chen Yuan sat over, he looked at Xia Xinyue, who was almost next to the wall, and said, "You're quite generous. When you were a kid with a girl as a tablemate, drawing the 38th parallel was all about her 6 and me 4. So you can say yes?" Xia Xini snickered. "Elementary school. That girl is almost half a head taller than me. How could I possibly beat that? I should be a head taller than her by now, but there's no chance to go back and beat her up." Put. Xia Xinin couldn't help but laugh out loud, haughtily covering her mouth, then using her finger to draw a transparent line in the center. "You're such a big one. It's only right to take up 6. 1. I'm a ing bear and you use 1. Dude so strong. Use 1 head. A head of Chen Yuan sounds cool. Then I'll learn pediatric English first." Chen Yuan spread out his book and prepared to start. "Okay, I'll write up the questions I haven't finished at school, and you can come back to me to discuss any questions that exist in doubt." Xia Xinyue was also worthy of being the 4th high school bully, entering the state extremely quickly, and could even manage to open the practice problems and start doing them. The character of not procrastinating exceeds that of 50% of high school students, as well as 97.3% of boiling matter college students. While she was writing the questions, Chen Yuan also began to attack his weaknesses in the English subject. Of course, since each item was weak and needed to be attacked, he took advantage of Xia Xini being around to do the completion blanks that required more lectures. Complete the blanks to do the time in 10 to 15 minutes. But usually the quiz is more important to do seriously than to do it right. Chen Yuan will be 15 minutes to spend, only to be able to do it. Then, the answers were matched. Good. Normal play. 8 out of 20 questions correct. On a sliding scale, 0, 4 is equivalent to taking 60 out of 150. Hey, it just so happens to be one's usual grade. Not ashamed to be you. Chen Yuan, you dog thing. Weak, very average. Well, first, you can understand the answers by yourself, and if you can understand them, you can understand them by yourself. If you can't, or if you need a little guidance, then look for Xia Xinin. A short while later, Chen Yuan closed the answer and slightly sidestepped his eyes to the girl who was looking down and carefully working on the question. Chen Yuan, who originally wanted to find her directly, saw that the other party was very focused at this time, so he did not disturb and just waited silently. Hair has been blown dry, smooth from the shoulder to lie down. That kind of cold feeling less, more warm and soft, and along with the movement of her head down, the loose short sleeves drooped slightly, and Chen Yuan seemed to see the beautifully curved, undulating clavicle. She's so white. Can you hear your heart again? Hasn't this bug been fixed yet? Xia Xinin, who happened to stop her pen, turned her head to look at Chen Yuan, and after realizing that the other party had been staring at her, she looked puzzled. Is there something on your face? Kind of nice. Stop your earthy love talk, brother narrator. I've done a completion piece. Why don't you take a look? Chen Yuan laid 5-3 across Xia Xinin's face, lifting a strand of fine hair with his fingers and wrapping it behind his ear. He looked at the dismal rate of correctness. Are you really serious about doing this? All guesses are 25% correct, and I got to 40%. It's never a guess, but 40%. That's within the range of guessing correctly. Chen Yuan, you've got a lot of hurt feelings. After continuing to browse, Xia Xinin shook her head and said with some regret, it feels like checking for gaps doesn't mean much anymore. You've got to be Nuwa to mend the sky, right? vocabulary, tenses, grammar, fixed collocations, these all need to be strengthened. Though Chen Yuan's English was full of sores, Xia Xining possessed the patience to start from scratch with him. Then let me teach you about tenses first. Why don't you put English on hold for a while? There's something important. Chen Yuan interrupted Xia Xining and held out a copy of the Enlightened Truth. You guys have this too, right? Wait. Xia Xining nodded, got up and went to find her book bag, took out a copy of Gnosis Problems for Math, and placed it on the desktop, flipping the pair's teaching aids to the same side. Chen Yuan tore off the test paper for that unit and then placed it in front of each of them, saying rather confidently, "There's still 2 hours until bedtime. Let's have a match." Tomorrow was going to be the accompanying classroom test, and he himself was going to concentrate on eavesdropping on Tang Si1 alone amongst the many heartfelt voices at that time. Then, as a side branch outer disciple, he would be qualified to participate in the Dome Assembly. So at this moment, a necessary maneuver is going to take place. Although mending English was the right way to go, Chen Yuan's sudden invitation now made it impossible for Xia Xinyue to rebuff it. Standing the test paper up, covering half of her face and staring at Chen Yuan, she used the softest tone to say the hardest words, "Putting in water. I won't be able to." Chapter 38, Math is still harder than girls. There's no need to let go. Bring out your full strength. Xia Xining should be a strong person who can fight with Tang Siwen in math. Not to mention the total score. As far as math is concerned, the difference between the two of them is very small. Tomorrow's accompanying test would determine the spots for the Battle of the Dome. And although Tang Siwen was already in the inner circle, she would definitely give 100% concentration to take first place in the accompanying test as well in order to keep her classmates from gossiping. Therefore, if one were to take a mock exam, one would need to transfer Xia Xini's answers to one side as much as possible and get the same score as her. If she had let go, the simulation would have been less than perfect. Could be. Xia Xining made an okay gesture and looked at Chen Yuan with a light smile, as if to say, it will be taken. It's not that competitive, but it seems fun to be complimented on being a schoolteacher. Surprisingly, it's this mentality. Later on, if Chen Yuan were to comment on Xia Xining's performance with "Oh, it's not bad," he could make this guy anxious to death, right? "I'll get the little tabletop over here then." No need. Just as Chen Yuan got up, Xia Xining pulled him back, then turned around and took out a small sunflower flower cushion and placed it beside the bed, then lifted up a corner of the quilt and sat down on her knees in front of the bed with the intention of starting to write the test paper. Isn't this sour? Chen looked at Xia Xinyue behind him, always feeling that this position was a bit uncomfortable. It's okay. Xia Xini turned back and explained with a smile. Actually, when I was at home in the past, the chair at the desk was uncomfortable for me to sit on, so I sat on my knees like this. Come on, it's starting. Okay. With that, Xia Xinhua turned her head and prepared to start the exam. At this time, she was wearing casual shorts, so when she sat cross-legged, her thighs were a bit more exposed than originally, and not as visually thin as earlier, to be a bit more healthy and fleshy. Year 1, Class 3. How do you write so fast? It was too late. Today's Xia Xining was about to start doing the questions. Chen Yuan turned around in a hurry and wrote down the name class at the head of the test paper row. Year 1, Class 18. Summer. Your last name is Xia? You just write Xia? Scribbling the character Xia into a black lump, Chen Yuan wrote down his name, Chen Yuan. Then, without a moment's delay, he went straight to the title. AC excluded. No negative sign. Choose D. It's good to hear. In the same vein as your own questions, the first question on a math paper is usually very small in terms of calculations, and a quick scan is pretty much all you need to do. Along with Xia Xinyue's solution, Chen Yuan chose D in the first question of the multiple choice question. Then, immediately following the second question, parallel, vertical, A, wrong, B is wrong, C is right. Take another look at D. Well, D is also wrong, so that's C. Such a simple topic. Chen Yuan followed very quickly, until the 11th question. The amount of calculations suddenly large. Xia Xini finally pondered. The maximum value of Z equals X plus Y is. The length of the bus of a cone is 8 and the perimeter of the base is 6 pi. Then its volume is. Wait, there's no such thing as multiple choice? Where did it jump to all of a sudden? Chen Yuan froze for a moment, then rushed to the fill-in-the-blank questions. Sure enough, after Xia Xining wasted more than 10 seconds on the multiple-choice 11 questions, she hurriedly moved on to the other simple questions, the first question of the fill-in-the-blank questions. Such a strategy is rather like your own. Luckily, it didn't follow the drop. Immediately afterward, Xiaoxini quickly solved the first 3 questions of the fill-in-the-blank questions. Should I skip the 4th question and go to the big one? Take a look at it. Yelp. It's pretty easy, so do it by the way. Easy? Why does it look so hard to me? After the 4th question of the fill-in-the-blanks was solved, Xiaoxini returned to the multiple-choice questions. The 12 questions that were done first. It was about 5 minutes or so. 11 multiple-choice questions were solved. Total 16 questions. 25 minutes. All solved. 80 points. Mad Whisperer. Pretty good. If it's multiple choice, fill in the blanks. Just focus on listening to Don Swan alone. It will be a 100% copy. Copy Ninja Kakasaurus. The first question of the big question. Surely also keep up. Chen Yuan continued to follow Xiaoxinin's thoughts. Write the solution. Write the answer. Right. Halfway through writing, he suddenly froze. Nope. No more heartbeats. Have the superpowers failed? It's not. After determining the thoughts, Xiaoxinin's subsequent answers pressed without thinking. And such a question. For Chen Yuan, although simple, but because of too much reliance on the heart of the voice, and now after losing the help, in turn, panic. Obviously a simple topic, but not at all see into. Thoughts began to wander. Calm down. Calm down. After closing his eyes and taking a shallow deep breath, Chen Yuan decided to leave this question empty first, as he could write it himself anyway. Then, he would first look over the other questions carefully so that he wouldn't be unable to keep up with Xiaoxinin's thoughts later on. About 3 minutes later, the first big question Xiaoxinin was completely finished. Beginning Raiders answers the second question. 18 questions. Very quickly. These 12 points Chen Yuan smoothly took. 19 questions. Again taken. There is a slight lag in the middle, but the process should be fine with the result. 20 questions. And 22 optional questions. Again following Xiaoxinhua, could not finish. Honestly, the process is actually a bit of a problem, but Chen Yuan really can't keep up with it, so he can only finish writing it. Finally, there was question 21, the most difficult one, just the first question. Chen Yuan was a bit hard to top, but the good thing was that when doing this question, Xiaoxinhua was very focused, and it was enough for himself to just follow along. The second quiz also went well. The third trivia question was an area that Chen Yuan was completely unable to touch, but Xiaoxinin seemed to get more and more courageous the more she fought, and Chen Yuan's pen seemed to be voice-controlled as if it was falling, and the more he wrote, the more he got high. Oops. What's going on? Chen Yuan was even more nervous than Xiaoxini. I've misread the conditions, and I'm going to cross them all out from the second question onwards. TSK. Chen Yuan smacked his lips and put his pen down on the table, looking up and pursing his lips with a complicated expression. No, you this? The two together in the heart after a long sigh, and then at the same time, lowered his head, as well as took out the pen in the test paper above the completely synchronized drawing black lump. An hour and a half later, after writing all the questions, not missing a single one, and carefully checking them, Xiaoxini turned the paper over and covered the bed. Then he got up, carefully stretching his arms, and walked over to Chen Yuan's side, watching his solution from the sidelines. As a result, the first look was astonishing. What kind of strategy is this? 17 questions written at the end? You're still asking me? Would I have saved question 17 for the finale, either as a reverse 1 or a reverse 2, if you had been more conscientious in your work? It's done right. It's good. It's just slow a little how. Points take not just. This summer hard language. Big fool. Okay, swap and change. After settling 17, Chen Yuan picked up the test paper and handed it to Xiaoxinin. Don't you want to check again? There's still 25 minutes left. Xiaoxinhua asked. What a water question. No need to check. Xiaoxinin's examination could be much more meticulous than his own, and Chen Yuan had full trust in her. Okay, let's change each other then. With that, the two sat down together at their desks and corrected each other's papers. I can only say that it's worthy of Xiaoxini, who says 80 points to hand. The choices followed the fill-in-the-blanks, silky smooth, and none of the answers to the fill-in-the-blanks were missed. The first 3 big questions were also no problem and 36 marks were pocketed. 2 slightly more difficult questions took 10 and 8 points, and the final optional took 8 points. So the total score is 142. Strong. Finishing a set of papers in 1.5 hours and cutting down 142 points. This Xiaoxinhua feels even more powerful than Tang Siwen. Damn it, the 11 sect's top 100 disciples of the crown ranking were so unbearable. Desperately, It's not even the 4 sect's own disciples. The second sect in Haidong Prefecture was actually as terrifying as this. 142 points. Worthy of being a school bully. Although he wanted Xia Xining to rush a bit and experience the feeling of inch-stopping as well, but the other party wanted to be praised after all. Chen Yuan naturally did not mince his words of praise. 131 points. You are also good. After Xia Xining corrected the paper, at the same time of sighing, also cannot help but give birth to a trace of Boyamet Zhongziki touched. And the penultimate big question. You also look at the wrong conditions. I told you, the topic set up too confusing. A mistake is a mistake. What's the excuse? MS. Xia Xini? Harmed copy your Qing Yuan students also follow to do wrong. Next time reflect out. 131 points. Which wrong ah? Chen Yuan felt that this score difference was a little too big and a little strange. So he reviewed the paper deduction. And then found that, in addition to the process points deducted for those big questions that didn't keep up with the rhythm of Xia Xini, he made a mistake in one of his own multiple choice questions and deducted 5 points. How? Chen Yuan frowned, carefully comparing the 2 test papers. Then, find out why. There was a question that Xia Xinhua read B in her mind, but she actually chose C for that question, because the answer content of C was a line segment starting with BD, though she read it as B in her mind. Her sight feed was C. And naturally her pen fell to C as well. That's the confusing nature of the heartbeat. It seemed that the ninjutsu copied by Kakagen was an imposter after all, and there was still a gap compared to the original. But fortunately, tomorrow I will be more serious and skillful to avoid such a mistake. Tang Siwen has a good chance of qualifying for the battle to the dome as long as she takes 140 and exceeds 130 herself. The first step is key. You're really good at math. Why would you say you can't? No. Who are you saying can't? Oh, referring to the grades. After thinking about it, Chen Yuan explained. Old Mo has been grasping me quite tightly lately, and then I've been as enlightened as I've ever been. And my math has improved a lot. However, the other subjects are still pretty crotch-pulling. Your last test. What was your score? After talking about the results, Xia Xinhua suddenly asked with some concern. After thinking back, Chen Yuan replied, 504 points. So, after Xia Xinhua answered, she proceeded to put away the needed textbooks into her book bag. As for Chen Yuan, because the time is already very late, he intends to leave. Just as he was about to leave, Xia Xining suddenly said to him face to face, that current grade doesn't determine anything. I believe that you can improve your score by 121 points in the college entrance exam. Why this number with zeros and whole numbers? Because 504 plus 121 equals 625. This way. 625 is the result of Xia Xining's last exam, so she's trying to say that she's trying to get herself to catch up with her scores. Because 504 plus 121 equals 625. Xia Xini crossed her arms behind her back and slightly tilted her head sideways, revealing an unflinchingly clean smile. Chapter 39 Target, Bar Dance University. The following morning, Xia Xining used noodles with some of the panko to make 2 servings of scallion oil noodles. And after the 2 of them ate breakfast together in Chen Yuan's room, they took the bus to school together. Before, Chen Yuan took the subway more, but when he took the bus 737, the 4th and 11th middle schools were exactly on a line, and it was cheap, just $1.50 by swiping Alipay. So Chen Yuan's regular transportation became the bus. Message me when you get on the bus after school. Only after arriving at the Shuefu station and the arrival announcement ended did Xia Xinhua get up with her school bag in her arms and say goodbye to Chen Yuan. Well, it will be. Bye. After Xia Xining got off the bus, the seat next to Chen Yuan turned into some 11th grade boy, and Chen Yuan put the in-ear headphones back on and leaned against the window to listen to songs and learn English. Slowly make wave to the rhythm. It's your birthday cake. The celestial music playing in the headphones couldn't override Chen Yuan's thoughts, because 504 plus 121 equals 625. Because 504 plus 121 equals 625. Not only was it in her mind, but she said it. Not even a single punctuation mark was changed. Even Chen Yuan was not able to achieve this level of unity of heart and mouth. Let's just say that Summerheart has been following through on her endurance of saying what she has to say. But your ing score is so high. Can I really catch up? With 625 points, he could be ranked 40th in the top 100 of the 11th form crown list, 14 points higher than the 88th ranked Tang Siwen. In other words, in order to catch up with Xia Xining at this level, one would have to surpass Tang Siwen, who was number 1 in the class, and continue to improve and break through the bar dance introductory realm, rivaling the 11 sect's personal disciples. Those heavenly prides of the first class superpowers are indeed strong, but the exams are randomly assigned, so whether there are any super scholars is all up to luck, and the limit for listening to heartfelt voices will be weakened after this week, turning it into a solo listening that will consume stamina. Superpowers can be trusted, but more than that, it's up to you. If one really lists a target, the province's Haidong University, it's not only himself, but Xia Xining is also still more than 30 points short, a far cry. So that means, for them, the goal that they want to chase is probably 620 to 630, one of the top schools in the neighboring province, Looney Gate University. It's not something someone like yourself who can't even get next to the first book line should be thinking about. But, Summer Heart is not talking about wishing she had improved 121 points, but believing it. That is to say, one is not given a choice. Is this Jingnan Meitua also so overbearing? No. Why do I have to listen to her? What does she say? She says raise 121 points and I have to raise 121 points? Can't I be motivated and raise 125 points? In this sad era of twisting rake ears into the standard of a good man, it is still necessary to rely on a macho man like Chen Yuan to revitalize the Southeast man's masculinity. Fukusho Road is here. Passengers arriving, please get off. Next stop. During his rambling thoughts, Chen Yuan arrived at the station. All of the 11th grade walk-in students get off at this stop. Following the crowd, he surged into the school and went to his class, and after putting down his bag, Chen Yuan felt Zhou Fu's gaze, gazing straight at him. Please, change your seat earlier, I'm going to sit next to you. The aura of Li Yuyu beside me is a bit too scary. What's wrong with Li Yuyu? Chen Yuan pretended to get something from his school bag, then quietly looked at Li Yuyu, and found that the other party's eyes were indeed a bit grumpy, as if she was glaring at herself, and she had never shown this kind of look to herself before. This Chen Yuan must be trying to win Zhou Fu's favor before offering to help her change her position. After being classmates for a year, you really think I'm that kind of green tea? The guy who panders to women is looking at those big boobs, right? No. Why are you scolding me? To avoid the sight of Li Youyue's famous face, Chen Yuan was really quite hurt. Oneself and Li Youyue relationship is actually not bad, although not in a small circle, but every time in the school elsewhere to see will greet, because sitting behind himself, also talked about the day. She is certainly not Huanging that kind of motionless to, I want to see the blood flow into the rivered gossip girls. Only because of the Huanging they are 11 early graduates. The people who meet people are not lady just. Admittedly, it hurts old school feelings to go out on this limb for a transfer student. But you're calling me a good big-breasted Thurabasket in your mind and making this kind of yellow rumor. So let's call it even. Right? Chen Yuan, do you drink milk? Just then, Zhou Fu suddenly stepped forward, holding a bottle of something he didn't know and didn't see clearly in both hands, and inquired about himself. Ripples. I told you. No, I didn't initiate it. She bumped into my field of vision. How does that count? Okay, I'll really do this evil. After all, he wasn't made of dough and still had a bit of a temper. So after accepting Zhou Fu's milk, without saying a word, he left the classroom and went to the place where he needed to shuttle across a corridor bridge in another school building. Thump, thump, thump on the door of the second grade math team's office. Then, push open the door. Chen Yuan, what's he doing here? At the first sight of himself, the old MO voiced this question in his mind that filled the tone of a female brat. Obviously it's normal for my own students to come to places like this, but they were emotionally affected by me alone. Old MOU, this guy is not to me. Old teacher, I have a situation to react to you, haha. Chen Yuan walked to his side and made a difficult statement. Well, you say. Old Mo's head didn't twist, and he said faintly, is this a request for something? This is not the usual tone. Not so flattering. What a twisted character. Why do you think so badly of your students? After thinking about it, Chen Yuan said, it's like this. That transfer student Zhou Fu. It seems like she had a bit of a misunderstanding with Li Yuyu yesterday, and the two of them couldn't get along, but she thought that she had just transferred here and didn't dare to talk to the old teacher Yu, so she wanted me to talk to you about it. Zhou Fu wants to change positions too? It looks like there's a real conflict with Li Youyang. Li Yuyu's kind of 520 points might have added to the story, but Zhou Fu's kind of 580 plus points doesn't seem like she'd lie. No, you're ing going a little too far. Shouldn't I be euthanized for this 504 score? But what does this have to do with the 500 point Chen Yuan? You've really had enough. People Moriarty used the memory palace to commit crimes. You used the memory palace to store all the students' grades in your head just to differentiate between 3, 6, 9, and so on. The compulsion is too much lower all of a sudden, isn't it? But Chen Yuan was honored by Secretary Han yesterday. Secretary Han even praised me for it. Forget it. Consider it a favor. I don't want to owe him anything. Anyway, the two of you and He Si Jiao are dragging each other down. Let He Si Jiao switch places with Zhou Fu. Looking towards Chen Yuan, old Mo seriously said, in the future, be a deskmate with Zhou Fu. Learn English well from others. Her last English test before she transferred to another school was over 130. Okay, I stand corrected. Old Mo didn't memorize all the students' grades. Rather, all students' performance in all subjects. Memory palace. What stinky fish and shrimp are put in it, old Mou? Thank you, teacher. Lao Mo, this kind of person can agree to his request. Even if he suffers from sympathy, what can Chen Yuan say? Of course he accepts it gratefully. Then, Chen Yuan turned around and left the office. Gee, he's about to get his ass handed to him again. Old Mo's voice. Who is he referring to? Teacher Mo. Your class going out for the Olympiad this time should be all about Tang Siwen, right? The male teacher who should be holding a thermos cup leaned over to Old Mo's chair with a smile. Zhang Liang, the math teacher of class 15. Both senior teachers with senior Mo are highly credentialed. Therefore, it is also absolutely competitive. Just Tang Siwen alone can get the award. Old Mo, who was quiet, said with such rare certainty. This Tang Siwen's position in the Old Mo's heart, really unshakable. This kind of words are set out. That's definitely possible. I hope our class can get the award as well. Ha ha. Zhang Liang was still smiling, but inside, very dark. In the same class of students with mediocre talent, I brought out at least 3 students like Tang Siwen, and there's a competition machine specially trained in Olympiads, 50th in his grade. Oh Yang Yusen, you don't think you can win me over just because Secretary Han praised you for teaching a rescue hero, do you? Although the two of them had calm expressions, hostility was already surging in the air. The next teacher extraordinaire, it's me. The next teacher extraordinaire, it's me. Just as the two of them were secretly fighting over this, Chen Yuan left the office, taking the door with him, his expression calm but his heart quite inspired. It seems that old Mo is already certain that the second slot is the one to make up the numbers, but it's not just Tang Siwen at the exam. Three's a crowd. Chapter 40, Rivers of Blood. No problem with the strategy of keeping second, but that's too constrained. It's basically being Don Swan's shadow, depending on how she plays. If she blows up herself. And, even if she was good, she was at best a little Don Sven herself. Therefore, it is possible to stay second, but not to strive for second. Although Tang Siwen was strong, he was only the strongest overall. Despite the geometric function, the strongest is also her. But geometry, under the function, there are also classified. She is not a hexagonal warrior. And with Chen Yuan's understanding of these old brothers and sisters in the class, he should maintain the mentality of 3 people. There must be my teacher. Even said Zhou Yu has his own things to learn. Of course, it was a pity that physiology classes were not included in the content of the college entrance examination, and this advantage of Zhou Yu's was not of any use for the time being. Chen Yuan, do you eat bread? After Chen Yuan returned to his seat, Zhou Fu handed himself another loaf of bread. It looks like it's as a friend fee, but it's a hidden chicken. How's the changing of places going? And when can I sit over? In the face of Zhou Fu's partially meaningful look, Chen Yuan also slightly nodded his head, alternately blinking his eyes and using his own language system to convey. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, Zhou Fu covered her mouth and whispered, "What? Means? No, you don't understand this either? There's really no understanding." Duly noted. Wait for old Mo to announce it in class and act natural. Aha. After receiving an affirmative reply, Chuff nodded and returned to her seat. Looking at this rotten girl whose heart was as filthy as a quagmire, even though 10,000 deaths were not enough, Chen Yuan had quite a high degree of goodwill towards her. After all, apart from brainstorming about this all-pervasive and unforgivable behavior of his, she was basically pure in her heart. Just looking at the bread in his hand, Chen Yuan was a little less than kind. You're too polite to tribute a gourmet meal every time you strike up a conversation with me. It's so embarrassing. Starve. Break in half. Zhou Yu, who hadn't eaten breakfast because he woke up too late and was running late, saw that Chen Yuan had a peeled loaf of bread and directly broke off one end and stuffed it into his mouth. Chen Yuan stayed for a moment, and immediately fought with it. Asterisk 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 off Nima. What are you doing? Ah, the two of them share a piece of bread. So sweet, but if you wait for Chen Yuan to take a bite before you grab it, isn't that just indirect? Also roll nymphets. There's bread? I'll take a bite. As Chen Yuan snatched the bread that Zhou Yu was about to stuff into his mouth, he Si Jiao, who happened to still want to slip some stitches into her stomach after breakfast, saw it, and then grabbed away another ball of bread from Chen Yuan as if she was picking cotton. No, you too? Just like the boss of the fruit stall was teased by the monkeys soundly cooperating with each other. Chen Yuan's bread eyes left less than half. In order to save the only ration, he hastily swallowed in a big mouth. Zhou Yu, who had no difficulty in snatching the food, also stuffed it into his mouth one by one, and he Si Jia, who did not know why, also chewed it quickly. The three humans actually nursed the food. Like three groundhogs. As Zhou Fu watched these three people being so in tune, he got a sense of uneasiness about forcibly inserting himself into other people's cliques. After all, after replacing He Si Jiao with herself, their original pattern would be broken. If He Si Jiao did not get along well with Li Yuyu, he himself was also responsible. Hey, how come the reality of relationships is so hard to deal with? Everyone memorized the words, memorized the text. Shortly afterward, the language teacher in charge of morning reading walked in and, after a word of advice, sat down at the podium and looked through her own book. The combination of a language teacher and a math teacher generally complements each other, personality-wise. And in class 18, Fuang is one of those who is much more lenient. Not like the old MO who treats her students as suspects. Students are comfortable in her classroom. How did you get along with the neighbor lady? Zhou Yu asked back, both jealous and curious. Get along okay. Putting his hand on Zhou Yu's shoulder, Chen Yuan rarely regarded the other party as a peer and opened his mouth. Mr. Zhou, lend the brother some money. The days cannot go on. I can't help it if you're talking at the end of the month. Wait, do you buy bonds? Zhou Yu suddenly asked. Bonds? Dude can't afford to eat and he's buying bonds. What were you thinking? No, the returns are high. Investment of 40, return of 50, pure profit. Zhou Yu raised an eyebrow and followed the advice. Is a 25% yield that good? Isn't the yield 20%? It's difficult to explain to you with your IQ. Chen Yuan continued to ask, what kind of bonds? What about the risks? The risk is basically none. Seeing that Chen Yuan had an idea, Zhou Yu came over and whispered, Tang Jian owes me 50, you give me 40, I'll sell you my bonds and you find him to pay you back 50. Good. You've redefined what a bond is. If he doesn't recognize the bond, you can beat him up. Okay, climb. He could have just rejected himself, but he came up with this whole excuse. He really, hammered to death. Chen Yuan. Just when Chen Yuan was worried about the pain of the straitened circumstances, Zhou Fu behind him suddenly poked his left shoulder. Chen Yuan turned his head, and then he saw a red ticket. Don't do that, Mr. Tao. It's not necessary. I can lend it to you. Chuf whispered. This. Chen Yuan was torn. This guy was too friendly and in turn made him unnatural. There's no need to return it. Zhou Fu continued. No, how can this be? Don't pay your friend fee to this. It's too humble. It's just as well. I felt guilty about violating Chen Yuan's portrait rights before. It's not friend fees. It's royalties. You're not really writing a homo, are you? It's prophetic. As soon as you turn around, you ingratiate yourself with the taller boys in your class. And they're right. Just as the two of them were getting mushy like this, Li Yuyu leisurely transmitted this heartfelt voice. It sounds like she's had a big change of heart. Previously, she didn't have any hostility towards Zhou Fu at all, and only said that kind of words in order to perfume those few friends. But now, having to change places in an unpleasant way, her heart in turn became a little darker than it was originally, and she also sent this kind of nameless fire at Zhou Fu. And that, in fact, is a self-protection mechanism. Only then would she be able to feel inwardly that what she had said that day, the mistakes she had made, were not so wrong. But that's how the duo's relationship only got worse. Thanks, but take the cash yourself. I'm prone to losing it. When I'm short of money, I'll borrow it from you on WeChat haha. After Chen Yuan said this, Zhou Fu understood and took back the red ticket and put it into the pen case. After Fong had been watching the class for 25 minutes, old Mo came in during the last 5 minutes of morning study, and as soon as he came in, the sound of the class reading was noticeably louder. But the clever old Mo, or ear sharp heard the one to cover up the sound of small talk. So after Sister Fong left, immediately put out that serious square face, in the morning study time. Also talk. Why do you guys talk so much day in and day out? After old Mo's lecture, the students in the class also stopped reading. Yeah. Zhou Yu this heart, every time you hear have a different kind of enjoyment. Color. Tang Jian, change your position and go there. No, teacher, how am I? Again? Don't nag. Move over. If you change Zhou desk alone, the class will definitely suspect something. Why don't we just make a temporary transfer on the grounds of gossiping? I have to say, old Mo is quite a beautiful person who knows how to protect his classmates with this kind of distraction. Kind of looking forward to what he's going to say about me later. Yeah, it's going to be a scolding. He's Jiao. You switch with Zhou Fu, so that you don't have to pull each other's leg with the 2 Chen Yuan, old Mo said seriously. While hearing this, he Jiao owed it to herself to pick up the water cup on the table, then glanced at Chen Yuan with a leisurely expression. Row. Chen Yuan didn't bother to talk to her, so he helped move the table. Zhou Yu, help Chuff move. I can't believe my name and that Zhou Fu's name are side by side. Cool. Okay, teacher. Zhou Yu was like the boiled goat with infinite strength, helping Zhou Fu move up the seat without any complaints. And so it was that the seats of the 4 people in the class were switched at the last moment of morning study. After putting together his Jiao's seat next to Li Yuyue, Chen Yuan was about to leave when he suddenly felt his chair being gently kicked. When he lifted his head, he found Li Yuyu staring at himself with a pouty mouth. You're a pain in the ass. Hey. Unfortunately, if you were a guy I would have punched you in the face. Chen Yuan wasn't going to bother. But all of a sudden, Li Yuyu's table leg was kicked as well. After freezing, Li Yuyu slowly raised her head before she saw Zhou Fu, who had completely turned her back to old Mo but was fully facing herself, pouting and with her eyes fixed on herself without letting go. At this moment, what happened in this instant was only heard most truly by Chen Yuan, who was an insider. Try kicking him again. Chapter 41, The Real Men of Sigma. Boring. I want to see blood flowing. It is indeed easy to have this mindset when you look at other people's fun. But ask the citizens of Nagasaki what they think about nuclear weapons. And what would they say? Original. This kick. The sound was much louder than Li Youyue's kicking of her own chair just now. Not only did she scare herself, but he Jiao, who had just taken her seat, was also confused. Moreover, because Zhou Fu's position was in the center, although her back was to old Mo, many students inside the remaining half of the classroom witnessed the scene. What is this? Fighting? Too, so scary. Kicking the chair. This is too classic. Maybe I'll have to scratch my hair after class. Old Mo shouldn't have seen it, right? Cough. Sit down. After covering his mouth with his fist and whispering a reminder to Zhou Fu, Chen Yuan turned around and sat down. As for Zhou Fu, although she still had dissatisfaction in her heart and was furious at Li Yuyu's unjustified wildness just now, she still listened more to the advice and sat down on the seat. But in his heart, it was already like a million horses galloping, and he could not rest. One does not make enemies. This Li Yuyue said that before that was her freedom. She didn't need anyone to take herself as a good friend, but now it's all like this. Her sudden kicking the stool to pick a fight is too infuriating. Zhou Fu knew that Chen Yuan wasn't the kind of honest person who would take a loss, and he chose to ignore it purely because Li Yuyu was a female. The humility of others is no reason for you to be rude. I don't want to back down even if I am continued to be vilified behind your back by those friends of yours. Just come at me. Don't be a jerk. First period English, get your textbooks out. Chen Yuan knew that Zhou Fu couldn't be persuaded right now, so he just reminded and told her not to be too anxious. She was, at the moment, a little too excited. Didn't even take it to heart myself. No, not really. She is to stand up for herself, although there is no grudge with Li Youyu, but now to stand up. He will only stand firmly on the Zhou Fu. This is the reason of human nature. As for Li Youyu behind Zhou Fu, she bit her lips and her cheeks reddened with anger. What do you mean? Protecting it like that? You're really a couple now? It is not just looking at Chen Yuan can look. People are quite tall, and pretend to be aggrieved in front of him. What's wrong with me? I was already on normal terms with you. Am I wrong? Annoyed, he drew a large X on the book. Li Yuyu and Zhou Fu's beam was thus knotted. And the reason, long ago, was not that thing. Like Chen Yuan, He sees Jiao is also a citizen of the Nagasaki ring, the closest distance to view the nuclear explosion, so also feel quite scared. However, she knows that although this matter is basically unrelated to Chen Yuan, but as the middle hub of him, he may have to suffer a little bit. Noon. Lunchtime. It's my mom who's bringing me food today, so I won't eat with you guys. Zhou Fu took the initiative to declare as the small group was about to make an appointment with the meal cafeteria. She definitely wanted to blend in with the Chen Yuan clique, but today, after all, she had a prior appointment with her mom, but was worried that they'd think she wouldn't eat with them in the future as well, so she was rather more serious in her explanation. This girl is so torn. But yes, in high school, the initial cliques are the strongest, and in the middle there may be variables, but they are rare, and in the middle, after being kicked out of the clique because of the variables, examples of people who finished their high school career alone can be found everywhere. No one wants to be a heretic, no one wants to be left behind. So, super big boobs aren't capitalized on in high school, or even a quirk that makes it easy to have low self-esteem. Okay, go ahead. Chen Yuan nodded and then headed to the cafeteria with his son Zhou Yu, and since Zhou Fu wasn't around today, he see Jiao was able to have lunch with her little sisters naturally. Sister Joy also falls into a category within high school, an important piece of the title-winning puzzle. The number of circles she can fit into is greater than 2, and she is able to switch freely, depending on the situation, whichever side she joins. The people in that clique are not surprised and fit in very naturally. A few days ago it was because she incidentally had to take care of the transfer student Zhou Fu. That's why she got close to Chen Yuan and the others. In fact, she didn't like to play with these two stinky boys. You had a good time at the same table as Chuff then, didn't you? I damn well see that your site is extremely dishonest. Zhou Yu elbowed Chen Yuan and said jealously, there's always going to be staring at one spot, so maybe that's the trouble with minors. Ha! Thursday basket. Slightly. The duo gagged while walking quickly towards the cafeteria. Although the senior military training had already passed, the cafeteria business was still booming. But there was one thing about the 11th sect that was still human: there was no difference between the personal disciples and the outer disciples, or even say, the miscellaneous disciples, and they could eat at the same time. And the 4 sects are very perverse. I heard before, because to avoid wasting the study time of the heavenly pride, the 4 sects of the grades of the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 15th class, that is, 3 science rocket class, a liberal arts rocket class, a total of 12 classes in the whole school, 5 minutes ahead of the end of the class. Wait until these people beat the meal and take their seats, and then the bell rings. One could only say that it was still the leaders, elders of the 4 clans in terms of birth. By the way, Xia Xining seemed to be from the 3rd class. Why didn't she talk to herself about such an interesting thing? Hiss, it seems like there's no more seats. Zhou Yu, who was carrying a dinner plate, finally saw an empty seat after scanning around, but his face showed a difficult color. But Tang Siwen is in. Following his line of sight, Chen Yuan saw a girl sitting alone at a table for 4, eating a bun while flipping through a small English vocabulary booklet with one hand. She was actually very pretty. Her hair was ebony, darker than normal black hair, violating school discipline naturally hanging down, and her eyes felt a bit darker and brighter than the others. Different from Xia Xining's kind of bookish and quiet schoolteacher, she gave a kind of ethereal temperament, so even though she had a high face value, no one in her class made jokes about her being a beauty queen, much less reported her hair as non-compliant. The people are the 88th most popular pride in the world, so you're just eating farts and minding other people? Over 600 yet? Hurry up and sit down, or there won't even be this seat left. Line. Although Zhou Yu was still a little afraid, like the other people who didn't quite dare to sit next to Tang Siwen, always feeling that he would be cursed by her in his heart. But Chen Yuan dog was bold, so he followed. There's no one here, right? Chen Yuan took the initiative to ask. Tang Siwen raised her head and shook her head when she saw the duo, then continued to eat her buns while reading her English word book. Chen Yuan, Zhou Yu, no, are you a robot? Just confirm us in your mind? Because Chen Yuan and Zhou Yu opposite is a serious study girl, so usually eat at least chat a $5 brother and sister. Today quiet with the ING class of the sky. There's no way around it. After all, you're sharing a table with someone else who was here first. Just like that, Chen Yuan ate his $8 set meal and clipped away one of Zhou Yu's grilled sausages as he wandered off nervously because there was a spooky girl next to him. Then, one bite on the head and one on the tail. Where's my roasted sausage? Zhou Yu reacted and stared at Chen Yuan. Did the dog eat it? Not to. Your ing. Snap. Right at this moment, Li Yuyu appeared at some point, snapped the dinner plate on the table, and sat down next to Tang Siwen, which was also opposite of Zhou Yu. She gazed sideways at Chen Yuan, pouting and puffing. In the face of such a scene, Zhou Yu is trying to moist, afraid of being mistakenly injured. But, if he didn't hurt himself by mistake, he wanted to watch. Tang Siwen remained calm, continuing to cha-cha the bag, drink soy milk, and read the words. Chen Yuan, on the other hand, wanted to quickly finish this $8 set meal that was still giving away grilled sausages for some reason and leave this place of wrongdoing. In short, heeding her was out of the question. She was angry now, and the reason for her anger remained the same. How long has Chofu been here? What do you know about her? Isn't it because of the big boobs? Just see the color and forget your friends. Although they were not considered friends, she thought that Chen Yuan could see how her character was. Standing in line like this nowadays is really no classmate bonding at all. Eat, clunk, whatever. Just eat and leave. Bang! Just as Chen Yuan wanted to leave, Li Yuyu slammed her fist on the desktop, her eyes reddening as she stared at Chen Yuan in an angry gaze. And as she slammed her fist down, the buns on Tang Siwen's plate were shaken up and jumped into Chen Yuan's bowl. Originally intended to go to get the last bun, Tang Siwen, hand hanging above the plate, staggered, raised his head, looking at Li Yuyu, while turning his head to look at the bun in the bowl of Chen Yuan, the line of sight many times rolling. Chapter 42, Tagged Girls. Chen Yuan is a very nice person. Although he was evaluated by Xia Xinhua as a man with a misanthropic face that hates everyone equally, he knew that this was actually his self-protection mechanism, also known as a sense of proportion. He grasped it well. Girls mostly disliked boys pretending to be a bully, because some people would feel that it was a signal of courtship. Chen Yuan, as a normal boy, definitely liked to play hard to get, but he would not play hard to get in front of girls. The reason was not that girls did not like boys to play hard to get, it was that playing hard to get any desired feedback from girls. To sum up, Chen Yuan, who doesn't pretend in front of girls, is more popular with girls, and also rejected 2 girls who confessed their love on QQ before the second year of high school. Has never been a person who winks at women. Therefore, Li Yuyu, you've crossed the line. Snapping his chopsticks down, he looked at Li Yuyu, wondering what this woman was trying to do. Tang Siwen, who raised her hand and was just about to go get a bun from Chen Yuan's bowl, was hit by the snapping sound of chopsticks, and her hand was hastily retracted. A frown. She pulled out 2 chopsticks from the chopstick case and carefully pinched out the bun while the 2 of them glared at each other sternly. Then holding it in her hand, she gnawed on the bun with one hand and held the word book in the other. Leaving this place of wrongdoing. Gee, it still clips the buns away. It's all flying into my bowl. How dare you take it? Tong Zi man? Originally thought that I could add a meal. This heavenly pride is really stingy. Even a primary secret treasure is not willing to gift to the same door. Okay, back to the point. Let's get it straight with this girl first. Li Yuyu was a fairly cute looking girl with a standard bobbed head and metal framed glasses. Basically never got angry much, in Chen Yuan's impression. And now, she's angry. You're mean to me? Hiss. Hearing this heartfelt message, he knew it was hard to top. When you kicked my stool today, I wanted to ask, how come you have a problem with me? Chen Yuan opened his mouth to ask. Li Yuyu bit her lip, and after holding her tongue for a while, she said, you clearly knew that day that it was Huang Ying and the others. Chen Yuan raised his hand and interrupted. Stop for a moment. Why? Li Yuyu was unconvinced. Chen Yuan glanced at the crowd and said, I don't know if Huan, bleep dash, and the girls are in there, but if you're heard talking about them behind their backs, what are you going to do? Good cautious man, how dare you use beep dash as a blocking word? Even the words you say can be coded. You kid is a man born to do subtitle work. Zhou Yu, who was on the side, couldn't help but praise Chen Yuan so inwardly. No wonder he was able to be so well liked within the girls and never made any enemies. Precisely because he was able to be so equally respectful of all human females that he couldn't pick out a single thorn in his side. Of course, if a person can manage to not insult women at all, then they must know all about the points of insulting women. Such a man is a true woman shamer. Chen Yuan, I salute you. You are a true master of spookiness. This sentence directly put Li Yuyu said speechless. If Huang Ying and the girls heard themselves blaming them behind their backs, it would indeed create a conflict. Even if it showed that they could be reconciled, the gap would definitely exist. So what he means is that behind the scenes, he said that Zhou Fu was heard, and in the final analysis, he blamed her for having a mouth without a. It's ultimately your fault for running your mouth. Yui Li, he really did think so. In other words, Chen Yuan thinks it's all his. It's all your fault. You, as far as you're concerned. Are you going so far as to say that? Like being stabbed in the heart, Li Yu is really broken defense. Spinning angrily back. Besides, how is this all our own thing? The grudge between the girls. How can you help her to change the position? Weren't you the one who was going to go to old Mo to switch places and got rejected? I'm doing you a favor anyhow. I didn't go to Mr. Mo's office because of that. In an argument, mere malice does not cause real anger. Only exposing the truth and getting to the heart of the matter will cause hysteria and exasperation. And at this moment, Li Yu was literally on the verge of being told to cry. She had wanted to find Chen Yuan to ask for a claim, but after realizing that the other party had no problem at all, and that the root cause was even in herself, it was a completely difficult situation. Tonight, someone is going to have trouble sleeping. Chen Yuan didn't want her to drop her little pearls. He just wanted to exclude himself from the event without sticking to the pot. But the other side, too, is a non-stick pan. Come on, it's just a dump. So you think the bad guy is me, right? Li Yu questioned. The bad guys are the yellow, bleep dash, them. Chen Yuan shook his head and replied. You just did wrong. You shouldn't have said that kind of thing behind your back. And if you say it, you should have to bear the consequences. It's something a child understands. This is something that children understand. Bro, my house seems to have exploded. Go back and take a look first. Li Yu is about to be made to cry. This pot can't be taken by himself. Zhou Yu rises with the dinner plate, and after muttering a sentence in a low voice, prepares to leave. Home given. What home do you want? Grabbing Zhou Yu's wrist, Chen Yuan gritted his teeth and yanked him down. 2. Wrestling with sight and bowl power. Then the invisible pull began. Chen Yuan's strength over Zhou Yu, gradually the other party suppressed. Just when almost pressed on the stool, Zhou Yu, this pussy suddenly cannot afford to play with legs to push away from Chen Yuan. You're an anxious. First go. Damn. It's a pisser. Then it was just the two of them sitting here, not saying a word. Li Yu was now in a state of watering. Not yet crying, her eyes a little red, but it only takes a little stimulation to cry. Nope. That statement makes it sound like I'm going to make her cry. However, if she continued to borrow her mind voice superpower to attack her, she would definitely be able to completely finish off her classmates. Let's stop in moderation. Having said all that, in doing so, Chen Yuan wanted to state nothing more than one thing: I am not responsible. After more than 10 seconds of reticence, he stood up and took out from his pocket the packet of tissues that he had borrowed incidentally on the table when he moved it for He Si Jiao. Slowly raising her head, Li Yu saw Chen Yuan take out the paper. Her puffed-up face slightly relieved and her expression gradually calmed down. He really didn't do anything wrong. And since he even handed me paper to wipe my tears, I also. Just as she was thinking this, Chen Yuan finished wiping his mouth neatly with the paper and then dried the noodle soup that flew out when he pounded the table just now. Then threw the dirty paper into the dinner plate and turned to leave. What? Hey, you, how can you do this to a girl? Li Yu originally had a pretty high favorable impression of Chen Yuan, and even said that she had even moved the idea that if she wanted to find a boyfriend in her class, Chen Yuan would be one of the first choices, because she felt that Chen Yuan looks tall, face is also good, and most importantly, not shrimp head at all. Never open yellow mouth with girls. In addition to He Si Jiao, his sense of proportion to grasp a very high, said it is a high cold handsome man is not too much, but this guy, he's too straight. If he is really the protagonist, Chen Yuan has to do the same thing with limited responsibility male lead. Certainly not the kind of limited responsibility that is not initiated, rejected, or accountable. When he listened to his heart, Chen Yuan knew that Li Yu had a crush on him, but he didn't take it to heart because it was impossible for them to have a story. People are face value animals who look at faces, and when they see a good-looking girl around, who wouldn't fantasize about if she was my girlfriend? But in reality, it's impossible to talk about it if you really want to talk about liking it. It's just a matter of sound human beings having the right kind of thurible basket mentality. At that time, sending paper to Li Yu would indeed boost a bit of goodwill, and the matter of standing up to Zhou Fu could be written off. But, I don't like her. Why should I coax her? After entering the classroom, there were already quite a few people in the class, and Tang Siwen, who was sitting in the second row, leaning against the window, also fell into place early and began to study. With her current grades, she could actually barely make it into the first class, so such a schoolteacher would be very conspicuous inside a scrappy class like Class 18. A glimpse of heavenly pride. Identified as a crane. Teacher Mo asked me to bring the workbook to your class math representative. Classmate, do you know who it is? A short-haired girl holding the workbook walked to the class door and found Tang Siwen, who was closest to the door. Math rep. Zhang Zhua, not in class. After looking around the class, Tang Siwen stood up and took the exercise book with both hands. Give it to me. Then she launched into the class with the homework book. Even though she looked like she didn't know any of her classmates well, she had basically memorized everyone's names in her mind, as well as their seats. And for the kind of classmates who are less familiar, she uses associative mnemonics. Tang Jian, the boy who talks a lot, was changed again by the homeroom teacher. Yu Kaxing is. Oh, the boys in class call him Fatty. Fatty's desk is a mess. Move him to the pile of books. Chou Fu, E-cup, here. Chen Yuan, it's my turn. It's my turn. How do you define me? When he heard that Tang Siwen was about to label himself in his heart, Chen Yuan was still strangely excited. Of course, he didn't raise his head to look at it, but instead acted quite naturally as he wrote his math exercise book. Chen Yuan is sitting next to Zhou Fu. Unfortunately for herself though, in not being unfamiliar to her, she quickly found her seat and placed her workbook on the desktop. Chen Yuan, who likes to steal barbecued sausages. So close, the buns almost got eaten by him today. When Chen Yuan raised his head, he realized that Tang Siwen had already turned around and went to the fourth group to hand out the workbooks. If it wasn't for the fact that this was a heartfelt statement, Chen Yuan would almost be a bird in the mouth with his small mouth. No, since when do I have to eat your buns? You think I'm a fool? That's rude. Stop your labeling. Zhou Yu, the little cutie who didn't even realize that the grilled sausage was almost stolen and eaten. Well, good work, keep it up. Chapter 43, this Chen Yuan, the third period of the afternoon, as well as the last recess, and the next, was the old Mo's math on-demand test. That's right, this pussy took up a full 2 recesses of students in order to make up the 2 hours. Of course, old Mo was kinda humane. Those who have to go to the bathroom hurry up and come back afterward. It counts towards exam time. Shirley Lau's little B microphone hadn't even been pinned on yet when old Mo, with a stack of papers in his hand, came straight into the classroom and took over the classroom menacingly. Looking at these unlucky waifs, the young and pretty Shirley Lu covered her mouth and smiled heatedly, looked at them with a sympathetic and lazy gaze and exited the classroom. Lu Zi, don't go. What are we going to do when you're gone? You're not going to drain the water? Chou Yu asked. It was put out before last class and I can't waste a minute. Chen Yuan held his breath and adjusted his breathing. I fun. You come really? Zhou Yu was amused. That's not the Ultraman knowledge contest. It's not a fellow. It's not Sailor Moon. It's not Zelda. It's a fellow. The second in the class said to take the test. Roadless race. I can barely recognize the word race when I'm stepping on it. Then since you're playing for real, I'll take it seriously too. Remember, ID card to take video. Zhou Yu hemmed and hawed. Ready to have fun. Chen Yuan, the highest math pussy, has never been in the top 10 of the class. Want to take the second test? What are you thinking? Granted, there was no accompanying test this month, and senior year had over a month of summer vacation without seeing. Wait, this pussy couldn't have been badgering behind the scenes and is now strong in math, right? Is it true that the little neighbors cook she? With such nervousness, Zhou Yu slowly turned his head, only to find Chen Yuan hush open his eyes, a hint of confidence flashing in his gaze. It's hard to believe that this guy has evolved into a dragon. No, I'm going to stop him. This time, be a little more serious. Are you serious? I can beat you without hanging on. While Chen Yuan was quietly meditating over the need to expend his brain's attention next, Zhou Fu next to him suddenly poked himself with the cap of his pen. Chen Yuan turned his head as Zhou Fu wrote on his own draft paper. Do you want me to copy it for you? It's not necessary. If you're really capable, I'll copy you to death without saying a word. Pick up the pen. Will Zhou Fu that sentence crossed out? Thoroughly painted into a black pile to destroy evidence. Chen Yuan with a pen also replied a sentence. No, you write your own. Although I'm not good enough to secure a spot in the top 5. If what I don't know happens to be what I know, won't I be able to help him? He seems to be as honorable a man as he looks. Well, that's a good point. However, the way he did the questions today, he doesn't look like he's top 10 caliber. Did he lose to Chou Yu on purpose? Just to coax him. The test papers are here. Taking the pen and tapping on the desktop, reminding Zhou Fu that this pussy should not think blindly a few more times. Chen Yuan focused all of his attention on the test paper in front of him. It's too loud. It's really too loud. The sound inside his ears buzzed on. And, it's all thinking. There's no way to concentrate on the questions. Pinching his thighs with his hands, Chen Yuan hoped to use the pain to wake himself up. There's an old saying, if you're afraid of being found out, just cover it up with a louder voice. Similarly, if you will be disturbed by the voices of others thinking, squelch them with more forceful thinking. Frowning tightly, Chen Yuan began to vigorously read silently in his mind. Taking advantage of the fact that Tang Siwen, who had gone to the restroom, hadn't returned yet, he decided to go through all of these topics first. Read quickly and try to get it into your head without interference from others. In this way, in a minute's time, he went through the multiple choice questions with the fill-in-the-blanks questions. This way, it would not happen that he would copy the wrong answer because he had no memory at all. The big question. Don Swan is back. Ignore that for now and keep reading. Don Swan is working on the first question now. Whatever. Fly through the answer questions. Tang Siwen made it to the fifth question, and finally finished sweeping all the questions. A drop of hot sweat, sliding down his forehead and ticking on the roll, exploded with a snap. It was like turning on God's power, and it was surprising to feel so tired. Okay, follow Don Swan for the sixth question. Chen Yuan knows the first 5 multiple choice questions, so there's no need to panic. The heartbeat, of all the heartbeats, locked onto the comparatively recognizable, common abbreviated voice of Don Sivan. Then, infuse your soul. That's right, Chen Yuan is going to follow along and review the questions. At this moment, it was as if he was possessed by Tang Siwen, and he was completely synchronized with her. Just like one person. Don't even talk about writing a math paper, you can drive a Mac. This time, it wasn't as exhausting as turning on God's might, but it was the equivalent of using a blank stare for most of the class. After the last stroke of the pen, Chen Yuan stopped and let out a slight sigh of relief. After sweeping the paper over, he was now down to the second question of the 2 big questions, and the 5 multiple choice questions at the beginning. The first question of one of the questions was temporarily empty because Tang Siwen did it basically without thinking. There are 43 points left untouched on a 150-point paper, but apart from those 25 points for the easy multiple choice questions and 6 points for the first question of the easy short answer, one is left with 12 points that need to be attacked. So, turn the paper over to the second side. Question 20. Second question. Honestly, it's a little hard. Even Don Swan skipped it for now. Who in the class would? Listening to voices. Question 2 of 20. Who's writing? Who's writing? Suddenly, Chen Yuan heard the voice of class representative Zhang Zhua. And the solution? It's right. Well, ingenious. It's ing genius to draw this auxiliary line. Next, Chen Yuan took out a pencil and drew this auxiliary line. He's seen me. This, old Mo's voice? Only then did Chen Yuan realize that old Mo had unknowingly walked to his side. Calm down and keep doing it. The equation is correct. But what are you stuck on here? Won't you write here? Are you nervous because I'm watching? Luckily, I got the points. After seeing Chen Yuan take the second question down, old Mo also walked away. Chen Yuan, on the other hand, also breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Now, the students who were attacking the second question of question 21 were basically gone. Chen Yuan, on the other hand, returned to the first 5 questions and took the multiple choice questions within 5 minutes. And the first question of question 17, steadily. That's when the bell rang. Declare that there are only 10 minutes left in the exam. Continue. Only 5 minutes left. In the last 2 minutes, Lao Mo then recycled the papers so that the next army of releases would not take up the language teacher's time. And Chen Yuan, who had only half of the second question of the 21 question strategy, also turned in his paper along with him. Release water, release water, release water. Although he hadn't written much, Zhou Yu's bladder had already exploded, so he didn't delay and directly submitted the paper. Go, 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 let the water out. Although Chen Yuan didn't have a very strong urge to urinate, this whole session of intense paper writing had beaten him into a sweaty mess, and now he needed to wash his face a few times. So, as the last class neared the 2-minute mark, Zhou Yu and Chen Yuan followed the tide of people pouring out of the classroom to release prostate pressure, and Tang Siwen, who had handed in his test paper, was calmly calculating on a piece of draft paper. Question 20 deducts 4 points for the second question. The final equation is not listed. If you take the normal test time of 120 minutes, which is 4 minutes more than now, you should be able to take. The second question of question 21 is basically a successful challenge, but will lose 2 marks for leaving another result unwritten. Multiple choice question 11 didn't work. Guessed an answer and estimated a 50% chance of getting it right. Then, one score should be at 144, or 139. No, it should be 139. That multiple choice question was wrong. That's 2 multiple choice questions eliminated. But it's still a wrong guess. Because it was an accompanying test, there was no answer card, and students were allowed to make marks on the test paper. After looking at Tang Siwon's blindfold mistake, old Mo felt a pang of pity. But luckily, I got one choice wrong on the multiple choice, and I basically did all the big questions, except for some missing ones due to time constraints. Total, 139 points. It is currently the highest. And after correcting a large portion of the paper, this was only the second one over 130 points. The other is class rep Zhang Zhua, 130, the only one in the class who got all 20 questions scored, but he went to the Olympiad. What a complete waste of cab fare. He can get 130 because that's as far as he can go. Question 11 was a blind guess and chose the most wrong answer. Question 16 fill in the blanks was simply left blank. Question 22 just wrote a solution for the second question. And even question 19, the second question, just held the process points given and didn't have the energy to continue on to the next level. The fact that he got 130 this time is purely because the second question of question 20 is his best geometry, and he just happened to draw the right auxiliary line. Otherwise, with a character like him who seeks stability, the score would be 124. This is Zhang Zhua, a boy who is consistently in the top 5 in math, and he has only one strategy: if you can take the points, don't lose a single point. If you can't take a point, don't take a point. There are at least 400 such students in the 11th grade. If given enough time, Tang Siwon should be able to get 143 points. There are at most 70 such students in the 11th grade. In other words, the difference between their scores seemed to be only 9, but the level difference in the middle was at least 10. 000 names short of the 80. 000 candidates in the entire Shanghai last year. And that's just the math. No one is available. The change was so far back that old Mo was in no mood for it. Until, that is, a test paper caught his eye and excited him. Old Mo wrote 2 red pen characters, Chen Yuan, heavily in flowing running calligraphy. The littler doesn't even write his name. Trying to get a 0? I do recognize your writing. Do you think the invigilator will? Because of Chen Yuan's piggish behavior, he was in a mood to correct his papers. But the correctness of the multiple choice questions, one by one, gradually eased his expression. The 11th question is the same as Don Swan's. He guessed wrong too. Never mind. It's Chen Yuan after all. Fill in the blanks are correct. Yes, the short answer base score should be taken. Reasonably. I watched him write out the second question of question 20 and just approved the correctness. Nope. Then the scores so far add up to, changing and changing. The old Mo found that his body is getting hotter and hotter, so he cannot help but are one-handed loosening the tie, swallowing saliva, absolutely focused on the emotions on Chen Yuan this paper. Chapter 44 2 people in section 130. He got groggy in language class. What's up? After the last class was over, looking at Chen Yuan, who was lying on the table wearing earplugs and passed out, Zhou Yu was a little puzzled. And he didn't drink any black tea. Yeah, haven't seen the look of it. Shouldn't it logically be eat at this time of the day? He Jiao also shook her head in puzzlement. Why don't I bring him something to eat? Zhou Fu asked suggestively, as if catching some keyword. Chen Yuan's ears shrugged. And this subtle change was arrested on the spot by Zhou Yu. He's pretending to be asleep as his ears move. Then he should be sleepy and hungry. I'd better bring him a loaf of bread. Tang Fu also seemed to have noticed Chen Yuan's reaction just now when she said she would bring food. Obviously, it was hungry. This. He Jiao looked at Zhou Fu with a complicated expression and asked awkwardly, why are you favoring him so much? There is? Chuf was surprised and only surprised. He Jiao spat out. Yes, and bring him food, while he's passed out. It's considered humane not to draw piggy pachy on his hands. Zhou Fu pointed at Zhou Yu, who was thieving and drawing a pig on the back of Chen Yuan's hand. It's already being drawn. Do you like him? Because the vast majority of the students in the class had gone out. He Jia covered her mouth and asked in a small voice. No. To this Chuf shook his head and answered with great candor. And with that proper reply, she instantly made the scene a little stiff. It was as if someone was joking, you're so good at exams. You feel like you're going to Thistle University, and she replied in all seriousness, Thistle University's marks are definitely not good enough for that. Herring University should be fine. The atmosphere fell into a subtle oddity that left people unsure of how to take it. It's like this. Then he heard something again. His ears moved. 100% pretending to be asleep. Pretty good. Chen Yuan's reaction saved the variety effect. He Jiao let out an awkward laugh and no longer continued this topic. As a resident student, it was time for her to go cha meal to replenish her energy. so she took the initiative to invite Jo Fu. I'm going to the cafeteria. Are you going? Okay, I'll go buy some buns. Jo Fu nodded and looked at Jo Yu. Going together? Jo Yu almost cried out when he was invited by the beautiful girl. Sage, this girl is a saint. Although it is not too familiar with these two people, it is absolutely embarrassing to go. Chen Yuan, how the hell are you always pulling the crotch? With that, the three left the classroom. As for Chen Yuan, he also slowly raised his head after resting for more than 20 minutes, cupping his temples with his hands to ease his tired spirit as much as possible. Sure enough. Or is it too much of a stretch? My king's power, not so much. It's just a bit tiring. It feels like I've been doing 6 hours of continuous questions, and it takes 3 times the energy I normally would. So that is why the OU competition at that time will likewise be a test of one's mental power. Moreover, because the topics are more difficult, the consumption will also be greater. It's better to find Jo Fu to borrow $100 to clunk before the exam, or else when you walk out of the exam room, you'll really be exhausted. After resting for almost as long as he could, Chen Yuan took off his earplugs and loosened his muscles. Then looked at the doorway and observed the students coming in. After a few minutes, Jo Yu and his party were seen, and in Jo Fu's hands, holding bread. At the glimpse of the bread, though, he immediately turned his head and pretended to be writing a question as naturally as possible. Chen Yuan, here. Jo Fu took the initiative to hand him the bread after sitting back down. Ha? What? With his eyes still avoiding that bread, Chen Yuan pretended to be blind. When someone in the dorm room gives out snacks before it's your turn, bread that can be eaten, Jo Yu explained. You die. Chen Yuan gave Jo Yu's back an instant punch, striking decisively. Beep beep beep, grow a mouth and no beep beep beep. I saw that you were very tired, so I bought a loaf of bread, so you can eat it, Jo Fu said rather generously. This is so embarrassing. It's just a loaf of bread, don't worry about it. Since the other party was so generous, Chen Yuan took the bread, and as soon as the bread was in his own hands, he see Jo and Jo Yu look like demons fighting for the jade of the Four Souls, one after the other, striking out quickly. However, when their hands were about to touch, 2 pan French breads fell into each of their hands. He see Jo and Jo Yu? He looks so hungry today, he feels half full. Then, Jo Fu was seen explaining why this bread could only be eaten by Chen Yuan alone. And then the two were even more speechless. Choff lived up to her reputation as an awkward atmosphere maker. The duo, who had always made grabbing snacks a daily activity, were now in turn made to look like gluttonous rice buckets by Jo Fu's proper behavior. Can only say, Jo Fu licked Chen Yuan licked too tired. If it's like that's fine, your uncle spoils him. Brothers will only feel the sour smell of dog food. But if you don't lick it because you like it, it's hard to say. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. What are these two pussies doing here? It's not good enough to say. You guys are supposed to be gluttonous rice bowls. Man Chuff gave me bread. Of course I'm the one who clunked it. Kids chaw small packets. Big ones for Daddy Ow. After mocking, Chen Yuan rattled the bread and clunked it. Say Naya. I'm your father. Yeah, I'm your mom. The exasperated two also mouthed back on the spot. However, after saying that, he suddenly realized something and froze on the spot. With petrified expressions, they looked at each other. Pohahaha dash. At this time, there were only 5 minutes left before class started, and 80% of the students inside the classroom were basically seated. So Jo and Jo Yu's speeches instantly triggered Class 18. The class was filled with fastidious air. Moreover, the students who came in later asked for the reason because of the cheerful air in the classroom. And after receiving the explanation, the cheerful atmosphere was even more cheerful than before. Years later, the duo entering marriage still can't help but blush when they think about this scene. This was the first time that Chen Yuan was so indifferent to fame and fortune in the battle of generations. But the two men, whose cheeks were bashful from the mess, could no longer resist the birds and the bees. Sooner or later, I'll kill this bastard and feed him to the dogs. Chen Yuan, this man is bad to the bone. Smiling like that, you must have done well on the test. Just then, old M.O., the real atmosphere terminator, walked in somberly with his roll. All at once, the air of fastidiousness in the class was outlawed on the spot. Unauthorized rapture is prohibited. Changing the papers is so fast. Mr. M.O. Jo Fu was a bit surprised. Hadn't it only been one lesson? He's been changing it since the end of the exam. And it's normal for grades to come out now. Wouldn't that be no meal at all? In order to be able to yin and yang us a sentence before school ends today and not even eat, this person is capable of achieving great things. Chen Yuan nodded his head affirmatively. Ah, Zhou Fu wants to say that Mr. Mo is a dedicated and good teacher. But Chen Yuan doesn't seem to think so. At least it's getting the job done on your own time off. Isn't that nice of old Mo? This time, for 130 subsections, there are only 2. Old Mo stood the rolls up and straightened them on the desktop, then proceeded with the usual verbal smackdown of the students before handing them out. 139. Don Swan. Old Mo took out the test paper and looked at Tang Siwen. Tang Siwen stood up, walked to the podium, got his own test paper, and then resumed his seat. It's exactly as predicted. So it looks like that question was a wrong guess after all. So within this exam, the only thing I didn't know was 11 questions, and I basically kind of did the rest. 130. Zhang Zhua. No one was surprised when Tang Siwen got 130 points, but Zhang Zhua got 130 and everyone rang out in a chorus of admiration. Zhang Zhua, on the other hand, stood up rather happily and went to get the test papers. Exactly the same score as predicted as well. Subtract 10 points for 2 optional puzzles, 6 points for a complete second question, and 4 points for a second question that just gets 2 points for the derivation. In other words, not a single point will be allowed for those who won't do it. Will do. Every point scored. Rushing the Olympiad I am not much hope. That topic is too difficult. But this steady, the college entrance examination as long as a little bit of luck, is able to rush 130. Or else the bottom of the guarantee is also 120. Whole quite good. The kid Zhang Zhua was too smart, but that smartness gave him very little potential. So even though he was so consistent and had solid 211 potential, old Mo didn't think to classify him as a special assistant student. Let's just say, such a good boy. And he loves it. But it's still a little less than Don Swan, who is striving to be the best. Go home and change a more spiritual clothes. Ready to shoot the video. Source. There were only 2 130s in the class, and there was no Chen Yuan. Zhou Yu was laughing numbly in his heart. You have to make this kind of bet. Isn't this a giveaway? Wasn't saying it was bad to look forward to you, but you're going to kill your buddies. Then don't blame me. Don't argue. Don't argue. This wave is critical. Making a shushing gesture, Chen Yuan told Zhou Yu to be quiet, but he was, well, a little panicked. It's not that bad, is it? Not even 103. There's 1 in 140 segments this time. The class erupted at old Mo's sudden remark. Tang Siwen, who was still looking down to challenge the 11 questions, also froze in dismay and looked up with an incredulous face. The questions on this exam are not easy, and a score of 130 is really good. In this class, there is even someone who took 140? In response, Tang Siwen could only think of one person. Turning back to Chen Yuan, she looked at him with a rare serious expression. Chou Fu, E-Cup, transfer student. Without knowing the details, it could only be her. Come and get the role. John Doe. Just as everyone was nervously waiting for that high-ranking person, old Mo knocked on the table, making a not-so-light thud sound, and his tone grew impatient. And just as the crowd was looking around, full of confusion, Chen Yuan slowly stood up and walked towards the podium. Chapter 45, surprisingly it's him, thanks to Yi Shanqiu's ally. Genie. Don't. How could it be you who surpassed Tang Siwen? Don't go and embarrass yourself. You're already bewitched. The big deal is that there's no more punishment. Don't go. Ha? He Xijiao's reaction was more genuine as she poked Zhou Fu in front of her and asked in a low voice. He's that John Doe? You copied him? How can I copy for him and still not be as high as him? Zhou Fu smiled awkwardly, then added to explain. I'm only at the level of more than 120 points. Zhou Fu's total score of over 580 might be okay in this class. But in the 11th sect where there were so many strong people, it was quite ordinary. She could have gotten into class 3. Not that there were no more places in class 2 and 3 as she claimed. But there was this unspoken rule in the 11, the interlopers had to score 10 points higher than the average of that class. A class is divided equally into 648 and no connections are allowed through the back door. Class 2 has an average score of 610. Connections can go, but the score should be at least average. The third class average score of 598. Normal to 608 points. This class relationship a little more. The minimum 580 more points can enter. She would have been able to transfer in just fine. But that grade going in was basically the bottom of the pile. And just going through an exam would quickly be recognized as a connection. So, Zhou Fu let her mom go through the normal process to enter the school. And then she was assigned to class 18, which was at the bottom 3 levels of science. Of course, after all, the 11th form was on the edge of being a prestigious school after all, and she wasn't much of a scholar when she came in with this grade. Tang Siwen was then a full 30 points higher than himself. In fact, if she could, she would have liked to transfer to a worse school, a worse class, so that at least she could still have the label of school bully. Tang Siwen is equally as out of touch as herself, but she seems to look a little more likable. It's Chen Yuan who stole someone's roasted sausage and almost ate my bun. Seeing Chen Yuan walking towards the podium, Tang Siwen tensed her body alertly. Very serious. No, it's okay to eat your buns and take notes. Why do you keep saying that if you haven't eaten? Little fairy true shrimp head. Anonymous, 140 points. When he brought the paper to Chen Yuan, old Mo even gave a serious glare. You did well and don't write your name in the college entrance exam. Yes, you're right. I'm interested. Chen Yuan 140. Higher than Tang Siwen. It's hard to get on 120 before this pussy. Could it be that this summer has been a bad one? It's a little weird. Open and shut. Everyone was genuinely shocked. After all, the throne of number 1 in mathematics was basically monopolized by Tang Siwen and had never changed hands. Chen Yuan, on the other hand, had never even stepped into the same realm as the other party, let alone challenging Tang Siwen. Chen Yuan, strength of numbers, 3rd stage, level, low. Tang Siwen, power of numbers, 9th stage, level, advanced. Your mom betrayal, biting the collar of the school uniform. Zhou Yu nearly choked. How much I want this is not true. Zhou Yu, 89, no need for dinner tomorrow. Just eat 5. 9 full for those who flunked. How I wish all this. Not really X2. Tang Jian, 108. Li Youyu, 94, regressed almost 20 points. It's almost worse than Zhou Yu. Chauffeured, 126. After the test papers were handed out, the class did not do too badly this time, and could only be said to have played normally. Of course, no matter how well they did, old Mo would always say the phrase "Why are you laughing?" You must have done well in a conspiratorial manner, because this phrase is a directional skill, used to knock those students who didn't do well. As for his own 140 this time, old Mo gave the same affirmation. Worthy of being a girl in the 4th grade, she was able to teach Chen Yuan to this score. No, it's definitely Xia Sini, isn't it? Look at me more often. Mo, dude, go back to your dorm room and remember to change into something more spirited and find your ID card ahead of time. As he passed by Zhou Yu, Chen Yuan reached out his hand and patted him on the shoulder. At the same time, he exuded a look that was 3 parts mockery, 3 parts mockery, 3 parts mockery, and 1 part mockery, completely crushing the camel that was Zhou Yu to death. Woohoo! The matter of 89 points on the exam was considered desperate for now, but he really didn't understand how in the world Chen Yuan had improved so quickly. There is only one truth, that little cook in the 4th grade is teaching her math by hand every night. Thinking like this is even more nifty and desperate. That's awesome. 140 points. After Chen Yuan fell into position, Zhou Fu silently applauded and praised. Not bad, not bad. Chen Yuan made an acknowledging clasp. Only why would there be no name written? Zhou Fu asked rather curiously. It's deliberately padded to create that effect. Then how come I saw your legs shaking when Mr. Mo scolded you? Well, skip the topic. Why do you pick this kind of thing to focus on? Are you a source batch or not? The scores are all out, and there are more people in the 120 section, but for those of you who think about it, wouldn't it be at least 130 if you got all those points you lost for nothing? You guys can go look at Zhang Zhua's test paper. He didn't lose a single point in his basic score. That's called a solid foundation. Everyone says the questions are on the hard side this time, but are you the ones who are hard? The basic questions are still very basic. The real pull-out question. The second question of question 21. Only one person, Tang Siwen, almost got it right, so go see how people do it during class. And a special commendation for one person. Speaking of this, everyone shifted their eyes to Chen Yuan, but old Mo didn't look at him at all. Unlike the way he quipped Tang Siwen's eyesight shift, facing the crowd directly, he said, Chen Yuan's last exam, the final exam of the first semester of senior high school, was only 100 and something, and this time, he took all the scores of the basic questions, and even the second question of question 21. He attempted the challenge and got 2 process points. What does that mean? It means labor is awesome. It shows that hard work makes up for hard work. Chen Yuan almost used dust shield on old Mo. There are also walk-in students in the class. You usually go home after school, without the supervision of the teacher, and some of you even live in single apartments, so your parents can't supervise you. This time, old Mo looked at Chen Yuan. Then continued, learning is learning for yourself. On this point, old Mo was right. Even Chen Yuan recognized it. Old Mo understood his progress, superficially, as prudence, as diligence. But Chen Yuan also knew that before he knew Xia Xinin, he was indeed able to perfume even himself. And now, even the most dickishly disgusting English can learn into it. Of course, this kind of say talk was not too good for him at the moment. You guys study on your own and correct your mistakes. After old Mo finished his speech, he walked out of the classroom with 2 halves of practice problems, while shouting, Chen Yuan, Tang Siwen come out. Brother, if he tortures you if you're cheating, just confess oh. Grasping Chen Yuan's hand, Zhou Yu burst into tears. Get your ID ready for brother. Chen Yuan exited the classroom, bringing the door with him in passing. What's the point of closing the door? Open it. Old Mo glanced at it and said, oh, I thought you were going to give us a little treat. TSK. Old Mo almost wanted to give this Chen Yuan a pop. What's wrong with you? What does it mean to have a small kitchen? This is what the principal specifically got from the 4th grade. Don't pass it around. Finish it yourself. Find me if you don't understand. And you two can talk to each other as well. Old Mo handed the duo 2 photocopied copies of the OU practice problems and lowered his voice to admonish them. Why not our 11th grade? Where did you get such a strong sense of school honor? 11th grade can compete with 4th grade? Old Mo, this person pure 11 traders. People 4 clans moon are more round than 11 clan, right? But Chen Yuan is a walk-in. How can I communicate with him? Tang Siwen asked in disbelief. What she was referring to was the late-night self-study, because at that time, all the walk-in students in the class had gone home, so it was possible for the students to switch places with each other if they were exchanging studies, but Chen Yuan was also a day student, so the two were not compatible for those all-important 2 hours. When you eat at noon can be. The classroom is also okay, if it is too much time is not enough. Old Mo coughed twice, lowered his voice and said, QQ contact above is also okay. I see. Tang Sifeng nodded in understanding. Then, old Mo turned his head again, preparing to lecture Chen Yuan. However, before he could say anything, he suddenly saw Chen Yuan stretching out his hands in alarm, as if he was blocking something. Turning his head, he then saw Tang Siwen pulling her cell phone halfway out of her pants pocket. I haven't added Chen Yuan. Looking at Chen Yuan, who was hastily blocking his hand, and then at the homeroom teacher who had mechanically sidetracked his face as if he was fighting something, Tang Siwen slowly typed out a question mark. Chapter 46, Seeing Xia Xinin. The moment Tang Siwen pulled out her cell phone, Chen Yuan was choking. This guy had his own way of endurance just like Xia Xini, think and do. Barely hearing her hesitant heartbeat herself, the phone just pulled out. The moment Tang Siwen pulled out his cell phone, old Mo was horrified. He made his own rules, confiscating all cell phones found used at school and returning them for graduation. And Tang Siwen, as if she was openly provoking herself, took out her cell phone to her face. At this moment, the air fell into a kind of absolute condensation. Both were praying frantically inside. Put it in. I told you to put the phone in. What? Are cell phones not allowed in school? What do you say, sister? Oh, yeah, no cell phones in school. It's a school rule. You remembered. Go back and add my QQ. I'll write to you later. Tang Siwen took her cell phone back and said to Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan barely pursed his lips as if he had a toothache and nodded his head in agreement, not beeping more than a single superfluous word. Ahem. Moistening his voice and pulling away from the topic, old Mo opened his mouth. The match on Sunday at 2 p.m. Will be held until 5 p.m. The examination center is in the first middle school, and the passes will be sent to you in a few days. Don't be late, and don't look for the wrong location. There are a lot of students in the preliminary exam, although there are a lot of first middle school and fourth middle school. But this is a ranking system. Since you guys were able to do more than 140 points on this paper today, the gap between you and them isn't that big. Old Mo said here, seeing Tang Siwen wanting to speak, as if he had heard her heart. He consoled. Today's exam, it's about 14 minutes less than a normal exam. Given a normal time, you are capable of scoring 145 points. You're in the top 100 of our 11th middle school. You may not be inferior to the students of the first and fourth middle schools. The top 2 high schools in Haidong are Xiahai First High School and Xiahai Fourth High School. Although the 11th middle school is not able to double with the 4th middle school, but it is also the province's top 20 prestigious schools. Tang Siwen, as his strongest combatant, would never have a problem breaking through the preliminary exam. Chen Yuan, after motivating Tang Siwen, He looked at Chen Yuan again. Do more questions these days. If you can't, you can. Ask that relative of yours. Chen Yuan is gifted in math, but strangely enough, he didn't show it until today. If it's really that cousin who taught him and enlightened him, there's some chance. All in all, a much better chance than Zhang Zhua. Believe it for a moment. There's no better candidate. If they really get the prize, according to the policy of Haidong province this year, the college entrance examination can add points, which is also good for them. Ah, okay. Chen Yuan does not know what to say. Always feel that the old MO this person is a little meticulous. He has a flexible and versatile ethical standard. It is not possible to fall in love, but it is not possible to talk to the 4 middle school bully, and it is also able to improve the math there. Chen Yuan quickly go and talk to her ruthlessly. Well, get in there. After instructing the two, old MO told them to go into the classroom. Chen Yuan, who had returned to his seat, flipped through this OU textbook and suddenly snapped it closed after reading a few sides, covering his forehead with a rather complicated expression. What? Zhou asked curiously. Take a look. Chen Yuan pushed the textbook in front of her, wanting to see her reaction. Zhou Fu looked at it for a few moments after flipping through it, and her mood was slightly complicated. How come there's still a superlative? The high school math Olympiad is available regardless of grade level. Being on the fringe of a prestigious school, the learning process in the 11th grade is faster than the average provincial key, and you will learn the entire content in the first semester of your sophomore year. And it's only a month and a half into senior year, and the last time there was a general exam for the whole year was during the collective summer vacation remedial classes. In other words, it's not yet time for all the content to be learned and the January testing frenzy. There is content in the super syllabus, but not much. There is no problem to learn it in these few days, but you see the difficulty. Chen Yuan continued. Zhou Fu shook her head without a trace of confidence. No. Yeah, skywriting. Both you and Tang Siwen should have only enrolled for the first exam, so you're going to get at least 85 points for a paper like this? Last year's preliminaries seemed to be 88 points over this kind of topic. 120 points to get almost 90 points. Chen Yuan felt a little difficult, only able to hope for the big brother of the examination room. I hope that there are more heavenly pride from one clan, or the 4 clans, inside the examination hall. Weak schools have no advantage in such a competition. Cheer up, I believe in you. Clenching her fists, Zhou Fu cast a sincere encouragement on Chen Yuan. Even if he didn't advance, being able to participate in this competition would be amazing for Chen Yuan. Sure enough, people like Xia Xinin who unconditionally, even to say unreasonably, believed in themselves were rare indeed. But Choff is a different kind and encouraging personality. During self-study, Lao Mo left the classroom because he had to eat, and was temporarily replaced by class president Zhang Chao. Suddenly, there was some movement in the class from the front right. Pass it to the back. Give it there. Yeah, just him. Pass it to the back and give it to him. Pass it to the back. To Chen Yuan. Pass it to the back to Chen Yuan. Dude, look who I am. When Zhou stablemate playing Protogod handed himself a note and told him to pass it on to Chen Yuan caught him, poked him in the shoulder, and asked, "Who gave it to you?" That geek buddy pointed to the right front, and following the direction, the students in the right front also pointed forward one by one, eventually locking onto Tang Siwen. What is it? A QQ number? Chen Yuan opened the note, on which was written a string of QQ numbers, through which you can add to the QQ number of Tang Siwen. Want it? I'll sell it to you for $100. What? You want Xia Xinin's QQ number? Crawl. Not for sale for $10,000. QQ verified answer. Bean skin. Hiss. What verification answer can be for a bean skin? Is it, my favorite food is, this kind? That's too egotistical. Who would have known? Since the QQ is used in school, naturally, it is the kind of verification that allows classmates to know the answer. Chen Yuan, who was thinking this way, secretly took out his cell phone and added this QQ. Then, the question validation for applying for a friend pops up. What is sold at the 4th window in the breakfast area on the 1st floor of the cafeteria? Mine. Taking his cell phone back into his pocket, Chen Yuan did not intend to add on his friends right now, lest that guy passes himself as a friend in the middle of class. If she was caught playing with her cell phone in class, then old Mo couldn't even protect her, and a castaway like himself, who could be sacrificed at will, would surely have his cell phone taken away without a second thought. One could only say that if one went undercover with Tang Sifeng to the 4 clans, one would be exposed by this fellow in less than a day. At that time, with Chen Yuan's character, If the four clans used coercion and enticement and tortured and turned on themselves, he wouldn't be able to survive the beauty plan alone. Did Teacher Mo ask you and Tang Siwen to help each other? Zhou Fu asked curiously. After all, it's the two of us in our class who are going to take the test. Then you. Zhou Fu turned his head, looking at that always feels special high cold little beauty. Some uncertainty, really can communicate with her awe? Leaving aside things like arbitrarily labeling people in your mind and being privileged without knowing it. You can try to make friends with her. It's easier than you think. Chen Yuan suggested. This. I don't dare. Zhou Fu shook her head. Truthfully, with the other party's grades, the other party's looks, if she was really good at making friends, after all this time, why was she always proudly alone and left out of the world as well? Because you guys don't know she's a dork. The 1-hour evening study session ended quickly. The 10 or so walk-ins in the class left the classroom just like that. And Tang Siwen, who even handed himself a note in class, in this classroom in turn ignored him and continued to keep his head down, seriously burying his head to write the test paper. For her, the time that belonged to was hers was a minute she didn't want to waste. In an educational environment where the test is king and the strong are meant to humiliate the weak, there is nothing wrong with her having privilege. However, she used the privilege in the least offensive way possible. I didn't know that. What's wrong with you? After exiting the classroom, Chen Yuan saw Zhou Fu stay in place for a while, so he asked in confusion, if I go home with him, I'll be a light bulb again, but it feels a bit awkward to go to the bus stop alone. Then when you get to the station with him, excuse yourself by saying that you have an appointment with your mom today, so don't take that train. I'll do whatever you want. All right. Just like that, Chen Yuan arrived at the bus stop with Zhou Fu. The buzzing of the heart swept in again like a tidal wave. There was no other way. He could only put on his headphones and play the English song that won the Chinese Music Golden Melody Award. Wait at maximum volume. While waiting, the 737 arrived. Although the headphones were too loud and did not hear what was being said, Chen Yuan, who had just listened to the heartfelt voice, knew what the other party wanted to express. So after nodding his head slightly at Zhou Fu, he got on the car. However, the moment he sat down, he unexpectedly realized that Zhou Fu had also gotten into the car. Hiss. Is this a change of plans? However, the other party was playing with his cell phone with his head down and did not look for a conversation with himself, so he didn't care and continued to send a message to Xia Xinin. The bus has been sitting to Jiangning Road. Zhou Fu did not go down. Chen Yuan was originally a little panicked, but in the upcoming station Shuefu Road, Zhou Fu got up, waved his hand at, and smiled goodbye. Chen Yuan raised his hand. Bye. Looking at Chen Yuan's natural expression, Zhou Fu breathed a sigh of relief. It's kind of useful that I can take a place for his little girlfriend. Schoolhouse Road is here. Stand by if you're getting off. Next stop. After the bus passed by the towering gate of the Four Sect, Chen Yuan slightly unqualifiedly used his school bag to temporarily encroach on the seat next to him, and waited until Xia Xinin came before he gave it up. Luckily, Zhou Fu left the stage early today, or else that scene from yesterday would have been staged again. I'm afraid. Smiling lightly towards herself, Xia Xinin took her seat, and Chen Yuan removed his headphones, no longer fearing the redundant heartbeat. After all, her heartbeat gave people a sense of peace of mind. Until, that is, Xia Xinin curiously turned her head to look at herself. My ass just sat up, and it's hot. Chapter 47, Cute Bear Jr. Your hot ass is your own problem, right? No, you don't think this seat has sat on any other ass before, do you? And people Zhou Fu may just be born body heat. Just go before you also help you to take the position. Although that time Chen Yuan wearing headphones did not hear her heart, may also just afraid of bumping into awkward with you so early to go. But you cannot be so hostile? Not. People Xia Xinin hostile you put aside here in a hurry? Where's the narrator? Creep. I had a good chat with my aunt today, although it may have guessed that here before sat other people, but Xia Xinin did not count too much, took the initiative to say to Chen Yuan, Mom and Dad's remains have been cremated. According to reason it should be buried early, but I have been refusing to go back, so the funeral was selected on Sunday. When I have to go back, Sunday, this time also happens to be the time for your own math competition. Well, should have gone back earlier. Chen Yuan knew that Xia Xinin was hiding earlier because she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to accept it when she went back and would completely break down. But one cannot live for oneself alone. There was something different about her now. She wants to show others that she can go on. She must go on, too. Well, being capricious all the time has also added trouble to so many people. It's time to go back and apologize properly. Xia Xinyue said with a bitter smile. Especially Grandpa. He's alone at home. Much more tormented than himself, right? Since ancient times, the greatest tragedy in life is to send off one's child with a gray hair. Summer Heartland can escape because she's afraid. The old man, on the other hand, is like the tree that grows on the ground, with its roots in the earth and nowhere to go. The word shackles is aptly named. But after I go back this time, as soon as the funeral is done, I will go back to school and resume classes. Xia Xining looked at Chen Yuan and said, although that matter is very important, I also don't want to delay my academic progress. Will he be worried that if I go back, I'll never come back? The explanation I gave as if nothing had happened seemed a bit self-serving. There's no self-indulgence. I would indeed worry that because of such a big change, under the pressure of the world, you are forced to turn back to the old homeside of Jingnan to study. I'm more at ease after you explained it that way. Well, be back in a hurry. Chen Yuan nodded and said in agreement. Although your grades are good now, if you slack off, it's only a matter of time before I surpass you. Yeah, I'm sure it is. Completely failing to take Chen Yuan's verbal high as a joke, Xia Xinyue remained the same, laughing and saying such words that anyone but her would find outrageous. Honestly, the last person to have such unwavering trust in himself was Uncle Nick. I happen to have a kind and important thing going on during my weekly days, Chen Yuan said. Yeah, what is it? Summerheart asked curiously. Didn't I compete a test with you last night? That's what I'm doing to prepare for today's accompanying test. You guys had a math test today. Huh? Well, the test was taken and 2 spots were decided for the high school math knowledge contest. Speaking here, Chen Yuansu stretched out his 2 fingers and pushed the invisible black-framed eyeglass frames upwards, his expression written and calm. You. Xia Xining was finally surprised a bit after hearing this, but didn't show it too much, but said happily, great. It's a great opportunity to be able to participate in this competition. Chen Yuan wanted to pretend, but the other party was too sincere, and in turn, he was a little embarrassed. It's okay, our school participates in this quite a lot. If you take the provincial prize, Chen Yuan needs to catch up with the score, which is 111. He's under a little less pressure, isn't he? You guys really remember the equation 504 plus 121 equals 625 at all times. Does your school participate much? After all, it was the 4 sects, filled with heavenly prides. Such a competition should be nothing more than a small competition for them to give away treasures for nothing. This one. Ha! Xia Seni compared her hands to a circle the size of a burrito and said snidely, to make an inappropriate analogy, there might be this many. What about our 11th grade? Chen Yuan still didn't know about the distribution of places in this competition, so he asked the honor student Xia Xining about it. In response to Chen Yuan's question, Xia Xining made a one-eyed telescope gesture. Everything, as far as it goes, it's worthy of being a top clan, complete crush. However, it was also true that the topmost Battle of the Dome, killing to the back were all the personal disciples of the top sects in each state. These prides of the 4 clans. It was estimated that there weren't many of them who had set their goals as provincial prizes. It wasn't like the 11th sect, where the rest of the candidates, with the exception of a few monsters in Class 1, had only applied for the first trial by default, and by only taking the first try, the highest you can get is Provincial 2, which is not qualified to advance to Nationals. So you're in? Then how can it be my turn? With a single, light sentence, Xia Xining constructed a solemn and grandiose worldview. The saying that there is a world beyond the sky is not really a saying. Anyway, just treat it as a normal topic. It's just the preliminaries. It shouldn't be difficult for you. Xia Xining had also vaguely sensed that the other party possessed good strength through correcting Chen Yuan's test papers yesterday, though perhaps that much worse than himself at the moment. Through the preliminaries, just play another 20% stronger than you did last night, and you'll be fine. Xia Xining was seriously considering something, and Chen Yuan was also seriously considering something, but both thinking about something other than themselves. Looking at her sideways, Chen Yuan suddenly wanted the other party to have the ability to listen to his heart as well. Sunday's funeral. Does she need me? Sunnyside neighborhood is here. Get ready if you are getting off. After getting off the bus with Xia Xining, the 2 of them went back to the supermarket to do some shopping. I had a hard dish like half an order of pancetta left in the fridge, as well as quite a few quality protein vegetables, but I had previously set out to have chicken fried steak, so they spent $8 on a frozen chicken breast, $5 on breadcrumbs, and $9 on raw soy sauce, which was outside the budget but had to be purchased. Today they happened upon another discount sale of $12 for a pound of frozen shrimp. which was overly extravagant, but the duo thought they could eat it slowly as a hardcore meal, so they bought 2 pounds for $25. Before I knew it, the budget was approaching 50 again. I had no choice but to buy a silver fungus, spending a total of $50. 20. This is only the second day, and there are less than 60 left. Can we really survive, brother? Chen Yuan was not too sure and asked Xia Xini. It's over. But we bought something that will last us a long time. And these 2 pounds of shrimp will last us 4 meals. If you really can't cook noodles. Seeing that the plan was completely disrupted, Xia Xinhua has panicked, but still hardened her mouth and said, enough to use. Definitely enough to use. Don't worry. As if she had made up her mind of some sort, Xia Xini had reasons she had to insist on. Without realizing it, the duo made their way back to the raffle table, when Chen Yuan just swept his eyes over. The little girl who had drawn the prize stood upright with a stiff body. It's the man who took Cute Bear Senpai. Nervously looking sideways at her Cute Bear Jr. who had only been on board for a day, she had her own reasons for fighting. This time, bet everything I have as a sweepstakes winner. Well, just bet everything you've got. Chen Yuan quietly rolled up his sleeves, already unable to resist seeing the look of despair on the raffle winner's face as he fell limp to the ground. I'll smoke it today. Just then, Xia Xini took the initiative and said, I'm feeling lucky now. Well, good. It wasn't that Chen Yuan didn't want Xia Xinin to draw the lottery, but he was just worried that she would take the bull by the horns and correlate probability with luck, and then lose out in a small way. However, he was able to help her as much as he could. Put your hand inside. Usually they like to hide their prize underneath. Is this the man's strategy? The disappearance of Cute Bear Senpai may not be a coincidence, but today, the Cute Bear offspring shall not be lost in my hands. For it. This is it. Heeding Chen Yuan's advice, Xia Xinin chose a prize ball very decisively. Well, Chen Yuan couldn't stop it in time and could only sigh in his heart. You let the girl finish. It was close enough to break through her armor again. Luckily, I was able to guard the bear offspring, but why did that man suddenly stop it just now? Does he already know the secret of the Cute Bear offspring? The drawer couldn't help but suck in a breath of air at the thought. Not 4 awards. Not 4 awards. 3 awards. After opening the prize ball and realizing that it wasn't tissue paper, a light of joy immediately sprang up in Xia Xinyue's eyes. Luck is looking out for you. Congratulations. Here's the prize. Handing a bag of cheese sticks to Summer Heartland, the raffle winner finally landed safely. What she'd been through this minute was more convoluted than his dad's 20-year career in the workplace. Even though it's on its expiration date, you need to buy it at least half price. Xia Xinin was happy and intended to put the bag of snacks into the shopping bag that Chen Yuan carried and received a bag. Now carrying a bag of frozen shrimp in his left hand and a medium-sized shopping bag with groceries in his right, Chen Yuan did not ask her to help. Anyway, you haven't eaten yet, so you can just unwrap it and eat it now. Not wanting the other party to help, Chen Yuan casually said, Chen Yuan. Suddenly, she called herself. Chen Yuan, who was walking in front of him, turned his head and saw Xia Xinin looking up, and in her hand was a torn open cheese stick. Gazing at the girl whose expression was rarely dull, he lowered his head, and then Xia Xini stood on her tiptoes and sent the cheese stick into his mouth. Chapter 48. Xia Xinin's house has a power outage. Though understandable. After all, you're holding dishes in both hands. But can't you avoid people when you're feeding? I did guard the Bear Juniors today, but I didn't guard my fragile heart. Miss Sweepstakes clerk suddenly felt that there really wasn't much point in taking this forced class, but then suddenly realized that all the damage done in the last few days had been caused by this same couple. Damn it! Elder Bear sharked these two in the middle of the night. Cheese sticks are sweet. Seems like the Advent ones, on the contrary, are sweeter. Chen Yuan shivered with satisfaction. Shall I carry a shrimp? Xia Xinyu took the initiative. No need. Xia Xinin was so small and not as heavy as the frozen shrimp. The macho Chen Yuan naturally wouldn't let the other party carry anything. In our Shandong province, girls are carried by men. Although Chen Yuan was not from Shandong, this 183 height was considered a low-level giant for Xia Xini. So when she had to tiptoe down to pass herself a cheese stick, he thought about what would happen if the two. It must be pretty handy to play lift high. Both hands went towards Xia Xini's armpits and lifted them up easily. However, Xia Xinyue's height was actually not short, and was also around 163, but for some reason, it always gave the impression that it was a bit small, to the extent that it could be held and hidden in the hand. What's going on? A little shrimp head in the brain today. What a lucky day. This is the first non-tissue paper prize I've ever drawn. Xia Xinyu, who was eating a cheese stick, was in a very happy mood at this time, and this source of pleasure is particularly underrepresented by cheese sticks. But today's cheese sticks, too, were exceptionally good. Anyway, looking at everything is lovely, sunny and spring-like. In fact, if you draw 10 times in a row, the probability of drawing the non-tissue paper prize is also 40%. After doing some calculations in his mind, Chen Yuan said so. That's a bit unsettling. Xia Xining looked at Chen Yuan and said with a small whine, "Isn't there any possibility that it was yesterday's lucky talisman that helped me? What's a lucky amulet? Means lucky." Summer Heart turned her head and started crunching on a cheese stick as if she was avoiding something. If he found out I kept that paper and carried it with me at all times, he would be ridiculed. Wouldn't he? You still have that piece of paper, don't you? He himself, in order to coax Xia Xining to be happy, purposely left a mark on the lucky paper when he asked her to guess, and guided her to choose lucky with the method of listening to her heart. Essentially, this luck is fake. It was true that Chen Yuan wanted Xia Xining to be lucky, but she took luck as a talisman, as if that could always be blessed by luck. Weekday. Do I need to shelter her? How does she feel? The heartfelt words about this matter had not yet been heard by Chen Yuan. Maybe the other person thought about it before he said it, and that's why he can be so frank today. Summer Heartland has reservations even if it's heartfelt. Well, let me knock. Oh right, is the ball of paper from yesterday's drawing of lots still there? Chen Yuan made a natural casual question. This question made Xia Xining slightly nervous and gripped the seam of her pants. What are you asking this for? Casually asking. Nothing, Chen Yuan lightly said. It's fine if I lost it. I just think it's quite fun, and I can use it to draw lots next time. Didn't lose it. How could I lose it? As if she had said something she shouldn't have. Xia Xining was instantly anxious. The common expression is, you don't trust me. You second guess me. Oh, so, I really didn't lose it. I think that piece of paper has a lot of significance. How do you think I would lose it? Xia Xinyue continued to pursue the question in a more serious manner, her eyes also chasing after Chen Yuan's eyes. I know you didn't lose it. I believe you. I just think it's just a piece of paper. It doesn't matter if you keep it or not. It's really not lost. Without waiting for Chen Yuan to finish, Xia Xining suddenly pulled out a plain dark red small scented bag from her pocket and hung it in front of Chen Yuan with a more serious expression. Although the other party's heart had already said to carry it with them, Chen Yuan was still very shaken when he actually saw this kind of thing. Maybe it is the jittery watch too much. In this kind of big hundreds of dollars cannot lick a good face of the girls. Their own pennies do not spend the scrap of paper. But let the summer heart language as a treasure. Always felt weirdly sorry for her. You put lucky in it? Aha. Xia Xinhua nodded with embarrassment before putting it away in her pocket. It's because of its favor that I drew the cheese stick today. No. It's because of my guidance. No. It's because of the statistical model of math. No. That does work wonders. Chen Yuan would not say anything too emotional. His thinking had always been very rational, and since he had superpowers, the inevitable in his life was even greater than the accidental, which reinforced his materialism. But incidentally, what's the harm in a little idealism? That's for sure. Xia Xinyue originally did not want Chen Yuan to see this kind of thing that makes people shy and a little bit of a small disgrace. After all, she made it herself. It's not very pretty, and what's hidden inside is just a folded piece of paper. But when there is no Chen Yuan, I can only rely on this paper to give me peace of mind. If you wanted me to go back, why didn't you say so? Isn't it your summer heart's way of endurance to say what you have to say? What? Xia Xinhua doesn't have this kind of endurance and I imagined it myself? Just have it. After dinner, it was already past 8 o'clock, because Xia Xining was going to watch the class online today, so she returned to her room. As for Chen Yuan, who was in his room, he was a bit unmotivated to study. He was struggling with one thing. Summer Heartland is coming home for a funeral, and as a neighbor she just made, should she go herself? According to the two of them in this situation, to go is actually quite necessary. After all, he stopped her suicide, but there's a math competition on Sunday that happens to clash. Besides, people don't take the initiative to invite people to this kind of thing, so if you go yourself, it's so easy to get one-upped offline by her senior teacher aunt who scoffs at the idea of double dipping. So sad. So sad. Thinking about it, Chen Yuan was really annoyed and tangled up. He couldn't even learn his favorite OU, sighed and helplessly clicked on an episode of Song Yuan 2. But just as soon as he opened it, there was a knock on his own door. Chen Yuan got up and opened the door. Then, Xia Xining, who had some drops of sweat on her cheeks, was seen clutching a pile of books. her face showing a difficult expression and wanting to speak. After struggling for a while, she spoke in a small voice. The electricity bill is in arrears. The electricity was stopped. Then hurry up and charge it. I'll borrow some from Joyu. Chen Yuan immediately took out his cell phone. Wait. Xia Xining put her hand on Chen Yuan's hand and said with some embarrassment, although it's a bit hard to stick it out through this month, I want to at least stick it out until I get home. No. What's the point of sticking with this? Once you start borrowing money, you will think of borrowing money from someone else every time you are in trouble in the future. Only if you get used to enduring it will you be able to stay in Summerhaven. Don't be such a heartboat. Mama's heart hurts. Come in then. The air conditioner is too wasteful for me to blow alone. And the lamp is too wasteful for me to use alone. Chen Yuan took the initiative to invite. Aha. Xia Xining nodded and followed Chen Yuan into the room. You go to the desk. I'm more accustomed to using a small desk board. Hastily turning off the Tsong Yuan diagram, Chen Yuan spread out his book and made a show of continuing to study. I'll be here too, and we can still learn from each other. Xia Xining also placed her book on the small table board and sat across from Chen Yuan to watch the class. The two of them just lifted up their respective studies. Suddenly, someone's mind wandered. Just now the power outage. The fan cannot be used, but also strong to stay for a while. I will not have a sweaty smell, right? Hearing this, Chen Yuan didn't know what his mind was thinking and suddenly sniffed twice. And this detail was already cared about the Xia Seni catch. Face all of a sudden embarrassed red, clutching the pen, biting his lips, in their own bodies secretly light sniffing. No smell, but just now sweating. Maybe a little smell. Must have smell. Otherwise why Chen Yuan sniffed twice? No. I purely sniffed it because you said so. I didn't even smell any sweat before. Isn't it just a very normal summer heart fragrance? You're so paranoid. Squeak. Suddenly, the tabletop made a scraping sound. Chen Yuan slowly raised his head, and then he saw Xia Xining scratching at the edge of the table with her hands like a cat, her vision averted, and her blush spreading to her skinny collarbone. After noticing it herself, she finally made an effort to make it natural, but the expression, which had betrayed her to all intents and purposes, opened her mouth. Power outage over there. The water heater cannot be used. Cold water. I'm afraid of catching a cold. Said here, Xia Seni already cannot bear to open his eyes to see. Hard to open his mouth. Sorry, can I take a bath on your side? Chapter 49, you can take a bath. Well. They're asking you a question. What's wrong with you? Can't I ing choke? Dang. Of course, please use it. Chen Yuan, after all, was a high and cold persona, so he wasn't too nervous. And after saying this sentence with a slight pause, he extended his hand and made a pleased gesture. Honestly, it's a little weird. Do I usually look like this? Thanks. Like a chicken pecking at rice. Xia Xinyue gently nodded her head, then got up, ready to go back to her room to get her clothes. At the same time, Chen Yuan stood up. Xia Xinyue revealed a puzzled look. In order to avoid any misunderstanding, Chen Yuan explained, you can wash it in my room. I'll stay in your room until it's done. It's fine. How hot it is on my end. You're still here. Okay. Without even finishing his own words, Chen Yuan sat back down on the stool, very much listening to the advice. It's nice to listen to yourself, but it seems strange to listen to yourself at a time like this without any hesitation. But I'm bathing in his room. Will he think I have ulterior motives? Like what? For example, I'm deliberately doing things that could easily lead to misunderstandings. How got into a conversation with me is scary. I'm really worried about the smell on my body. I want to take a shower. I really can't wash over there. I didn't load it all. I know. Go get a change of clothes. I have to study. Lowering his head, Chen Yuan began to concentrate hard on English. Oh no. This is math. Aha. With that, Summerheart left the room and left the door half covered to go to her room to get her clothes. When she was studying she wore the uniform of the fourth form. White with pink trimmed summer short sleeves with long sweatpants, and if she were to change it, which one would it be? Xia Xining's regular clothes Chen Yuan has not seen much, probably just a few sets. She is quite suitable for wearing a skirt, but unfortunately, only before when she went to give herself a meal worn. So today there is a kind of open blind box. Study. Look at a woman 100 times and the woman may not be yours, but watching OU 100 times that's really not as good as watching women 100 times. At least it doesn't ing hurt. Knock. Not long after, the door to his room was gently knocked on. Then, Xia Xining pushed open the door. holding a pile of neatly folded clothes and towels in her hands, and carefully came in. I'm going in then, haha. Do you know how to use hot water? It will, if it's anything like next door. But I haven't used the one next door. I mean, it's all one landlord's house. It should all be the same brand. Xia Xinyue explained with an awkward smile. That's true. The landlord here was a typical rich woman in Shanghai City, owning several apartment buildings by herself, netting more than $300,000 a year sitting around collecting rent. And every single room in these apartment buildings, the electrical appliances inside are basically the same. When I was a child, Chen Yuan went to wholesale ice cream, did not dare to take dozens. People landlord and air conditioning a buy is dozens of sets. But the good thing about a rich landlord is that these shabby single rooms are like little hives for worker bees to her. And things like wear and tear and depreciation and even say running away don't bother her at all. After all, she's pressed for 2 months' rent there. Moreover, a landlord's aunt who lives in an upscale neighborhood like Four Seasons Court wouldn't call this old, shabby apartment home. I'm going in then, haha. Aha. Just go. What are you telling me? Is it that you don't trust your buddies? This angle can see the glass. The glass in his house is impervious, right? Almost falling for the b-boy of Summer's heartfelt voice, the sight followed and shifted. Pretending to stretch, Chen Yuan moved the stool underneath him, then sat down with his back to the bathroom's woolen glass, using the most forceful act to make Xia Xinin's nervous heart as peaceful as possible. You don't really think you're a basket case, do you? The light of righteousness. After Chen Yuan turned around, Xia Xinin was slightly less apprehensive, opened the door of the restroom, went in and smoothly brought it on, hands crossed and grasped the hem of the garment, lifted upwards to take off. Halfway though, she suddenly reacted to the fact that she was going to get wet in the shower later if she left all her clothes on the small stool. But is there any place to put clothes in here? So, poking her head out of the restroom, she asked in disbelief, where do you usually put your clothes when you shower? Gum stool by the door. Xia Xinin looked at the plastic stool in the doorway and then looked at Chen Yuan. Usually the shower is not closed off. Yes, after all, I live alone. But of course I can't open the door naked to get my clothes. Having no choice, Xia Seni could only free up the plastic bag of today's grocery shopping and then hang it on the doorknob. This one holds a change of clothes. And if you've sweated dirty clothes today, just hitch a ride on the washing machine. It doesn't matter if they get wet. After all, they need to be washed. Wait, I'm such an idiot. After all that time picking out clothes, it turns out I didn't bring my body wash and shampoo. Fortunately, Chen Yuan has shampoo. For men here, it's okay, his hair smells pretty good too. This smell should be okay. The body wash ran out. Soap. Is he a neat freak and doesn't like people using his soap? Or I'd better go get my shower gel. However, going back and forth in and out of the bathroom before taking a shower seems like I'm getting too tangled up in it. Holding the soap, which was as smooth as fieldstone, in her hands, she hesitated briefly before finally deciding not to be so pretentious. I pay so much attention to personal hygiene. He shouldn't mind me as long as he's not too much of a germaphobe. Chen Yuan felt that he should have been a tailor in his previous life. Why else would one's feet have been shaking like crazy when the water was clattering and drenching in the bathroom, and one's knees couldn't keep pressure on them if one tried? Apparently, there is a void sewing machine underfoot. What about today's OU, which is extraordinarily difficult to learn? Forget it. Brush up on your jitterbugs for a while. Tapping his phone, Chen Yuan watched a few game videos before suddenly brushing out a nearby jitterbug. A set of pictures. 11th grade good young man. The courage to save a beautiful woman in the water, flowers, flowers, flowers. The first picture is a picture of himself with that Yuan Yu. Something. What the? Without even flipping to the second one, Chen Yuan just swiped it away. Then there was a stepmom skirt burner blogger he followed. MS. At KK Huang, no segment today. Just a random twist. You think I follow you for the segments? Just twist. Don't waste my traffic. Chen Yuan, I washed your clothes together too. As soon as he heard Xia Xinyue's voice, Chen Yuan hastily slid the video away. However, when he turned around, he saw Xia Xinyue's signature smile suspend its operation, and said in a lazy tone, I've washed my school uniform with you. Help me dry it after washing. Okay. Chen Yuan made the okay sign and forced a calm expression. Do boys like to watch that kind of thing? He's only a 17-year-old high school student. Boys do not have any special preferences. Pure and simple basket. I'm going to go blow dry my hair then. Holding the towel that was wrung out, as well as the personal clothes wrapped inside the towel that couldn't be put in the washing machine, Xia Seni was ready to leave this place and go back to her own room. Where are you going? As she walked to her side, Chen Yuan called out to her. Go back to my side of the room and blow dry your hair. What was the original name of the hairdryer? Chen Yuan asked. Hairdryer ah. Xia Xinhua still looked confused. What's wrong? Hairdryer it is. Reacting. Xia Xini's face reddened, closed her eyes, embarrassedly covered her face with one hand, and said in shame, You must think I'm quite stupid, right? I'm 504 points you ask me? Okay, I'll use yours then. Xia Xinin placed the 2 towels she had folded into little bean skins by her desk and then went to use Chen Yuan's hairdryer. Because Chen Yuan's hair isn't long, and the weather is still on the hot side, the hairdryer that hasn't been used for a long time is curled up in the corner, and the strings are all clumped together, so Xia Xini can only pull it out first. However, due to the excessive length of this hairdryer's cord, an inattentive, twitching cord swept directly across the tabletop, lifting Xia Xini's towel to the floor. Seeing this, Xia Xinin hurriedly bent down and hurriedly put away the towel on the ground, as well as the panties that were sandwiched inside a towel and thankfully not exposed. Wait, no. Xia Xini realized with horror that it was still the same. After nervously scanning the room, his eyes finally rested on Chen Yuan's body, looking at the long light blue strip that drooped on Chen Yuan's thigh. At this moment, she perfectly interpreted an adjective that only appears inside a novel. Blushing. Chapter 50, The most important thing about me. The most beautiful moments in life, according to Chen Yuan, are 2. Lying on a slope of green grass ruffled by the breeze, looking away from the sky, sitting on a beach reef, facing the ocean. And as it happens, both of these sites are associated with a color. This shows that there are thousands of colors in the world, but only light blue heals the heart. Take for example this light blue one from Heartbleed. Sharp, heartfelt, straight from the soul, cheeks as red as ripe apples. Xia Xinin suddenly reached out her hand and covered Chen Yuan's eyes with one hand, and along with the partial loss of sight, she picked up the light blue bra that was hanging on her leg and fled in a hurry. There was a bumper click and the door was slammed shut. Xia Xinhua also disappeared without a trace. Only Chen Yuan was left behind, sitting there in frustration. No, that's not a very accurate use of the word. After all, it's not like it's ours to talk about losing. Just, Heartbleed's underwear is as good as it looks. So innocent. By the time he reacted, Chen Yuan's ears were already tingling like small fine needles and the roots of his ears were red hot. No! Start an episode of Boruto spinning down the fire. It's so hot. No! It's just a pair of underwear. What's so exciting about that? What's so strange about an old apartment like this one with underwear hanging above the balcony? Young ladies too? Is it just because it's summer heartlands? Because she's right in front of her? Because she has a vivid imagination? What about the boogeyman? Open up. Save a life. What? For a membership? Forget it. Calm down, calm down. Wouldn't it be just like being a virgin to really get in a hurry over something like that? What? You've been to Fiji and you're a virgin? Oh, that's really not my fault. After all, virgin. Walking over to the small drinking fountain, Chen Yuan received a cup of cool water and gulped it down before he was finally able to rationalize in a physical way. And after rationalization, naturally, he returned to his usual decency, opened the door and knocked on the door of the other room. It took a while before a voice came from inside. Who is it? Squeezing his throat and adjusting it, Chen Yuan let out a low baritone voice that was nothing like his. Hello, take out. At the sound, the man inside sounded distinctly wary. I didn't order it. That's where the address is. MS. 501 Summers. Right? Oh, wait a minute then. Immediately after Xia Xini answered inside, her own phone was dialed. And over there is a trembling voice, Chen Yuan. There is a self-proclaimed delivery outside my door. You don't come out first. That's me. Open the door. After Chen Yuan fought his way back to his original form, Xia Xinin on the other side of the phone didn't even hang up the phone, and hurriedly opened the door. Exasperated. You really scared me to death. Examine your security awareness and pass. Ha! Xia Xini didn't accept it and was still a bit angry. Then, please go in and blow dry your hair. Looking at the hair above still stained with water droplets. Just change the small fresh print white short sleeves are ticking wet. Xia Xinin. Chen Yuan behaved as if what just happened did not happen. Not guilty. On the contrary, also justified. Cold showers don't necessarily give you a cold, and neither does air conditioning. But going to bed without drying your hair basically gives you a cold the next day, or, at least a headache for a couple days. And with Xia Xinyue's level of innocence, it was highly likely that she wouldn't talk to herself for at least 2 hours after flinging her underwear onto her body. This would have been fine during the day. because after 2 hours tops, the two made up. And at night, it's all about bedtime. Let's just say, we're as close as neighbors. Why do we have to take such a hard time? It's really not necessary. I can also put my pants on your lap if I'm really feeling shy. But first things first, you can't take it with you. Oh, got it. Xia Xinin was also really overly ashamed just now, so she couldn't help but run away. And in fact, in hindsight, it did go a little too far. After all, it's just clothes, which is just as childish as when you're at the mall and you'll shy away from seeing the lingerie section. But the main problem just now is that one's underwear fell onto Chen Yuan. How can I be so humiliated? Okay, so after you blow dry your hair, tell me about math. Aha. Though she hadn't listened to her own class yet today, she was in a mood where she really wasn't listening too much right now. After sitting on Chen Yuan's seat and gradually drying her hair with a hairdryer, then taking a comb and combing it all together again, Xia Xinin resumed her seat on the opposite side of Chen Yuan, somewhat subtly sizing up this man. He doesn't think I'm childish, does he? How come? It's human to be shy. After all, it's the kind of underwear that has patterns on it. What pattern? I didn't even see it. And my underwear size. It's okay, tiny is fine. No, you're interfering with my studies. I haven't finished the top of the textbook yet, but there's an exam coming up, and I just organized these difficult points. So teach me. Crossing the book in front of Xia Xinin, Chen Yuan felt that such precious time should be spent on studying, and not some surely cute, but sadly not patterned B-rated bra. The third class of the fourth form is going at a faster pace, so I've just about finished learning it. If your progress is the same, you'll definitely be able to learn it. As usual, Xia Xinin first gave Chen Yuan an affirmation without a cause, and then with a completely level-headed posture, she gave Chen Yuan the questions. Look here, although it's new knowledge, it's actually very similar to the previous chapters. I'll break it down like this so you'll be clear. Chen Yuan was easy to listen to when Xia Xinin lectured, and not just because it sounds good. Even though she is a proud member of the 4th middle school, she seems to understand the world of the miscellaneous disciples, and when she lectures, she does not jump around at all, and she is almost as level as old Mo's lectures. Generally speaking, the smart little minds of schoolboys are incapable of comprehending the confusion of pig pussies, taking everything for granted. But unlike her, she is structured as a pyramid, with steps at each level, a gradual ascent to the top, and a clear view. With such a lecture strength an old Mo comparable, but will not spray saliva. The body also smells good. Talking voice like a clear spring flowing water girl teacher tutoring. Chen Yuan learns very quickly. Xia Xinin taught for an hour and a half and covered half of Chen Yuan's remaining unfinished lessons. That way, all you need to do tomorrow is brush up and consolidate at school. Then tomorrow at this time after school, Xia Xini will finish the remaining half for herself and consolidate the rest of the knowledge the day after. That is to say, on Thursdays, he himself was able to learn all the high school math knowledge just like those 4 clans and 1 clan's pride. Friday, Saturday, 2 full days to attack the math competition with full force, brushing up on at least 4 sets of problems. Time is short, but every effort must be made. Otherwise, if you can't even read the question by then, you may not be able to answer it correctly even if you hear the sound. It's been really hard on you today, wasting your study time I guess. As Xia Xinin packed up her books, Chen Yuan said with an apology. Although I don't know if that old Mo has ever taught it, but our teacher said that teaching someone else to do a problem will be more memorable than doing it yourself. After Xia Xinyu finished speaking, she added cheekily, of course, provided that the teaching is right. Needless to say, you are definitely right, Chen Yuan said with certainty. He also wanted to make Xia Xinyu feel how motivating it was to be trusted unconditionally, but alas, he could not hear his own heart. But it's good to not hear it. I'll tell you one thing, don't go around talking about it. In an hour and a half of study time, he had a minute to spare to remember exactly what the pattern was. He. In the face of Chen Yuan's affirmation, Xia Xinyu smiled and said rather modestly, math is not my strong point. The topics will be even harder than this when the time comes, so don't take it lightly. Well, it shall be taken. Take it. After packing up her things, Xia Xini planned to leave. Then, we'll go back first. But will it be hot on your end? It's after 11. It's not a hot night. It was actually a little hot, but one couldn't live on Chen Yuan's side. Could one? Even just hitting the ground running isn't really appropriate right now. I'm, like, a little too conservative haha. Wait. After hearing that Xia Xinin had lost power, Chen Yuan was charging the treasure, as well as a charging medium fan with a radius of 20 centimeters. Seeing that the other party was about to leave, he handed the other party these two things together. This one you hold on to. Okay, I'll go then. After Xia Xini finished greeting with a smile, she left the room, but just as she was about to enter, Chen Yuan suddenly called out to her, Xinu. Although he had long said that he would let Chen Yuan call her this way, he still didn't use such a title much, so when she heard this, she was slightly surprised, but satisfied. Where is your hometown? After Chen Yuan opened his mouth, he quickly and abruptly added, I'm from Hexiong. My home is 2 hours away from here. After a slight pause, she replied, from Shaoxiang, a county-level city in Jingnan. Got it. Chen Yuan nodded. Good night, I'm going in. Xia Xini opened the door and stopped again before she could step in, but this time no one called her. Turning her head and looking at Chen Yuan, she had something to say. Faced with this rarely serious expression, Chen Yuan gradually became nervous. Is this her guess? I guessed what Chen Yuan wanted to do. Or rather, I guess it's something that's been nagging him. There is something very important to me. Suddenly, Xia Xini spoke up, her tone quite serious. There are also very important things as far as you are concerned. There was no need to listen to the heartbeat for Chen Yuan to understand these words, but understanding doesn't mean knowing what to do. On things that matter to you, inhaling gently and making a smile as usual, Xia Xinhue did not want to use a lecturing tone to Chen Yuan after all. Therefore, this time, she even gazed at Chen Yuan with a smile in her eyes and said, in my case, it's more important. Chapter 51504 plus 121 Remembering the Heart. What's important to me is more important to her. Her heart's endurance may not have been something to say. Rather, it's the truth that doesn't make people sad that makes her straight. If her heart does think that way, but the words that will make people sad, she will hide them in her heart alone, and use her soft chest to warm them up before saying anything. The things that mattered to her were holding up her parents' funeral and comforting her lonely grandfather. The things that matter to you are the equation 504 plus 121 equals 625 and the math competitions that can close that gap. But how do you know that what's important to you isn't more important to me? The bugs are back, but she can't hear my heart. The expression she saw on my face at this point was probably just as unruffled as it had always been. You can do more than just look up at the stars if you're feeling lonely. Can't the stars be on Earth? There is solace to be found in not having to hold your head so high. This kind of sensational words coming out of your mouth always makes people feel weirdly subtle. On her lips, she said this, but Xia Xini's expression was happy. What girl doesn't like to hear good things? Your important thing. Gazing at Xia Xinin's beautiful eyes that encompassed the night sky, Chen Yuan paused for a long time before saying, after you're done, remember to come back. Can't say it, not because Chen Yuan was shy and embarrassed to be this carnal. Rather, he heard the heart of Xia Xinhua. She said, the 121-point gap is much bigger than expected. I hope he will be calm. Even if it was impulsive, I would forgive him. But it's like I've been trying so hard to hold on, to begrudge every dollar and dime. Even if it's because I know that every minute I stayed in Summerhaven with no source of income after mom and dad died was consuming and costing me money. Who is? Don't you want to be romantic? I will definitely come back. Xia Xini smiled cheekily, wiping away with her fingertips the slight wetness at the corners of her eyes that might have appeared because she was sleepy, and said snidely, if I don't come back, then you're going to look for me. Aha! Chen Yuan agreed. If you don't come back, I'll carry you from Jingnan to Xiahai 11th grade, and by the way, I'll get your transfer done. 625 points were able to ride on old Mo's head and pull his hair. But I shouldn't have to this time. Wait until next time. I'll take you to my home to play. Talking about her hometown, Xia Xinhua became cheerful and confident. The scenery there is beautiful. I guarantee you'll want to stay for a few more days when you go. The views are beautiful and the area that hasn't been ringed up for a fee is indeed worth a visit. So when am I invited to your house? Xia Xinin felt that this was a courtesy, even if it was just a pie in the sky. Chen Yuan, on the other hand, didn't take the initiative to mention it, and was really a bit of a straight man. Faced with her question, Chen Yuan did not answer, so Xia Xinin waved her hand. Just kidding, why be so serious? Yelp, what are you doing with your cell phone? Call my dad for groceries. Well, thanks for the invitation. I appreciate the thought. Hastily pressing her cell phone to hang up Chen Yuan's call, Xia Xini was so shocked that she broke her voice. You're too action-oriented. Compared to Chen Yuan, his own sincerity was inferior. Is this person not teasing me? Teasing you indeed. but if you don't stop it, I really dare to play so big. But the prerequisite is to make it clear to Chen's mother. A handful of the Chen family, I really didn't fall in love early, and the dip in my scores wasn't due to early love. It was Joyu who did it. This pussy is a bad boy, taking me to fight Bird Soul every day. Then, really good night. As if she had forgotten the embarrassing things that had happened today, Xia Xinyue became that quiet and generous girl again, and took the initiative to say goodnight to herself. Good night, sweet dreams. Chen Yuan nodded with a light smile and watched Xia Xinyue close the door to her room before he returned to his own room. It was getting a little late in the day, and he should have logically gone to bed, but after all, Xin Bao and his own clothes were still being washed, and he'd have to dry them later, so he lay down on his bed, swiping his phone as he waited for the washing machine to finish. Unconsciously, he clicked on a ticketing software, sitting on 12306, Flying Pig, Trip Operations bidding for bids, and searched for a ticket from Shanghai to Shaogang. I'm surprised there's no direct transfers are required. It's 13 hours by green, with a transfer at Tanxiang and then a moving train, and the best time trip on the green train was 6:30 p.m. On a Sunday, all the way to 8 o'clock. The next day by then it had been buried, I think, but there is a fast way, a high-speed train, which takes only 4 hours to get to Tamshang. Then it's a 30-minute train ride, which should be in time, but the latest trip on the high-speed train has to be 4:58. Grass. It takes 30 minutes to get to the station, and you have to get in 15 minutes before the train leaves. Either way, there is no double method. And that, I suppose, is what Summerheart said. That what was important to him was more important to her. She knew that if she rushed, she would lose the opportunity to add 10 points to her score. And the direct cause of this thing is her. How could someone like that, who didn't even want to drag her loved ones down, want to be sacrificed for her? A rare and good girl can't be found in a lantern. Do even say such a person. I have never seen, but she's so strong. Does she need anyone else to do anything? Crossing his arms behind his head and looking up at the overhead lights, he wondered just what to do with such a young girl. Perhaps, if he had known her earlier, he wouldn't have been like this. It was because Qin Yuan vaguely felt that she had exerted herself a bit, in order to prove that she can stay in Summerhaven. She wants to be stronger than everyone else, wants to not depend on everyone else. Perhaps she even made a little vow that she would be able to go on alone, even if her mom and dad weren't there. If I had known Xia Sini long ago, I might have been able to know her original side, a more real side. A side that might have depended on myself. Drop. The washing machine turned out well. Chen Yuan got out of bed, walked to the restroom in his flip-flops, took out his clothes, filled them in a clean basin, then took a bunch of hangers, walked to the balcony adjacent to the restroom, pulled open the curtains, and hung his clothes to dry on the clothesline on the security rack. When did she wash and dry my socks? Looking at the soft socks caught on top of the hanger that could even be whipped by the wind, Chen Yuan turned his head again and looked at the dry socks next to him that were just like the darts. Well, that's what was washed by master. Xia Xinin's short sleeves and school uniform sweatpants were first taken out by Chen Yuan to dry. The school uniforms for the 6'6" girls were really small, like children's clothes compared to myself. His own clothes, along with Xia Xini's, were hung out to dry on a rope, and the moonlight shone through the cracks and into the room. Raising his head and looking at the white moon above his head, Chen Yuan had a premonition that he was going to lose sleep. Suddenly, a phone call came in. Chen Jianye, the Chen family's third in command, the deputy head of the family does not carry the executive, has not yet entered the family committee. What is it, son? What are you calling me for? Yonder asked happily. Wrong number, wanted to call my mom. What's something you can only say to your mom? The other side of the phone suddenly hardened, but Chen Yuan sighed and said, Stop it, give the phone to my mom. You can't make the call. I've never heard of a southeastern man who can't make it at home. You can't even make a bottle of Dream Blue. Forget it, old Chen, don't try to be brave. Give the phone to my mom. Hurry up. That's because your father didn't want to open it. He wanted to drink some Bull Run that day. Old Chen got anxious and hasty, and said rather more seriously, If you don't give me this today, don't you dare beg me for any single thing in the future. Can you fix it by talking about it? Just say it and I'll relieve you today. Watching TV, Chen Jianye, keep your voice down. Quickly say, today must give you a solution. Lowered his voice, the old Chen seriously said. Pops was too kind to refuse, so Chen Yuan had no choice but to open his mouth. Okay, pop some gold coins. Chapter 52, the money seems to have disappeared. Everyone has their own protection mechanisms, and these mechanisms sometimes have commonalities. Most human beings do not admit that they are stupider than others, so even if they do study seriously, they have to put on an attitude of not caring, and even flirt with those who study hard but still get mediocre grades. Such an ethos spreads worse the environment. Over time, a monstrous consensus emerges: learning is shame. Studying hard and still not improving is an even more difficult shame. Chen Yuan was no saint, and his heart was not encased in steel, so he likewise possessed his own protective mechanisms. Sometimes he wondered if that was how his high-flying and abstract sides were born. But he was okay with not being ashamed of his studies, not being vain about hanging around but exceeding the average, not to mention scoffing at the effort. He just opted for a more iffy approach after hitting a bottleneck and being eroded by the black hole environment of this 18th class, laying down, but not completely, keep the public 2 rushes a book. This was his earlier outlook. But in fact, before he went to high school, he wasn't bad. When he joined the school, before the Division of Arts and Sciences, he was one of the top 400 out of 1500 in the whole school, not one of the top 400 in the sciences. That is to say, this ranking stabilizes to be completely on the upper middle class second demon. Besides, Chen Yuan, he was born in a learning environment, is not bad family, mom and dad, although the education of the unified only high school, but through the children enrolled in the bead counting can be seen, Chen family, a Han Chen mother is willing to invest in children. Otherwise, it would not have taken such a big favor. Again, to make connections and stuff red envelopes, to send him to the edge of the 11th school, a prestigious school that is a double pride with the 4th school. Am I short on effort? It's not. Talent? Neither. It is the determination to break the shell and be reborn, from python to dragon, and the pain that needs to be endured in order to forcefully shed the skin. Immortal technique, Hakken no Jutsu. His efforts make me sick. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, for 3 days in a row Chen Yuan showed an extreme hunger for knowledge, like a horny wolf seeing black silk, already completely demonized. Apart from the necessary water releases, Chen Yuan was almost as welded to his seat, brushing the questions nonstop with earplugs. After all, the preliminaries are on Sunday, so it's only right to work a little harder at this time. Zhou Fu explained to Zhou Yu on his behalf. I haven't seen him work this hard before. As he Si Jiao spoke, she suddenly reacted to something. No, if there was no effort, how did the math test pass 140 points? It is estimated that before were at home to die to learn. Now directly do not pretend. No, it can't be. To this kind of thing Zhou Yu did not accept. Very serious said. Before, he hacked with me every night. Ah, and did he have you on voicemail? This line of questioning, on the spot to Zhou Yu said freeze. Expression petrified. Is it with me to open the black? The person over there is Chen Yuan cousin, and he himself is dragging me while learning. Wildly I go. Volume batch. This man, you'll have a hard time dealing with him in the future. Oh. He Si Jiao patted Zhou Fu's shoulder and said with a sigh. Ha ha. Zhou Fu squeezed out an awkward smile and explained. I've already said, it's not that kind of relationship law. Why don't you add my QQ? Just as the 3 of them were offending Chen Yuan, who was studying in a bored manner here without any fear, Tang Siwen walked over and suddenly opened her mouth. Hiss. Startled by this cross-examination, he Si Jiao sat down and opened a bag of chips, nervously watching what happened next. Seeing Tang Siwen come, Chen Yuan was still resting there brushing up on his questions, and Zhou Fu carefully poked his arm. After feeling it, Chen Yuan took off his earplugs, raised his head, and saw Tang Siwen, rather puzzled. What's wrong? Teacher Mo asked us to add QQ to discuss the topic. Tang Siwen took out her cell phone and pointed at the screen. You haven't added me yet. Oh sorry. Screw forgot. You pull out the code. I sweep it. Chen Yuan hurriedly took out his cell phone and added to Tang Siwen after sweeping the code. Then, continue to bury your head in the sand. School which has what human feelings are. The school is used to learn. IING direct right 3-5. Right 3-5 right realize the real question. And then run to the 4 middle school to step on the horse and the 4 middle school secret papers all done. And finally pounced on Zhang Jianjun to do him too. I step on the horse to do asterisk. Sigma man. Seeing Chen Yuan this aura of no woman in the heart to draw the sword natural god, Zhou Yu is really surprised. Tang Siwen this girl although it looks a little bit difficult to approach. But after all, a glance will be able to determine the beauty. People take the initiative to let you add QQ. This kind of thing if you put on the brother, die in the funeral of the children to play this VCR. Okay. Tang Siwen was equally calm. and after the other party added her QQ, she turned back to her seat and lowered her head to brush up on her questions. TSK? No? Jiao smashed her mouth, wondering why the bloodshed scene didn't appear. The audience lord is here to see you two learn? Say, did those two just use their cell phones in class? Zhou Fu said weakly. What do you guys say? Tang Siwen and Chen Yuan. Which Tang Siwen will make it into the main event? Zhou Yu opened the topic and said. Of course the Don Swan gets in. After Jiao finished speaking, she looked at Chen Yuan, who was now bursting with learning. But Chen Yuan, if this epilepsy continues, it's really hard to say. These dogs, do not consume the old man can die is it? Continuing to pretend that he didn't hear, Chen Yuan reached for the milk, but after realizing that it was empty, he simply didn't drink it and continued to write. Drinks are out. Bread? Seeing this, Zhou Fu took out a bag of loose weight bread snacks, first letting Zhou Yu and Jiao choose before handing a soft steamed cake to Chen Yuan. Thank you Sister Fu. Chen Yuan took the cake and tore it open on that. You're welcome ha. Why do you bring so much food every day? Jiao asked curiously as she ate. My mom asked me to bring it to school. Zhou Fu laughed awkwardly. She's afraid I won't have enough to eat. But you didn't eat it at all. Stay out of the little fairy's business. Jiao interrupted Zhou Yu and found a replacement for Zhou Fu. She knew that Zhou Fu was disgusted with her fatness, so she didn't want to eat. But in fact, Zhou Fu in addition to the chest and crotch slightly fuller. Other places, really standard girl figure. She's the one who's too hard on herself. If I had this pair of naiads, I'd be Princess Yang. Really delicious ah. This price of loose weighing bread my family come to talent to buy. Zhou Yu to Zhou Fu full of envy. Fufu's family is rich, right? Jiao asked with a raised eyebrow. Zhou Fu awkwardly scraped her face with her fingers. Normal family law. Modest again. Definitely a little rich woman. Jiao wrapped her arms around Zhou Fu's neck all at once from behind and fawned. Rich woman look at me. Rich woman look at. Just as a few people were stopping here to gag, Li Yuyu suddenly got up and left the classroom. In that moment, the air in the place briefly froze, rather awkwardly. It can't be helped. These four people play well together and have formed a small circle. Although Li Yoyue's relationship with Jiao was okay, and the two of them called each other by nicknames, but after all, the relationship with the others was at a standstill. Let's just say that's the downside of mobile classes in high school. However, the stability of the Chen He-Zhou combination at least puts them in a protected position, which is the charm of a small circle. If she's really upset, either hold it in, either that, or go voluntarily. Today is Friday, the day of club activities. Chen Yuan clunked all day, until after the last class in the afternoon. Finally intends to relax for a while. Go play badminton. Don't send it to learn old Chen. Tang Jian, who was sitting in the first group, was also in the badminton club. So he called up Chen Yuan before leaving the class. Coming right up. Don Jr. Wait. Today, one day, brushing 2 sets of papers for the math competition. Chen Yuan people are numb, stretched out, intending to play some badminton. Club days are different from the usual, with the last class dismissing at 4:30 p.m. And then continuing until the end of the day at 5:50 p.m. A total of 80 minutes for a variety of club activities. This was the last remnant of humanity left in the 11 sect elders, so as soon as class was over, the class paired up and got ready to go downstairs for club activities. And that, in turn, is the only time students spend with their friends from other classes? What's wrong? Seeing Zhou Fu rummaging for something inside the pen case, Chen Yuan asked curiously. A very, very small thing. Zhou shook her head and continued rummaging. Dropped the money? Chen Yuan asked tentatively. Zhou Fu smiled and explained. It should be that I accidentally brought it out when I was rummaging through my pencil bag. But it's okay. It's just 100. Just then, a familiar heartbeat suddenly rang out. Chen Yuan's expression condensed, and then put his hand into his drawer. Gently hold, is the thin sound of the ravaging of paper balls. The air, at once, was quiet. The surrounding clamor was also completely shielded. Holding the paper ball, Chen Yuan was expressionless. Chen Yuan is gone. What are you waiting for? Forget it. I'm going first Seijio. Let's go. Uzi, give me the ball all over more today. Don't mail it dribbling. What do you know about chickens? I'm 11 little Paul. There were fewer and fewer people around. Maybe only a dozen or so left. Zhou Fu did not find money in the pen bag in his drawer. Slowly lowered his head, intending to look for it on the ground. Suddenly, Chen Yuan, who was on the side, stood up and then turned around. burying her head in her homework. Li Yue had not yet reacted, and then with a stunned face, she was grabbed by Qin Yuan's wrist and forcefully dragged out of the classroom. Chapter 53. Why are you ruining my friendship? There weren't many students left in the class, but a scene so shocking to the eye still shook them up. What's this? A girl covered her mouth and gossiped. They're holding hands out of the classroom. Are they that close? It's a bit bold. Like some kind of hero and heroine of youthful hurt literature. It's so exciting. Don't let the teacher see it, or else you're bound to be asked to be a parent. No, it's not youth injury literature. Chen Yuan was definitely angry. There was no doubt about that. And was never seen so angry. In the eyes of Zhou Fu, Chen Yuan has always been a boy with a particularly good character who knows how to sympathize with the moods of others. Otherwise she would not have pestered him like this all the time to be friends with him. But at that moment, his anger made even Zhou Fu feel a little afraid. If it had been to herself, she might have cried from fear. In fact, when she was grabbed by Qin Yuan's wrist just now, the expression on Li Yu's face, amidst her surprise, was clearly a bit flustered. Zhou Fu did not know what was happening, but she had a vague feeling that perhaps, maybe, looking at the $100 that should have been inside the pencil case, she got a bad feeling. What are you doing? Shaking off Chen Yuan's hand, and then rubbing her own raw and painful wrist, Li Yue looked at the corridor students' strange gazes, feeling a little uncomfortable. Fortunately at this time there is no teacher passing by, or else the two of them must be heckled to carry to the office for a scolding. A Chinese campus is no place for such a bombastic scene. Behind the school building, there's an equipment room. It's less crowded. Come here. Chen Yuan stared at Li Yue and said calmly, "Bye." What? Why should I listen to you? Li Yue clutched her somewhat sore arm and said defiantly, "I am helping you." Chen Yuan nodded with a light smile, keeping his tone as calm as possible. "If you come, there is still salvation." Sinking her face, Li Yue turned around and wanted to leave. "Boring. I want to go back." "Do you think you do things rigorously?" Chen Yuan asked such a sudden rhetorical question, which froze Li Yue on the spot, dazed in place. It took a moment before a serious dislike was expressed. "I don't know what you're talking about, and I'm going to sue the teacher if you keep this up." She knows what she's talking about. She knows it well. And she was bluffing herself. It can't be. I was clearly there when he wasn't. Although there were people in the class at that time, there was definitely no one in the back row, and no one in the front row turned around. Is it hard to believe that someone outside the classroom saw the inside of the window at that time? Well, if you don't come with me then I'll go to the teacher myself. Chen Yuan still nodded his head, acting quite calmly and not panicking in the slightest. Sure enough, Li Yue followed and quickened her pace to be alongside herself. "Okay, go downstairs. I'll see what you really want to say." Having a heartfelt voice allowed Chen Yuan to see the man more clearly, but even without a heartbeat, he felt that he still wouldn't lose against such a dumbass who was as simple as he was transparent and was completely inept at doing bad things. Of course, there's no way to presuppose that you don't have superpowers, so all that can be done at the moment is to make right all the wrongs. Let true kindness not be let down. What are you trying to say? Li Yue followed Chen Yuan to the back of the school building, in front of a dilapidated equipment room. Although there were basically not many students here anymore because of club days, it was after all a huge full-time Chinese campus of over 4,000 people, and there were so many people that there was still the occasional person who happened to be passing by. The good thing, though, is that after the 11th grade school renovated the gym, even the gym teachers don't come over here anymore. "What are you going to do about the matter of you shoving money into my drawer?" Chen Yuan asked. The other party's open door scared Li Yue into a heart attack. Her cheeks reddened at once. "What are you talking about? I can't understand what you're saying." "Zhou Yu saw it. Zhou Yu is so close to you. He must be speaking toward you." Clenching her fists, Li Yue said angrily, "I don't know what's happening to you guys. I've never taken a Zhou Fu. Did I mention the name Chuf?" Just like playing werewolf killing chat burst, Li Yue all of a sudden, the heart cold. Chen Yuan, indeed, did not mention Zhou Fu's name, and to do so on his own would be like jumping. "Nope, I heard the two of them chatting just now, and Chuf said she lost her money, and I can totally say this. I was swindled by him, but again, she didn't think it was all her fault for being stupid. There's no way around it. It was so stressful and now I'm in such a panic that it's hard to try to remember everything clearly and truly. No matter what, biting the bullet was the right thing to do." Adhering to this belief, Li Yue continued to mouth off, "Don't you pull your punches here. I have no idea what you're talking about." before the lunch break at noon. Zhou went back to the classroom with me and saw you put Zhou Fu's money into my drawer. Then, in order not to spook the snake, I purposely went back to the classroom with him separately only after 5 minutes. Chen Yuan calmly narrated, playing out the images in verbal form. See the VCR. Li Yu. Just now it was possible to guess that this guy was scamming himself. But now, this guy had not only pointed out the process, but even the point in time when they returned to the classroom. No, if that's the case, why did you call out to yourself at that time? Instead, I'll wait until the evidence is all gone now and nothing can be said if I'm playing hard to get. At that time, I wanted to interrupt you, Chen Yuan said with disappointment, but think about it, what would happen to you then? What are you talking about? You'll be caught by the class, shoving Zhou Fu's money into my drawer in order to frame your classmates. Gazing at Li Yaoyu, Chen Yuan reminded, this is no longer about right or wrong, it's illegal. It was only when she said this that she truly realized the fear. After realizing what she's done and that she's still being discovered, Li Yu is swept away by the unease of impending social death. Himself in the class will be the laughingstock. If it had gotten to the teacher, there would even have been a school-wide announcement of the social death. More importantly, morally corrupt people who are exposed will have no place in this society. I'll find a chance to put the money back. Biting her lips tightly, Li Yu's eyes were flooded with tears. You don't tell anyone. Drops. Before she could say anything, she suddenly heard an electronic sound. Stunned and frozen, she watched as Chen Yuan pulled his cell phone out. Her eyes wide and her head instantly blank. Just now there was really no evidence. Now there is. Chen Yuan is convinced that being pushed, Li Yu's ability to write small essays, if Zhou Yu was allowed to testify for himself, along with his own confession, it was obviously not convincing. So the recording is more real than anything. Even for a 6 feet 8 inches tall boy, he needs to feel safe. Reacting to being teased, Li Yu suddenly jumped up to grab Chen Yuan's phone, but before she could approach, Chen Yuan raised his cell phone high. Then, with the wrist that he grabbed with his other hand, he pinned her right up against the wall. No matter how much they struggled, they couldn't move. Men and women are very different. In terms of strength, even at the same weight, men are crushing. It was true that Chen Yuan had always seemed to have little aggression, but it was a split time. At the moment, for example, he's pulling out all the stops in terms of aggression. I never thought that you would hate me so much. If it wasn't for the fact that he had been wearing earplugs all day, plus the fact that Li Yu, a person who even had a heartbeat at a lower volume than others, Chen Yuan might have noticed it a long time ago. Why has it dragged on so long? However, Chen Yuan was the type of person who would solve the problem in a timely manner when he found out, and would definitely not leave the misunderstanding for the next day. However, the scene left the misunderstanding to several passers-by. Watching such a powerful wallop, several girls covered their mouths and laughed, stealing glances over and over. Her face was red for various reasons, and Li Yu, who was controlled with force, bit her lip even harder, and a few times she saw blood, and said mournfully, I'm a girl just like her. So if you don't like her, you should treat me fairly as well. But why do you have to stand up for her? Then, the three of you are isolated together. Snap. Before the words left his mouth, a crisp slap sounded. Hearing this, Chen Yuan hurriedly let go of his hand and retreated, his face confused. As for Zhou Fu, who rushed out from nowhere, her eyes were equally red as Li Yu's as she glared at each other and cried, your kind of people are really annoying to death. If you want to make friends, go and make them yourselves. Why are you destroying other people's friendships? Chapter 54. The most pop-up hits. This slap, directly Chen Yuan hit the brainstem atrophy. He had thought that hair pulling in a woman's fight would be the limit, but a direct slap in the face shook him even more. Seeing this, he hurriedly withdrew to the side and blocked it with his body, lest other people see them tearing each other apart. The girls saw it just now, but they didn't have any intention of snitching. What does it have to do with you? Li Yu, who had her face reddened by a slap, covered her face and glared at the other party angrily, clearly unconvinced. Nothing to do with me? You're the one stealing my money. Zhou Fu knew that at this time Chen Yuan occupied the moral upper hand, so she understood that reasoning was enough at this time. Well done, AV. It's only when it doesn't make sense that you have to talk about emotions and attitudes. If one is in the right in itself, this is the time to just press the head and hit it. Li Yu was also anxious. How could she be willing to be beaten? A push away Zhou Fu then intended to pounce on her and pull her hair. However, before she could flash up, two pairs of hands suddenly set up under her armpits, and she was dangling by her feet on the spot. Just like a New Year's pig that had been killed in the new year, with nowhere to escape. Calm down first. Don't fight. Chen Yuan staying neutral to the fight. Then you pull her too. Wow. This is not pulling the wrong way. Li Yu, who had been embraced by Qing Yuan from behind, could only have her face pinched into a puffer fish unilaterally by Zhou Fu because she was unable to move. You're saying you're persuading a fight by pulling only one side? That's 2 against 1. Chen Yuan said to Zhou Fu soothingly. Alright, you calm down too. If it's really framed on your head and the whole class misunderstands you, can you still be this calm? Zhou Fu pointed at the woman who made her gnash her teeth and questioned Chen Yuan. Instead, the person who asked this question, red warmth, was Li Yu. At this moment, because she was being held up by Qing Yuan, her hands were unable to move, so she couldn't even cover her face in shame, and could only accept all the accusations in such a posture. I didn't want the whole class to call Chen Yuan a thief. I'm just trying to keep them from being so nice. I just want Zhou Fu to break up with Chen Yuan. I really didn't think that far ahead. Well, listen to me. Putting Li Yu down and then standing between the two. Chen Yuan suppressed Zhou Fu's anger as much as possible, because the Li Yu inside her line of sight was completely replaced by Qing Yuan. Her emotions gradually calmed down. I am also responsible for this matter. No. What Chen Yuan feared and was most annoyed by was Zhou Fu's introspection. So he interrupted on the spot and corrected. You are not responsible. You reacted normally. But Chen Yuan, you believe me. I have not suspected you. Zhou Fu seriously said. Even if I find money from your drawer, I won't. Her certainty stemmed from the stereotype. A good man like him couldn't possibly do such a thing. But there is nothing wrong with this stereotype being used on yourself. You always said I was horny to have to take her side. Turning her head, she looked at Li Yu, who had begun crouching against the wall at some point, hugging her knees, and said, but think back. What kind of things did Zhou Fu do? And you? What things did you do? Who is disgusting me? After the serious word disgusting was used, Li Yu didn't even dare to say anything back, still smothering her head and allowing the mockery. And Chuff blushed all of a sudden, very innocently. Why is being on my side a horny thing? Wanting to change places? You were the one who first mentioned it, and I did it for you. I didn't spread the word around about you whispering about people behind their backs. Do you think, compared to Huan, bleep dash, who is the one who is bad for you? Chen Yuan's question after question caused Li Yu to be more than just humiliated. Because you're good. Good people deserve to have guns pointed at them? Let's go tell the teacher to give him this recording. Let's go. Knowing that Chen Yuan was really disappointed, so Zhou Fu, who seemed so good-tempered, didn't have an ounce of kindness left on her face and dragged him towards the homeroom teacher's classroom. Why am I a little scared to go to old Mo? Like this? Stopping and looking at the hand being held by Zhou Fu, Chen Yuan's expression was subtle. You're giving the tower away, aren't you? No. Sorry. Zhou Fu hurriedly let go of her hand and explained. I just wanted to get it over with quickly. I didn't mean anything else. She did mean nothing else. Holding my hand doesn't even have a weird heartbeat. You don't treat me like a man, do you? I'm sorry. I was wrong. I'll change schools. Just as both of them were about to walk away, behind them, Li Yu suddenly apologized loudly with a sobbing voice while wiping her tears. As he spoke, he was already choking back tears. Please don't say it. I'll change schools myself. The tears, no matter what, could no longer be wiped away, so all she could do was cover her face with her hands, as loud as she could for them to hear. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Why did it turn out this way? Why? Did I have to say that just to pander to those guys? If that sentence hadn't been said, would I have gotten a piece of her bread? Instead of being like a little cutie, like there. You can only strike up a few conversations with Jia when they're not chatting, messing up relationships and having problems with Huang Ying and the girls. Obviously, relationships were good the first year of high school and there was no conflict with anyone. Li Yue was reflective, but hadn't yet grasped the crux of the problem. She tries to trade in her non-stickiness for a solid role in relationships, but unlike her own non-stickiness, she'll attach herself against her will in order to fit in with the general flow, even if she knew that those people in Huang, bleep, were deliberately trying to trick and ostracize Zhou Fu. Li Yue's misery made Zhou Fu falter. Turning his head towards Chen Yuan, he tried to get an answer from the other party's expression. Forgive or not, you girls communicate a bit better. Look at you. Chen Yuan closed his mouth but made a smile, looking very composed. Well, Zhou Fu nodded after a little thought. I know. Although Zhou Fu hit people hard and slapped them even better, she was still a big good person by nature. Even though she was disgusted by Li Yu like this, Her heart softened when she saw the girl crying and confessing. Crouching across from her, she pulled out a tissue and handed it to the other woman. Li Yuyu almost thought it was another ear post and subconsciously blocked it with her hand, and then took Jofu's paper and wiped up her tears and blew her nose. Looking at the current Li Yuyu, Jofu remembered her former self. That past that is so hidden in the voice of the heart that it stings to even play it out. She went through a very unpleasant time in middle school. 3 years of skies filled with gloom and never clear. After a while, Li Yuyu finally stopped crying and slowly stood up, walking towards this side. Jofu, on the other hand, stayed where she was and watched her walk towards Chen Yuan. It's hard to take that step, but if we had talked it out from the beginning, where would it have gotten to this point? I'm sorry. After sincerely apologizing, Li Yuyu pressed her hands to the seams of her pants and bowed hard to Chen Yuan. Snap. However, before her head was lowered, with a snapping sound, Chen Yuan's thumb stored up energy to pop out his middle finger, and a violent chestnut struck her forehead, directly killing Li Yuyu. The stinging pain and impact caused Li Yuyu's head to fall back, and she retreated several steps under inertia, finally crouching on the ground and covering her head, whimpering and moaning. Frozen in place, Jofu's face stiffened on the spot and let out a deep confusion. Ha! Forgive or don't forgive? You say pop me for what? There were definitely red marks on her forehead, and Li Yuyu was only able to block them with her bangs before raising her head and looking at Chen Yuan, who was exerting such brute force on herself, and couldn't strain herself to cry again. But this time it's the pain that's crying. I'll tell a story. After a little language organization, Chen Yuan narrated. Once upon a time there was a little boy who was very angry and often hurt people, and his father said, let's do it this way. For every time you get angry and hurt someone else, hit an eye in the fence with a nail. Over time, Zhou drove more and more nails in the fence, and then his father said, from now on, if you don't get angry or hurt others for one day, you will take one nail off the fence. So, Zhou tried to restrain his emotions, and gradually, all the nails on the fence were taken down. Finally, Chen Yuan asked him, son, even though all the nails have been taken down, what is still on top of the fence? Isn't this middle school English reading? And why did the personification become you and Zhou in the back? Jofu leisurely spat out. I know it's something you can't get over. Standing up, he looked at Chen Yuan and said after a long time of entanglement, it's fine for you to tell the teacher. It's fine for you to tell the school. I'll accept it all. But, closing her eyes tightly, a line of tears passed over the already longitudinal tear tracks, and Li Yuyu choked. I really didn't mean it. Jofu, who just now still had difficulty remaining some displeasure and was hard to let go, finally softened her heart after seeing Li Yuyu's pitiful appearance. She wanted to say, forget it Chen Yuan, but before he could say anything, Li Yuyu turned around and ran away from the place. Although this is a bad thing to say, after hesitating for a long time, Jofu said, boys may not be able to see that girls still have a little bit of this kind of feeling. She should have a lot of feelings for you. Very much. It is not visible. Chen Yuan didn't see it, but heard it, but what he heard was mental activity and didn't count. He frankly said, but after playing that just now, I'm much more comfortable. So you're sure you're demoralized? Aha. Then I'll tell her you're not angry. Wait. As Jofu turned around, Chen Yuan called out to her, then handed out a red ticket crumpled in his pocket. This is the money Li Yuyu put in my drawer. Well, Jofu laughed, wrapping Chen Yuan's fist around it and pushing it back. Although I know you definitely won't be short of money, but didn't you recently have a new little girlfriend? If you're going on a date, a guy has to treat himself at least once, right? Why do you talk like a mom? Whose mom? Am I that old? Jofu protested before returning to the topic. Anyway, it's on loan to you, so return it to me after you pay your living expenses next month. Thank you, Sister Fu. Chen Yuan sincerely accepted it. You're welcome. Chuf gestured okay and smiled cheekily. Just like that, Jofu didn't participate in the club activities and went straight back to the classroom. I guess it should have gone to comfort Li Yuyu in the classroom, who was crying on her desk. In the sight of the others, they only saw themselves domineeringly dragging Li Yuyu out of the room, and when she came back she was crying into tears. Chen Yuan could have called Li Yuyu out in a low-key manner, secretly lassoed out the evidence, and then had a Japanese-style campus unfolding. Miss Li, you don't want your theft of money to be known by others, do you? But Chen Yuan chose to play with the most pop-ups. If not, Jofu wouldn't have chased out as the third person who knew the secret. So far, from being the inferior who needs to climb over others in relationships, to being the superior who is in a more secure situation. AV, I can't eat your bread for nothing. There was no evening study today, and after the club activities were over, Chen Yuan was able to leave. As for Chuf, since she had an appointment to go to dinner with her mom today, she parted ways with him right in front of the campus. The episode that happened today was pretty ed up and never happened before having superpowers. But Chen Yuan also understood the reason, intervention and backlash. He used to be nonstick because he couldn't see, lifespan, couldn't hear, heartbeat, and couldn't see out of his eyes. All the backlash that was now being encountered was to blame. But he obviously doesn't want to be entangled in such a Xia Xinhua, we don't have a club day at our school. It's still business as usual. Xia Xinyu, do you want to wait for me for 40 minutes? Swallowing Yuan Bao QQ expression. Wait. It's not human not to wait. Chen Yuan was just about to type. Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Chen Yuan. It was Li Yu, who was following her. I think I took a leave of absence to go home because I cried so hard and was in such a bad state today. But the reason for this trailing behind himself was that he had something to say. Seeing that Chen Yuan didn't turn around, Li Yue was a little more at ease, and just continued to follow him, saying, although it sounds like I'm trying to trick you into deleting the video, but I'm really not lying. You can ask Huang, Bleep Dash, and the girls. In my first year of high school, I talked to them about you. I hope Chen Yuan understands what I mean by having talked about him. You were there in the restroom earlier when Chuf heard that being said. So, I was thinking that you must have talked about something afterward. And Zhou Fu said something bad about me before you helped her change places. But today, Zhou Fu told me that she didn't scold me with Chen Yuan. And I don't know if it's true. I know you haven't been wrong all along. But I just looked uncomfortable. You and Zhou Fu have only known each other for a few days. And your relationship is so just right. And I said the wrong thing again. So I was anxious. Today, I really didn't want people to think you were a thief. I just wanted you guys to break up. Believe it or not. Wrong is wrong. You can do whatever you want. I'm still not transferring. You can tell old Mo. If you want to. Well, that's it. After the words were said, Chen Yuan also walked to the bus stop. That's when the 737 happened to arrive at the station. The walk-in students are getting on the buses to go home. When he reached Chen Yuan, he stepped on the door, took out his cell phone and swiped his card, then turned his head to Li Yu, who was standing still, when the door was about to close, and said, wrong is wrong. Seeing Chen Yuan finally turned back, Li Yoyu's tone trembled with a sobbing voice, but I beg you, not to keep this matter. Remember it for the rest of your life. As she spoke, she found herself choking up again. She remembered that in elementary school, someone had shoved someone else's pen into her desk and tried to wrongly accuse her of stealing it. Fortunately, the girl was very good with herself and fully believed in herself, even after seeing the evidence, though she had not been wronged. Remembering the disgusting incident bothered her now. Not even finding the person who set her up was able to make her remember so much. And having been found out, he's going to remember someone as stupid and bad as me for the rest of his life. I'm sure. Clunker. The door of the bus was closed, and the voice inside could no longer be heard. Yet before the bus started, she seemed to see Chen Yuan nodding. Forgiveness can be done, but the eye of the nail can't be plugged. But let me not remember it for the rest of my life. That's doable. Leaning against the car window, looking at Li Yue who waved bye-bye to herself, unable to hear her heart, Chen Yuan couldn't tell if he was apologizing or currying favor. But none of it matters. He's not a little kid anymore. Long past the cranky age of call me a name and I'll shark your whole family, along with that 18-year-old dog. Besides, memories have memory, and bad things don't deserve to take up space. Taking out his cell phone, he looked at the message, and the dollar swallowing summer heart. Chen Yuan, waiting for you, QQ kitten raising hand emoji. Chapter 55 Arriving at the Summer Sea's highest city, the Four Clans. Honestly, Chen Yuan hadn't stopped at the 4th middle school stop yet. It wasn't that he was worried about encountering the 4th patriarch provoking himself and making the little thing from the 11th patriarch kowtow to him. Rather, having transferred from Wushang, he basically didn't have the chance to make friends in the 4th grade. And there wasn't much of a business district on this side of the 4th grade, so there was no need for him to come. By the time I got off at that station in the 4th grade by myself, it was estimated to be 6 o'clock sharp, which meant that I would have to wait for half an hour in front of the school. Taking out the crumpled red ticket, Chen Yuan was grateful for Zhou Fu's snowy gift, because he really didn't have any money in his hand right now, and it was the most foolish to wait for someone without money, and the gold coins the old thing popped were wonderful tools that would be needed later. It's better not to start for now. A few short stops, sitting alone, Chen Yuan listened to songs while wearing headphones and playing with his cell phone. At this time, QQ suddenly popped up a message from Zhou Fu. Zhou Fu, Li Yuyu is sitting at our place. It still feels a bit awkward. Why don't I go to Mr. Mo and ask him to replace Tang Jian next to Yi Si Jiao? No. What the hell do you take Tang Jian for? Chen Yuan, it is not good to look for the old Mo to look too hard. If you really want to change, wait for half a month later. There is a monthly examination. The examination is good and then you go to say. In fact, Li Yuyu was in the back, and the torment was mostly on her. Even if Chen Yuan felt a little bit strange, he would not suspend his rapture because of her existence. She was still far less intimidating than old Mo. Ciao, okay. Chauffeured, and another thing, before she went back to class today, I caught her and told her not to cry and cry. Chen Yuan, I didn't realize you were quite the bully. Zhou Fu, it's not bullying. You've misunderstood. Chauffeured, I mean, you drag her out one foot and she comes back crying the next. People will get the wrong idea. Chang'an, and then what did you do? Zhou Fu, I told her to wash her face and return to the classroom after her mood calmed down. I thought that there were only a few girls in the class who didn't want to participate in club activities at that time, and they were sure to gossip when they saw Li Yuyu, so I told her ahead of time to answer that way. Chen Yuan, what do you mean? Answer like that? Put on QQ also play with me wanting to say, Riddler get out of the 11th grade. Chuff, girl-to-girl stuff. Not so much. Zhou Fu, anyway, I didn't ruin your reputation. Whether she has corrupted her reputation or not, that's hard to say. If it was someone like He Si Jiao, even to his own face, he would have corrupted his reputation. And I'm not even here. You're backstabbing me. How can I not be anxious? Zhou Fu, but do you think it's a bad reputation if a girl likes you and the class knows about it? That's it. You should have said so. It was suggested to be played on a loop by Choyu's ears. Chen Yuan, you mean? You made her explain to those girls that she was pissing me off because she was trying to get my attention. So I dragged her away? After some extrapolation, Chen Yuan was only able to come up with such a logically self-consistent scenario. Otherwise, there was no explanation for his sudden mania. Chauffeured, what do you bees mean by only posting an exclamation point? Chuff, you're so smart. Who would dare to be friends with you? Oh, right guess. Just like what Chen Yuan thought, Li Yuyu could only use a method of self-flagellation to cover up for herself as a way to show that she was sorry. And in that case, it slightly corrupted some of her popularity ratings, or at least it would lose face. And on Chen Yuan's side, it also affected his popularity rating, but it would slightly lose face. Chen Yuan, my credo is to put more blame on others and less on myself for everything. Chuff, that's really to the point, haha. I should learn from you. Chen Yuan, you're not enough yet. Then after casually chatting a few more sentences to end the topic, Chen Yuan was in a subtly complex mood. As a very good relationship with the same table, he always wanted to give Zhou Fu's character a little reconciliation. Strip away some of the overly kind parts in there, reduce the percentage of the virgin, and go from mellow to sharp. But it's always wrong to do this sort of thing by yourself. The result of the interference is a backlash. Let's just say that the loss is Fu. Of course, it was fine to take a loss here, if it was somewhere else, but Chen Yuan was going to hit hard. This is a friend I paid a friend fee for. Schoolhouse Road is here. Passengers exiting the bus should prepare. It wasn't long before we arrived at the station. After getting off the bus, Chen Yuan crossed the street and didn't walk far to the four lofty main gates of the four sects, because the school year has only begun for more than a month. So the Provincial Arts Scholar, the City of Science Scholars congratulatory newspaper has not yet been removed. Looking at it from a distance is so winking. That's too much pressure. A high school that won the double top prize in Shanghai City in one fell swoop. And someone like that has only appeared in the 11th grade once. And that was the one time that both schools were forced to double up on each other. If this trend continues, this year will continue to be a pack of double winners. And the four clans will probably be able to steadily overtake the one clan and become the number one clan in the Haidong state. The thought of sharing the stage with such monsters on Friday made Chen Yuan happy. Why are you happy? Otherwise, half of the exam room is full of our 11th grade, or even not as good as our 11th grade, and you're happy? It doesn't come out for another half hour. Looking at the time, Chen Yuan found a milk tea store close to the school gate. Then after ordering a cup of super rich cheese peach with Zhou Fu's money, he sat down at the bar. You still have to drink this at Gumming. Yangji Ganluo pure basket. 8. The early market gap dividend. Sales champion thief just cannot get my approval. What's the 11th grade boy doing here with us? Are you waiting for someone? I think it's a person. Before he turns around, secretly take a picture and send it to your best friend. He. Just as the girl was about to pick up her cell phone, Chen Yuan suddenly turned around, leaned his back against the bar, and cooed cheese momo. Seeing this, the girl hurriedly put her phone down and buried her head and pretended to initiate the message. Little thing from the 4th clan. Sneaking a peek at your 11th clan master. Right? Don't let me catch you or I'll check your cell phone. But at this hour, it's amazing that there are still people running out for milk tea, or several of them. It seems that the 4th form is similar to the 11th form in that they will take time off from school and sneak out for milk tea during the evening study period after school. I remember when I was a freshman in high school, there was a buddy in my class whose family owned a clinic and often prescribed 4 cases for the boys in his class. At that time, the resident buddy relied on him to open a leave of absence and regularly ran out to eat and drink. It's just a shame that the parents found out later and almost came over with a scalpel and knifed the dude. And if it wasn't for the class stopping them, the dude probably would have mailed it. He who prescribes in 4 for the multitude shall not cause it to be stabbed to death with a scalpel. Gulp gulp. After inhaling the last bit of the milk tea storm that was so good that it stomped Giorgio, Chen Yuan looked at the time. There were still 10 minutes left, so he walked over to the register, made his selection, and said, 1 Super A cheese peach, normal ice, and so on. The cashier stopped her fingers and waited with a smile. Can Summers drink ice today? Her last one was. How the do I know when her last one was? Don't even know them yet. Direct question? At this time of the day she would be in study hall and wouldn't have time to answer herself. Besides, it's not a good idea to ask such things. Less ice then. Half sugar. To be on the safe side, it's better to have less ice. That way even if it's really undrinkable, it becomes room temperature after a while, although the texture will be worse. A cup of cheese peach 17 that arrived at the store. 2 cups of 34. Chen Yuan just this moment of profligacy. Used up a day of living expenses for 2 people. Money is really not well spent. But how should I explain it to Xia Xinyu later? I'm looking for Qiaoyu to rob? But something like money isn't quite the same as robbing a drink. It's robbed and returned. So I guess it still counts as borrowing for her. It's actually fine to be honest. She just doesn't want to have to ask her mom for money and make her look like one of those spend boys' money in high school girls. Forget it. Some of Xia Xinin's views were not entirely correct in the first place, and by spoiling her with suffering in this way, she was really going to think that eternal frugality and long-lasting restraint should be the norm in life. The store was not crowded and the milk tea order was in hand in 3 minutes. Then, Chen Yuan walked out of the milk tea store carrying Super A cheese peachy. By this time, there were a number of parents waiting in front of the school. The 4th high school, like the 11th high school, is a residential high school, but there are also about 1/5 of the students who go to school. Among these students, about 1/3 of them are from neighboring counties. This is the reason why the gap between prestigious schools and regular high schools is getting wider and wider. The likes of the 4th and the 1st middle schools not only enroll students in the city, but also specially recruit some of the top honors students from neighboring counties at the end of the midterm every year. Because of the top 2 schools in Haidong province is gold standard. Even without the promise of scholarships and free tuition, parents will be crowded to send their children here. And those who are in a good position will also rent a house to accompany them. Both himself and Xia Xini have their own different reasons for living alone, among which the common ones are conditions that do not support chaperoning, and a more independent character. But looking at all these students with parents picking them up, Chen Yuan was still quite envious. Kinda miss mom with the old thing yet. Between waits, school lets out. The folding iron gates underneath the 4th form slowly opened, and more 4th form students in white uniforms walked out. Chen Yuan, who stood in the pile of parents, had a rather wide view because of his 183 centimeters height, which is definitely a big tall man in Haidong. But after waiting a while, the chattering hearts grew louder and louder, and he planned to change places. Just then, however, he suddenly saw a hand raised in the crowd, in his direction. When she raised her hand, her sleeve slid down with it, revealing her white, slender wrist. Xia Xinyue in the crowd saw him, smiled and waved her hand to herself. Even if she was surrounded by parallel female classmates on her left and right, she didn't dodge and squirm half a bit. Chapter 56, Drinking Milk Tea. That's the boy. Really tall. The small, spectacled girl to Xia Xinin's left had been hearing them say that Xia Xinin had a boy she went home with who was very tall and handsome. Also, that boy seems especially high-strung. But he's warm to Xia Xinyu. He also said something about how Xinu was usually so good-tempered and gentle. But he didn't realize that in private he was so good at tempering boys and making the other person so afraid of her. And when I looked at it today, it was really tall. I think it was 185. The face was indeed good-looking, too, but not in a feminine, idolatrous, delicate and refined way. Rather, it was a sunny, clean, refreshing one that also exuded manliness. How's that for a totally non-feminine handsome guy? Just say it, and also brought milk tea for the heart language. Really not afraid of being caught by our school leaders. The other girl was the one who had seen Chen Yuan earlier on the bus, when there was also a super large-breasted beauty present, and after seeing the boy just waiting for Xia Xingyue at the door, she cautiously reminded, doesn't he know that the 4th middle school is perverted to the point of catching early love with surveillance? It's not the kind of thing you're talking about. After responding awkwardly to her friend, she took the initiative to say goodbye. We'll go over first. Okay, not being a light bulb. The girl waved her hand with a wicked grin, and the small spectacled woman said in a sultry whisper, tell us more about your stories when you have time. The stories of handsome men and women are too good to be true. After the cell phone was taken away, a parasite like me who feeds on love nourishment, I can't make up for all the missing nutrients. No kidding, bye. After a small wave of her hand, Xia Xining walked over to Chen Yuan. As soon as they met, Chen Yuan stretched out his hand and handed her this cup of super cheese tao tao. Less icy. It's drinkable. It's fine. You can drink it whenever you want. Well, good wow. Receiving the milk tea, Xia Xining nodded with a smile. Are you worried that I can't drink ice during my period? He's a lot more attentive than he looks. No, he's always been fine. No, I gave you milk tea and you're still talking about me like that? What? Pure rumor. Yellow rumor mongering. Aren't you going to drink? Seeing that Chen Yuan only took a cup, so he didn't even insert a straw, Xia Xingyue raised her head and looked at Chen Yuan. I don't like to drink. On the verge of revealing the fact that he had asked Zhou Fu to rob him of $100, Chen Yuan finally failed to open his mouth. Of course, that doesn't mean he's too wimpy to tell the truth. Rather, it's a form of respect. Respect for women. You know what I mean? Chen Jianya, son, you finally understand me. Not like your kind of really rakish ears. Also, why is your heartbeat messed up? Go away. Don't pollute the database of real southeastern men like me. But this I don't like to drink it of Chen Yuan's, in Xia Xinyue's opinion, was like a mother who loves to eat fish head inside her elementary school language reading, trying to keep the good ones for herself. So she inserted the straw into the milk tea and took a sip before handing it over to Chen Yuan. It's too big a cup. You can help me drink some. Xia Xinin's lips looked more watery after being moisturized by the milk tea. The high ponytail that was erected to reveal the perfect facial contour had a kind of Jiangnan watertown-like choo-choo. So when she turned the milk tea straw on herself and did not avoid looking at him, Chen Yuan was truly fixated at that moment. It's fixed. Chen Yuan pointed at the duo hiding behind a streetlight pole and asked, is your friend some kind of tabloid reporter? Hearing this, Xia Xining turned her head sluggishly and looked at the duo who had just taken out their cell phones and were planning to take a sneak peek. Her cheeks flushed. Then, lowering her head, she gurgled and sipped her milk tea in a stifled manner, and tugged on the hem of Chen Yuan's coat with her hand, reminding him to hurry up. Indeed, we should change the place. There are too many electronic dogs here. It is not allowed to catch once. Ah, didn't capture it. It's been discovered. The girl who intended to record this moment with her cell phone, remorsefully covered her forehead with her hand, quite regretful. It's too pure. Such a pure and ambiguous scene. It's the first time I've seen it from Xia Xinyue. The key is to look good in person. Others purely as if they were demons. Nonsense. Who doesn't like to see a pretty sister pampered? If Xia Xining gave me the milk tea that she drank with her thin lips, why am I not a boy? She can't look at you if you're a boy. Talkative. The girl with the cell phone gave the spectacled woman a blank look before waving her hand and continuing to stalk. Follow the cameraman's footage as we continue forward to see what this lion will. Where are the lions? Isn't that a male lion? The girl's words just fell. Suddenly realized what? Then slowly turned her head. Saw that serious and mean face. Instantly shocked pupils dilated. No, teacher, playing with your cell phone outside of school means you must have played with it inside school too. The thin man took her cell phone in one hand. Top 20 in the class on the monthly exams back to you. After grabbing the girl's cell phone, the skinny man with the satchel left the scene without much bleeping. The girl froze in place, the grief of losing her cell phone still fresh, and seeing the teacher about to leave. She turned her eyes stiffly to the pair who were walking slowly side by side. Done. If it was discovered that she had fallen in love early, or with a boy from the 11th middle school, with this level of perversion from the old class, even if she was as well behaved as Xia Xinyue, it would be hard for her to escape the blame. The next test. even if it's only 0.5 points lower than the last one. He's going to take advantage of it. Look at it. I don't know what he wants people to look at, but who can't be afraid of that look at it coming out? Teacher, please, let me go. In a flash, the girl grabbed the teacher's arm and begged bitterly. I won't bring my cell phone anymore. I'll die if I do. Don't tug and tug. It's not like I won't give it back to you. I'll give it to you next time in the first 20. The teacher was this whole numb, afraid of being photographed in the internet, and then with a fourth middle school teacher clothes beast, even to girls XX. Teacher, give her back her cell phone, please. No, what does it have to do with you again? And what's all this jumping around for? You're having a seizure? The small glasses girl suddenly acted like Patrick Star, opening her hands and jumping in front of herself, together with another girl's delaying tactics. Xia Xining and Chen Yuan gradually blended into the sea of people and disappeared. The two of them are too capable of entanglement. Don't mind, haha. Xia Xinyu explained. Don't mind. Chen Yuan shook his head, rarely commenting on a female. Besides, the two of them are quite good. Compared to those precious things that Zhou Fu met, Xia Xini was with some luck when it came to people socializing. Of course, it has to do with her own personality. The seemingly gentle and introverted Xia Xinyu is also sober on earth. Unlike Zhou Fu, if it was nasty and had bad intentions, Xia Xini would stay away from it and never get involved. Xia Xinin's seven-knuckle heart recognizes a good person like himself. Which aspect are you referring to as good? Xia Xinyu suddenly asked. Just finished saying he's fine, and then directly complimented another girl in front of a girl. Hey, it feels like he's not fine again. When was I ever fine? Hiss. It's similar to a classmate named He Sijio in my school, although he usually has a bit of a mouth, is a bit fond of sword peddling, and sometimes does some things that are hard to call human, but for the time being, he's considered a good person. Chen Yuan explained. Does your classmate know you talk about her like that behind her back? That's what she says about me behind my back. Oh, then I understand. Xia Xining nodded with a smile and explained for them. It's like this, although they were secretly filming just now, but please rest assured that it won't be posted everywhere. It will only be, grosses you out, doesn't it? Aha. According to your understanding. You can say so, ha. Xia Xinyue then realized that her personality difference with Chen Yuan was quite large. It always felt, well, out of tune. You're trying to say that when the anti-bar abstract boy meets the innocent female high MMR, Momo person, right? It's my first time coming to the fourth form. Is there anything near your school? As he was about to walk towards the station, Chen Yuan suddenly asked. Xia Xinyu heard that he meant to let himself take her for a stroll, although she was a little tight on the budget. After all, she was in the 4th grade and she had to do her part as a host, so even if she had to borrow a little from her classmates, she felt she should treat herself. So, Xia Xinyue smiled and said, well, there's a street behind the school, and it's very lively at around 7 o'clock. It's almost now. Let's go. Xin Bao wants to invite me even if you don't have money? Why don't we tell her about Fumama borrowing my money, or she'll really go for it. Just when Chen Yuan was hesitant, Xia Xinyue suddenly handed the milk tea to herself. Either that or be honest and say you've already had a drink. You drink it. Before Chen Yuan could finish his sentence, a coolness covered his face. After staring in dismay, Chen Yuan looked at the other party. For once, no one was snapping a picture, but he was framed. Xia Xining handed the milk tea to him once again after sticking it to her side face, playfully questioning, you're still polite with me? Chapter 57, Shopping. 2 cups of the same milk tea, not quite the same flavor, but Chen Yuan thinks this is also reasonable. After all, one is 7% sugar, one is half sugar. 7% sugar should be more. No, how come the semi-sweet ones taste sweeter? Got it. It's a rotten peach. Lose the money. If I don't get a statement, I'll detonate all of Shanghai's Guming. Given the argument, I can locate the tea 100 way. You drink it, I'll break the sugar. After taking a sip of the milk tea, Chen Yuan handed it to Xia Xining, while having some small feelings of guilt in his heart. It is like when I was a child. The old thing took himself to breakfast, ordered a fried noodles, and kept saying that he was not hungry. Let him eat. At that time Chen Yuan, old touched, felt that his father's back was magnificent. If I hadn't met the old thing on the next corner eating fat sausage noodles while having a morning drink and ordering a sausage for myself, this touching feeling might have lasted throughout my childhood. And now, one is like an old thing from that time. Obviously already drank a cup of milk tea, but also lied to Xia Xini that he did not drink, and people still share the milk tea to themselves. I am damned. It's almost time to eat. Let's borrow some money from a friend first. Xia Xinyue, who was drinking milk tea, turned her cell phone slightly sideways towards herself, intending to quietly borrow the money, so that she could treat Chen Yuan to dinner later. Do you know why I have money to buy milk tea today? Suddenly, Chen Yuan took the initiative to ask. Well, Xia Xining actually thought about it. There was a reason why she needed to economize and restrain herself, but Chen Yuan didn't have to. It could be that he was really short of money and had borrowed money from his classmates, so she didn't ask much, but after the other party took the initiative to mention it, she didn't worry about taking offense and asked curiously, "Did you find Zhou Yu to borrow it?" Chen Yuan shook his head and explained, "My living expenses for this month are used up, but last month, Tang Jian approached me and borrowed $100, and now that he's made some money from opening the case, he's returned the money to me." What do you do that still makes money? Thieves eating meat is a minority of cases. Thieves getting beaten is the norm. He loses money more often than not. It's not worth advocating. After casually explaining, Chen Yuan said in a relaxed tone, "That is to say, the money that Tang Jian saved for me last month can temporarily solve my pressing problem. It's quite good." Xia Sini lowered her eyebrows, although her mouth said so, but still some hesitation. So she took the initiative to say, "But it's your first time to come to the 4th middle school. I should take you around and treat you to food." Faced with this question, Chen Yuan did not answer directly. Instead, he made a reminiscent look and asked, "What did you just say to me?" "Ha?" Xia Xining raised her head, a little confused, not knowing what Chen Yuan was referring to. Did he not hear himself clearly? Or was he saying what he said before and was able to relate it to the moment? After thinking about it, she suddenly reacted, then used her hand to pinch a strand of fine hair down the side of her ear, and said in a not-so-good-natured manner, I'm not being polite to you, but I also want to take you on a stroll around the 4th grade. Summerheart is an honest child while still being within the normal range of good looks. If she still has money, even if she will go hungry, she will not hesitate to take out the filial friend fee that is Zhou Fu, and people Zhou Fu has money. I should say that she has never been anything but generous to her friends. That's why she was poor as hell before and offered to buy herself a milk tea when she offered to go out for a stroll, but that's where she completely overthinks it. This month, it's better to get on with your life." Chen Yuan took out $50 from his pocket and handed it to Xia Xining, explaining, "Last month's living expenses were saved for this month, so let's just count it as this month's living expenses. We need money for food and traveling, so let's tide over the difficulties together first." I know. After Chen Yuan suggested that they were still in the scrimping period, Xia Xinyue stopped fighting and took the money, intending to use it as living expenses for the two of them to tide over the difficult times together. But inside, there was still some concern. All this time, it was all about rubbing Chen Yuan's stuff. The air conditioning, the hot water, the rice, and even this life was continued because of him. In the long run, will I make him feel too taken for granted and too undistanced? Heartfelt. Just as Xia Xining was pondering over something trivial and something she was very musty about, Chen Yuan called out to her. Then in front of Xia Xining, Chen Yuan took the cup of milk tea in her hand and gulped it down, leaving an empty cup. "A little thirsty. Give me the last sip. You've been drinking and you're still asking me. Whoops, but it does seem like I'm overthinking and being too sensitive. I was close to him when we first met. I'm treating him like a normal friend for this. Hopefully he doesn't know. Otherwise I might have to get angry thinking I'm not interesting enough. Sorry, I got it. Heart language you this guy is a little bit meaningless all sended buddy you with me so clear? Feelings fade. Bury them now. What do you want to eat?" After walking to the alley street behind the school, Xia Sini took the initiative to ask. Although this is the boundary of the 4th grade, the main audience is college students. After all, high school students have to live in school and don't have many opportunities to come out. The alley is not old and dirty, but also very neat, but the stores are all very grounded. The left side of the signboards are all unified into a yellow wooden boards. There are snacks and formal meals. The right side has to appear to be a little more casual. Fruit store, body color store, milk tea and coffee, and there are even some selling girls' underwear and trinkets. The main focus of a handful of a wide range of good value. Inexpensive. What do you recommend? Being asked by Chen Yuan like this, Xia Xinyue did not know what to say. She usually ate with her aunt in the cafeteria, and went straight home after school, and came here just a few times, and as for the delicious ones among them, she said after a little thought, "Eat or don't you eat raw pancakes?" Eat? Chen Yuan is not picky about what he eats. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to grow this 183 big and tall. As long as it tasted okay and his appetite was okay, he clunked a meal. Then, Xia Xinyue led Chen Yuan into a small store called Jiangning Shengjian. It was narrow inside, with 3 tables, and a bar that could probably seat 5. Because of the scarcity of seats, table sharing is common, with some college students sitting across from high school couples. Chen Yuan and Xia Xining came coincidentally, and there happened to be 2 more bar seats against the outside. So, Chen Yuan sat outside and Xia Xining sat inside. What are you two having? The owner is a very quiet middle-aged man with a watery face and clear speech. You order. Chen Yuan directly gave this task to Xia Xining. After Xia Xining thought about it, she said, 1 shengjian, 1 pot sticker, and then 1 duck blood vermicelli soup. Please give a small bowl. After ordering, Xia Xinyue looked at Chen Yuan and explained why she only ordered 1 main course. Let's split the duck blood vermicelli soup. It's quite a large portion. If you're hungry at night, go back and we'll put down some noodles. Yes, ordering these will suffice. This one has only 1 owner, so it's a bit slow. Xia Xinhua said beforehand. It might take more than 10 minutes to wait. Oh, it's fine. Waiting for a long time shows the ground. Chen Yuan didn't mind. Maybe it's because the owner is just a very slow person who is not in a hurry even when business is so good. And even in this age of universal takeout, he doesn't even do takeout. According to the setting inside martial arts, he is 80% a sweeper. Worthy of being the 4 sex. Just in the district snack street there could be such a great power. Could not help but make people suck in a breath of cold skin. Terrifying as it was. So are you planning to, tomorrow? Xia Xining naturally struck up a conversation with Chen Yuan. However, she suddenly stopped in the middle of her sentence. Then, grabbing Chen Yuan's shoulders, he turned his entire body around, then clutched the short sleeves of his school uniform with both hands and buried his head. Flop flop, the heart throbbed, suddenly irregular, frozen in a daze, slowly lowering his head, looking at Xia Xinyue who was infinitely leaning towards himself while grabbing his clothes, almost with his face on his body. The fierce tiger in Chen Yuan's heart at this moment was weak comparable to a cat. Heartland you. The heart language is also uneasy little cat, hate to be about to burrow into their arms, deadly burying her head. She shivered and said, Aunt is outside. Chapter 58, almost got opened. Aunt. Hearing this, Chen Yuan had to admit that he was in a hurry. He now hated to pinch Xia Xinyue's face into a puffer fish. No, what happened to the behavior of the 2 of us just sitting and eating? If you're scared, just pretend you don't recognize it. It's a bar. And theoretically all 5 people can be unrecognizable. But if your aunt finds out if you do this, you're really hurting me. Naturally a little, murmured Xia Xini. The most unnatural thing is you. Calm down. Seeing that Xia Xining was shaking non-stop, Chen Yuan directly put his hand over her head, sucking in the other party's brain in an attempt to turn her into a little cutie who wouldn't be afraid. And that one did. Indeed. Set her in her place. Chen Yuan is right. Natural. But I seem to be shaking. What's going on? No. Hello? Now it's Buddy shaking. How come boys from the 11th grade are in our school and still in love with our students? And that girl just now. She feels a bit like my family's heart language. I told you, you can't be honest and open. Engage in this kind of thing. I'll see what I'll do next time. See how you introduce me next time. Auntie, this is Chen Yuan, my neighbor. Well, that's right. It's the boy who controlled me in his arms and touched my head last time. Right now. Chen Yuan couldn't wait to stuff Xia into his pocket and carry it. But there's no point in saying such things anymore. Only to be able to make a mistake. Mr. Xia, what's wrong? A young teacher who was walking with Xia Fong saw her stopping and turned her head along the line of sight. Then, he saw a tall boy wearing the uniform of the 11th middle school. Opposite him there is a small girl in the 4th middle school, and immediately gave birth to a joyful human mentality. Love is so open and aboveboard. Not afraid of our school's teaching department. The 4th middle school teaching office. A frighteningly bloody organization, whose detection ability, counter-surveillance ability, and intelligence network were outstanding among all the schools in Shanghai. It's us, the 4th formers, our own Fubbles. I don't know if it's an illusion. Why do I feel like I'm seeing Heartfelt? Xia Fong said suspiciously. Hearing that name, that young teacher directly laughed out loud. How can that be? That's heart language. A girl like that would fall in love early. Fair enough. Oh, besides, what kind of boy would be good enough for Heartfelt? Or an 11th grade one? No. What do you mean it's still an 11th grade? Did you forget which school was the city's top science student in 2011? Forgot who was the school that is known as the twin star of Haijing district along with the 4th middle school? Gas, shaking, cold. Forget it. Just go back and ask Heartland what she's doing. This kid doesn't lie. After leaving these two heartfelt words, my aunt left her co-workers to walk away. Chen Yuan couldn't hear them anymore either. Go away. Releasing his hand on her head, Chen Yuan reminded. Su Su raised his head, cheeks throughout her suffocating red Xiaoxini, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. But she suddenly reacted to something. Bewildered, asked, wait, just now is not to hide is also alright? Chen Yuan, although I 504 points, although I am a miscellaneous disciple of the 11th sect, I really happen to feel that I am no more stupid than this Xiaoxini, and even a little more Machiavellian in some ways. Of course, according to Darwin's theorem, which is ingrained in Chinese education, you're 625 points. You're more fully evolved than I am. If we don't hide, even if we're discovered, we'll just be eating together. After reviewing the situation, Xia Xining realized her recklessness even more. I'm so stupid. Really, it would have been a disaster if he had just been discovered in that position. You can still pretend that you don't recognize me and eat at the bar anyway, Chen Yuan said lightly. Hearing this, Xia Xining froze, and rarely did she directly pick up Chen Yuan's words. Not even a heartbeat. Is it a daze? The raw pancakes are here, and it's not that slow. Chen Yuan drew out his chopsticks and handed them to Xia Xining, and took a pair for himself, ready to open the cha. Aha! After faintly answering, Xia Xini turned her head. By this time, the owner had already fried a shengjian and brought it to the duo on a plate with 2 extra paper bowls. Because he was starving, Chen Yuan didn't think much about it and directly took one into his mouth. However, just as he bit into the raw fry and the soup overflowed into the small bowl, Xia Xini suddenly asked in a muttering voice, when you run into your teacher on the street, will you say you don't recognize me? This question nearly choked Chen Yuan. I was just about to reply, but the hot sashimi was already in my own mouth. All he could do was hash out the raw bun, swallow it as quickly as he could, and reply, that's definitely not going to happen. And do you think I will? With her head lowered, poking at the shengjian with her chopsticks, Xia Xini didn't bother to look at Chen Yuan, still muttering in that tone. The situation is different. After all, that's not an ordinary teacher. It's your aunt, Chen Yuan explained. And what if it was you who ran into your aunt? I don't have an aunt. After Chen Yuan answered, he felt that this was a little bit too straight, and then added, but I have a sister-in-law. You can use my sister-in-law as an example. Xia Xining turned her head to look at Chen Yuan, and after a long pause with an unspread brow, she asked seriously, then if you were walking with me on the street and encountered your sister-in-law, cousin, uncle, or mom and dad, would you pretend not to recognize me? No way. Right. It was only when she said this that Xia Xini's emotions finally rippled, or even said there was a hint of unhappiness. What makes you think I would pretend I don't recognize you? Boys have to be a bit thicker-skinned about this sort of thing. Girls are more thin-skinned. Of course, there's no discrimination against women in any way. This was the first time that Chen Yuan did not hold it, and it was also the first time that he saw Xia Xinyue would have the emotion of anger. That's for sure. Perfect personalities with no temper don't exist. Just why was there no heartbeat just now? Was she so aroused by something that her mind went blank? Xia Xinyue got off the stool, tugged on Chen Yuan's sleeve, and whispered, can you come with me? Oh. Since he had paid in advance and would not cause any misunderstanding of having a bully's dinner, Chen Yuan followed and got up, and the moment he stood up, he heard Summer's heart. Then, stiffened for a frame. Do you know what I want to do? Xia Xining asked Chen Yuan with some confusion. Just found out. So, a little less daring to go. You must have your reasons, Chen Yuan replied. Nodding her head, Xia Xinyue didn't cover it up, nor did she save it for later. After a little thought building, she explained, I was hiding from my aunt just now, purely because I felt like I was skipping class, and I was a little afraid of encountering her in a place like this, so that's why I was avoiding her. I wasn't afraid that she would catch me with you. I didn't worry about that. In that case, sorry. Chen Yuan took the initiative to apologize, because Xia Xinyue was too kind and too good-tempered. It caused Chen Yuan to not pay attention to the fact that the other party was also a girl with a soft heart. Admittedly, it was indeed not quite right to say this to myself just now, as if to say neighbors are jungle birds, but they fly apart in times of trouble. It's okay, I know that's not what you meant. Xia Xini finally revealed a smile, but inside, there was still some sadness. She thought about something her classroom language teacher had said during class. Don't feel that the school is doing you a disservice by catching early sex, when in fact it is the school that is keeping you in check. If it's the kind of guy who meets a teacher on the street and shoves your hand away, do you think it's true love? Although the two of them were not yet a couple, she felt that Chen Yuan saying such words was like saying that she would be the kind of person to dump his hand. Of course, since it's not a couple, it's just an inappropriate analogy. But the meaning, it's the same. My. After listening to Xia Xinyi's heartfelt and such a graphic analogy, he knew why he needed to apologize just now. It's like walking down the street, holding Xia Xinyi's hand himself. After meeting his mom and Lao Chen, he shook off Xia Xinyi's hand as soon as he could, and then sped up his pace, pretending that he was just passing by with her. If he had dared to do so, he might have had more than 10,000 people from all over the country come to his door to true themselves. Auntie shouldn't have gone far. Xia Xinyin jabbed her finger outside, proving to herself, I'm not kidding, let's go find her. Xia Xinyi indeed didn't lie to herself. Her heart and her actions are as clear as a mirror. Chen Yuan is actually not so wimpy, and does not fear the ant, but just now his own actions with Xia Xinyin were like kissing his mouth. Now go over there and open a big delivery? Why should I use again? Sorry, I'll go back and punish myself with a roll. After patting Xia Xinyi's shoulder, then gently pushing her back and sending her back to her seat, he said sincerely, I trust you completely, so next time, say hello to your aunt properly. And since Chen Yuan has said so, Xia Xinyin also does not continue to insist, nodded, no longer more serious, next time, say hello properly, no need to hide. Anyway, as she spoke, she took a bun and put it in her mouth, eating it while saying something vaguely. Chen Yuan knew that she was deliberately not letting herself hear what was being said. After all, she was still angry just now, so without pursuing to ask, he just propped up his face and watched the more aggressive young girl. Just listen to your heart. I have nothing to fear anyway. Chapter 59 Heartland tries other hairstyles. Though Heartfelt hadn't eaten regularly on this street, this Jiangning Shengjian she had recommended was indeed a bit of something. Shengjian crust is golden and crispy. The meat inside is full and fresh, and the soup overflows right out of the bite, bouncing on the taste buds. The pot stickers are also colorful and full of flavor and ingredients. Duck blood vermicelli soup is slightly more common, but the bean puffs are very soft and fresh, filled with soup but not salty. For this dining experience, Chen Yuan was quite satisfied and could score 8 points. Explore the store snooze a lot, real and fake students say. And this time, the duo spent a total of $31. Just for this moment, 65 was gone. Let's just say that when you don't have money, it lasts longer instead. And this time when you have money, it's in your hands for a shorter period of time. In summary, the more money you have, the less money you have. It's already time to have a small night market. Is there nothing you want to buy? As the sky grew dark, all the lights that could be lit up in the alley were lit up. And because of the increasing number of students, the business atmosphere rose like this. And since it was shopping, Chen Yuan took the initiative to offer to buy something for Xia Xinyin. Xia Xinyin smiled and shook her head, looking uninterested. No, there's nothing I need to buy. It's all good enough. Also repeated mentally. You're making it seem like my superpowers are nerdy. Xia Xinyi would say this because there was no chance to wear hairpins, jewelry, pupils, or any of those things in school, and the vacations were mainly spent staying at home and studying, so there were indeed very few things that were needed for her. But like the cuddly bear, it's all unnecessary if you're looking for practicality in everything. By the way, Xia Xinhua said something similar. Too much searching for meaning in life will be boring. Well, just stroll around and see. It's still early. Chen Yuan responded indifferently, then continued to walk on this street with an extremely high content of small couples. Although they were only high school students, they were already sophomores and 17 years old after all, so they weren't that different from the college students, except that both of them were wearing their school uniforms, so it seemed especially new to some of the college students. High school couple. How to see more and more small fresh. Master of youth cannot go back. Why do women call you master? What's the point of pretending to be an old man? Why don't they hold hands? Do they usually kiss in private? Mind your own business. What a beautiful girl. Or a single ponytail veiled face. Looks awesome. You guys can talk like human beings. The gazes thrown at them from the street. The high school couple ones accounted for some of them. But more importantly, Xia Xinyue's face that was impossible to just look at after seeing it. And perhaps because she had long been accustomed to watching, she neither squirmed nor became angry in the face of these lines of sight that were obviously focused on her, like a stunningly beautiful flower that grew right there. with only the southeast and northwest winds of nature being able to affect her. The gaze of mortal dust cannot interfere in the slightest degree. It's hard to imagine the beauty of women who always feel like the men around her are imposing on her with their sight. Anyway, to Chen Yuan, a girl like Xia Xinyue was already quite the face value ceiling. Chen Yuan, I want to see it. Suddenly, Xia Xini footsteps in front of a jewelry supermarket for girls, and took the initiative. He'll think I'm a bit of a spoilsport if I don't buy anything. Then buy one and only one. Okay, let's take a look. Chen Yuan nodded and walked into the store with Xia Xinin. Then it was on to a place with a much higher density of couples, because this is an affordable supermarket. A lot cheaper than Watson's, and the prices of things are close to online shopping. Plus there are 2 floors and a lot of things. So the girls from the nearby universities often come here to shop, and the boys, they are responsible for carrying the basket at the back, playing with their cell phones while following, and being asked by their girlfriends every now and then squeezing a smile and nodding their heads, good looking. What's going on? How long have you college students been in love before you're in the same state as my mom and old Chen? Because of the lining of those men, resulting in coming in right next to Xia Xinin, walking side by side together, without playing with his cell phone. Chen Yuan appeared particularly competent, not seeing a trace of tiredness perfunctory. No, just be patient. Look at people. People look quite handsome. I do not know how high it is, so I want to secretly add a WeChat. Don't around with this bull **** drama. Even if it's a heartfelt statement, give me some restraint. Supers, the hearts to come in are vetted ahead of time. This isn't Bullwinkle for us. What do you think of this? Xia Xinin saw an $8 light blue bow headband on the shelf, then asked Chen Yuan, you really like sky blue? Yeah, Xia Xinin, who had bent down to pick the headband, suddenly froze and slowly raised her head, realizing that Chen Yuan was also afraid after saying this. With a tense face and a dodgy vision, then the 2 synchronized cheeks reddened and turned their heads in sync. I don't think he did it on purpose. Of course, if he did it on purpose, he'd have to do it. If it's intentional, then I'm really the silver devil of the 11th grade. Damn, how my EQ goes up and down. But one thing is for sure, putting aside the embarrassing incident that happened one day after the shower, the sky blue color really suits her. This light, elegant, soothing color would look appropriate and classy on her. But isn't it nice to try other styles once in a while? This one, I see more people picking. Let me take a look. Xia Xinin followed the direction Chen Yuan pointed to and saw a satin dark red bow head flower, which looked bigger than the original one at a glance. And the material was not that kind of silk yarn. And, of course, the price multiplied by 1 kuan. It's a little out of Summer Heartland's budget. Also, it feels like it's just a hair tying thing. Does it have to be so big? This one is very suitable for beautiful women. Whether it's tying a ponytail or coiling a pill head, it's all very nice. As the duo stopped here, a shopping guide young lady came over to actively recommend it. Strange, of all the people, why did you give us the lead? What a pretty young lady. Still in high school. I wish I could dress her up. It doesn't matter if I can buy it or not, as long as I have a good time. After all, I'm not the store manager. Chowsy, remember to vet the demented woman comment as well. Well, frowning, Summerheart hesitated, and the reason had something to do with the budget. But not just that. She is usually basically high ponytail. Cape hair is rare. Suddenly said to change a style. Although the change is not big, always a little strange. It's like trying to add some color to a peaceful life. Try it. Isn't color added to a peaceful life? It's all colorful and messy. What else to add? For some reason, Chen Yuan suddenly developed a hint of wanting to change this girl's character. That's actually how it should be. After all, the gears of her destiny hadn't turned in a while. I'll try? Lifting her head to look at Chen Yuan, Xia Xinin asked with less certainty, just in case it doesn't look good. The beautiful woman's face shape is good, and her features are three-dimensional and beautiful. Even if it's slightly exaggerated, it will definitely look good. Please believe me, the shopper furtively said. Also, I can tie your hair. This is too much trouble for you. Thinking that the other party, no matter what, couldn't earn more than 20 from herself, Xia Xinyue felt a little embarrassed. It's fine. It's fine. The shopper smiled cheekily, full of anticipation, and began to prepare some of the wonderful tools that would allow her to dress up Xia Xini. It's all for a trial run. It's fine if you don't buy it later. It's mainly for lining this head flower. Using dozens of dollars of lip gloss for yourself just to sell dozens of dollars of bows. It doesn't have to be easy to do anything. Okay then. Since it was picked by Chen Yuan for herself, Xia Xinyue did not refuse. Removing the black headband from the high ponytail, the ebony black hair then slid down against her waist, her entire aura instantly changing from a small family girl to a slender lady. Looking at such Xia Xinyue, Chen Yuan unconsciously hooked the corners of his mouth for a moment, but it quickly dissolved into a calm expression. It's nice to wear your hair like Don Swan. It's just a pity that Xia Xini is a law-abiding good student. Nope, she can't be seen at school cloaking herself. It's good to follow the law. It's good to follow the law. I go, goddess ah. I'm so envious that even Soyo is so good at fighting. You're ing dead. Why are you cursing when you're just praising? After looking at the boy who was making such heartfelt statements in his heart and was full of jealousy towards himself, Chen Yuan was much more comfortable. It's scolding me. That's no problem. Sit over there a little bit if you're a boyfriend. Suddenly, the guide smiled and spoke. Chen Yuan looked around before realizing that the other party was talking about himself. So, he poked his head out and looked at Xia Xini behind the guide. Ah ha ha ha. Awkwardly squeezing out a forced smile, Xia Xini pointed towards the bench in the boy's cell phone swiping area. Then, just wait a little bit. Chapter 60, he complimented me on my cuteness? Chen Yuan actually disliked shopping because, like most men, he was a purposive personality, and the general logic was to create a need, make a decision, and then achieve the goal. In other words, what you lack, what you want to buy, and then just go to the store and pay and go. The most shopping he had done in his life was to accompany Chen's mother, a handful of the Chen family, to buy things at the mall. After all, he was a mama's boy, mama's precious little boy, so even if he was reluctant, he had to accompany the whole process and, at a certain point, make a sincere smile to give an affirmative answer, looking good looking good. Although old Chen was basically the same as himself, all smiling and nodding his head good looking, he was missing key steps, so he was often reprimanded by Chen's mother. If you don't want to follow you, go back by yourself. It's so annoying. And that crucial step is I smile from the heart. Sensei is not able to make the other person feel that you don't have any sincerity, regardless of whether there is any sincerity or not. However, regarding the evaluation of Xia Xini later, Chen Yuan did not need to brew his expression, because it would definitely look good. Just how far should I go with the compliment to seem sincere and not a thrashing basket? It is highly recommended that emotional intelligence come out in an electronic version so that you can pick it up and learn it whenever you want. Boyfriend, come and see. Just as Chen Yuan was thinking about how to give encouragement exactly when Xia Xini needed it, that pussy guide started the whole job again. You're really not afraid of the four-sex fubbler catching me. And so, after a brief moment of frothing without appearing to acknowledge this identity too positively, Chen Yuan turned his head and saw Xia Xinin, who had stood in front of him, quietly and graciously waiting for an appraisal. If she needed encouragement, Chen Yuan would smile and say to her, "That's good. It's good to change things up a bit. This isn't nice. It's cute. How can this kid be so calm? He won't be able to see this kind of girl every day, right? The thought of this guy being able to kiss this girl when no one else knows. Hates nah. Yeah, I think it's better than expected. It's not that weird." Xia Xinyue smiled cheekily, not shy or overly modest about her looks, but rather her tone was natural and confident about the usual. Of course, because girls like her, but a tiny bit of self-effacement is hypocritical. How's that? Is that the only comment? The shopper's hands made the gesture of scattering flowers and continued to pompously display Xia Xini. At this time, she will be black long hair all coiled up, tied a small pill on the head. The pill is tied with just the right offset dark red bow. Will be delicate and small outline of the features completely show, in echo with the lovely pill, while revealing the snow-white neck. Obviously, she put the school uniform to wear a very conservative, but it is such a simple and clean style, but also a trace of the people's eyes are embarrassed to stay for a long time of the winks. Maybe it had something to do with the super cheese peach lip gloss that the guy girl put on her mouth. But I've already had my milk tea today, so feel okay about it, not so much as to think about it because of these soft jade lips. Great. Then the lip gloss will help put it on too. Guide, here's your reward for recognizing the heart language. Also, I think you boys have a certain aesthetic. No. I usually don't use lip gloss. Xia Xinin quickly waved her hand, not wanting to spend money recklessly, then pointed to the bow on her head and decided, just buy this one. But, do I have to take it off when I scan the code? She even swept my head in front of so many people. A little disrespectful. Thinking of the checkout, the other party took the sweeper and dripped it on her head. Xia Xini felt a little dissatisfied. After all, the hair is already tied up, so I'm afraid of breaking it. Chen Yuan comforted. Are you going to wear a pill head today? Xia Xini was a little worried. In the vicinity of the school, she always felt that she belonged to the strange hair and the strange clothes, and also wore lip gloss. Being bumped into by the teacher would make the other party overturn their impression of themselves, right? In school, she never had the same high ponytail in her school uniform for years. It's also not like other girls who change their school uniforms, roll up their pant legs, and wear some overly personalized socks. Even when you wear a fall uniform, it must be a summer uniform underneath. Then in the winter, a winter school uniform. Back then, the top half of my body was all school-issued except for my underwear. Then do you think this is better than earlier? Xia Xinyu asked with less confirmation. Why does it feel like it's because I'm rustic that you want me to change my hairstyle? While it's true that I don't pay much attention to dress up, I'm not too rustic. What are you talking about, summer heartland? Dirt? What do you know about dirt? Don't you know how classic the youthful school high single ponytail is? But a sudden change of image. There is indeed a refreshing feeling for the already colorful life, and add a colorful her world. Butterflies flutter. I think the high ponytail is also quite good to look quiet. And now keep the pill head. It will be cute. Wins some. Chen Yuan commented. If I hadn't added that wind word, maybe I would have made the atmosphere a little weird myself. But then, it should be able to convey a similar meaning. Well then, consider it one of my alternate hairstyles. I already memorized it when she tied it for me just now. Revealing a sunny smile, Xia Xini, who had rarely received some subjective comments from Chen Yuan, was still satisfied. Cute style. Forget it. It's the first time I've been complimented. Thank you. Supers. Policy change. Shady heartedness is not allowed to pass muster either. What's the matter? Looks a bit lost in thought. Ha? Xia Xinin asked curiously when she saw Chen Yuan's expression stayed a little rare. Who's lost their mind? I was just talking to Chaozi. There seems to be some kind of game being played over there. Want to go take a look? Turning his head slightly and glancing at the pile of people, Chen Yuan took the initiative to say, it should be some kind of game related to college students. After all, there are several schools in this neighborhood, and the closest one seems to be called Xia Hai, some kind of university. Xia Xinin usually basically didn't go out of school much, and the class talked very little about this university, so she couldn't think much about it. Summerhaven University of Technology. I've been so disdainful of my double non-dream school, haven't I? But yeah, the 4-Zone 1 book rate is ridiculously high at 99.2%, and Shanghai University of Science and Technology is only about 10 points on the first book line. For the fourth patriarch, getting into this kind of school was indeed ruined. Even if he could get in, he would probably be too embarrassed to study here. After all, if he ran into his former teachers, he might suffer a taunt. Look at that. Don't want to know what he wants people to see, but it does tend to breed low self-esteem. Hey, right. Xia Xinin smiled and answered, then got together with Chen Yuan. But sadly, her height saw limited sight. There were so many people that she could only hear the crowd chattering about something. And then along with a regretful oh after that, a boy wearing a little B megaphone said, it's a pity that it's all written down to 300. It's too bad but the quality of our dolls is very good, so it's not a loss to buy them It's a game. After seeing what was happening inside, Chen Yuan explained, write from 1 to 500. Write it and you get a free prize. If you fail, you have to spend $50 to buy a doll. It's the kind of medium-sized doll that's smaller than the Cute Bear Seniors, and the quality really isn't as good as what he's blowing up. Cute Bear Seniors. Xia Xini wondered why she had to call Cute Bear Senior. The boys have been depressed and paid to take the dolls, and then no one dared to get on. Chen Yuan described in detail as if he was broadcasting at all times. There are already 5 people who have failed. These 300 or so are still writing a lot. Seeing that Chen Yuan had just arrived, a kind big brother said, it's hard. If you start writing okay, later on he'll start looking for you to strike up a conversation. This is not even the most doggy. While writing, he would suddenly say a number, directly confusing people. College students nowadays, they are really chicken thieves. No one has succeeded? Chen Yuan asked curiously. At least not today. If it's just a free try then you can play around. $50 for a doll. It feels unnecessary Xia Xinin made a diligent and thrifty mom speech, and also said quite rationally, this test is also not intelligence. Even if the smartest person in the 4th grade comes, there is no way to not be distracted in the slightest in the case of other people interfering. Right. Yeah, it's like having a person buzzing in your ear while you're concentrating on a problem that no sane person could stand. While Chen Yuan replied indifferently, He slowly raised his head and looked at the signboard. Write from 1 to 500 and send a doll that isn't quite as Cute Bear's predecessor. Not very attractive. Write from 1 to 1,000 and get a $100 worth of movie cards from Wanhee Cinema. Sorry, I'm not really into movies. Well, not interested at all. I've just been tortured by Chowzi for so long for nothing, and I don't want to waste the rare perverted traits I've worked out just like that. Chapter 61, Chun Yuan. Unaffected. Less than $20 wholesale dolls. $50 to sell. 2 are in spicy. So many times. Less than 5 people succeeded. And even if they succeeded, they only lost a dozen or so dollars. Some of them drifted off after writing 500, thinking it was too easy, and challenged themselves to write 1,000 in a vain attempt to earn the first prize movie card. But it's such arrogance that one doesn't even have to lose this doll, because the number of people who have written to 1,000 is currently 0. The college student who had set up the stall was happy because it had been a good day and had sold 5 dolls, making a cool 100 or so. At this rate, it's estimated to yield $200 in an hour and a half. Do you know how much part-time college students in charcoal get paid? 1 hour 12. That's what makes money with your brain. Of course, it's the borrowed piggy brains of the neighborhood students that make the money. After all, writing from 1 to 500 is the most basic. You know what scam? In fact, think about it all. No, this has nothing to do with IQ. It is completely a test of psychology and concentration. Even if some people can slowly, calmly write to 500, but this time his attention is highly concentrated. But if they slightly interfere with some, we'll be wrong. So who is the next challenger? Excuse us, please, let's try. Just as Xia Xinin was about to tell Chun Yuan to go, Chen Yuan grabbed her arm, and because he said he was going to try, the people around her consciously got out of the way. She then joined Chen Yuan and walked to the very center. Do we really need to try this kind? Although Chun Yuan was the type of person who was very calm, it didn't mean that he was able to finish writing 500 numbers in a disturbing situation. And through these days together, Xia Xini realized that he wasn't completely high and cold. It was only because he wasn't familiar with him earlier that he had this illusion. He was shocked when he found out that he was using his cell phone to swipe on that kind of mature beauty. No. What point do you make with such an example? Do I have to be able to watch a movie in front of you and still be calm enough to be able to call myself a man of the world? Seeing that Xia Xinin was so worried about being cheated, Chen Yuan raised his hand and slightly pressed down, faintly saying, "It's fine. It shall be taken." Okay. Xia Xinyu still didn't advise Chen Yuan to make such an adventure. After all, she already had dolls and didn't have any regrets, and today she even received a bow, which far exceeded the expected fulfillment. But if he decided to go for it, she definitely had to be supportive at this time. Go for it. Don't let him interfere. Aha. Just like that, Chen Yuan walked to the stall under the gazes of all the lazy people and sat down. And the college student who owned the stall was quite surprised to see the visitor wearing a high school uniform. No, there's someone other than a college student in this position? But the other party wasn't a college student after all, so it was really kind of dangerous. What the? You've insulted a college student twice in 2 sentences? And, being a college student and catching college students griping about it, what is your component? The great adulterer. Handsome. You have to pay a $20 deposit before you write. The college student smiled and reminded. Although college students are thin-skinned, not so much that they can't afford to play. Running away after losing. Refusing to buy dolls. After all, so many people are surrounded by face. But if you meet both like to take advantage of, but also completely without any moral pressure, and even able to turn the pressure on their own, walking away, maybe even the pen smooth away the ant, then it will be blood bad luck. The deposit of $20 seems neither too much to make the other party feel suspected of being a scammer, but just right, so that if the other party refuses to buy the doll after losing, he or she doesn't lose too much money. After all, the cost of the doll is also close to 20. But isn't the general mentality that if you give 20 for nothing, you might as well add another 30 for a doll, or else it's a pure loss? Yes, that's human nature. All his vigilance was a sign of respect for Big Mama. It's a deposit. $100 of their own. Buy milk tea with 34. Gave Xia Xinin 50, just now when she paid, and gave her a piece. Now only 15 in hand. Sweep code it. Here. Just as Chen Yuan was planning to take out his cell phone to scan the code, Xia Xinin came forward and handed the other party a flat $20 bill. Then, giving strength to Chen Yuan once again, he said, "Go for it, ooh." With the girl paying for the guy and releasing super cute cheer sound waves so trustingly, The college students eating around them were like that roadside dog, watching the show and suddenly getting kicked in the face for no apparent reason. Dog abuse is against the law. But, don't let her lose. Then handsome, please begin, the stall owner said with a smile as she put the money directly into a small black diagonal bag. It's also really fun to explode the gold coins of a young high school couple. Tap. How come there's a villain in this story? However, where did the evil demons from the outer realm come from that dared to spread their wildness in the boundaries of my 4 clans? You're in 4 clans again? Shut up, narrator. Xia Xinhua is from the 4 clans. What's wrong with me counting as half of the 4 clans? Gently clenching his fists to stretch, Chen Yuan popped out the quill of a neutral pen and, without thinking, wrote down the numbers on the blank A4 paper that was not underlined. The first 50 numbers are written very solidly, but the college student stall owner wasn't worried, and on the contrary even curled a smile at the corner of his mouth as he wrote in the 4th row. There is a lesson to be learned in using unmarked A4 paper. If it's tabular, the numbers fill in the blanks and will be very regular. However, on paper that is not underlined, as soon as the writing reaches the 3rd row, along with the numbers going from 1 digit to 2 and 3, the arrangement of the numbers gets jumbled up and creates a kind of numerical interference. 97, 98, 99, 100. Okay, it's going to be a qualitative change. The boy was originally set at 25 numbers per line, but the first line has 9 single digits and 16 double digits, making a total of 41 numbers. In the 2nd through 4th rows, each number is a 2-digit number, which is 50 digits, but on the 5th line, each number is 3 digits, so the word becomes 75, and A4 paper, in the normal size of the font, and spacing, a line is not to accommodate 75 numbers. That is, from line 5. Not good. It's going to be disrupted. After seeing that Chen Yuan had only written 18 numbers in this line, Xia Xinin's mood instantly became nervous and worried at the same time. Completely broken up. As an example, the numbers if arranged like this: 1 2 3 4 5, 6 7 8 9 10. Then the difference between the top and the bottom is 5, which is regular. But if that's the case, 1 2 3 4 5, 6 7 8 9 10, 11 12 13 14, 15 16 17 18. Because the number of digits in each row has decreased, the difference between the upper and lower digits has also changed. You might think the difference isn't just 4? It's pretty simple anyway. But Chen Yuan started with an up and down difference of 25, a fairly good number to add up. With his counting ability, it could be said to be a breeze, but now that it became 18, not an integer multiple of 5, it caused some more calculations, and most importantly, messed up. The typography is totally messed up compared to the above. Should have let myself come, because for the money spent, Summer Heartland would have taken this little game very seriously and conceived the basic strategy, 20 numbers per line, regardless of the length of the numbers, before putting pen to paper. Too reckless, this little brother. But he should have reacted in the second hand, with only 20 numbers on each line. Right, after all, it's a show-off in front of your girlfriend, so there's bound to be a second hand. Nice, 2 dolls sold. Not only did the stall owner think so, but so did everyone else. Chen Yuan had gone terribly wrong with his strategy, and after he started swinging for the fences, with a different number in each row and no intentional alignment up and down, people couldn't help but sing in their minds, I guess I'll wind myself up with 200 of them. No need for stallholders to interfere. Still too young. That's the right flavor. As he wrote, Chen Yuan gradually revealed a stretching smile. That's the right response. He Sijiao's look of wanting to taunt or not taunt was simply anxious. Leave it to Potato to write at least 3 chapters on this classic scene where passers-by are questioning in droves. The villain is confidently setting up a trap, and the heroine is worried to the point of frowning. Do you guys think the master needs to count? Does it need to be regular? Do you need to be neat and tidy and walk on thin ice? One number. Just follow the last one. Forever. +1. +1. All the way forward. It's already crammed into a dense mass, and it's still able to be written. It's so steady. It doesn't stop at all. 374 up. Bull. Don't say too soon. Soon he'll be unable to play and start interfering again. You, the college stallholder, though slightly exasperated by a bit of a poke, had to chamil after all, so cheekily began to interfere. 395. Can he write that number? Over the people before him? What a pain in the ass. Xia Xining, who had originally been writing silently in her mind along with Chen Yuan, was suddenly disrupted when she heard this number and almost forgot where she had counted to. 373, 374, 375. However, this had no effect on Chen Yuan. Not even. For a moment, a pause. Awesome. To not panic after being hit so suddenly. I was just writing when he messed up by shouting at the top of his voice. Damn it. Good and steady. Steady, indeed. And surprisingly steady. So, the stall owner college student is going to pull out the sure thing. Suddenly, he explained, this handsome guy is close. Come on, get the doll for free. It's just around the corner. 422, 423, 424, 425. It was as if the stall owner wanted to boost Chen Yuan to get the free prizes, enthusiastically helping with the counting. 427, 428, 429, 440. Suddenly, he jumped to 440 on the count. This boy, too, should be writing down 440. After all, 9 out of 10 people had died under his own move. Wrong number, brother. It's 430. However, the writing Chen Yuan not only did not fall for it, but still put down the pen correctly, and also did not raise his head, casually sneering back. When these words came out, the college students who were still mocking after being picked on, immediately looked embarrassed. Damn, this doesn't fall for it either. And those who ate it, smiled comfortably. It's disgusting, isn't it? Being cured of it. Honestly, if it was the previous Chen Yuan, he would probably have lost by this point. But if you have eyes that can see tens of thousands of jumping numbers, ears that can suck the sound of hundreds of people's hearts into your brain, and are able to catch the little latte that suddenly goes to zero in one glance, as well as recognizing the tones, and picking out the only correct answer you need in the midst of hectic thinking, then you'll be able to see the numbers, and you'll be able to see them. This game? The old man puts the C. 500. Both interruptions were to no avail, and Chen Yuan managed to write 500. And the stall owner can only make a smile against his will and take the deposit out of his bag. Congratulations, handsome. Challenge. The words were not yet spoken. Chen Yuan, who had written 500, turned the paper over and continued writing. Seeing this, the stall owner was horrified. Crap. Came for the $100 worth of movie cards. Chapter 62 Movie Card Down, thanks to Frosty Tooth and Claw's allies. It's about writing to 1,000 and trying to get a movie card. Why is this high school student so good? It's completely undisturbed. It feels a bit powerful. But will this be too close? I'm afraid I'll let this lackluster boss take advantage of it again. No, it feels like all he wanted to do in the first place was get a movie card. Chen Yuan's quick and smooth completion of the challenge and then his self-imposed increase in size got the eating public in the audience a little high. The college student vendor, on the other hand, is really panicking. He's not like those who have succeeded in previous challenges. They can win by being slow and steady. But he's not. Watch. Not only did this guy not rescience the layout and slow it down after he flipped it, but instead he wrote Arabic numerals in line. It's not good. It's not good. The reason why he himself used a movie card as a prize was not that he was recharged by manhwa cinema. How could he have such a big backstage? It was just that he wanted to treat the goddess to a movie that day, and took advantage of the manhwa cinema to do an activity to recharge a card, which also had a snack package voucher in it. But unfortunately, the goddess had something to do that day. She had to do a PowerPoint with her senior at the hotel, so the card becomes a vehicle for its own money spinning. There were 4 people who were not satisfied with one doll after a successful challenge and were greedy for more. So they started to hit the goal of writing from 1 to 1,000, and then they all failed, and the card is still playing its value. And the closest one within the challenge, however, only reached 834. After listening to the stall owner's heart, Chen Yuan was quite enlightened. I understand when you put it that way. Before me, the strongest couldn't break through the 9th realm. Right? Okay, I'll do it. Chen Yuan has already been indifferent to the expression management, revealing the easy smile of opening champagne in advance, while casually writing, while also hitching a ride with the stall owner, right up to 15,000. Or 2,000 rewards will be increased? What is he talking about? No, how is he still able to draw out his energy with me to talk to me? The outer domain evil demon's pupils suddenly trembled violently as if they were experiencing an earthquake. The young man in front of him had broken through the layers of trials without any effort. In the face of these many strong enemies, he regarded everything as nothing, and in the midst of laughter, he had already knocked on the door of the 9 divine realms. Xia Xining saw that Chen Yuan was so powerful, writing to more than 900. She should have been happy, but for some reason, was slightly worried. I don't know if it's an illusion. She feels that Chen Yuan's gambler's mentality is a bit strong. Before, I bought someone else's invoice for a raffle, and today I'm playing this number challenge. And even if I win, I have to keep adding to it. Why does Heartland suddenly feel like a gambling dog? Forget it. Just stop in time. Still, there's a small lesson to be learned from such arrogant stallholders. Only 50 counts left. It's going to work. First time I've seen someone get this prize. Ha ha, the boss isn't even interfering anymore. Instead he's being dragged into a conversation by someone else. If he comes every day, the owner is probably losing money on his bottom. Not every day. If he writes 2,000 today and gets 2 movie cards, he's going to close out the day with a loss. College students can make at least 24 for 2 hours part-time. Who the hell goes out and gives away money? Don't, brother. Although brother is older than you. Brother called you brother. Stop it. Stop it. Put your heart in the right place. It's not easy. Just get this movie card and go. I would like to break my own arm and never set foot in the boundaries of the 4 sex again. Although Chen Yuan wanted to wait for the other party to get that off his chest before calling it quits. He wasn't some kind of devil. There was no need to push people to the brink. So, after writing 1000, he only went forward to 1001 and stopped after 1002. Then looking up, he politely asked, "Can I send 2 more dolls?" "No problem. Good Lu brother." Hearing the other party say this, the college student stall owner didn't even think about it, and directly returned the deposit in his bag to the other party, and then let the other party pick the doll with a smile on his face. Although the 2 dolls were also worth $40, which was quite a lot, but after all, he didn't have to shell out any extra money to the other party. He was just giving away merchandise, so of course he had to agree. This guy isn't your average college student. He's a super high schooler. Moreover, the stall owner could see that the other party wanted to spare him, so he went along with the step. As he struggled to make a smile to give away his prize, he quietly turned his head to look at the pretty girl with a big smile and realized that not only had he lost the game, what kind of boy likes dolls so much? He's just trying to get a laugh out of her. Under the wah 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 cheers from the crowd, Chen Yuan received the movie card, while Xia Xinyue was picking the right 2 among the various cute dolls. This movie card, handsome boy. As Chen Yuan hesitated with his card, the stall owner patted him on the shoulder and said in a serious tone, "I tried to treat a girl to a movie before, but failed. Tell me what for." Dude's a pleasant goat, who has no interest in boiling goat stories. I mean, go for it. Turning his head once more to the girl who no man would want to let lose, Lao sent his sincere best wishes. You cheer up too, and sell the dolls early. When the other party was so friendly, Chen Yuan was also a little embarrassed and squeezed out a smile as he nodded. Then, walking over to Xia Xini, he asked, "See anything you like? These 2 cats are very likable. Do you think it's okay?" Xia Xinyu took 2 cat figurines of the same model, but one was a cow cat wearing a blue scarf, and the other was a 3-flower cat wearing a red scarf. Yes, Chen Yuan nodded. Then it's decided. Xia Xinin smiled cheekily, and after picking out the 2 dolls, she followed Chen Yuan out from the crowd of onlookers. Walking on the street where the lively atmosphere had reached its peak, the 2 people were also in a more comfortable state compared to earlier, as if the air was a little more cheerful than before. That's the power that random little blessings in life bring, I guess. And it's not like cheating with superpowers earlier. This was the steel-like soul that Chen Yuan had tempered after going through the trials of the 9 heavens of Chaozi. "This one's for you." Between walks, Xia Xinin handed Chen Yuan the red scarf 3-flower cat. "Isn't this a female cat? Don't you want it?" When he received the 3-flowered cat with a cute smile, Chen Yuan was a bit puzzled. Male baby boy cat, female baby girl cat. That should only make sense, right? Well, I'm more of a cow cat. After explaining to Chen Yuan in a tone that wasn't certain, Xia Xinin turned her head, looked at this expressionless blue-scarfed cow cat, and then took advantage of Chen Yuan's inattention to pinch at its face. "You have to ask why." "Chen Yuan, pinch you. No? What are you doing? Don't pinch. It hurts." But there's one thing to be said for that pussy cow cat who does look a bit like himself. "You want to take it back and stab me? In that case, I won't be polite to you." Holding this red scarf 3-flower cat with both hands, Chen Yuan has already thought of it. When at home, when alone, put it. It is cleaned and displayed in a cabinet for viewing. What's on your mind? The words of the Sacred Heart are not to be blasphemed, but I really didn't expect that you actually weren't disturbed at all. It's too awesome. Thinking back to what happened just now, Xia Xini complimented. "He's not loud enough." In response, Chen Yuan replied calmly, "The limit of what I can tolerate is 50 people chanting in my ears within a very small area." The there's still this kind of situation? Xia Xinin was surprised. Yeah, on the subway. Especially on the subway in the morning. That overflow of negative energy spells that can't be typed out past the point of review. 996. You turn people into ghosts. The norm for the 18th class. Ah, so that's how it is. Xia Xinyue always felt that Chen Yuan was demonizing class 18. After all, it was a provincial key, and although it wasn't a good class, it wasn't so soldierly. This movie card. Listen to the stall owner said. There are also snack coupons inside. Taking out the movie card. Chen Yuan wanted to say. Want to stop and say, do you have any movie you want to see? Xia Xini didn't even know what movies were available recently. But all the same, like Chen Yuan, he wanted to say something. I don't know I think there are a couple more shows today. Some people say they look good. Of course, I haven't seen them, I can't guarantee it. Is it this evening? Well, but use it whenever you want. There's no date limit on this card. Oh, so, tonight would be a bit too late to see. It's going to be at least 11 o'clock back. And you've got a train in the morning. I can catch up on my sleep on the train. 2. The two men's pulling each other's strings and never having a clear attitude. It wasn't until after Xia Xinyue finished speaking like this that Chen Yuan explored the idea. But just as he turned his head, Xia Xini misplaced her gaze and stammered in a rather polite tone. Of course. It all depends on you. I can do anything. Aha, it mostly depends on you. Are you guys so nonstick? Chapter 63, Watching a Movie, thanks to little Chen not bad ally. Before this, apart from Chen's mother, Chen Yuan had never watched a movie alone with any beautiful woman. The only time there was a not-so-good judgment was when he saw a movie with Chen Jing, who was 8 years older, when he was a first-year student. Of course, cousins are dinosaurs, not exactly beautiful women. Therefore, this remains a first for myself. Before this, Xia Xinyue had only seen the movie twice in the cinema. Once during the Chinese New Year, when children of the same generation went to see it together, and the other time was in Xiahai, when classmates, that is, the two girls and herself went to see it. After all, her junior high school study place is in the town. All the entertainment places, just a cyber cafe, a swimming pool, even decent-sized supermarkets are not. And she, because of good grades, was the school special care. The whole junior high school 3 years are in the subconscious study. Downtown to go very little. Naturally there is no opportunity for entertainment. Of course, it had to do with the fact that she wasn't really interested in entertainment. Thus, for both, it is a very nerve-wracking, error-prone, and even feeling can be less than wonderful first experience. That's right, I'm talking about the first-time movie-going experience where you'll pick the wrong movie that leads to a boring atmosphere and therefore leaves you with a not-so-perfect memory. Of course, this explanation is quite redundant. And if one is a decent person, surely one would not interpret it to mean anything else. Right. Hello, which movie to choose? The conductor in the red beanie smiled and inquired. You decide. Xia Xinin left the decision to Chen Yuan and was not opinionated. Or rather, she doesn't have any particular preference for the movies in this installment. I'll think about it. Chen Yuan recently brushed the jitterbug. Did see a lot of Guangxi as a movie pre-marketing investment, which is not wrong. After all, to show Suer's Louboutin pas cher. However, it is possible to rule out some options from the point of view of publicity. 4-1. This comedy from a Happy Muggle production is a straight pass. Of course, there's nothing against Happy Muggles here, and it's not a watering hole for contemporaneous comedies. It's just that this production team has produced a work with an okay upper limit that meets the demand as a commercial movie, with little to no urination throughout, but the lower limit is way too low. By all rights, the one clip that was taken out should have been a carefully selected funny bridge, but Chen Yuan only felt awkward. So the tone of this movie is set. Bad movie no doubt. Spending 40 plus to watch this thing would be better than having Choyu Gorilla dance for himself for 10 minutes. Part 2. The Dog Out Movie. Actually, Chen Yuan quite wanted to see it, but considering that the movie theater might be full of screaming, laughing, twisting, squirming, and rolling children, he automatically gave up. The 4th of July had not long passed, and there were 2 tribute movies left, which ended too late, and Heartland had a bus to catch tomorrow, so there was no need to think about it. Then, in terms of time, reviews, and content, although he wasn't interested in this one either, and 80% of the time there would be some doggerel. After all, it was a movie adaptation of an ancient morning romance. Chen Yuan felt that the attendance was okay, so he suggested, how about this one? Looking at a romance movie that Chen Yuan pointed out that ran from 8 to 10:30, Xia Xinin nodded her head after a little bit of thought and said, "Aha, okay. According to the scheduling, this is the only one that fits, the others are too late. The animated film is a bit childish, and that comedy, she has actually never been able to get the point of the happy muggle humor." Chen Yuan must have been thinking the same thing when he picked this movie. Scheming boy, looks like nothing's going on, but he's doing it so well I can hear it ringing. Surely you want to secretly hold the hand of the little beauty when the hero and heroine of the movie are holding hands. Sneakily kiss the little beauty's little cheeks when you watch people kissing, and touch people's little beauty everywhere with your hands when you watch people hugging. Come on, so capable of brainstorming you to come. You write the book, okay? It's been said that it was chosen for time, content, and circumstance. My mind and my nature are as clear as a mirror. Break it up, scum. You boys are all the same. The two were just about to buy the ticket, and then the exit suddenly came such a voice with a crying tone. And then the girl ran away with her bag, and the boy next to her could only chase after her with an innocent face. 3. It was Xia Xinhua who broke the silence first. I feel like if I pick this one, I'll see something more radical than the content of the movie. I told you that this kid, Xia Xini, has some humor cells. Low IQ, spend money and still see monkeys. Ha! Highly emotional, will present something more radical than the content of the movie. Immediately afterward, another couple came out of it. Just like the two brothers who had lost a night of hacking, the gap between the two even managed to insert two more people, without any communication with each other, and the line of sight was each deflected in the opposite direction. I guess I won't be able to talk for 3 days when I get back. Chen Yuan muttered and opened his mouth. I heard that the reviews of Dog Out are quite good. It's okay la. It's just this. Xia Xinyue waved her hand. Unconcerned. It's just a movie anyway. Who would take the contents of a movie seriously and then get angry at themselves? Besides, how can reality have so many dramatic plots as a movie? Summerheart wanted to show that she wasn't so unreasonably sensitive and inexplicably empathetic, but after saying it, she neglected to mention one thing. She has a story to tell that's better than this kind of movie. So it's these two seats in the middle. The attendant felt that if he didn't buy a ticket, the number of oddballs running out of the movie theater would increase. I don't know what's going on in the last few years, but there's always someone who goes crazy watching a movie for some inexplicable reason. Chen Yuan disagreed with this viewpoint of the conductor. This is obviously good. $40 can achieve the results of thousands of dollars of hospital tests, which is the true universalization of healthcare. It's true that high school couples should be a little more normal, not so much that they watch a movie and get into their heads. But I can't say that many quiet girls will be angry with their boyfriends after watching this movie. You guys, you're underestimating Sacred Heart, aren't you? Compare her to the average woman, and you'll have your own way of getting killed. It's still easy to vaporize a little black guy with our heart grant. After 10 minutes or so after the people from the previous show had filed out, the line for the movie theater started. And while waiting, Chen Yuan also picked up the snack package. 2 Cokes and a medium bucket of popcorn. The popcorn and a cup of Coke were held by Chen Yuan, while Xia Xinin was standing in line while sucking on another cup of Coke. How? Xia Xini because itself has a small cook characteristics. Likes to cook. Cooking is very good, so eat not a lot. And there is no taboo. But, really skinny she is. Seriously, Chen Yuan hadn't seen a single bit of flab from her body. Milk tea, fried buns, pot stickers, and duck blood fan soup were all shared with myself, but it wasn't long before I was able to have a Coke again, and put my hand in the popcorn bucket between weights, grabbing the popcorn and eating it after giving myself a cheeky grin. Eating body also how to eat not fat. God opened too many windows after he closed the door on her, but it was quite good. Chen Yuan watched Xia Xinin eating. For some reason, it was quite healing, just like a giant panda eating the tips of bamboo shoots. People live a life. That's all she does as a hobby, and she supports it as much as she can. What a great way to develop foodie types. After checking the tickets, the audience was seated one after another, because it wasn't a big hit movie after all. Only 30% of the seats were filled, mostly concentrated in the middle 3, 4, 5, 6 rows, though there were exceptions. In the corner of the last row of the movie theater sat a couple. It's so weird, eh? Sitting there and seeing what you can see. Xia Xinin was a bit puzzled, and after asking Chen Yuan, she realized that the other party had clearly heard her question, but pretended not to hear it, and was even more serious than usual. So, she tapped Chen Yuan's shoulder with her finger. You seem to know the reason. Tell me. It's just a little cut and thrust before the big battle under the moon. Chen Yuan replied. It's probably social terrorism. It's not like you're hiding in the far corner any more than you're socially terrified, right? I'm talking about social terrorists, presumably hiding bombs, ready to seal the doors and then hijack the movie theater. Ha! You're funny. Deflating her mouth, Xia Xining knew that Chen Yuan was lying to himself, so she did not continue to ask further and looked back herself. But after one look, he immediately turned his head and gulped down his coke. Chen Yuan followed and turned his head to look, only to realize that the human advertisement hadn't even finished, and those two were hugging and chewing together. It's as if you still see the tongue. Then, he looked back at Xia Xini who was burying her head in cooing cola and pretending to be busy, and he couldn't help but laugh. Strange, how Chen Yuan knows everything. Well, laugh no more. Chapter 64, cried while watching this episode. It's not. Chowzi, do you think she's right about that? You judge. Did I just say something? I didn't say they chose the back seat because they wanted to chew on their mouths, so how come I'm the one who knows everything? Even if I take a step back and say that it's really possible for me to know something, but now that the internet is so advanced, it's possible that I may have brushed up on the internet or learned some cold knowledge from reading a piece of snowcake fiction. It's a bit too much to arbitrarily assume that I'm an old driver like that. Chen Yuan knows so much. Have you ever been in love before? Chowzi, if you don't want to talk, just don't talk. Do you have to tamper with other people's voices? There was no way the Sacred Heart language could say such things in its heart. The movie's starting, haha. At the end of the commercial, Chen Yuan reminds Xia Xini not to think in her heart Xiasen bar and watch the movie properly. Since there happened to be no one on Chen Yuan's left, he put the coke in the hole in the left armrest and said, I'll crank up the center and put the popcorn here. Aha! Xia Xinin placed her coke on the right armrest and slightly sidestepped to allow Chen Yuan to adjust the armrest. And the moment she turned her head, she saw the couple to her right, also lifting the center armrest up, and then just crossing her legs and resting them on the boy's lap, as naturally as if they were lying on a couch. She turned her head again and noticed the couple in the back row doing the same, removing the armrests that were in the way before the movie had even begun, and then holding on with their fingers interlocked. Everyone is getting into the swing of things quickly. In the daze, Chen Yuan's hand slowly raised, unknowingly has reached this side. Xia Xinin froze for a moment, the cheeks suddenly red. Naturally hitching a hand did not move away, so stiffly watching Chen Yuan's hand reach into the popcorn bucket. What am I gawking at? He wants popcorn. Of course I know that, too. I'll have it too. In order to avoid looking less foolish, Xia Xinin also grabbed popcorn, and just like this alternated with Chen Yuan grabbing popcorn and eating it, as tacitly and naturally as the vehicles at the intersection alternately converging on the turntable. It's just like the old saying eat, 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 I'll 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 eat. However, looking at these couples who were so close to open touching and were so sweet before the movie even started, Chen Yuan was kind of looking forward to the upcoming possible flip-flopping. Based on the reaction of the group that just broke up, it suggests that this movie has parts of the plot that tend to stress women out and then empathize with them. Brothers don't have many good days left. Eat something good. With that gargoyle transition at the beginning of the movie, above the screen, a pattering rain gradually appears, and the camera goes up and down to two graves. In front of the graves stood guests dressed in a group of black mourning clothes. A middle-aged woman holds the hand of a young girl with a forlorn, comforting expression, and the girl, with a numb expression, looked ahead. In the next scene, the tears joined the rain and ran in confusion across his cheeks, hitting the dirt. 3 days ago, Cheyenne's parents died in a car accident. I'm, bleep, your mom. No, how come the last name is still Xia? Chen Yuan people are numb. Nervously turned his head, found that Xia Xinin face expression is not different, still hanging the light smile when watching the movie. However, when Xia Xinin turned her eyes because Chen Yuan turned his head, and when their gazes now met, in just a second, her eyes were completely filled with tears, watering. No, I really didn't realize that it opens with both parents dead and the heroine's last name is Xia. Damn it, can the heroine of this movie change her name? It's against the heart language. You know? Xia Xinhua didn't want to cry. You can be moved to tears watching a movie, but the reason she wanted to cry now had nothing to do with the movie. She thought she was ready to go back, so she wasn't afraid of the reality she was about to meet. But then she reacted. It wasn't that she wasn't scared, she just didn't have a solid sense of it. The loss of a loved one is not a momentary downpour, but a lifetime of dampness. And why is this girl's last name also Xia? I'm totally substituting for her. She wanted to do her best to lock the tears away, so she kept holding them back, until Chen Yuan gently touched the bangs in front of Xia Xinin's forehead with his hand. It was then that the tears in her eyes melted away on her eyes, soaking her pupils and giving birth to a hopeful shimmer. When the gloom lingered, he shielded himself from the rain with his hand. It was rained on, but at least it didn't get my eyes wet. Can you lean on it? Chen Yuan's hand was still in front of her eyes, helping her to cover half of her face from being shown as a wolfish mess. Xia Xini, inquiring in a small voice. He didn't answer, but just lightly touched on her little pill head, and Xia Xinin complied, leaning her head on Chen Yuan's shoulder as she continued to watch the movie. Then she stopped crying, and Chen Yuan, who judged through his heartbeat, had long ago put the popcorn blocking the middle of the two in advance, and placed it on the empty seat next door. This is crying? The movie's only been playing for a minute. Is it hard to believe that there was a previous movie and that's why this point is touching? Pretty girl with a tricky mind. Very good at it. Dating in a movie theater in your school uniform. Waiting to be caught by the headmaster. Xia Xini is indeed in a state to enter very quickly. After all, the heroine of the Xia surname at the beginning of the plot of the death of both parents is too vicarious. But after leaning on her shoulder, she forgot about the sinking weight for a while. Although the beginning of this movie is a little sad, but the front is still quite a laugh. Seemingly high cool but actually comical hero a few times the whole job. The atmosphere of the movie theater all of a sudden to drive up. Although a terrier used a few times in a row, but because of the change and progression, cannot help but make people smile. It's like a stunt like Zhou being his firstborn son, which gets funnier and funnier the more you play it. Play for fun once. Put. He. Xia Xinhua, who was leaning against her shoulder, was then amused by a plot and laughed as well. The male lead seems to be you. Where's the resemblance? Seems decent, but always chilling out and saying something. It's not funny, but it's kind of funny. What the hell are you talking about? What do you mean it's funny and not funny? What's wrong with you? The female lead is also quite like you. After finishing this sentence, Chen Yuan immediately added, looks, personality and all. Xia Xinyue could hear that Chen Yuan was afraid that he would misunderstand the resemblance as a woman of the Xia surname whose parents died, so she smiled and shook her head stubbornly. Not like that. It's not quite like that. The hero looks 50-50 with himself, I guess, but he's wearing makeup after all, and he's a bit of a trickster. And the girls in it really weren't as good looking as Xia Xinyu. I think that's what she meant. Unlike me, I'm so timid and useless. She can live without the male lead, and if Chen Yuan hadn't appeared, I'd be. Now, yes, you've had a couple of days of headstands without me, but words like cowardly and useless don't describe you. It's human nature to be afraid of the dark, so as long as you can see the light, you can keep going. Rubbing her eyes, Xia Xinyue, who had finally adjusted herself, sat upright and smiled at Chen Yuan, signaling to the other party that she could watch the movie properly. Then Mr. Popcorn rejoined the middle. This movie is a bit of a happy-go-lucky type of movie, and the interactions between the hero and heroine are quite joyful. The plot of the hero standing up for the heroine in a fight with someone is cliched but not awkward. And the scene where the heroine calls the hero by the window to get him to lift his head to look up, and then gives him a big pendant for it, is pretty much full of sweet points. Let's keep this going and just keep sprinkling sugar. Honestly, the plot is moving a bit fast. What's the point of making your feelings known so soon, and then filming it later? Just as Chen Yuan was puzzled, his brows furrowed. This isn't going to be misunderstood, right? Xia Xinin was a little nervous after seeing one of the schoolmates who had a crush on the male lead bring the male lead to the grove. Right? The writers are going to start. Chen Yuan had already seen through how the plot was going to go. What's this about? Why doesn't he say no? Really kissed? The hero and heroine haven't kissed yet? The reaction of the girls in the movie theater speaks volumes about how confusing this plot is. Overestimating domestic screenwriters. This plot made Chen Yuan sick to his stomach. He felt that the original was definitely not so fed. It was all about the writers at sea. The latter development is a very normal feeding of. The heroine saw the two kissing and fled. In fact, at the moment of kissing, the hero pushed the schoolmate away, and the schoolmate also realized that the heroine was coming. But he didn't say anything and secretly provoked the heroine. Just like that, misunderstandings deepen. Gaps arise between the hero and heroine, and the heroine keeps holding back. Just hard. All sorts of things happen in the middle, and the heroine leaves the country. The male lead and his sister have been together for a few times, but the male lead still can't let go of the female lead. At that time, the schoolmate realized that although she got the man's person, she could not get the heart, so she confessed the situation at that time. Knowing the truth, The male protagonist repented and flew to a foreign country, by which time the female protagonist had terminal cancer. What are you doing? Although he was speechless, Chen Yuan decided to finish reading it. Why? Because I'm going to wait until the end of the movie's staff list, find the screenwriter's name, send it to the Diana netizen I know from playing the game, and put a in snake compulsion on this pussy. In the end, the movie just ended with a picture that thought it was beautiful, but in reality, it couldn't even compare to Xiaoseni covering her mouth and yawning. Then, instead of cursing the writers, some of the girls at the movie theater spilled their guts towards their boyfriends. Well, the tickets are worth it. Why don't you have any comments at all? After walking out of the movie theater and following some silly batches down the elevator and out of the mall, Chen Yuan asked Xia Xinin with some curiosity. Either way, it's time to spit it out. It's alright. In your words, I'm just a letso person? When Xia Xinhua engaged in abstraction, she also used the tone of questioning Chen Yuan to confirm her grammatical errors. The Rocco people have a good heart. A movie that can change people's values. Chen Yuan feels that it should be at least of the level of Schindler's List. And Xia Xinhua, a smart girl who scored 625 points on the exam, naturally would not be affected by this kind of thing like other people's 3 views. This was the reason Chen Yuan thought that he was just thinking this in his mind. Xia Xinyu, however, retorted in her heart. The real reason is, anyway, I'm not stupid. Anyway, he's not bad. Walking side by side with Chen Yuan, it was funny to think of that strange youthful trauma literary drama, enacting the true spirit of the Rakugo people. Chapter 65, Taking a Peek at Someone. After the movie card bought 2 tickets, there were still $10 left in it. Because it was real name, Chen Yuan did not intend to recharge this card again, but he did not intend to throw it away either, so he could save it for when he came back to this mall someday, and swipe a $10 cone for Heartland. And now the time, 10:40 p.m. The buses were gone, so the duo picked up the pace, trying to catch the last subway. It a little bit too much to catch up? Although Chen Yuan could run, but Xia Xinhua looked bad enough, already panting in small gasps. Obviously not too good. Why don't you just call a drop? It's such a long distance and it's only $20 or so at most. I can still run, but I run slowly. Xia Xinhua stuck her hands on her waist, and after spending more than 10 seconds slowly adjusting her breathing, she looked up at Chen Yuan, gazing into the other party's eyes, and suddenly said, I can see that you're good at running. My humble self does excel at running. When Chen Yuan represented his class in the junior high school games, he once got the second in 200 meters and the first in 400 meters, which belonged to the level of elite middle school students under the sports students. I can still run, just not very fast. Xia Xini said, it's okay if we can't make it. We'll call a drop. So you run with me and I'll follow you. Xia Xinhua rolled up the sleeves of her hands in a ready-to-run motion, then extended one arm towards Chen Yuan, signaling her determination with a firm look. Well, I'll take you on a run. After holding his breath, taking a deep breath and exhaling it slowly, Chen Yuan grabbed Xia Xinin's hand. Then, a quick run. Xia Xinhua was dragged behind like this, trying hard to keep up with him, selling herself so hard that she was on the verge of closing her eyes and forcing herself. With that, the duo ran under the streetlight. There aren't many cars on the road at this time of day. Above the auxiliary road, even more at a glance, only a few people, so they were able to run fast without fear. The half-full school bag, under the running, also followed the up and down. The duo by the dim street lamp elongated shadow, but also because of the corner, the steps, constantly changing. Finally, at 10:45, the duo ran to the station entrance, swiped the QR code on their cell phones in a row, and then quickly descended the escalator and ran across the platform. The moment the subway voice alerted them to close the door, they broke into the train at the limit. Under the inertia, Chen Yuan could not stop his speed at all, and could only grab the handrail with a heavy hand to avoid hitting the opposite door directly. Xia Xinhua, on the other hand, relied on bumping into Chen Yuan for cushioning and stopped in her tracks. After taking a long time to catch their respective breaths and the train had been running for half a minute, the pair recuperated and then looked at each other, both unable to hold back smiles that they didn't know the cause of. The celebration of a safe landing can be a happy one for a long time. Saving another $20, it's a good deal, isn't it? Xia Xinyu said happily. Indeed, Chen Yuan admitted that he was the one who gave up too easily. Nope, he was actually perfectly capable of catching up on his own. His speed was more than enough. The credit for being able to catch the last subway is entirely due to Xia Xini's heart of steel. After all, According to the bucket effect, determining how far a team can go depends largely on the shortcomings. I have to say, the few minutes of dragging Xiaoxinyu to catch the subway was a bit of a hot mess. A little bit of a burn. At least catching up with Kawagi spin. If you go back, a bath is estimated to be 12 o'clock. You really won't be sleepy tomorrow? Chen Yuan asked with some concern. It's fine to sleep again on the high-speed train, and it doesn't take long. With the station transfer and the car, it's only 6 or 7 hours. Xia Xinin explained in a relaxed tone. I can sleep when I arrive. This is a long time too. Chen Yuan would need almost 6.5 hours to go to Xia Xinyua's house if he took the 5 p.m. high-speed train on Sunday, and by the time he arrived, it would already be 11:30 p.m. Jingnan, indeed, is too far away. On the contrary, it's you, who stayed outside with me for so long today. Won't it affect your exam the day after tomorrow? Xia Xinyu asked worriedly. It's all right. It's not in the moment. It's a combination of work and play. You have a good heart. Besides, I feel comfortable enough with the topics you tutored me on. According to the papers of the competitions in these years, Chen Yuan found out the topics that were easier to get points in them and made a special sprint. By himself, if he strengthened himself for another day tomorrow, he would be able to get some marks by then even if his supernatural ability was blocked along with the signal of the examination room. Out of 120 points, at least 40 points can be braved. It's still a long way from the minimum 90 points it needs to get, but when the time comes, supers will help. He already had a strategy. And this strategy, if it can be implemented, everything is still up in the air. Well, it's good to be able to help you. Xia Xinyue said rather modestly. I wasn't very good at this kind of topic in the first place, so I'm only able to teach a little bit in this kind of aspect. You taught me well. Ha ha. Although it was nice to be able to help, she actually didn't quite understand why Chen Yuan was looking for himself to attack the foundation. Logically, he should have a good foundation if he was able to score that much. He happens to still be able to help him out a bit, so why not take this time to attack the middle problem? Inside this kind of contest, the middle problem is the big one. Unlike the college entrance exams, there's no way to advance if you only play the basics. But through some of the things Chen Yuan had done these days, Xia Xinin suddenly felt as if this boy, as if he could do anything. All one can do is support and believe. Chen Yuan you. Xia Xinin just wanted to say something, but found that Chen Yuan at this time, without realizing it, quietly closed his eyes, leaned against the backrest, and dozed off. Also, he was more tired today than he was. Not only did you do 2 sets of papers at school, but you also completed the 1 to 1000 challenge that requires so much concentration and focus. It's only natural that you would be tired. Looking at Chen Yuan who was quietly leaning back, Xia Xini could see that he seemed a little different from before. The first time I saw him was last Tuesday, 10 days ago. Oh, and the hair was a little longer than earlier, and there were clusters of bangs that went over his eyebrows and were about to cover his eyes. Gazing at him, Xia Xini thought of the time when she had complimented the other party for being a tall boy with decent features in order to not be too condescending when she had rejected Chen Yuan. But that doesn't go against the grain. His features were three-dimensional and clear, and although his eyes always had a misanthropic look to them, they were beautiful, with pupils that cut through the water. Occasionally, tenderness can flow. Last time, he stole one of me, so this time, I'm going to sneak a shot of him too. Xia Xinin took out her cell phone, turned off the shutter sound, pointed at Chen Yuan, just intending to frame this snooze photo. The train slowed to a stop. Under the inertia, Chen Yuan naturally shifted this way, leaned on her shoulder, totally unconscious. Xia Xinhua froze, but you can't blame Chen Yuan. It was obvious that he didn't mean it, and uninformed. No one would be able to see even if he or she showed shyness at this point. In order not to disturb his sleep, Xia Xini stopped taking sneak peeks and switched her cell phone to her other hand. Flip the screen and take a rare selfie. On the boy who broke into her selfie, she said, I don't know anything about it either. Chen Yuan felt something hairy and prickly, dangling in front of his eyes. He opened his eyes in a daze and saw Xia Xinhua rubbing her hand on his head. Oh, it's coming to a stop. And, himself was leaning on her shoulder at some point. Scratch that. No feeling at all. Loss. Embarrassed to death. Ah. How many more stops? Making as careless an appearance as possible, Chen Yuan sat upright and asked Xia Xinin, but I don't know why. But this girl just looked at herself like this, not saying anything, just smiling cheekily without using her lips to vocalize. Even her eyes were in the arc of a smile, and she continued to be cheeky. Chapter 66, Lending You Your Luck. After going back, Chen Yuan was bored to sleep. As for Xia Xinin, because she was going to go out of town tomorrow and the electricity bill at home had not yet been charged, she took another bath on Chen Yuan's side while he was sleeping, and after blowing out her hair, she carefully left there and returned to her own room, ready to sleep. The time was now 23:52, and for other young people the night was just beginning, but she, who had always been very regular in her routine, rarely went to bed this late, so sleepiness had hit her long ago. With the fatigue of the day, she could actually lie down and go to sleep, but there was so much going on today that not ending it today would crowd out the rest of the day, so she took out her cell phone and opened the memo, snapped and typed, 10:18, weather sunny, slightly hot. Today was a pretty normal day until school let out. Talked to my aunt at lunch about coming home and the funeral. After physical education class in the afternoon, Chen Duer and Yu Xinyue dragged me to play badminton for a while. Then when school was over, they both insisted on going out of school with me. 11 middle school today after school is a club activity day, so he got out of school early. I asked him if he could wait for me. He directly agreed, and then waited for me for a while in front of the school. Bought me super cheese peach, but also ate together with the Jiangning Xingjian family Xingjian, pot stickers, duck blood vermicelli. While shopping, he played the Write from 1 to 500 challenge today and won a movie card and 2 dolls. We ended up going to see a movie that was good in the front and kind of boring in the back, and after that we went home. When the words were typed here, Xia Xinyi's fingers stopped and reviewed them, realizing that there was nothing missing before exiting the memo. She'd been in the habit of keeping a journal for years, sticking to it, except for a few days when she'd gotten the news of her mom and dad's death, when she'd taken a break from it. I've been trying to make up those days, but I've been too busy lately to take the time. Well, let's wait for a day when we're free. Xia Xinyi put down her phone and was about to go to sleep when she was again caught up by a command given by her mind and brought her phone up, tapping on the photo album. The first photo was a photo of Chen Yuan with himself, but he didn't realize that he took a picture with himself. If you accidentally let someone see your cell phone, the first one is this one. Well, put it in an album somewhere. Schools. No, he's not from our school. Xiaogang. This album is for pictures from the old side of the family, and it's kind of weird to put him in it. Then it's me. Xia Xinin didn't have many photos that she put in her own album. There were only a few selfie landscape photos. Most of them were sent to her by Chen Dui, that small girl with glasses, after she had taken them, so she had more photos of herself there than her own, I guess. Although she did have occasional resistance, thinking that it was impolite to keep secretly filming her. But after the other party said, "It's not because you're pretty, beautiful and generous that I'm filming you, so what's the point of being so angry?" She could only go along with the other party's bullying. And apart from these well-taken photos, it was the photos of himself with the two of them, and there weren't many of them. Most of them were random photos of them together when they went out to play, so it was obvious that he wasn't very good at taking photos. These, then, are called I. So if you put Chen Yuan here, why does it feel like letting him into the girls' dormitory? It was past 12 o'clock when I tangled and tangled. I can't. I really need to sleep. In the end, the foolish Xia Xinyue finally thought of creating a separate album called O and put Chen Yuan in it. But this is the only album with only one photo in it, which is ultimately weird. I can't. I need to sleep. Hugging her own head, already sleepy with drooping eyelids, Xia Xinyi was about to be annoyed by her tangled mind. Obviously, when Chen Yuan secretly photographed himself, he was just so comfortable and casually put it into the photo album. According to him, being the sneak peeker himself, he has in turn even gotten himself out of his own mind. Then put a lock on it. Never show anyone but yourself. Like some strange collector, or avid groupie, she finished disposing of the photo mysteriously. Then, putting down her phone, she reached for the doll on her nightstand for her bedtime ritual. As her hand touched the cuddly bear hat, she jumped over the big doll and then grabbed the smaller blue scarf Hi Cool Cat next to it and hugged it in her arms. When Chen Yuan returned home yesterday, he just bored himself to sleep. He seemed to remember that Xia Xinin, even though she was so sleepy, she still wanted to take a fragrant bath, took a bath in her own home, and asked if she could blow dry her hair because it was a bit loud and would disturb him while he slept. It should still have blown. After all, he was in a daze and replied back, "Blow it off, you're welcome. I'm a heavy sleeper. You're okay to kill people here. Let's just say that people don't have brains when they're sleepy." Still, because of his long-standing biological clock habits, he woke up a little after 7 in the morning and didn't stay in bed for too long. Rubbing his eyes, Chen Yuan got out of bed and was about to go brush his teeth when he heard the roar of an engine downstairs. Peeking out of the window, he saw a black Grand Prix parked downstairs next to the tree that was off in the day of the landlord. Then a woman who looked like a senior teacher punching a special teacher got out of the car. Bullying. Chen Yuan subconsciously pulled the curtains closed to avoid it. However, he suddenly realized that the other party did not know him, so he opened the curtain again and continued to eat melon. A somewhat mousy-looking man came down from the main driver of the car, and instead of following him up the stairs, he stood in front of the tree, looking rather perplexed as he observed the mat tied to the tree. His clever little mind seeming to wonder, what is the purpose of this mat? What is the purpose of this mat? It's just a safety measure when it comes to day trees. Is this the ant? The top of the head is a bit lush. First rule out professions such as doctors, programmers, and tractor maintenance and repairers, but it also looks like it's in the unit. Summerhaven's middle class. In fact, Xia Xini had told herself that her aunt had always wanted her to go over and live there, but she hadn't agreed because she always felt uncomfortable boarding in someone else's family. In the days when her parents had just died, her aunt had also come twice to pick her up, but Xia Xini was just bent on death at that time and was in no other mood, and likewise refused. Xia Xingyue can come to the 4th school. The results are very good. To be able to reach the admission line is one aspect, but more importantly, her aunt for her to get a degree, or Jingnan account, basically no possibility. So the aunt is actually a very kind. Footsteps. The footsteps in the hallway made Chen Yuan a little panicked, and inexplicably opened the cabinet, as if he wanted to learn Doraemon to sleep inside, and the top row of his own half-full closet, where the Sacred Heart language was on display. Looking at this happily smiling cat, Chen Yuan remembered that last night on the subway, she was also smiling foolishly at herself. Ask her anything and she won't say. It's as if she's secretly plastered little turtles on herself, making it obvious that she's bad and he can't find where they are. And the heart's voice was like a modifier at this time, revealing all of Xia Xini's brokenness. He definitely doesn't know that I'm secretly filming him while he sleeps. Hey, what's the big deal? Xin Bao. Thinking of this, Chen Yuan took out his cell phone and opened the photo of Xia Xinin standing on the sandy beach at the riverbank with her skirt raised to bathe in the white moon. Like who doesn't have it? However, she had seen this photo before, and a stolen photo of himself. Exactly what it looks like. Supertron, can't you just send a bit of screen to it? Pure heartbeat is so low. What? The ability to refresh perspective next week? Okay, Chaozi you said. Cheating without M. With such a reliable aunt. An aunt who has a mysterious profession but seems to be a good person. And this Junwei who also boasts about it by the way since they all showed up. Xia Xini shouldn't have to worry about it. Standing by the window, watching Xia Xinin go downstairs with her aunt lifting things into the trunk and then preparing to leave. Chen Yuan's expression remained unchanged. Suddenly, Xia Xini said something to her aunt and went back to the apartment building alone. I think I forgot something and had to go upstairs to get it, right? Without guessing much, Chen Yuan pulled the curtain closed, went to the restroom, received a cup of water, squeezed the toothpaste, and brushed his teeth while looking at himself in the mirror with his bangs slightly cocked. Since it's the weekend, I should be sleeping at this hour. After all, she must have felt the same way after being so tired yesterday. She thought I was sleeping, and in her polite nature, she didn't send a message to herself for fear that the pop-ups would disturb. Knock knock. Just then there was a knock on the door of the room. Hearing this, Chen Yuan directly put down his dental jar and prepared to open the door, but the increasing urgency of the knocking made him hesitate. What the hell? Auntie wants to kill me. You came up here to give me a message? The toothbrush contained in his mouth could not be put down in time, and Chen Yuan went forward to open the door. And when Xia Xinin saw herself, she suddenly grabbed his hand, placed the scented bag from that day in her hand, and wrapped her hands around her fist. He got a good grip before letting go. Chen Yuan, huh? It takes more courage than luck for me to go home. And you, more than luck. Because her aunt was still waiting, Xia Xini waved goodbye after she finished speaking. However, at the moment of the stairs, she stopped and smiled back and reminded, only lend you for 2 days. Remember to return me Lowering his head and looking at the lucky pouch in his hand, Chen Yuan hadn't even reacted to what was happening yet. Besides, it was mine in the first place. Chapter 67 Duel. First trial of refinement. Luck is such a thing. Looking at the bomb in his hand, Chen Yuan was a little hesitant. Bringing this kind of thing into the examination room, is there any suspicion of cheating? Of course, if caught, the examiner opens the scented pouch in front of everyone, reveals a look of excitement when he sees the note, and then nervously stretches it out a little. No, you this? The 17-year-old 10-point face long-haired neighbor next door gave me a lucky charm for my exams and insisted I take it with me. Ha! Forget it, teacher. You might as well criticize me and the whole school notice, but explain the reason clearly. I don't want to be wronged. I'm putting this aside to reward you. Write your question. Thinking of that kind of picture, Chen Yuan will feel regret. The corners of the mouth because of sadness are restrained gradually upward. Chen Yuan with 140 points. Right at this moment, Chen Yuan suddenly heard a familiar heartfelt voice. Turning his head sideways, he realized that Tang Siwen was standing in front of the school entrance, eating a bun and reading English words at the same time. Perhaps because she had just shown a sad, bitter smile, a hint of confusion appeared in her eyes as well. Why is Chen Yuan, who scored 140 points, happy while walking? No. Is this prefix necessary for you? Why are you so upset that you've gone over your head once? What are you going to do when you take a big test in January? 7 days later? Why are you reading English? Isn't there a math test later? Because he had already arrived at the school gate. This time the first middle school gate also pulled up the examination hall cordon. There is no way to go in, so he simply stayed here. Like other school people, rely on the recognition of school uniforms pile up. Math really won't. It's useless to read it. Tang Siwen ate a mouthful of bread and calmly replied. And English, memorized, becomes mine. Indeed, that's a pretty good point. Examination of literature, language, English are people in advance of the class. The only math will not, at best, just memorize some formulas. After all, the character of the discipline is there, but she is now to take the competition exam, or eliminated straight home kind. This time is still memorizing English. It is a bit difficult. Who says we don't have a great emperor in class 18? Did you understand all the questions the homeroom teacher gave us? Tang Siwen asked. He hasn't looked for me once since he added QQ, so he should know all about it. Basically, there is an answer after all. Chen Yuan nodded and asked rhetorically, what about you? You didn't come to me to ask. It's no problem if I read the answers, but I didn't expect to have to do it that way, and I'm not too sure I can do it on the test. Tang Siwen replied. After she finished this, Chen Yuan suddenly felt that he had drifted a little. It's like Silver 2 talking to a patriarch. Silver 2, it's all about the rookies. I mess with the sharks. Sovereign segment, not a hero I'm good at. Worried I'll lose. But although Tang Siwen was modest, it was of a different type than Xia Xinyue's modesty. Xia Xinyue was aware that she was strong, and out of politeness and in order to give the other party encouragement, she would lower her stance and appear as humble as possible. Unlike Tang Siwen, she knew she was strong, but she wanted to be stronger. So even her own self, who never scored at the top of the exams, after all, her grades overpowered her last time, so she was able to keep her apprentice's heart sincere in asking for advice. Honestly, it's better to have a character like Heartland. This Tang Siwen feels a little bit like he's learning from the devil, and he's not too easy to mess with. Continuing to keep her head down, after Tang Siwen finished eating a bun, there was still a small packet left in the plastic bag. Thinking that Chen Yuan was, after all, a classmate of his, so she took the initiative to politely say, do you eat barbecue pork buns? According to his character, Chen Yuan is the kind of person who has a sense of proportion and will take the initiative to distance himself from others. So this bun will end up in my stomach. Good. Tang Siwen raised her head and looked at Chen Yuan in a daze. The intelligent expression was completely replaced by bewilderment. Thank you. Chen Yuan extended his hand. Don Swan, I really didn't want your pussy buns, but you prefer to play mind games like this, so I'll respectfully disagree. Tang Siwen thought about the other party being polite, like refusing a red packet at New Year's Eve. As long as she was polite, she ate the bun. But looking at Chen Yuan's outstretched hand, she paused for a long time before she picked the bun out of the plastic bag with chopsticks and put it into the other's hand. Barking, this little barbecued pork bun, he swallowed it in one bite, and in his own hand, he was left with an empty plastic bag. Thanks it's quite tasty. After a few mouthfuls, Chen Yuan asked, which house did you buy it from? Downstairs in my house. Does anyone know which house is under your house? Also, is eating your bun's impact so strong? The ban is up to 2.5 seconds long now. Just then, a bell suddenly rang at the entrance of the school. Then, a loudspeaker played an announcement for the candidates of each school to enter the field in an orderly manner. We're not in the same exam room, so I'll leave first. Feeling that the situation was a bit out of control, Chen Yuan said hello and hurriedly ran away. And Tang Siwen, who had gone alone to throw the plastic bag with the chopsticks into the trash can, still didn't react too well. Do you eat buns? No thanks. Aha. Barf, sound effect of swallowing your own bun. According to one's understanding of Chen Yuan's character, this should be the conversation that should occur. But today, he perversely did behavior that was out of character for him, and combined that with the last incident where he almost ate his own bun. Concluded. Chen Yuan, the bun killer. He is a cool bun lover. It's pointless to think about such things now. And for that barbecued pork bun, Tang Siwen only felt subtly uncomfortable. Not for any other reason than, if you eat that bun, you've reached the border of just being full. And now, it always feels like it's one bite short. Summer Haven 1. The No. 1 high school in Shanghai City and also the No. 1 in Haidong Province. As an old and powerful school, for Shanghai and even Haidong, its slaughter continues to this day. The one of the one sect is the first one. The 4 clans, equivalent to the rise of the Steel Army in recent years. Several principals with an iron fist, perverted high pressure, almost militarized management. The 4 clans to new heights, in which Zhang Jianjun is particularly outstanding. The rocket class dines first. The ace class absolutely prohibits relationship, and even uses the subtle style difference in school uniforms to separate students into 3, 6, 9 classes, so that the 4 clans have the capital to tussle with the 1 clan. In the last year, the number of people in 1 zong Jidai watching all exceeded the number of people in 4 zongs, but the 4 zongs produced 2 top students, 2 schools, both competing. In Chen Yuan's examination room, there were several 4th sect powerhouses. The narrator had described it before when Xia Xinin took a bath in her own place, and Xia Xinin was wearing a white school uniform with pink trim. You might think it's only for girls' school uniforms. Not also, the ordinary students of the 4 sects. Of course, even if the ordinary people were placed in the 11 sects, they would be second only to the 11 sects' personal disciples, class 1, in terms of strength, and their school uniforms, which were white with gray trim, pink edges, the kind of logo unique to Summer Heartland's kind of rocket class students only. There are 4 such monsters. At the moment, they were gathered around a boy who was sitting on a seat and drinking water, chatting cheekily. The boy was laughing and joking along with them, looking rather amused. But uniquely, the lines of his school uniform seal are not pink. Certainly not the gray of normal students. Instead, it's golden. This is the unique logo of the first class of the 4 science departments. Inoppressive, Zhang Jianjun, you turned a man into a ghost. It's a blessing to think that Heartbleed is still out of the woods inside a meat grinder like that. Is there a possibility that Xin Bao was more simple and kind before entering the 4 clans? What class are you in? Just as Chen Yuan sat quietly observing the other schools, a short-haired girl from the 11th grade wearing a red and white school uniform came over and asked with a smile. Seems like the type of girl who was very energetic and cheerful. Class 18. Chen Yuan replied. 18th class Chen Yuan ah. Hearing this, the other party was a bit surprised, and after looking at his exam number, he also introduced himself. My name is Chiu Meng, from the 3rd class, class 3, a strong class with an average score of about 600, and those who stand out from such a class are bound to be first-class caliber powerhouses as well. Still, for now, it was ready to copy the jutsu of that 4th form class 1 man, although usually forced to follow the person 4 in the double pride, but to the critical moment, certainly still have to pike the 4 zong master. Inside this classroom, it's basically the provincial key, and the better schools are the 4th middle school and us, Chiu Meng said to Chen Yuan. Anan, almost. Although not worthy of a double pride with the 4th middle school master, Chiu Meng was right about that. 11th grade is the top 20 prestigious schools in the province of the marginal level. Here, in addition to the 4 middle schools have the theory of external level. Under this, it is really the 11th grade is stronger. But the 11th grade isn't currently second either. It's just that the 11th grade has slightly more students. With 3, there is 1 each from the 2nd middle school and the experimental foreign language. They are stronger. The top 10 level in the province, and the rest of those, is not as good as the 11th grade of the ordinary provincial experiments. Cannot touch the edge of the famous schools? The sense of oppression is not too strong. It's a bit strange how the students from the 1st grade haven't been seen. They take the competition quite seriously. In the face of Chiu Meng's question, Chen Yuan guessed. The 1st middle school is also a residential school, and it's running a competition at their school, so maybe they'll be together later. Before Chen Yuan could say anything, the open door was pushed even further open. The attention of the students in the classroom whirled around. The 4 middle school students who were chatting also stopped briefly and looked at each other with subtle expressions. For students wearing dark green uniforms with the lower half of the body in Western pants, 3 males and 1 female entered the classroom and searched for their seats side by side in front of the classroom door. Because of the unique color and style of the school uniform, the aura of these 4 people, in the invisible head-on coverage over, like the magic gift for heavenly kings.